This is also the first time we've had three of us in a new commentary box, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Prescott has basically widened our little single stall, and we've actually got quite a comfortable setup here today. So hopefully that will reflect in our coverage verbally of today's events. So what we're looking at here is this is fourth practice run. Now the track we've had some heavy rain overnight here, and greasy ice rink, that type of situation is what we're dealing with this morning. So I'm just looking at the road car classes. We saw David Wilson go up in his Elise in a 53.4, and Andrew Feekins in his Clio's gone up with a 57.9. They are both about 5 seconds slower than their fastest time yesterday afternoon, where the track was pretty much dry. So that's how much we are. So that's how slippery it is right off the bat in the morning. Now, if it doesn't do anything else and it stays like this track will slowly dry out as the morning progresses. Obviously, the places under the trees don't, so it still makes it very slippery. So I think in qualifying, it's going to be quite interesting. On the circuit right now, that's Daniel Friel, in a Civic Type R, road going up to 2 liters. So these are road cars. They are allowed a restricted amount of modifications. They can do a little more power, a little more better handling. And he is making his way up to semicircle now, coming out the other side. So yesterday, his best time was about a 53.0, and not too bad actually, a 55.96. Only a couple seconds off the pace there.
Well, we've got sunshine, which is lovely. Prescott in the sun, like all our hill climbs over here. We love a nice sunny day. I think today we've got tricky conditions because I think sometimes the drivers would prefer either full rain or full dry. At the moment, it's a bit half and half, particularly for the single-seaters who've got a choice of slicks or rain tyres. Tell us, Owen, how sometimes they run on slicks even when it's a bit wet.
Yes, well, the thing is, it has to do with the rubber compound of the tires. Now, the cars you're watching going up the hill now, they only have sort of one tire. It's a road legal tire, and it's got grooves in it, so the conditions, they just have to adjust to driving. But when we get to the single-seater race cars, it gets to be a bit of a lottery. If it's pouring with rain, then it's easy. The wet tires with the big grooves in them. If it's dry, we have the smooth racing slicks. But there is when we get into these conditions, right now, wet tires are probably going to be the better choice. The wet tires are actually a softer rubber compound than the dry tires. But if they get too hot, they overheat and they go slower. So if there's dampness on there, the wet tires will still work. But there will be a transition point where the dry tires, the slicks, who are very soft compound, can actually bite through whatever bit of slippery surface is, and overall, the time will be faster. So it's that switchover point, that's the trick, is finding when is the right time to switch the tires over.
So we've got a drying track at the moment. At the moment, you'll see we've got some rather lovely Porsches on the hill, a good mixture. Richard Snow's on the hill at the moment in his Cayman GT4. Extremely rapid car, beautiful looking thing. He'll be on road tyres. I don't think these guys bring any other tyres than what they're driving.
No,
yeah?
they are driving on essentially performance road tyres. So for them, the weather is just, I'll have to turn my wipers on. That's about it.
So we've got Robert Lancaster Gay. I know he drives this car from Buckinghamshire to come to the hill, and most of these do. I don't think we've got. Well, that looks like, I think Steve Atkins is on the hill at the moment in his BMW, and Lizzie Weaver is waiting on the line in the Saxo. And I don't know if they drive the Saxo here or whether they trailer that one. Do you know?
I don't, but it is road legal, and they do drive it on the road.
Yeah.
So the Weaver family, obviously, they have Dad Richard and son Tom driving the Empire Evo 3. So that came on a trailer. So Lizzie, they may have brought that car literally driven here. It is perfectly road legal, and there's no reason why you can't do it.
Yes, they've got the motorhome trailer, the Empire on, and so Lizzie drives that. We've got some nice stuff. This is still practice runs. These are not time runs, so you'll be seeing various cars on the hill. They'll be having a look at the hill. They had practice yesterday as well, which was we even stopped for fog in the morning, didn't we?
We had it. It looked like London, the late, one of those movies from 100 years ago. What's London like? Fog. I just kind of noticed something here. I was looking at, we talked about Richard Snow and Robert Lancaster Gay. Now, those two are about even. Well, yesterday, Richard Snow had the slight advantage in the dry. But this morning, in these conditions, Robert Lancaster Gay was actually a second and a half quicker. So, the conditions are going to favor particular drivers. On screen right now, that is Samantha Lester in a little Peugeot 106. Now, this car, Sam, they picked up this car earlier in the year. Moran Motorhomes sponsors the car. She works there. She works there. Yep. So she got the boss to say, "Come, give us a hand." So they look after the car, help her prep it and everything. The car itself has been a well-built car. It's been around for a while in the previous owner. So she's getting to grips with this thing. Been running the Formula Ford this season, but is running the technical problem. So has brought this car out for the rest of the season.
I didn't know they had a technical problem with that.
Yes, that's why she's not running it.
Okay.
But anyway, so we look at Samantha. It's 56.74. In that car. Let's just see how that rates. Yeah, only about less than 4 seconds difference, so conditions not too bad, actually. She's getting to grips with that car.
So at the moment, we've got Simon Tarling on the hill in his Porsche 996 GT3. This is a well-sorted car. I do like the Porsches. There's a big variety of Porsches, and I know Lloyd is all over the specs, as is Benoit, who's brilliant on that.
Yeah, if we had one of them in either those two here, and Lloyd is here with us today, he could give us exactly which nut and bolt goes in where spot.
Yeah.
I know it's a Porsche.
It's a rear-engine Porsche. These later ones are all the water-cooled versions, I think, in 1997, 98. No. The first of the 996s came out, which were the first water-cooled Porsches.
Right, okay.
And there was a bit of sniffiness about it because, what a Porsche with a radiator. Yeah. That'll never do.
So here's his Rodney Isle. So this is going up into the Road Series production cars, four-wheel drive. And that GR Yaris is a neat little bit of kit, 3-cylinder, turbocharged, four-wheel drive. Now, Rodney Isles, who we normally see in an Alfa Romeo 4C, has actually switched to a Yaris, but he couldn't help himself. He's done a few legal modifications, different springs, a little bit of performance extra. So the car is slightly tuned up from standard, as you will, which is well within the rules. So we have 3 Yarises here. At the moment, James Stocks having more of a standard one. That's basically.
So tell us about the Yarises. I know they're immensely successful.
Yes.
4-wheel drive, turbocharged. These are little pocket rockets. What engines are these running?
They're running a 1-liter 3-cylinder engine. No, 1.6-liter 3-cylinder engine. We get commentators' confusion sometimes because we see an awful lot of cars all over the place. Yeah. So forgive us, folks, if we get the odd thing wrong. Yeah. So this is a 1.6 3-liter. There's people who are modifying these engines and getting 800 horsepower with standard bottom end internals.
What, in a Yaris?
That engine's being used in a bunch of different Toyota products, especially in America. Yes.
Goodness me.
So, but it is a very tunable thing. But you couldn't drive that on the road. This is the road car class, so we won't go that far.
Wow.
Now, the interesting thing here is you see Robert Wilson, David and Robert Wilson. They ran a Peugeot 205 previous years. They moved to the Elise, and they are the class leaders in practice time so far. But Peter Richens, who you see on the screen now in this VW Golf R, now he was one of the first to run the Yaris, and then he decided, I want to try something different. So about 2.5 months ago, he went and picked up this VW Golf R. Well, it's still 4-wheel drive, but it's 2-liter, turbocharged. It is a heavier car. It's got more doors on.
4-wheel drive, though, isn't it?
Now you're asking me. I think it is.
Yeah, I think it's either got the Holdex system, but what he did say to me more pertinently, because Joy Richards, his wife, is here today, is one of our top photographers, but with Peter, he said to me last time the thing was about 1.5 seconds quicker than his Yaris. Which is quite a lot, isn't it?
That is a lot for it. He's been able to match his PBs and already take it ahead. Now, he's only ever driven it in the dry conditions, though. With the damp conditions, he actually is now like, I want to know what it does type thing. So he's actually hoping for wet. But I think that could affect overall stuff as well, some in the conditions.
Well, the Yaris has got to be a great little package in damp conditions like this. They've got to be very quick, nimble. The handling looks great. The brakes, because they're relatively light, I suppose. You know,
they are. Yeah, the Golf is the heavier of the two cars, but you're still looking at 12 to 1,400 kilogram weight cars. So compared to what we knew in the 90s for like a sporty car, that's a sporty car, but it's got some hefty to it from safety equipment.
Just on that point, so when our viewers are watching later on, we see the single-seaters. The big Gould GR59s, the very fastest cars, they're only about 400 odd kilos, aren't they?
That's correct, yes.
So it's incredible that the weight that they chunk out of them.
Yeah, the amount of horsepower versus the amount of weight they have to push around. Obviously with the single-seaters is very good. But you bring up another point. It's like the very light, very powerful cars, but in these conditions, they can't get all the power down. So,
well, at the moment, we're now in that lovely little class of what we call Caterhams and Westfields, and these are basically, most of these are running car engines rather than a bike engine. There are some bike engine versions.
Yeah, the bike engine versions have to run in the modified class because they're not came from the factory. So, and this is our road car specialist production cars. We have, Caterham. This is the home of the road legal, road going Caterhams and Westfields. We do have the unique Matoya here.
It's coming up very shortly. I just saw it coming around.
So we'll see that. We'll see that shortly, and that's based on a Subaru drivetrain underneath. But the Caterhams and Westfields, they have anything up to 2-liter engines. There's a mixture of Rover, Vauxhall, Ford. We have those different ones depending on what year, what was available, what they ordered, what the cars came with. So there's quite a selection thing. And then again, those engines have all different power ratings depending on what the car was, because they all made different levels of performance of cars.
Well, all these ones you're seeing here at the moment, these are all front engine cars with rear wheel drive, and they've got a mixture of sort of tyres on there. They've all got roll cages, obviously. They're absolute pocket rockets, aren't they?
They are very quick, and yes, they are all on road tyres. The choices, believe it or not, is an Avon ZZR.
Yokohamas are popular because Ray Lower's got Yokos on.
Right, sorry, the tyre I mentioned was actually the tyre supplied by Caterham. That's what they run on. But yes, you can run on any tyre. It's on a list, but they are road legal tyres. They have to be road legal, and so they can, a lot of these cars are driven here, you know.
They are, actually, to be fair, and cars like Ray Lower's and Joy Hoyle's car, they're pushing out about 270 brake horsepower through a very light little body and car. That's going to be entertainment value all round, isn't it?
That's a lot of power in a little car with rear-wheel drive, and so just to make it interesting for our viewers today, we've kept the track slippery.
Well, yes. Oh, here you go. Here's your Matiah on the line.
Yeah, so we've got on the line, we've got John Pick in the AMS Matiah, and that is a low-production vehicle, the Matiah, but it's based on a Subaru Impreza four-wheel drive powertrain, so it's four-wheel drive, 2-liter turbocharged. Although I'm not sure if this one is turbocharged. This might be normally aspirated.
No, I suspect it is, because it's all the Impreza running gear, so it'd be pointless not having it, but it has got the four-wheel drive. But essentially, that's going to be a lighter car than an Impreza, isn't it? So it should, in theory, be a bit quicker.
Then an Impreza, not sure. I mean, it's sitting right in the middle. If I look at the times, he was actually in the dry yesterday, second quickest in this class, up against the Caterhams and the Westfields.
That's good.
And he's carrying more. He's probably carrying double the weight of the Caterhams and the Westfields.
Yeah. So we've got a lovely mixture here. We've got Christopher Bentley Jones on the hill at the moment in his Austin Cooper S. John Pitt runs up to the finish in a 51.45. Christopher Bentley Jones, this is a beautiful original Mini Cooper S. I think it's an Austin Cooper S. It just looks
as
in
it
period.
Was.
It's right, isn't it?
It is. And he's running in the modified class this weekend. This is modified production cars. These cars don't have to be road legal, although I believe this one is.
What do you think he would have done to modify it to change it from a standard Cooper S? It's got a roll cage.
No. In the class rules, in road going, you are required full interior, engine, cylinder head, and gearbox housings being a standard, and some other things. The interior is actually missing from this car.
Is it?
So that would automatically, even though it's road legal, put him into the modified class, which it fits fine. So he is done a 65-57, and the Tigra.
Yeah. Interesting bit of kit, isn't it?
This is an Opel Tigra, Ian Sargent. I think I remember when it was plain black, and then run that. That is a 1400 Vauxhall powered engine.
It's a 16-valve engine in that. It's about 1400 twin cam in that one.
Yeah.
Just very quickly catching you up, folks. We've got Eric Murray you're seeing here at the moment in Hillman Imp. This one is unusual. This is a Hillman Imp engine in the back with a turbocharger. And this particular example pushes out 170 brake horsepower, has held class records over the years, and he drives it extremely well. It handles brilliantly, and is one of my absolute little favourite cars here today.
In practice yesterday, he was the quickest by 2.5 seconds.
Wow.
Over Andrew Russell, who's on the line now.
And Andrew Russell is also a very regular class winner, so for Eric's cars, and that one, I don't remember that one yesterday.
Mark Maynard, he actually ran yesterday. He was third quickest in the class in
that car.
In that car.
I think he's changed the car.
He's changed the car. It was a blue and silver car yesterday.
Correct, yeah, because he's got his Maynard engines. He's an Imp specialist.
So they must have had trouble. There was a blue one yesterday. He's now brought out the yellow. Now, that's a bit of an unusual thing, but within the rules of hill climbing, the rules state you must practice one practice run in the car that you're going to compete in. So we do have some competitors yesterday that had problems in the cars, and because we have that practice session right now running, they can actually bring a different car.
As long as they notify
in the same class, and they tell everybody what they're doing and all the rest of it. It has to be re-scrutineered and all the rest of it. So yes, he's actually switched cars on us. I'm glad one of us is actually paying attention.
No, it's just that we notice this stuff. Andrew Russell on the hill at the moment in this little Ginetta. I do love these little Ginettas. Very successful car. It's a tiny little car, and believe it or not, it's got an Imp engine in the back. Nice slide there through the S's. It's got a Hillman Imp engine in the back of it. He's been campaigning it for over 20 years, this car, so it's done a lot of work. We've got Simon O'Sullivan you'll be seeing next in his Lotus Elise. He's a Lotus man through and through. He's got some Elans at home as well, and he works for Jaguar Land Rover as a senior manager.
So this is going to be interesting. In this class, we've got the Lotus Elise against two very quick Peugeot 205s, all modified cars. Now, just checking on the times, comparing to yesterday, we are still running on average 5.5 seconds slower than the dry time yesterday afternoon. So we are still averaging that difference based on our current competitors.
So talking about at Simon then, so he's in his little Elise, which is a rear-wheel drive car.
Rear engine.
And I think he runs the Rover K series in the back.
Yes, it does,
But this Tony Feekins, super quick, and Stuart Reid in his Peugeot comes from Scotland. You'll be seeing there. You're looking at Tony Feekins at the moment. Had a big accident early in the year at Lowton Park in his other 205. That one's been reshelled, but this is his other one. It's nice to have two.
Well, this is the car he started hill climbing in. His sons were hill climbing, got him involved in this, and he found this car, and he thought, you know what, I could do a better one, but he didn't want to mess this car up. He liked this car. Well, so he's done 55 seconds flat, and he is there. Now, funny enough, Tony in the front-wheel drive car, just over 4 seconds slower than yesterday, but Simon O'Sullivan, 10 seconds slower.
Wow, how interesting.
So we'll have to see it. I don't know it's the conditions or what have you.
Well, we got Stuart Reid from Blairgowrie in Scotland here now. He's been actually a bit of a revelation. I've seen him a lot this year, and he is super quick. Interested to see what time he does. He's going over the line in a 52.60. How's that against Tony's time?
52.60. That's 2.4 seconds quicker, and he was only 2.5 seconds slower than his dry time.
He's a rapid young man.
Sorry, 3.5 seconds slower. That's a bit of a Superman.
Okay, just very quickly, we've got Joy Hoyle on the hill at the moment in the Caterham, but Stephen Darley has just left the line in this beautiful Impreza. He's sharing with Damon Bradley because the legacy of Damon Bradley's is poorly at the moment. So this car is a monster, isn't it? Tell us about this.
Well, this is four-wheel drive, 2-liter turbocharged, and Steve's taken a long time to build this car. Steven's involved in the Damian Bradley legacy and used to drive that. And he's finally got this car finished and just getting some teething out of it, but it's now said the quickest. And I needed to correct myself from yesterday if you're following. This car holds the class record for the class here. The modified over 2-liter. Yes.
Was that with Stephen or Damien driving?
That was Stephen. Stephen actually holds it at the moment.
Okay.
We will confirm it, but that's a conversation I had.
I wasn't sure about that, because if you follow our hill climbing, you'll know that the Damian Bradley's legacy is about the fastest tin top in the country at the moment.
Damien didn't do Prescott 3 weeks ago. He was away.
He was away on family duties, he was telling me.
Stephen was here.
Stephen was here, that's right. Well, they share this car. We're in a lovely batch.
So we're just getting
our producer.
Yeah, that was our producer. We're just sorry, folks, if you see us suddenly go sideways. We forgot about this. Our producer can actually talk to us in our ears now, and so if you suddenly hear us go, well,
what did you say though?
No idea.
Yeah, this is a first for us. We got Rich Danby, who's running this fabulous HillClimb.TV live stream, and
Stephen Darley in the legacy.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, there's the class record. Now, this class record bounced around for a bit, but at one point, this Porsche had the class record a while ago.
Paul Howes
and the Porsche had it.
Yep.
And then it went to, there was this Audi four-wheel drive thing that ran up the hills for a while. But to clarify everything, 42.37 is the class record. Stephen Darley holds it in Damian Bradley's legacy.
They swap cars all the time. Talking about fast cars, we've got Stephen Moore just coming to the line now. We've got Paul Howes on the hill at the moment. Plus, you're looking now is Hayden Spedding in the Jaguar E-Type. This is a lovely old thing. We don't see many E-Types. It is. Today he's got the hood up, hasn't he? He's got the hood attached today. Sometimes he runs it open.
I believe he's going, I'm not going to say the weather, he's going for aerodynamic aid.
Well, I reckon he's wanting to stay dry, personally. He's not stupid, is he? Let's be fair.
No.
So Hayden Spedding, he's in through the S's at the moment. Stephen Moore is on the hill in the Mitsubishi Evo. Here's Stephen you're looking at now. Yeah. He's a farmer from Salisbury Way. He's a regular competitor. He owns 3 of these things. And they've all got over 600 horsepower. But currently, he's got one poorly one that blew an engine at Kirsten.
He's got the road-going car. He's got the car that can do modified or road-going. And then he's got this one, which is strictly modified. Yes, the switch car, which can have carbon doors or normal doors. The engine put a rod through the engine block.
Big time.
Big time. I mean, you could put your fist through the hole. He showed me the parts of it.
Did you see the footage on YouTube of when the engine actually blew? When they came over that crest, at Gersten. Yeah. And it just went... And there was so much white steam and smoke and oil and everything. It was chaos.
If you're going to do it right.
He did it big time. Well, listen, just very quickly, I'm getting excited here already. We've got Roger Moran just leaving the line now in his Skoda R5. My goodness me, Roger's here sharing with 6-time champion his son Scott Moran. And this car, I think, has a very serious chance of winning the Tin Top Runoff today if it's greasy.
I think so. I'm just looking back at Stephen Darley and Stephen Moore. Stephen Moore is actually quicker than the wet than Stephen Darley. So I think the conditions, all the drivers, I think the conditions are going to, depending what the conditions are, a particular driver is going to like them more than another driver. I think the car's going to be secondary to the conditions and what the driver's happy with.
I feel, and I did say it yesterday, in these inclement conditions, the drier it gets, the more it favours cars like the Chrono, Simon Bainbridge, possibly that legacy. That's unusual.
Einan Price in a 4-wheel drive rally car through Orchard, and it just rotated around backwards, not hit anything. But I believe he's left a little bit of...
Yeah, a bit of
and he needs to go replace his divots, I believe.
Yes, he does. Now, I'll just tell you about this one, folks. Einan Price, he was driving a single-seater last year that this year has been driven by Mark Slanker. He sold that to Mark Slanker. That was a 1600 force. But Einan is an ex-rally man from Wales.
Yep.
And he bought this car. This is ex-Harry Rovanpera, right? It competed in the Czech Championship.
Okay.
So it's an ex-works car. And as you know, Kalle Rovanpera is his son, who's won the World Championship a couple of times. And according to Lloyd, half out of knowledge on rally matters, he is the best man around at the moment, is Kalle Rovanpera.
Kalle Rovanpera, sorry, is a bit of a phenom. There's a video of him
phenom?
A phenom.
Well,
phenomenon. Phenom, I call it.
Oh, yeah.
There is a video on YouTube of when he was, I think, 8 or 10, driving a Toyota Starlet on ice in Finland. His dad stuff like that. Now, funny enough, Einan Price has not just bought this rally car.
Oh,
it just dipped into the grass.
Wow, he did well to control that.
Yeah. Einan, very experienced driver though.
Yeah,
now
brilliant.
The thing is, Einan, I did the rally on the Isle of Man in May. Einan had that car there and was competing in the same rally.
The Manx Rally.
The Manx Rally.
Wow.
And did have a couple of technical problems. So it's not just hill climbing he's using the car for. He's actually gone back to do some rallying.
His roots.
Yeah, I think Roger Moran may have had something to do with that.
Now, Roger was on the Rally Ceredigion last week.
He was in his actual rally car, R5. Yeah. That's that one. This car is actually unrestricted, or the change restricted for hill climb, so it's got some changes to it.
So Einan's car is a 1600. Roger's running the same R5 but with a 2-litre, isn't he? Roger's is a 2-litre today.
That's the 2-liter race car. That car is,
that's his quick one.
That's I think it was the Ice Racer car.
That's right.
It was never, it's an R5 base, but it was never actually a rally car from new.
Yeah.
He does have the rally car. He had the other car he uses is the rally car from new. I believe both of them will be here for Rally Prescott.
Roger's car is sharing with Scott Moran, his son. Yeah. Scott is my tip to win the Tin Top Runoff because I think if the conditions are a bit iffy, Scotty is just so good.
Well, let's just look at the situation here. We're just while the marshals clean up the divot. Stephen Darley did a 53.4 in these conditions, right? Stephen Moore did a 52.7 in these conditions. Roger Moran just went up the hill 48.2 in the same conditions.
Wow.
So,
wow.
How do you call it? Right.
Well, I'll tell you what, on the line, you want to talk about this one because this fella's going to have something to say about it. This is Damien.
Damien Bradley. I was talking this morning about this car, and I said the difference between his Legacy and this car. He said the wheelbase on this car is obviously shorter than the Legacy.
Right.
So he's finding it a little more sensitive. But what he did say is, where the Legacy, you turn the wheel and the response time and everything, this car is so much more responsive. He has to be careful not to over-input because, for the Legacy, because this thing is so much more sensitive and so much more feedback to it. He likes it. He loves the car. But it's just adjusting from the one to the other.
Well, one thing I did discuss with him at lunchtime yesterday was the fact that this car, last season, we thought it was going to be lighter than the Legacy. But actually, it turns out it's not. So, surprisingly, there's not much difference.
Yes.
Hello, young William Pardo.
Right.
Good morning. Well, fantastic. Thanks. Bill Pardo's just come to visit us. He organises the Midland Hillclimb Championship.
He does.
And he's just brought us an update because he says it's on page 11 of the programme.
And yesterday I got in trouble for not reading page 11
the
of the programme.
So he's now made it easier for us old boys to sort it all out. And it's lovely to see you, Bill. Fantastic. So we're having a bit of fun here. Damien Bradley did a 51.
Yeah, 51.61, which is actually almost 2 seconds quicker than Stephen Darley.
Wow.
So in the modified, now there's two different classes here. Let's just clarify something here. Stephen Darley and Damien, they're in the over 2-liter modified production cars, whereas Roger and Einan's car is in the tin top Libre class, so unlimited tin top. So they are in two different classes.
Right. But they still will qualify for tin top runoff.
Yes. The fastest 10 tin tops in this event, no matter what it is, in this event, will qualify for the runoff. Doesn't matter what it is.
Okay, now just going to catch you up, folks. At the moment, you're looking at Yan Yo, and this one is one of these legend Ford coupes. This one runs a 1200cc Yamaha motorbike engine. He slides it. coming out of pardon. He loves driving this car all over the place. He was brilliant at Wiscombe recently when we were watching him on the live stream. It's a really unusual, small, lightweight car. It's a tiny little thing, but my goodness me, does this one not go well. Fantastic.
He's actually, but believe it or not, you look at this car, and it was originally designed for short oval racing in America, and then it was adapted to dirt, then it came over here, and now it does all sorts of things. That car is sitting right in between Radicals, Alan McDonald's Force SR4, and the Malik. It's actually right in the middle of it, and it's like, it sticks out like a sore thumb, because everything else is sports racing cars, and you've got that little Legends car just causing havoc. And
it is, but when we look at this, we know this is a very serious car. This is Alan McDonald, ex-TT racer, actually, on bikes. And this car has held class records for Rob Stevens in the past. And I'm just looking at his time. He's going to go through the finish 53.69. So about 3 seconds quicker than the Legend. But it is wet.
Yes,
it is
you're
damp.
right. Yes, it is wet. Now, in all fairness, he was about 4 seconds difference on the dry yesterday.
Right,
so there is, but looking at the overall class, he's still taking some scalps, if they will call it.
Absolutely right. These conditions make it so tricky because we know that from dry to wet, you're probably talking 10 seconds of difference, would you reckon?
Soaking wet to soaking dry, yes. And we were kind of half and half, so that's why about the 5 second difference.
And it depends how brave and skillful they are, doesn't it?
Yeah. Now,
what do we got here now?
We got Dave Bickley's just finished. We got Stephen King just coming through. Dave Bickley did a 56.2, so about 6 seconds slower. John McQuillan's done about 5.5 seconds slower. But on the line, we've got Matthew Price in the big Radical SR3. Quickest car in Sport Libre yesterday.
Well, and I'll tell you why. It's called the SR3, and that's much more modified than the ones that are just going before it. He's got about 275 brake horsepower in the back of that one. It's a really modified Hayabusa. He's also in his first season, and he's an absolute revelation, this young man. Comes from Howells Owen, got a little garage business as well. But my goodness me, he's been brilliant.
Right. I think we've got a goofy here. Scott Moran is on the line, but the clock started.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
I don't know what's going on here.
Well, Scott now leaves the line. They may suddenly reconnect.
That's just a timing thing. So that's going to be Scott's time.
Right,
So the Scott's time is actually the one on the right if you're watching on live thing. Now, what can Scott do? Roger did a 48.2. Let's see what Scott does. How he's feeling this morning.
Well, Dad's watching. Dad's just
watching, and
I was there as well. But Scotty, just to fill you in, that Scotty has won the British Hillclimb Championship 6 times in the past in big single seaters.
Is that all?
Just 6. He's currently having a year out of the single seaters at least, maybe more. But he's got a young family, but he can't stay awake. He's driving Dad's car.
No, he can't. He got to play. He's got to play. So, Scott, hang on. Yeah, so the time on screen isn't correct at the moment. I think there was a problem with the timing.
That doesn't look like a stop.
Yeah, a 60-second time is probably what we're looking for there. Anyway.
Oh, hang on. 43.
That was yesterday.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Oh, beg your pardon.
Yep.
Righto.
Sorry. I've got a second computer screen going with all this stuff there, so we can just keep track of it. Now, this is Duncan Barnes. This is a Norma M20 FC. Now, for our European viewers, they would see a Norma really good on the open, fast hill climbs in Europe, France, and so on and so forth. Not really seen regularly here, but Duncan is making great use of this car. It's got a 2-liter turbocharged Honda engine in the back of this thing. And it actually been some development work, but now it just flies.
Oh, okay. So that does fly, but look at this one. This is a flying machine. This is Simon Bainbridge. This is unique. This is the SBR Chrono. Believe it or not, he farms pigs up near Middlesbrough. He's come all the way down in his big Volvo converted coach at the back. Let's see it in the paddock, SB Racing. This car runs an Audi R6 engine, big V8. It's rear-wheel drive. Actually, is it four-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive?
That I don't know.
Do you know what? It just suddenly occurred to me, but either way...
I think it's rear-wheel drive.
But my goodness me, he drives it. This is his first visit to Prescott, and everywhere he's been with this car, he's got quicker and quicker through the weekend. So Simon, he won the last runoff at Wiscombe in this car.
49.88. 49.88. And that's just about 4 seconds off yesterday's time. But that was actually 3 seconds. Duncan Barnes is in the same class, and he was 3 seconds faster.
Wow. Wow.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that one later on.
Yeah.
Again, conditions, practice run. It's sort of it's like first practice of a Formula One weekend. We don't know what they're doing because they're all testing weird things and doing.
Just a quickie, Graham Lokes. We've just seen Graham Lokes. He's in his Lola with the Porsche engine, and this is a bit unusual, isn't it? This is Nigel Hinton, the NGTD Roadster.
Yes.
It's got a massive Chevrolet engine in the front of it.
I like a V8.
It's a brute, isn't it?
I like it.
And it looks the part, doesn't it? But I'll tell you what, there's a lot of grunt under that bonnet. And we don't see. He had a big moment at Shelsley in this car.
Did he?
So it got a bit poorly. But anyway, it's all rebuilt. It's back in the game.
He's back behind the wheel.
Back behind the wheel.
Excellent.
And who's this one now?
This is Mike West in the Radical SR1. Again, another model the Radical makes off the shelf. Just buy it. That's what you get, and you get on with it. And I'm just going to have a look and see where we are. We're just kind of bouncing around classes here a bit. So Mike was actually in the 49s in the dry yesterday.
Right.
And he, if you're looking on your screen there in the practice time, those are the dry time. Those are the quickest times practice yesterday.
Right, yeah.
And they were in the dry towards
Thanks for explaining that, yeah.
So Chris gets confused sometimes.
I do, yeah. We got screens everywhere here, haven't we? And we got producers in already. This is like being on television, isn't it? For goodness sake, this is kind of different for me.
Could we get the salary for being on TV?
No, we don't get the salary.
Go take over Sky Sports.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's occurring, do you? I don't think that's occurring. So Mike West has gone through to the finish. We've got Ben Hamer in the OMS Hornet.
Yeah.
Will Kerr's looking out there for him now.
He just drifted that thing exiting Pardon. That was a nice bit of driving there.
Yeah, this one's the 750 Kawasaki turbo engine in the back of this one.
In the Hamer car, yes.
Unusual. It's in the 1100 class because it's got the turbo. But nevertheless, fantastic. We're starting to see the single-seaters. We've got Stephen Morgan in the Empire.
Yep.
His son will be up later on. But this Empire Evo, they're built in near Taunton by Bill Chaplin. Great little car in this class, aren't they?
Yeah, Bill's here this weekend, keeping an eye on some of his vehicles.
Well, we got the first of the Weavers. The Weavers have just left the line. Richard Weaver, in the Empire Evo.
Steve Morgan has done a 49.8, which is about 6 seconds slower. Now, Richard, we weren't sure about because he's coming back from that foot injury.
He is. I don't think he's quite right yet.
He's not quite right, and he was a bit uncomfortable. He wasn't sure, but he's made the decision. He's going to drive the car today.
He certainly is. And Richard runs we've got a garage business near Ludlow.
Yeah.
And his son Tom, of course, is one of our real hot shots.
Yeah.
Who'll be up in this car shortly.
Yeah, Tom is. I asked him last night. He said that third practice run seemed a bit off, and he's like, brand new set of tires. They were actually heat cycling him, so he didn't go 100%.
Sort of thing.
But he was only 3 seconds off his time.
Wow.
To take it easy. So because they couldn't do it first practice because the track was wet.
So basically what you're seeing here, folks, these are some shared drive cars. So Richard Weaver's up the top of the hill. Don't know what's happened up there. He's not finished.
Timing issue.
No, right, okay.
Yeah, I think we've had a timing issue on that.
So they're going to hold them on the line, I suspect.
Might just have to check that quickly. In the meantime, so yes, we were into the racing cars. That's 600cc to 1100cc. If you're new to hill climbing, we talked about the turbocharger and the supercharger. There is an engine size penalty for that. Whatever engine size you have, if you have a turbo or a supercharger attached to it, you must multiply the engine size by 1.4, and whatever that is, that's the engine size class you go in, which is why the Will Kerr Ben Hamer car runs a 750 turbocharged, but it's in the 600 to 1100cc class, but it's at the higher end. Obviously, it's just under 1100cc, so they decided to go with that combination as opposed to most of these cars that are running the Hayabusa 1100, etc.
So just to catch you up on some of this 1100 class, this is 600 to 1100cc. This is a fiercely contested class. They're all running bike engines, basically Suzuki engines or Kawasaki's in the case of the others, the Hornet. But But the class record in this class is extraordinary. It's Robert Kenrick, who is currently retired from Llangollen, 36.97, which in an 1100cc car is just mind-blowing.
That gets you into the top 12 runoffs.
Oh, more than that. You know, it gets you up the runoff.
It gets you up the runoff.
Yeah.
One.
Robert, that car is out later on with Richard Matosian, and the only difference between that one, apart from the fact it's a Raptor, is grey and white racing. It runs a BMW engine, which is quite unusual.
It is something different.
Talk of the devil.
Yeah,
no, that's an Empire.
That's an Empire. Yeah. So Robin Nicholson has done a 56.19 in the Sport Libre car. Emma Rayson, one of our Southerners.
Channel Islands.
Channel Islands. Well, that's south, isn't it?
No, it's Channel Islands.
Okay, I'll be careful
Guernsey,
about
I think. Guernsey.
Okay, one of our. There's a group of visitors from Guernsey.
3 or 4, I think, come over this
the racers
weekend.
from Guernsey have invaded Prescott for the weekend.
Yeah. She's a regular, actually. She's a regular. Her husband's got a sand racer. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes, I commented on it.
Crazy thing.
I have that. That's if you've ever watched. Obviously, if you're a follower of HillClimb.TV, you would have seen the driver in the front, engine in the back, sand racer. Emmett actually drove that car at Lowton, I think it was last month. There was a problem with their Empire, the engine, something like that, so they brought that up. Right, off the line, we've got James Moore in his Empire 00, car 104.
Yes, we have. Actually, we don't see much of James before, but again, this is one of these Empires, as I say. Bill Chaplin builds these, and they, as far as I know, they've all run bike engines. I've not seen one with another.
The class originally did have, way back when, it did have normal and more automotive engines, but as the technology came on, there was no reason. Nobody said you couldn't run a motorcycle engine. It's the engine to have in this class.
So why is it better? Tell me why it's better.
Higher revving, smaller package, comes complete with a 6-speed sequential gearbox to start with, where so there's a cost involved. Power you can get out of the small engine, higher revs, less weight. It's just a better package.
Just to interrupt quickly, Dave Tatham on the hill. From Moulton, North Yorkshire. Extremely rapid. He's in the DJ Firehawk, which is an all-carbon tub on this one.
It is.
He's a farmer from Moulton in North Yorkshire, but I tell you what, this boy can really drive this car. I tell you, impressive. What will he do for us? I tell you what, in the wet, 45.70.
Yeah, so about the 5 seconds. He is the quickest in the class in the dry.
Yeah, interesting.
And he actually told me he'd rather have wet today.
Wow.
He says he's got a better chance in the wet than he does in the dry.
I think he's superb in the wet, actually. Now, young Nigel, he's a regular racer from the team.
Nigel hates when we say he likes the rain, because that man, he would live in the driest climate in the world.
Okay. So, well, I see Claire out there watching, a great supporter of Nigel's. Team Valley, shoestring racing he calls himself, doesn't he?
Yep. The thing is, he wears Velcro shoes, so I'm not quite sure how that works.
But actually, this is a very well-sorted little car, isn't
Very well driven. Nigel does a lot of competition in the car.
Now, tell us about Richard Matosian. This is the Robert Kenrick car.
So this is the class holding car of the retired Richard Kendrick. Richard Matosian has taken it on, and is basically on a learning curve. He's got the car, just needs the seat time. No, they're rerunning them.
Yeah, no. Morning, Pete. Pete Tatham. Hello, chaps. Good morning. Tom Weaver, legend.
By the way, we're on live, and we're just talking to Tom Weaver.
We're talking
and Dave
to our competitors in front of our commentary box here who are watching.
Yeah.
So Pete Tatham there, he's already been up.
Yeah.
So Richard Matosian has just finished with
a 50.00. That makes it easier to do the math on that one. Now, Richard Weaver, there was a timing issue. Rerun. So he's up the hill again. And I have a feeling Scott may be coming up again because I see Roger.
You're probably right.
I'm not quite sure, but hey, let's see what happens.
You're sussing all this game today, aren't you?
I might be slightly awake.
I tell you what, though, we're both buzzing because I'm a big fan of these single-seaters. Richard Weaver on the hill, and they're new to them this year, Empire Evo. This is it's got the later engine in it, so it's say that again.
I'm trying to remember if they've upgraded from the 2 to. I think this is an Empire 2.
They started with an OMS Hornet. That was their first one. And then they had an Empire, but now they've got another Empire that's got the later engine.
And the creator of the Empire is actually in front of us watching the start with some of his cars right now.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
So we've got Stuart Bickley in that only car that could have gone up in the fog yesterday and have no problem because everybody could see the thing.
I tell you what, and isn't he quick, isn't he?
He is quick. He's been running. He was about the third quickest yesterday in practice. Now the conditions are a bit there, so it'll be interesting to see. Looking at the wet times, Dave Tatum's the only one that broke 50 seconds so far in the wet.
Yeah.
Except for Stewart, he's now done a 47.08.
Have you seen Dave Tatum in his dad's old McLaren?
I have not.
That is some piece of kit. That is a 7.5 litre McLaren. He drives in the wet at Harewood and breaks class records and stuff in the dry, you know.
Yes.
But at the moment, we've got Gavin McLaren in the OMS 2000M, the little OMS. This is actually manufactured in the year 2000 as well, so it's a slightly older car, but nevertheless, still very competitive with its bike engine in the back. We've got Will Kerr has just left the line in the Hornet.
The screaming Kawasaki. You could hear the revs way up on that
wonderful,
thing.
Isn't it?
Little nimble little car, this little OMS Hornet. And you can actually hear it. We've got the microphones on today for our viewers. We can hear it, and hopefully our viewers can just hear it if we shut up. Okay, we've shut up long enough.
I reckon that's quick. That was quick for you.
That was, I need to lie down now after that.
Oh, I tell you what. Actually, no, I'm a fan of this little car. Actually, it's unusual in the fact it's got the 750 turbo engine. Everyone else has didn't spin it then.
That looked like a drift. That was a bit drifting. I don't know. But
he's finished.
He finished 49.64, but I have a feeling he wasn't exactly straight going over the
quite a hairy moment, I think, going out of semicircle.
That was that's drifting, that whole Japanese style.
Love drifting, love drifting.
Right, we got young Tom Morgan on the hill. Shares the car with Steve.
Yep.
And this is an Evo 3, so this is the sort of the later version.
I think this was new to them last year. This is very much Bill's sort of late car, this one.
This is the latest
lovely thing.
Configuration.
Well, I think the works car is the Empire Wraith, which is their had design input from William Turret, which is the one that William Luffridge will be driving later on, and Zach Zamek drives it when he comes over.
Yeah, that's the Wraith.
So here's one of your favourites, Kirsten Dodd.
The little Van Diemen RF86, so into the Formula Ford 1600 class. These are pre-1994. They must run the period specification, so they're not allowed to do any fancy modern stuff with them. And they're actually running on Formula Ford tires, which are not racing slicks. They are a competition tire, but they're like the old historic tires. It's like they've got tread on them, but they are racing type tires.
We got a good class of these here today.
We got a nice selection for our viewers today.
When you see it says Van Diemen RF86 and then Van Diemen RF84. That denotes year of manufacture. They're all running 1600 Ford engines in the back. There's no aero. There's no fancy slicks on them. So it's actually a pure little racing car that you feel everything through the seat of your pants, don't you? So it's great little cars. Becky Crocombe's on the hill at the moment in the Van Diemen.
Yeah, the Van Diemen shares that with Lawrence Marks. They've been running that car for a few years now. And Paul Harris has just gone through pardon. Rebecca's done a 62.27. And Kirsten Dodd had done a 57.5, so 7 seconds.
Well, Paul's sharing this with Jimmy Harris, isn't he, this one here? And Jimmy was comfortably the quickest yesterday, even beating Sarah Bosworth and Caroline Ryder.
Yeah, Jimmy was quickest in the dry by a bit of a margin. It was over a second.
Yeah.
You can see the practice times on the screen, actually. That was the dry run, the fastest you see on the screen. That was dry yesterday afternoon. We are now into damp, and we're looking at 5-6 seconds slower because of the conditions. Now, these tires aren't the best in the wet, I will say. So that's why they may be the gap between their dry and wet. Maybe
still quite grippy, though. And and obviously these guys and girls are used to driving these little cars. They are a great experience. John Ryder was telling me that Caroline Ryder, their version of this, it's the easiest car they have. They just pull it out the drive, put some petrol, get out in the garage, and off they come. You know, and that's lovely, isn't it? There's Buck in the Pringett Mistral. This is rather old but very pretty car, isn't it?
Still competitive in the car.
Les goes well in it, doesn't he? Yeah, isn't it? But it's sort of an old school Formula Ford, this one, isn't it? It's not wedgy or,
No, this is actually the 60s.
I think it's quite an early car.
Yeah, it is an early car. Beautifully prepared. I mean,
just.
you would think it was brand new from him.
You would. His credit to Les.
Always turns out an absolute brilliant
And
car.
Les, of course, as we know, he's such a regular competitor. He's here week in, week out, all the hills, isn't he?
Yeah. Funny enough, his gap, wet to dry, is actually smaller than any of the other cars.
Really?
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see. Right. What do we got next?
We looks like we're getting into. So we've got the
we've got the shared
there.
drive changeover. So if you're watching on screen right now,
that'll probably be Paul Jones or Darren Gumbly.
Yeah,
because Paul's sharing that car.
So if you're watching right now, you'll just see there's Rebecca just getting out of her red Formula Ford, and Lawrence Mark's going to jump into it. So it's quite quick changeover. Right, car 818 is on the.
I'm going to say that's Paul Jones.
You're going to say that's Paul Jones,
and that's
without
Paul
looking.
Jones. Yeah,
it is Paul Jones.
Yeah. Because he's sharing that with Darren Gumbly this year. And this one now, we're into a bigger engine. We've got a stretched Hayabusa engine in this one, running on methanol.
So we're up to, this is up to 1600 class.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm getting assaulted by Mo coming to make herself a cup of tea behind me.
We happen to be
we're happy
to be standing right next to a tea urn.
Yes, we are. Well, this is our new commentary place that Mo's not used to seeing us in here because here's us shouting away.
Mo had the fly swatter out and wanted to try to get rid of us here yesterday. Apparently she could hear us without the PA system.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my goodness me.
So Mo does a great job. She's sort of in charge of the paddock there, keeps track of every car that's been in, out.
Are you offended that Lynn thinks I'm louder than you?
No. I'm glad. Does this mean I have to?
Is this a compliment?
Well, in all fairness, I went up to see, I did a little presentation yesterday for the Formula student thing without a microphone.
Yeah, well,
see, so, but yes, apparently the volume knob broke, and you are succeeding me as in the loudest commentator. Yes.
Oh, well, that's, I don't know if I'm pleased about that or not really.
Yeah, I don't know how I get it back.
I'm not whispering Bob Harris, am I?
I mean, being as I've already blown up the PA system here in a previous event.
You have that undoubted
like if I try to go louder, then if I try to go louder to get back the loudest commentator.
They've sussed us out, they've turned down volume.
Well, you notice that Rich found out we were both here today and actually moved us to an entirely different building away from all the officials.
And Graham in Hill Control there, well, he got us moved out.
It's like those two. No, one he could tolerate. Two of us at the same time. No. Yeah. Anyway, Alan Warburton
back in the game.
Alan Warburton at GR59. Now, Alan is father of David.
Correct.
David, in this little 1600cc car, gives the big cars an absolute migraine.
You're absolutely right. He's extremely talented, is both of them, but David particularly, he's the youngest son, and the sons always beat the dads, don't they? It's just the way it is.
We all get old.
We all get old. But nevertheless, now here's something to watch. Tom Weaver has just left the line in the Empire Evo. Well, he's one of our absolute young hotshot drivers. He's from Ludlow, works in the family business, drives this car with Dad. This little car is immaculately turned out, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm so impressed with young Tom. I don't think the conditions are right for him to get this little car into a runoff.
No, yes, but we've just had most of the class go up. A couple of them. Dave Tatum did a 45, but everyone else 47s, and then right into the 49s and 50s. I'm curious where Tom, nice drift out of the S's, beautifully managed.
This little bunch of 1100 drivers.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of Empire interests in here to see what he does. There it is, 46.28. So he might be doing a rain dance because
46,
wow. Which is actually in the wet times puts him second quickest.
So he's still slightly behind Dave Tatum at this stage.
At this stage in these conditions.
But this is still practice.
And I will say we've got clouds.
Well, look at this. We've got a greener just going through to the finish in a 48.96.
Same conditions. That shows you what Tom's run was just like.
That was something else then, wasn't it?
So let's just go back over here. What are we up to? Up to 1600. So right, Mark Schlenker. This is Einan Price's old car.
It is actually, yeah. So Einan had this car before he bought the rally car. But Mark was in the 1100 class before. and his car's been sold. But so this car was running on methanol. Oh yeah, what's happened here? I don't know.
We have a cameraman out there today that may have just slipped on the grass.
He's still running, Mark. So he's approaching. It's in the S's now. And Mark has been enjoying this car. We've got Gary Hill on the line, who you see shortly now. So Mark runs through to the finish. Gary Hill in the OMS 2000. He ran well yesterday, didn't he?
He did. Yes, he did. Just having a look here at our screen. Just checking the screen out for the green ones you see on the screen are the drive practice time for yesterday.
I'll tell you something. We've been going an hour. And young Lloyd Hackett, he's going to pick up the headphones shortly, and the old boy here is going to have a little break. So I'm going to leave you.
You need to lie down, don't you?
I need to lie down. I need to go get a cup of tea and a slice of cake.
A slice of, it's too early for
I'll
cake.
sign off now and put you over to Lloyd Hackett.
Right. Okay, thank you, Chris. Lloyd will be along in a second here. Right, so, yes, the times on the screen right now, those are the fastest practice times so far, and we've got 4 practice runs. But they had a dry run yesterday afternoon, and that's the green times you see on the screen. So I've been trying to do a comparison between the wet times this morning and the dry times from yesterday and see what the gaps are. But it's very interesting. There's a couple of drivers that are quicker than other drivers in these conditions than they were in the dry conditions. But anyway, I'm just going to say, morning, Lloyd.
Good morning, Owen. How are you? You all right?
Not bad. Yourself, sir?
Yeah, not too bad. I've just been having a bit of a wander around.
Have you got any gossip for us this morning? Any news?
News/gossip. I don't think there's any gossip. I think it's just news. But
news.
Well, I've been chatting away, and for the biggest cars, Alex Summers has made a few changes, which is described as some changes.
Yeah, knowing Alex knowing Alex as an engineer, I've just tweaked a couple of things. Means he built a new car overnight.
He's such that even if he tried to explain them to me, I probably wouldn't understand.
I have been on the end of the 25-minute explanation for adjusting a wheel nut.
But I have to say that I am getting better at understanding what he does, because he's got a fantastic Instagram and Facebook profile where he will talk about post-event what he's done to the car and what difference it made. He's very, very insightful. So if you follow him on Instagram, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Very good young engineer. He actually created his own car, the APS.
He did, the AFS P40.
Yeah, that I will get it eventually. But always happy to chat. Ooh, hang on, I'm just watching John Stockley here, and that is not good. There, no, we've lost the engine.
It could be,
well, based on the fluid that's just gone through semicircle.
Yeah, okay. So
we've lost a fluid line. Let's go with that.
There is a fluid line. So for those that can hear us, so all of you drivers in the paddock that may be able to hear
entry
us.
To semicircle has
fluid in the middle of the track. You probably find that it's probably not online. It'll probably go.
If they're hugging the inside, it could be right on the outside tires. So our viewers online. That is not fog. That is what's left of John Stockley's engine.
Yeah, potentially. It didn't sound the healthiest when it.
No, I could just see it. It was just the breather was exhausting things.
Yeah.
So So no problem. He's out of the car, but that poor old car has, expired. I think
it doesn't know the best. Well, hopefully it's nothing terminal. Hopefully it's a hose or something that's fixable. But
I love your optimism, but I've been around a long time.
Yeah,
but let's hope that
this is motorsport. This is motorsport, and the paddock are a great group, and they will do everything they can to try and help. I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can get that car back working again, they will.
And this is the beauty of hill climbing: is nobody wants to see anybody not compete. So you'll find that people that are rivals in championships will say, "What can I do to help?" So,
but we do have an oil trail going around. The reason I'm saying oil and not everything is the way it's actually shining up on the wet tarmac.
Could be, couldn't it? Either way, you probably don't want to drop a tire on it in these conditions, do you? So
no, they're gonna. I think we're gonna have a bit of a cleanup.
Yeah, there'll be kitty litter that gives it away, though. I'm sure, won't there? So.
Kitty litter is so passé.
Bit of kitty litter.
I think they have something more environmentally friendly.
Dog litter.
Right. The producer is out of his hole and coming our way, which means one of us is up the thingy, unless he's asking about this. Anyway, bear with us for a second. Okay, yeah, sorry. Producer just wanted to make some adjustments, and apparently he was talking to us in our ear, and we're still not used to that. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, right, live scenes as we so John Stockley's car is just halfway around semicircle. Based on the fact that it's not being pushed, I would say that there's bits of metal that shouldn't be touching each other there potentially.
I have a feeling there might be moisture underneath there of some descript, and not of the watery type.
Well, it looks like we're going to be in for a slight pause, but we'll get underway when that's been cleaned up. But but otherwise, what do you know, Owen? What's
what do I know?
What's new?
What's new?
You had a chance to chat to any drivers? Any kind of ideas, insights?
Insights. Let's have a look. Well, yeah, I was talking. I mentioned it earlier on the broadcast. I was talking to Damien Bradley about driving Stephen Darley's car and the difference between the Legacy and the Impreza. And it's 60 mils shorter, the wheelbase of the Impreza over the thing. Now I've got two rally guys standing here now, so this could go. This could go. We need a rally car in picture for the next half hour for this. But he said the car is so much sensitive to input and response over the Legacy. But other than that, no, the car's quick, and he is actually quicker than Stephen in the car.
Yeah.
So it's not Stephen's maybe regretting that, but that's the great thing about the hill climbing sportsmanship. It's like, okay, my mate Dave from XL Motorsport down south in Hethel.
Tell me, is that a Volkswagen?
That is actually my car. It's an inside joke. Met them at Coventry last year. It is an MG Maestro with a 2-liter. I'm going to try and get this right. Rover T-Series engine.
Yeah.
On throttle bodies with sequential gearbox from Satchel.
Fast.
And it is a brilliant kit, beautifully prepared car. Dave and H, his other half, really turn out a car. Believe it or not, lift engineers.
Nice.
Or where I'm from, elevator engineers. Either way,
is business a bit up and down?
They're a bit up. Yeah, business is up and down all the time. I didn't do that joke, guys. He did. But no, a very unusual car, unique car, and has met them last year. Did a bit of sprinting. And we're sending the recovery trailer out for said vehicle because I'm not sure that will prevent any more junk on the track. But anyway,
they'll sort it. Yeah.
Going back to Dave there, he's been building this car for years. Used to be a different color. Brought out the lime green thing. And at Coventry Motor Fest last year was the first time I met the car, and it was actually my car of the weekend, of the presentation and the way it put together. I just love it. I have photographs of it, actually.
Excellent.
But Dave and I we cross paths every now and then. We were at Lowton Park earlier in the year. They tried that for the first time. I'm not going to say what happened, but it was an adventure, and we'll leave it at that. But Dave is still going, and set a personal best at Aintree, I believe, last week. So glad you're there, Dave. Hope you're getting my car prepared for the next one, next event, and that you're joining us. We are here all day. But like I said, you may be familiar with what you see on the screen, so appreciate you watching.
So, good morning from a cold and overcast Southport from SRW48. Good morning to you, sir. Or madam, very nice to have you with us. Steve Wilkinson.
Yeah, you just called Steve Wilkinson.
Steve Wilkinson.
Yeah.
Well, it's SRW.
Morning, Steve.
Morning, Steve. But anyway, no, I was just saying, Owen, I was just looking at I was just watching a few off the line, and it's amazing how little. I mean, from where we're sat here, it looks like there's a dry line starting to emerge, but it is so greasy off the start line. They are just not moving off the start.
If you stood on that surface and rubbed your shoe back and forth across it, it would just like sliding along. There's no grip whatsoever.
It's very greasy, but it's very interesting because we're kind of on everybody's kind of weather chat. We are on the edge of a few rain pockets, I think, throughout the day. Whether they actually hit us or not, I don't know. But it's certainly going to dry a lot quicker today than it did yesterday because we haven't got the fog, we haven't got the mist, the humidity. So looks like it's drying quicker.
We've got a replay on 9. And I noticed starting to see this smoke coming out the back, and that's oil smoke coming out the breather. Yeah, and we can hear that engine, and I know you were trying to be positive.
It doesn't make very good noises, does it?
I'm pretty sure there are parts of that aren't where they're normally supposed to be.
Well, poor John Stockley. It's a shame for him, but we'll see
I have seen engine swaps taking place before.
Well, they're designed to be changed, aren't they?
Yeah,
they are designed to be changed.
I do have a bit of interest thing. Now, I'm hoping, and if they were within earshot, I'd like to catch up to them. You know, we do have viewers from down under.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last time we were at Shells, they had a chap on an oil rig, somebody from Malaysia as well. I think HillClimb.TV pulls in the viewers far and wide.
Yeah, well, apparently we have two Australian HillClimb legends with us this weekend, visiting to
Amazing.
us. I'd love to catch up with them. Maybe we can try and catch an interview lunchtime or something. But Ron and Alan Foley from Australia are here visiting with us this weekend.
Thanks for coming.
And we welcome you to Prescott. I'm guessing it may be their first time here. They did come to Shelsey earlier in the year. But welcome. Ron, 8 times maybe Australian Hillclimb champion in the sports sedan category. Built a self-built engineered Mini. Supercharged Mini. We always like a Mini.
We do.
And drove it like he stole it, owned it, and all the rest of it. And I have a feeling, the quote I have is, driven with a high degree of verve and panache.
Panache, what a great word.
I don't know. Yeah, panache. That's a great word. We got that word in on a Sunday morning.
We like a bit of panache.
But son Alan, no slouch himself, a multiple-time Victorian and South Australian champion.
Fantastic.
So welcome to Prescott and HillClimb.TV, and let's hope that
you have a good day.
Yes, and if we can, possibly lunchtime. I think I might be wandering around for a bit. Okay. But anyway, let's go to the States for a second, Lloyd.
It's 4:30 a.m. in Florida. Who's the actual dedicated race fan here? Okay, it's partly insomnia. So what? From a Florida man.
Well, we will either solve your we will solve your sleeping problem. I can't. Or, so you listen to us long enough, you will fall asleep. Or you'll be so driven, you won't notice that you haven't had any sleep, and you'll be with us all day.
Or perhaps just falling down a YouTube hole. Who knows? But morning, chaps. David tuning in from Clevedon, Somerset. Love the commentary from David Doyle.
Must be still partly awake. You know, not quite 100% there.
Yeah, absolutely.
David, thank you very much.
Hope you're enjoying your morning. Stick with us. We're just recovering a poorly car from the top of the hill, and then we'll be back up and running shortly. But just with these conditions, it is a really tricky one because I think it favours the drivers. But hopefully it dries up soon. But either it's wet or dry. That's what we prefer. Leon
Weaver has just said a well done to Tom for quicking the conditions. I'm guessing same Tom Weaver, so I'm guessing...
I didn't know. Look, he looks like his dog sent an email.
Actually, is Leon the dog?
It's a pit bull. Is Leon the dog?
It's Leon the dog.
So when's the dog going to learn to drive a car?
He could send a message on social media, so why not?
Absolutely.
That type of thing. So what do we got?
Lloyd elevates the commentary to a new low.
Well, it was the best we can do on short notice. He's about half the age of the other old fart sitting in this room. So, but there we go. MDS 23. Too many dogs to make visiting practical. That is true. Unfortunately, at motorsport venues, dogs aren't allowed. Not because they're not allowed to make a mess of things. The fact is, we can't risk having a dog sort of getting loose and accidentally running onto the track, so it's a safety issue.
Yeah.
But I'm glad HillClimb UK, HillClimb.TV, and HillClimb UK on social media can actually fill that gap for you. And you're probably a bit drier.
Yes, I can imagine so.
Right. Sherwin Schreiber from South Africa. Thank you. Good morning, sir. I think it's morning. No, be 2 hours ahead. Still be morning, I think. I think we're good for a late morning. Good morning, sir. And thank you for joining us today. From Luke from Guernsey. Well, you'll be cheering on all the Guernsey Massive that have arrived today. We've got 4 or 5 competitors here from Guernsey.
We've got a few of them.
So,
do we have the twin-charged Evo here still?
I believe we do.
Did that go up early? Because would that have gone up in the...
No,
should we have seen that yet?
We should have.
Should we have seen that yet? I haven't. I can't recall seeing it, but But it'd be great if we could see John Dunn's Evo.
John Dunn's Evo, you're right.
A twin-charge car. Which is
we'll have to get a check run. We've got Mr. Ponsford out on the troll in the paddock. He'll find out. Hi from Tasmania. We're having the same weather. Oh, you've got gorgeous sunny temperatures, 80 degrees,
Gerard
working
Hesp,
on the beach.
Thank you for your message.
But thank you, Gerard. Glad you're joining us, be able to join us today. Hope you enjoy the day.
Good morning, Hillclimb fans. Had an amazing day at Prescott yesterday, but very much enjoying the stream from Beer in Devon. Oh, I haven't been to Beer for years. What a lovely place.
Yeah, Beer is...
Alistair Cummins.
For our international viewers, Beer is actually the name of a place in Devon.
Yes.
But I do believe they do serve it as well.
They do. Well, I would hope so. Lovely part of the world, Devon. Absolutely lovely.
Glad you made it here yesterday.
Has there been an issue with wildlife running out on the track during an event before?
Not in regards to my conversation, I can actually answer this because we have had a problem at another venue.
I think we had a leopard once, didn't we?
Oh, dear. Jack Munder. I think a long time ago, the reason that Motorsport UK, or MS UK now, put that rule in, yes, the people, unfortunately, 99% of the people are responsible. There's always that 1%. The dog got onto the track or something, and nothing was happened, but it was a bit of a safety issue. However, saying that...
Pheasants, the odd pheasant.
The odd pheasant, things like that. But at Loughton Park, it's a deer farm. Or deer park, sorry. Yeah. And at the last event, they've had a problem. There's this one particular deer that's not afraid of the cars. The deers normally hide away from it.
So you just have to kind of duck underneath it.
The single-seaters go underneath it.
Right, okay.
It's more of a moving chicane with the saloon cars.
Right.
But we do have to stop racing for them and chase them off. So that, yes, wildlife has in the past caused issues, but it depends on the venue. This one here, the odd bird. Good morning. Hi, Jamie. I take it. Well, see, Loughton Park's actually running the Vintage Sports Car Club event there this weekend. So Jamie will be chief marshalling and just having a good old time. Hopefully the weather is about the same as it is down here at Loughton. So morning, Jamie. Say hi to the gang for us. And the Vintage Sports Car Club has just told Jamie off for get back to work. He is working. Jamie can multitask. I actually have seen him do it. So, Jamie, he's a great character, great personality, great top marshal. Always gets around. Tom, if it didn't say Tom on the name, I might appreciate that comment more. Lloyd, I'll let you have that.
Tom
one.
Riedinger, kisses to all from Munster in France. Thanks, Tom.
I guess appreciate that. French greeting is kisses on both sides.
Yeah, it's pretty standard stuff. I've got a lot of time for the French, as you know. I love the cars. I love the place. I'm there next week, actually. Love it.
Angoulême. Business or
yeah, business. I'm off to Angoulême Classic and going for a drive down. So, cool. Got a gig to go and help out there.
Excellent. 11-8. Let's see. Morning, you guys.
Elevate.
Top job again. Say hi to my good friend and your fellow commentator, The Pawns. Oh, do we have to?
Yeah.
He's not here right now. Yes, we will.
Sure he's loud enough. He could probably say goodbye with that.
Actually, apparently he's been given the title of loudest commentator over me. But he still hasn't blown out a PA system yet.
No, well,
so I'm still holding that. I'm still going to hold that one. So, yes, the car, Mr. Stockley's car, is now on a trailer, and they've got it lifted away. And now we have
there is a bit of a mess there, isn't there?
That is a mess. Competitors-wise, apex of semicircle is going to have, it's going to be a little bit...
lively.
Yeah. I will say that most of our top runners haven't run up the hill yet.
They're about to go.
So they're going to go up in practice. So they'll be able to judge the hill in regards to qualifying. So don't forget, folks, so how this works is...
It's not their first rodeo, though.
It's not their first rodeo, but they'll be able to suss out the situation.
Yep.
So what it is the first timed runs are the qualifying times for the runoffs.
Yes.
So... that's what they need. So they'll be able to get a look for the runoff situation. Our four-wheel drive rally cars and all the rest of it, they'll just drive over it. But the other guy, they'll just be able to suss the track out of it. Now, we are still got a damp track and now we have there. Right, we're going to Google Earth for a minute. Where are we today, Lloyd?
Well, we're kind of in between Cheltenham and Evesham. You will see as we zoom in now. You're gonna. Oh, this is brilliant.
Rich, I'm going to get nauseous. But there you go.
Our graphics are absolutely incredible. So
yes.
What a treat. So there you go. You can see. So near Cheltenham, Gloucestershire, GL529RD. If you wish to see us, Matt Ryder set the record. He took it from Wallace Menzies earlier in the year with a 34.65, shaving 0.05 of a second off, and 34.60 is the new record. So it's 0.64 of a mile long, which is just over a kilometre. And you start at the start line, so you've got your tyre warming area. You can you'll flip your visor down, you'll select first, you'll take it away from the start, and you'll be as brave as possible under bridge and round to Atories. You're going to be hard on the brakes through Atories. You're going to try and take a tight line around Atories if you possibly can, whatever works for you, and then you're flat out up to Pardon, hard on the brakes. It's a tricky corner to get right, that, because you can go straight on, and then you're going to turn left through Midway, through the S's, and make as tidy a job as possible as that until you get to semicircle, where fortune favours the brave. So if you get it wrong, you'll end up sliding pretty much most of the way back down to the paddock, will you not, Owen?
Yes, semicircle, there is no outside barrier. If you're looking at our online screen at the moment, you'll see all that green. Well, that green's, it's just a flat field. No, it's a downhill.
It's quite steep as well.
It's actually quite steep.
With a bit of moisture on it.
There's a lot of sliding room for cars if they do go off there. So with Pardon, that's a very steep entry. If you stay to the inside, it is very steep to the point where a lot of cars, the stiff chassis, will actually lift the wheel off the ground.
Absolutely.
If you're one of our international viewers, if you look at the map of the UK, you find Birmingham, go south and find Bristol. We're kind of in the middle. We're sort of in between the two-ish. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. And that'll sort of give you a rough idea of where we're at. So
home of the Bugatti Owners Club. It is rich in history with Bugatti provenance, isn't it, Prescott?
Yes, it is. Bugatti Owners Club has held this for, I think, the early 50s is when they took it over proper. And they've run hill climbs and other events here all through the year. And it's a beautiful venue.
It's a fabulous venue.
Fabulous venue. It is very fabulous. Technical track, so it's not high speed. The fastest speeds we get are actually under the bridge going into Orchard or through Orchard, and we will have a speed trap going later.
It's the kind of place you can pinch a result, like you're saying, in a sort of less powerful car, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
You can, if you're a Dave Warburton or an Alex Coles or a Tom Weaver, you can pinch a result today.
This is the hunting ground for well-driven, lower horsepower vehicles. Yeah. And it's just, if you get a nice car that's balanced, all the rest of it, this is a happy hunting ground? A happy hunting ground. See, that's a Canadian thing. I bet you can't do that. They're still having a look at that. Clark of the Course is actually out there at the top of the moment. And even he's sort of raiding around. So they're discussing what's the best course of action on this. To get this cleared up and dried up. It actually looks quite nice up there at the top of the hill.
I think it's strong. Well, we are now slightly bathed in sunlight, which is quite welcome. I think everybody's going to be now kind of thinking. So I think there's probably a few cars in the paddock that were warming up, ready to go. It's still most likely going to be wet, but it is cleaning up.
We've got a replay going again. So here we go. Now watch going up into Pardon. You can hear the engine at this point. You can hear the engines already misfiring. Very steep there. Listen to it.
I'm not sure it's misfiring just there. It just doesn't feel like it's got the power, does it?
There's the smoke.
There's a puff there. Yeah.
Listen to it here.
That's where it's letting go.
Yeah.
But of course, you don't have rear view mirrors in these cars. So if you had, I think if John would have had rear view mirrors, it'd have probably knocked it off at that point. But unfortunately, he
didn't have any evidence on the dashboard of because they do have oil pressure warning lights on the cars. Normally, a little bit of light to say, "Oh, hang on, you got a problem."
Yeah.
But it's dry
line emerging around semicircle.
Yeah,
isn't there?
It does. But look where the line is. They do have, but unfortunately with that one, the oil pressure light didn't come on until all that smoke came out the back.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we've got
you
a
no
little
longer
bit of
have oil in your engine.
Your oil's on the ground, and it would like to be collected, please.
Yeah, well, spare a thought. I mean, it's never great to lose an engine, but I mean, at least we're rally boys. We can talk about this.
Yes, go on.
Spare a thought for Carlos Sainz, 1998, Margan Park, one of the all-time engine failures.
The helmet in the tailgate.
Good grief, 200 yards from a world championship. Carlos Sainz, Lewis Moyer, Margan Park, 98, and Lewis as well, 2016, Malaysia. He lost a chunk of points there, which is strange because you just don't see engines fail really.
Engine failures in the World Rally Championship rarely happen because they're built for endurance. But there's been a few heartbreaks at the time.
But do you know the reason for that?
Go on.
They were trying a new type of piston from the event before, which was the Australian rally, to deal with the small ball dust that gets within the engine. So, and it couldn't take the same type of load. And a few mechanics, it was half and half, I believe. Some of the mechanics said we should put the old pistons that can take the load of Wales GB because the clay and the mud. It's really sticky. A lot of load through the transmission.
The engine has to work harder because of the resistance of the surface.
Absolutely, and they went in favour of the Australian pistons, and unfortunately, it expired. So
there is something to that. My championship, I'm actually allowed to run a limited slip differential. Now, the thing is, I don't have it in the car right now. It's in the gearbox sitting on the shelf. But so I'm actually running with no limited slip against cars with a limited slip
to save differentials and things like that.
No, I just couldn't be arsed to change it. But what I'm going with is the fact that I've been successful with the car this year in its current format. And I'm going for reliability as opposed to putting in something that might make me a couple seconds faster, knowing that I only need a top 3 finish.
Points mean prizes, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about consistency. I mean, we've got Will Hall, who I believe is yet to win a runoff this year. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's won a runoff this year. But he sat in third because he's had a handful of. I mean, he just keeps taking the second and third places.
Just relentless point gathering.
Will Hall he's been a machine this year. Just an absolute picture of reliability. Consistency. Yep. I don't want to say reliability after what he did to Lindsay Summers yesterday, saying the car was great, never breaks down, and then the brakes get stuck on.
Yeah, so, by the way, you can find Lloyd at... he's over here.
Don't get me to commentate on Le Mans, because everything will break down.
Come to competitor at the pit thing. He asked, ask Mo where Lloyd is. She will happily point you out.
I think, so there's a fair clean-up job going on at Semi-Circle.
Now, that I've never seen before.
Well, it sounds like this, for me now, where that's exactly where the car was sat, so I think there was a pool of something underneath it.
They are actually washing the surface. Now, this is normally we just use the dust and soak up oil. They've got looks like detergent down trying to clean that up because it is right on the apex of Semicircle. So just for our competitors, I'm just going to repeat this. At the apex of Semicircle, they're actually washing the surface down to try and get the whatever it is on there, and it is pretty much on the apex there. So that's all we can do for our competitors.
They'll probably have it. Hopefully, they'll have enough signal. Someone will have it on our live stream.
I will say the cleanup. I will say that the cleanup, the marshals, the job the marshals are doing everything. You can't get a better prepared track.
Yeah.
You know, they are going to do what's best for the competitors. They will make it the best they can.
Without doubt. It's but we had a great day yesterday, didn't we? It was kind of similar conditions to this. I do think it's drying up a little quicker.
It's drying quicker, and it didn't get like this until about lunchtime.
Absolutely,
yesterday.
Wallace was quickest yesterday in practice yesterday. He was here we go. We're going to get a reply of the run. I fancy Wallace this weekend for a run.
He's been having not a Wallace year this year.
He's not, but he likes Prescott. He's wanted to get back to Prescott. I think he's feeling better than he did earlier in the year. I've got a cheeky fiver on Wallace to take a result here. But look at this, hard on the brakes. He turns it left early into the apex of Pardon, gets on the parity. That traction modulates that 700 brake horsepower. Beautiful through the S's. Wallace does like it here. He's great at these technical circuits. Threads it beautifully out of S's. No oversteer there, just lots of traction. Brave round Semicircle. And he's absolutely flat to the boards now through the finish. Bear in mind, previous record holder. I'm sure he wants that record back. He only just had it taken off him, so he's going to want that record back.
And to be honest with you, I think Wallace, he just wants that win.
Yeah,
he is winless this year.
Yeah, well, he's had a tough start to the year. He had that nasty accident, and he's been recovering since. And I think we're gonna see a strong end to the season for Wallace.
So they were both. Wallace and Alex did get into the 36s yesterday.
Yes, by the looks of it, yeah, absolutely. So overall practice,
that's yesterday's dry practice.
36-46 for Wallace. So
now here's some interesting names in the top 12. If we went off of qualifying for the top 12, some interesting names. Jonathan Varley, top 12 fastest. Richard Spedding, Alex Coles, 9th. Paul Hames, giant killer up there.
David Warburton,
absolute
giant killer,
6th. So, it's fascinating. I'm hoping they'll kill me, but I've said I hope we have just the mixed conditions. So, an interesting thing. But if we look down 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, there's some cars that weren't far off yesterday.
No.
So depending on what happens, I think we've got possibly 25 cars, depending on the conditions, that could get into the runoff.
Well, for David to only be pretty much 2/10 behind Big Scary Trev with his extra probably 100 horsepower, that's very, very impressive. That is from David Warburton. Paul Hames as well, snapping at the heels. Paul Hames it's not a Judd engine car. It's a 1300 turbo in the back of that Gould.
It. He's only got
but it punches so much above, far above its weight. It's so rapid with Paul driving. Alex Coles as well. I mean, getting the absolute best out of that Force TA that he shares with Kelvin Broad. Really quick.
Absolutely.
Really quick.
I mean, he looked like he was driving up in a dry line yesterday with the wet stuff. It was crazy to watch.
Such a great package with that car and that driver. It really is. So we've got some amazing driving coming up for you.
So I think I'm looking forward. I like the underdog. I like surprises.
Oh, so do I. Yeah, I think
we all do. And there's some really great talent.
Yeah.
In some of the lower classes that the right conditions they can get in there.
Yeah.
And I think that's absolutely great.
Without doubt, Owen, absolutely. But looks like we've got course car coming back down the hill now. Flags are coming in. Have we got Caroline Ryder on the line at the moment?
No, I think.
No.
This might be Lawrence in the Formula Ford. Now
I can only see the back of a red Formula Ford. I wasn't sure if I've seen Caroline.
This is Lawrence Marks. Shares the car with Becky Crocombe. She's already gone up now, so Lawrence is the first to face the semicircle.
I'm sure there'll be enough information gone round.
Yeah, and it is only a practice, so not so much there.
Yeah, quite right. So with this venerable Van Diemen RF84, absolutely. I mean, if aliens came down and said, draw me a picture of a Formula Ford, I'd probably draw that one.
Pretty much,
because it is just exactly what you think of
when
you
think
of
a Formula Ford is.
That is what a Formula Ford looks like.
As it progressed for 10 years, they still kind of look like that.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Some of them went lower in the back and a little higher in the front, and then some went like this, but they're all kind of like blobs with wheels sticking outside of them.
The amount of drivers that Formula Ford Series created, I mean, you've got your Sennas, your Brundles, your Coulthards, it was your Prios, all sorts. It was fantastic. But
apparently Lawrence would like to drive a Porsche one day. He's got Porsche written across the top of his helmet visor.
Well, away goes from the line. That's taking it just round towards the Tories now. He's going to be on the brakes, just going to be feeling that traction. It does like this is just the definition of greasy, isn't it?
Yeah,
mixed, isn't it?
It is. I mean, this is Bambi on ice territory. You can see dry, then you got wet.
Struggling with the gears there, just maybe lost the
car was all warmed up and it sat cold on the line for quite a while, so it may not be happy. So Lawrence will be sussing things out. I don't think we're going to get a relative, because I wanted to see what I'm looking at. Like Jimmy Harris will be a good guide. Is how much quicker the track is over half an hour ago. How much has it dried out and all the rest of it. So Jimmy Harris has gone off the line. We'll see that in a minute.
All depends on semicircle, I suppose.
Right. So here comes Lawrence. He's just entering the white trail of semicircle. He's straddling it, staying right between it. Right wheels in the stuff, little slip and slide around. So he's taking that way easy, back way off on it. A 63.23. But he was checking the conditions out. Right, let's see what Jimmy, how he approaches to this.
We've got Darren Gumley on the line. and he'll be absolutely delighted to be the first one to test semicircle out in a car of that level of performance.
He is on the wet,
so
he is on the wet. Nobody's going to try slicks yet.
No, I'm not. Absolutely not. But I can just imagine Darren looked at the live stream and gone, "Oh, great." But let's see how he gets on. He's a great driver, is Darren. He's sharing the car with Paul Jones this weekend.
51.99. Still quicker than everybody else.
Fair play to him.
In these conditions.
So Darren rounds the Tories. He knows this bit. This is okay for him. He's hard on the brakes. This is the same as it was yesterday. So this is nothing new to Darren this weekend. So he's going to head towards the S's, which he knows is going to be very slippy and treacherous. Again, Darren's a great driver. He held one of the greatest oversteer moments I've ever seen on the entrance to bottom S at Shelsley earlier in the year. And here he is at Sealing. He's back right off. He's just straddling that. He's essentially coasted, shaking his head.
Yeah, he is not happy after all.
He can see it's a bit of a treacherous final corner, that is. Liam on the course currently in this beautiful Forestier, immaculately prepared, accelerating away from Tories, hard on the brakes into Pardon, turns left through Pardwin Midway. We're just going to head towards the S's now, and just sort of coasting through. I think given obviously the semicircle spillage, this is going to be a little bit of a sighter for a lot of people now. You'll see that drivers will be seeing that big line. Liam just goes to the right hand side of it, gets a couple of wheels over the edge of it, goes up the inside of it, which looks like possibly could be slightly quicker.
Still had the problem is that trail is right where the left side wheels go.
It is. That's a tricky one, then, is it? Do you go over it, or do you go inside it? Do you go around the outside of it?
The only thing we can hope for, we've got these guys who are going to be all sort of recceing, rally term, recceing the circuit for the turn run. But we do have the road going class coming up, the Fassi boys, and I think by the time they run through, it's going to knock all that out of the way.
Well, David's just had a little look at it. He's just straggled a couple of wheels over the outside of it. He's a good tester, so I think he got out throttle slightly, but I think he's a good tester for what can be done around.
Yeah, I'm just having a look here. So David did a 45.34. Darren Gumley, we know, lifted off. He did a 48.4.
We've got a Greenham on the hill at the moment, so let's see what happens with Andrew. He's certainly not scared of these conditions. He's him and his brother, very, very flamboyant driving style. They're starting driving slightly more in a reserved manner now. He goes around the outside of the kitty litter, but that was quite quick. That was quite quick, actually.
So it seemed effective. 45.27. It actually put him quicker than David Warburton.
Turns out there is a little bit of grip on that.
There is.
It
looks like there is.
They'll figure it out, won't they? They'll figure it out.
It looks worse than it is.
Yeah, quite right. Quite right. And I'm sure that is. Say the marshal will have made sure there's no.
Well, let's see what Richard Spedding does with this.
Yes.
He was floating second. He got flagged off previously. So he's approaching this. He's taken he's gone wide a bit, come through it.
Now that's some picture.
Now, that's 43.54. The grip's there.
Okay.
He's on wet. On wet. The grip is there. You got young Andrew Colburn. Van Diemen, RF02FX up into Pardon already.
Absolutely, ex-Formula Island car this, and they've been driving it better and better every single time I've seen them this year. The commitment and the speed is really there with these two. So Andrew's again just taking it fairly circumspectly, just having a little look around. Not sure if he's got a problem, whether he's just sort of feeding it round. He's certainly not on it at all. Is he okay?
Can we hear this?
He's right out of it, isn't he? I think that's more than
That's not.
Could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
The engine it's making that puttery out the tailpipe noise.
That's more than just caution. I hope there's not a major issue there.
That car looked a bit unhappy before it got to the slippery part. Nicola Dearden in the Gould Dallara F394. What is that? If you notice, it has no side pods, and it's sort of a Dallara race car with Gould bits on. I think half of it's. Can't remember which half. Yeah. I think the front's Dallara and the back end's actually a Gould bolted on.
It's a fascinating looking car with that narrow body, isn't it? But beautiful with that kind of double stacked air filters poking on the side.
So Nicola is just using that as a recce. She's backed way up to see what's going on. Some of the drivers are quite comfortable. So she's at a 61.76. This is, if you're just joining us, this is fourth practice, or their last practice. We will be going into the timed runs, hopefully probably within the next half hour or so. This is Nicky Cottrell in the flamethrower Pilbeam MP82.
I think there's probably a school of thought here for a few drivers thinking, well, look, it's a practice on a Sunday morning. We did practice yesterday. Let's just drive it up the hill, not risk anything for any time runs, and just make sure no fluids are coming out of it, make sure everything's doing what it's supposed to be doing.
And see what the track's doing.
And then have a crack later.
Look at the track.
Which is fair enough, really.
Right. Michael Tregunning in a Pilbeam MP88. It's great to see these extra Pilbeams here. Hales came in from the south.
Cornwall. He did indeed. Tregunning, very Cornish second name, and beautiful car, very quick off the line. Stunning Millington engine, probably got the best part of 280 brake horsepower, and that I would have thought.
Yeah, just a bit.
And really, really nice to see that MP88 on the hill. Really beautiful car. He stops the clock at a 51.83. Again, this is practice again. Andy Gould, who's come all the way from the Channel Islands. One of the Channel Islands Brigade today in this Force PT. Again, he's just kind of feeling out the grip levels and just seeing where it's at. I mean, he's not going to want to touch those curbs, that's for sure, because when you've got no weight, no mass, the car can rotate quickly. Obviously, you can catch it, but they can become a bit tricky when they don't have masses of grip on days like today. And it's just so tricky to go, well, where's the grip? Where's the grip? So
especially at semicircle. It's probably the one place you don't want to have questionable grip.
No.
So it's there's no points for being brave through here. Some of the drivers have checked the grip to see, I can stick or not stick. Others are just sort of having a look at it and just getting a feel for it. It's a bit of a mental thing, this.
Yeah,
so that's Tim Elmer in a Dallara F399, another unusual car that's for hill climbing. And he's gone around the top, sort of gone a little bit wider, just kick off the dust. That dust actually doesn't cause a problem.
No, it'll come and go. But Jonathan Varley in this GWR Predator has been driving really, really well all year. He's having a great season. I believe he's leading the Midland Championship with Jonathan, and he's had a couple of, I think he's had a class record or two this year. He's really going well this year. He's really on top of this GWR
one
Predator.
Bad weekend, so he's almost got the championship, but he got 2 4-pointers from earlier in the season. So anything he improves on to give him, move him up and probably secure the spot, but we haven't got that. Got to do it first. Kelvin Broad, this beautiful Force TA between Kelvin and Alex Cole's been driven beautifully all weekend. This is a hell of a car. It's I believe it's a turbocharged 1100cc engine. It's super quick. Absolutely lightning reactions with this car. It doesn't ever really. It kind of looks like a handful, but it always looks in control. But Kelvin threads it through the S's really nicely, unleashes that power, and hard on the brakes down into 1340. So it's the larger spec engine. It's absolutely rapid. So it is turbocharged.
Yeah, turbocharged, really quick. Stops the clock at a 46.38. Very quick.
We're in the 46. Jonathan Varley did a 46.69. So there is some grip out there. James Chalmers in the Ralt F302. Big lockup on the front wheels there, but got it turned around Torres. And up in the park he goes.
I love this car. It's running proper anti-lag system just to keep that turbo spinning, because you don't want any turbo lag, especially not out of pardon. And James is driving this Ralt really well. It's always beautifully prepared, and he threads that through the S's, just rolls it through the exit there, and using all of that turbo pressure built up by the anti-lag to get him out of there, around semicircle, and he'll be safely across the line. Stops the clock at a 47.27.
Reasonable time in these conditions. Next up, we have Paul Alexander in the Force PC variation of the Force car brand. And just having a look to see how we did yesterday.
Absolutely, Paul's you got that air filter sticking out the side. It's got a bit of a turbo.
Only did not run in the dry yesterday afternoon.
Did it not?
No.
I didn't think I saw it. I hope
no,
didn't have a problem.
He only ran in the morning, but didn't run in the afternoon. Did not get a dry run on this, so he's trying to shake the car down. I think there was a problem. And now he's facing this. So it's just a stuff out, and I think he's actually on slick tires.
This is motorsport. Now, William Lockridge, he shares the car with Zach Zammit. Zach, if you're watching, good morning. Hope you're well. Hope Malta's sunnier than it is here. Sorry we can't see you, but William's driving the car beautifully in your absence, as well as a beautiful exit out of Pardon. Fair play, William. That's absolutely fantastic. This is a monster, this car. It is an absolute monster. This is another car that always gets in a runoff. It is an absolute giant killer, this thing.
Zach actually won at the last, where were we? Here, I think, at the Midlands. Zach actually was the fastest time of the day.
Yeah, not surprised.
In the car.
Certainly not short of commitment, that's for sure.
45.96.
That's quick.
That's pretty good in these conditions. And then we have Pete Tatum, the sideways farmer from Yorkshire.
Yeah, absolutely.
He will drive it. He wants a wet track today. He really would like wet, damp, or anything other than dry. And you can see why he'll drive anything through the trees. We should get him in a rally car.
Ooh, I think he'd go really well in that.
He would enjoy rallying.
Fantastic car control there on the exit of Pardon. He really threw the car around so he could straighten it up early and get that power on early as possible. He's not afraid of these conditions, is Pete. I think he could be in with a bit of a shout, couldn't he? Let's say if we have a rain shower later, who knows?
Yeah,
44.93.
That's not hanging about.
Well, Paul Hames on the line now. Paul Hames looks like he just stalled it off the line, but because his rear wheels didn't cross the start line, he will get another go.
Yes.
They'll delete that time, give him another go.
The rear wheels have to cross the line to be tough bunnies.
Absolutely.
If the front wheels just roll forward, they can reset.
Absolutely.
There's no penalty.
Now, Paul is him in this car is just an absolute treat. The car is always on rails. Paul is a very, very quick driver. Just you watch the commitment now that you may not have seen so far today. The car has got absolutely amazing aero on it. It's got some fantastic traction. It's a 1.3 Hayabusa turbo engine. Best part of 400 brake horsepower, so slightly down on power compared to the Judd engine Gould GR59s. But Paul gets the absolute best out of this car. Just look at how neat and tidy he is through Pardon. Rolls it into the S's beautifully. He's left, he goes right. Absolutely stunning, Owen.
Absolutely. There's a reason he's got a number 9 on the car. Top 10 in the championship last year, and I think he might be in the top 10 again this year. But a 45.01, and that's with him slowing down for that semicircle. Yeah. I bet he took a look at that.
Yeah.
Right. Next up, we might have Lynn Owen. So.
In fact, I can see. We can see there, can't we? We can see.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was one between that camera there. That's our paddock. If you're watching online, we have a huge paddock here. That's sort of where the big cars are all parked, all the single seaters in that area. You'll see that it's the only place that trailers can be.
Yes.
So the rest of the paddock, you've got to drag your stuff.
I can see. You can see in the background. You can see the likes of Wallace.
If you're wondering where we're standing today, you see the marshal holding the bar. If you look right behind him, you can just see Lloyd waving. We're in the glass. There it is.
We're in the glass.
There it is. You can just see us waving behind. We're actually back there today. We're not normally here. This is the first time anybody's ever commentated from this. This is actually the sign-on office for the competitors.
Indeed.
We've sort of taken it over. So Lynn's out in the factory RPE engine. That's got that I think Radical originally did it. Then it was a powertrain thing. It's two Hayabusas with the same crankshaft. So basically two motorcycle engines joined together by one crankshaft to make it a
2.6, I believe, or they stretched it to make it 2.6.
I'm not sure if they shrank it. They make different sizes of it.
Yeah.
But it's a V8 motorcycle.
2.7, so it's slightly stretched.
Stretched version.
Yeah.
I think did 2.5. But it's a heck of an engineering thing, and it's a brilliant engine. Yeah. Now Lynn is just taking this out. Now Steve, who is he is OMS, Lynn and Steve together. They run OMS and design and build these cars. It looks like Lynn is just gone for what's the track look like. She'll report back to Steve, and then Steve will have a more of a go at it to get the feel for it. Steve will be looking for some good times today. Sandra Tomlin loves her cars, got all sorts of collections this time. This is her car. Sometimes lets her son or son-in-law double drive it. Son Oliver is driving it today. But
beautiful car.
4-liter Judd in the back of this thing in the Pilbeam MP97. And this is sort of the later model into I think it's 2013, I believe she told me. Beautiful car.
Yeah, always immaculately turned out. Sandra drives it very, very well. Great to see that car doing so many events, and rightly so. Again, a bit of a circumspect look, which is perfectly fine on a practice
Yeah.
run when you've just had a spillage like that. So it's starting to bed in now, isn't it?
Looking at the
semicircle.
white line is actually, there's not any dust anymore for that part. It's sort of embedding into the tarmac.
It is starting to bed in.
So I think the grip is back there again. But again, we're not sitting in the car, so...
Absolutely. Well, we've got Aaron Colborn on the hill now in this ex-BMW Formula Island car. You saw this in just a moment ago, and I think Aaron's just slightly more aggressive with it. I think just a little bit of oversteer there on the exit of Pardon, and he's just taking it a bit more committed through the S's. You can see a little wiggle there, and he's going to roll it through the S. And let's see what he does out of the exit of semicircle, because Aaron's got a good car here to do this with. He doesn't seem to struggle too much. The car is small enough to actually fit between the apex grass and the line, so gets away.
Well, he's done a 47.26. Andrew, who went up earlier, a 54.5.
Yeah.
Which normally they're quite closer to that. So
what was the final sector out of interest? So there you go, 29.26. He's only Paul Hames did a 27.02, and Aaron Colborn did a 29.26. Everyone else is in the early 30s.
Pete Tatum did a 26.94.
Yeah. So that's the bit that we want to be looking at. Yeah. That final sector there. See who's the bravest.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on that, because that's not on your screen, but I have a second screen here, so I'll get my reading glasses on here, which I am wearing. If I look up, I'll fall over nauseous. So what do we got here? So
John Cottrell on the line, on the hill currently in the Pilbeam MP82. Alex Cole's on the line here. Alex Cole's on the line currently coming up next. That'll be a committed run. He leaves the line in pursuit of John Cottrell. John Cottrell will be hoping not to see Alex Cole's in his rearview mirrors, because look at the speed Alex is taking. Look at the commitment there. Hard on the brakes through Pardon. Turns it beautifully through Torres. Sorry, it's going to be hard on the brakes for Pardon now.
96 miles an hour he was under that. That's coming
quick.
That's really the quickest we've had so far.
He's going well. It wiggles. You can see it put that power down. And where is he finding this grip? Turns it through the S's. What's he going to do? And this is the final sector that we're going to be talking about. So let's have a look at this final
26.8 in the last sector. He's like 3 seconds quicker.
Quick. And again, he can thread the car through the inside of that spillage.
44.09.
Quick. Well done.
Which is quicker. Pete Tatum was quickest. He's now quickest.
Yeah.
Right. This will be interesting. Sean Gould in the Gould GR59JB. Yep. It's the same gentleman. He built this car, designed this car, and this is the factory car. It's got some new updates they're trying on it, which they work, will be passed on to the other competitors for next year.
Absolutely. They're trialing it. They've got a new rear wing on this car for the second part of this year, which is hopefully bringing in a bit more stability to the rear end of that Gould. Certainly going to need it on a day like today. Whether you can go quick enough to generate the downforce, I don't know, but it takes a wide line through S's. Really does know his stuff to Sean. He's going to, on the brakes, tight to the inside. So that's the first of the real big cars which go through some circles, tight through that inside line.
And he's done a 44.02. And I was going to say on the split, he was only 0.4 quicker than Alex Cole's.
Very impressive indeed. Yeah, very impressive indeed. So John Chalmers launches off the line with that fantastic roll, with all that launch control and popping and banging. Makes a great noise, this car, actually. And this is the thing about coming to these things in person. If you're watching this and you don't live too far away, get yourself down here. Come and listen to this anti-lag in person and all the noises, sights, smells of live motorsport. The speed is hard to put into perspective until you're actually here in person.
Absolutely. The speed on screen and what you're looking at doesn't do justice to the actual how fast they're actually going. Absolutely. Right standing next to them.
Absolutely.
And especially around some of the corners. Just having a look at John Chalmers. He's just heading around semicircle. Still getting some dust on that second part, but there's a lot more of it there. But it is breaking up. The first part's bedded in. I don't think it's even a problem anymore. A 47.98 for John. Then we see on screen now we've got Harry Pick in the OMS 28 running.
Absolutely, yeah. So Harry's just picked his lines nicely through the inside there. Is he taking any curb. Is he? No, he's staying away from that curb. Is he on full wets, do we think? Is he on wets? Yes, he's on wets. So Harry's on wets. What's he going to do around semicircle? So he's just going to turn around. Again, threads it in on the inside of the mess, and he stops the clock at 45.21. Jack Cottrell leaves the line in this fantastic Dallara XD. He can drive this car. Just watch the commitment now as he heads towards the Tories.
93 miles an hour under the bridge. He's slightly down on what Alex Coles did. Straight up into Pardon with that Dallara. No hesitation, no messing about. Gets it turned around all the way out through Midway. Heads for the S's. Just checking the splits. It's a split time for Midway, 26.23. That's the quickest we've seen so far this morning. Comes out of it. What's he going to do about this? Lift it off. He wants to check it out for the next timed runs. But gets back on the power again. Comes across the line with a 43.11, and that's still the quickest we've had out there. So I think there's a lot more. That top part is starting to grip in quite well, so it's not a problem. On the line, we've got Simon Jenks, a Force TA car number there. He launches off the line.
And this is the brand new Force TA, I understand, and it's got that Opel 2.5 V6 in it. This is a brand new car. It was only just shaken down not long ago. Simon Jenks was in Caterhams before, and he's now got the Bergen made jump to single seaters. He has a little lock up there on his first approach of the day into Tories.
Yep, up into Pardon he goes. That this V6 Opel engine has been seen before on the hills, but not for a few years. But it's back in the back behind Simon.
Same engine as in the back of the AFS P40. Same engine Alex has put in the back of the P40.
That's the old engine out of... Alex used to run that engine, and they've got it in the P40, and Simon's now got an engine back there.
What a lovely engine. What a lovely... Wasn't that DTM era?
Tiny packaging. Oh, yeah.
Great era, wasn't it? The Calibras and the Alphas, and it was fantastic.
Formula One cars with bodies on them.
Yeah, those Mercedes, those Mercs. I think just fantastic.
Anyway, Simon went up the hill and got a time. Sorry about that. He did a 48.07. So split times, we're sitting in the midway split times I'm monitoring. Simon Andrews about the same, 29.7. And then coming into the top there, I think they're all just taking
having a look.
They're having a look at that.
Yeah.
Remember, this is practice, so it's actually giving them an option to check that out.
Yeah. Graham Wynn, he's on the hill currently, and is in the monstrous GR59. Graham's a fantastic driver. Has a little lock up as the front starts to look at the gravel, but he scoops it all up, no problem at all. Doesn't lose a lot of time, but I could just see the front of the car was just starting to head towards that gravel there. I think he had a double lockup rather than a single lockup, but he's around Pardon, no problem at all. He's heading into the S's.
27.27 to Midway, so slightly down on Jack Cottrell, but still in there about. I've noticed that at Tories, several of the cars are coming into Tories, and they're just having that little bit of lockup and that's reset. So the grip in the braking isn't 100% going into a Tories yet.
Where are they getting the confidence? That's what I'm wondering. At what part of the course do you start to get the confidence? Because it is dry pretty much on the entrance.
The part where the wheels don't spin.
And just as you start to turn in, there is I've really jinxed Lindsay Summers. I'm so sorry to the Summers family. Yesterday,
for the Summers family, Lloyd is right here. I will bring him out to you shortly.
Yesterday, I made comment about how reliable the car is and how it never breaks down, and we've had another stoppage. Unfortunately, Lindsay's. I don't know what it is. It's rolling. There's no issue. It's just kind of conked out between.
It comes through Tories and it just stopped. And looks like she's going to unclip and get out of the car here because it doesn't look.
She doesn't know. There is some kind of Italian-ish kind of.
Yeah. What's the matter, you?
Literally. What is the matter, you? AFS.
Yeah.
So
hold on.
Not entirely sure. I think she's just going to have a little look and see which way, whether we're going to go straight back down or whether she's going to be pulled up the hill. Who knows?
I don't know.
It's rolling though, so it's not like anything locked up.
I'm not
rolling.
Sure because they were going to push her back to push her over, and she's going no.
Right. Lindsay Summers looks like whether she's been pushed back down the hill or whether she's got it going, I don't know. We'll know in a second. Alex, if you're in the paddock, Mum's on her way back down. And I'm really, really sorry. I should have never mentioned how reliable the car was. So, but it's a beautiful thing. No doubt it's only a small issue, and I would hope to see that car back out later. It just kind of stopped. So, yeah, that's made its way back through now into the paddock. So we'll be up and running soon. Stephen Owen on the line in this OMS 28 RPE. He'll be getting this fired up again in just a moment. And
define a moment.
The time it takes between now and then.
Is that what it is?
That's my definition.
Is that the Oxford Dictionary?
That's my
version?
definition.
That's your definition.
In just a moment is the time it takes between now and then.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like how long's a piece of string? Insert clever answer.
There is actually an answer to
there
that.
There is, yeah.
No, it's a simple answer. It's not the one you're thinking, where someone gets out 14 calculators.
Half the length of...
fold it in half. It's half the length of the total distance or something.
Yeah, that's like a smarmy uncle at Christmas joke, that is, isn't it?
Okay, where are you going about the dad? No, you avoided the dad joke. You're avoiding the dad joke thing, but you're leaning on it. Can't do that because you're not a dad.
Not yet, hopefully. Yeah. Stephen Owen.
You're in training, are you?
Absolutely, yeah. That's the best bit. Stephen Owen, he's on the line in his OMS 28 RPE engine car, 2.7 litre, best part of 400 brake horsepower. He leaves the line. We're getting a bit of tyre smoke off that line now, so you tell me it's starting to dry up off the line.
That's the wet tyres. That's the wet tyres getting a little too hot because they don't have all the grip going. Did you see the back end? He actually had tyre
he came back down. He came back through that box real quick on the engine brake and just locked the rear axle up slightly. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He did it again. He's using some engine braking as well, isn't he? So he's really coming down the box hard.
He's using the engine to slow the car down as opposed to the brakes to prevent the wheels from locking up, but that's hard on parts.
Yeah, that's tricky.
So let's see what he does at the top. Because Lynn's already been up the hill. Oh, nice drift coming out of that. Beautiful drift out of that. No, he's backed off on the semicircle just to see what's going on there.
Quite quick through there, though. He's
still going. Still a 40. Well, at the midway, which we're using as a judge, it was a 27.7, and that's right in there with what everybody's doing at the moment.
Yeah.
Richard Alexander in the Force PC. Tidy little car 142. He's already on the hill up to midway, heading towards the S's. In his... what's in that car?
It's going to be in Richard Alexander's car.
Yes.
It's a Hayabusa turbo, I think. Hayabusa turbo. As Chris Ponsford has kind of that information.
It lives.
He's rolling around semicircles.
You notice we had this schedule working to today, but you notice how he timed it just right for his favorite part of the day. I'm going to step away. I'm going to hand over to the maestro, the person who's apparently louder than me, Mr. Ponsford.
It's going to become a competition, this, I think. Oliver Tomlin on the hill now, this beautiful Pilbeam MP97. He's going to thread this through the S's, and while he does that, I'm going to welcome Chris Ponsford back into the booth.
Thank you, Lloyd. Yes, I've just had a cup of tea and a couple of oatmeal biscuits, but a lovely little break, lovely jubbly. I see we've had some fun and games while we've been away. You've had to talk through a long delay.
I've had to, well, yes, we had John Stockley's engine expired by the looks of it. I could be wrong. It'd be interesting to go and find out what happened.
Well, listen, I'm back here because I love these. You know,
absolutely.
It's fantastic. I'm very lucky to get a chance to see these. David Duren's on the hill in the Gould GR55. This is the ex-Martin Groves car. He shares this with Nicola Menzies, who's not with us this weekend. She's up in Scotland. Anyway, David will be definitely a serious contender, won't he, for a runoff?
Absolutely, absolutely. David likes to nick a result in these conditions. He's quick at the best of times, but there's David could win.
He could. And I tell you what, this young man here, Trevor Willis, I tell you what a competitor he is. 3 times British Hillclimb champion, brilliant in the wet.
Yeah.
His car hasn't got quite the power of those
Instructor at Shelsley Walsh, I believe.
Yes, he is. He is indeed. And he's on the hill at the moment. Have a look at it. He is the most successful OMS driver. He's coming up towards the finish, and left the line is one of our favourites, Will Hall.
Will Hall, I was talking to Will earlier. He's just hard on the brakes. Wow, that's the most committed I've seen anybody go into a tour. He's hard on the brakes, has a lock-up, but takes his foot off the brake. The car goes round. He's hard on the brakes now into Pardon. I think there's more grip on the entrance of Pardon than there certainly is at a Tories. But this is a fantastic-looking car, this GR59 in this Williams livery. And Will's, I mean, for such an incredible car, Will's such a laid-back guy. He just, how's it going?
He's a family guy.
Yeah,
he's a lovely guy.
Yeah.
He's just fabulous, isn't he? So he's heading up towards the finish as we've got Alex Summers coming to the line now. So Will goes through in a 41.27.
Beautiful.
Alex Summers and Matthew Ryder are the two that are vying realistically for the championship this year. Could go either way at this stage. There's still technically 6 runs, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Alex Summers is certainly going to be a favourite for today. I was talking to him earlier. I said, what have you changed between now and last time? And he was saying many things. So he's changed a bit on the car. Let's see if it comes together. I think he's on these wets because I don't think it's not quite slick weather yet for these cars with 500 horsepower plus.
I had a word with Wallace. Everyone's deciding what to run. Actually, it's quite different. It's like 700 horsepower. This is IndyCar V8 in the back of this one. So he's got huge horsepower. This engine revs to 14,000.
Stunning. And Alex is at the point now where there is nothing more to come from that car. I think he's just getting everything out of that car he possibly can. It's absolutely slightly down on power to the GR59, but not as much of an issue at Prescott, is it?
Well, interestingly, looking at the times here, 36.84 with his best time yesterday, and he's just done a
36.84 is I think he was in the 36.6s yesterday.
41.83 at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got some serious cars on the hill. Matthew Ryder on the hill at the moment. This guy is potentially the champion this year. This is Sean Gould's car that he shares with Matthew.
And interesting, he's on full wets. He's on wets front and rear. He's on wets front and rears. But I noticed Wallace coming to the line has dropped a set of slicks on the back of his car. Now Wallace I think Wallace is my £5 bet for tomorrow.
You've been tipping him, haven't you? Well, even today.
Sorry, I meant
today.
Tomorrow, nothing's going to be happening tomorrow. I mean, I'll turn up and I'll win tomorrow.
So we've got so Matthew has just gone up in a 41.07. And at this point, I'm going to get my other glasses out, you see, Lloyd, when you get as old as me.
Glasses. Wallace just rounds the Tories. He was hard on the brakes, no lockups. This car's got a fantastic traction control system, so really well suited. Wallace likes it at Prescott. He's the previous record holder until Matt nicked the record by 5,000ths of a second earlier. He's been up here in a 36.65. That was the record. But Wallace, beautiful slide out of the exit of S's. Might not be the quickest, but certainly looked very, very good. That'll make a good photo to hang on the wall, Wallace. And he crosses the line in a 40.68. So that's with a set of slicks on the back as well.
So Matthew did a 40.07 and Wallace a 40.68. But it really doesn't matter about these times. So as long as they get the car up the hill, it's all to play for when we start competitive runs, and then we'll have a fantastic run.
But it isn't important to have a practice because you wouldn't know, with that spillage at semicircle. Imagine going into a time run then.
Yes, so
around there.
Basically that engine spilled its guts up on the semicircle then, so it was quite a job clearing that up then.
It was, and where it sat as well, I think there was possibly holes in that engine that weren't previously there. So I think possibly it's possibly expired in a fairly big way and leaked wherever it was sat, and so it was a fair clean-up operation, but the marshals have done a great job to get that cleaned and sorted.
They're going quickly again, aren't they, despite that? So they obviously the cement dust and all the rest.
Max Verstappen joined the chat.
Max Verstappen's
joined the chat.
Good morning, Max.
Good morning, Max. If you're listening, go well, mate. Go well.
Do you think is that our Max Verstappen? Is that our man? Is he busy this weekend?
He's not busy this week. He's probably sim racing. He's probably looking at Prescott thinking, I fancy a crack at that. So, Max, if you feel like come on over. I'm sure we can find you a Gould GR59 to have a go in.
Yeah, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Yeah, I tell you what, Andy Tippett's just gone through the line there in that gorgeous Brabham BT30. We're into sort of the historic cars, actually, manufactured up to 1971. It's a small class. Richard George is in the Chevron. Amanda, his daughter's co-driving that one this weekend. We've got a slight delay here now while we wait for some more cars. We must have. I think we may have cars.
Well, yeah, Fassy cars will come next. And I think we're into the first of the time runs after this, are we not?
Yeah, I think so, yes. And so if you've not watched the time runs before, basically they are trying to qualify the fastest 12 cars to get in the top 12 runoff, which will be before lunch, hopefully. And then the tin tops that are eligible, the tin top cars, saloons and the like, they will be also having a runoff for 10 of them, won't they?
Yeah. So let's put our bets on now then. So let's go with surprise runoff because we're going to do this before we get into the time stuff, because it's a bit of a cop out if you do it during the time stuff. Because I think you got the fun in it is doing it before the time runoff. So who's your surprise bet for a runoff, and who do you think's winning the runoff?
Oh, wow.
Well, runoffs, or one of them.
You know what it's all going to boil down to is what the weather does. Because at the moment we've got a drying track. If it rains again, that will really throw some cats amongst the pigeons. You could even have somebody like David Tatham qualifying an 1100 if it gets wet. The wetter it gets, the more chance those sort of guys have got. Einem Price, when he was driving his single-seater, was absolutely brilliant in the wet. Ex-rally driver. He's here in his R5 today. So you're fancying Wallace.
I think I fancy Wallace. I think Wallace and Dave Warburton for. I think Dave will get a good result, and I think Wallace will get. I think Wallace will win a runoff.
Wow, that will be interesting. It's all to play for, because they raise their game massively when it comes to the actual runoff, don't they? So I never take too much notice of the qualification. They'll be going fast enough to qualify, but without over-stressing. They don't want to bin it in a qualification, and it has happened. Mike.
I think Wallace is in the best shape he's been for a while. I think he looks like he's looking good. The car feels good. I think so. I don't know. He looks
Now listen, Dave Parr's on the hill, but look, coming up to the line, that looks like Ed Burgess to me in the Bugatti type. Yeah, he's got an entry today. So it is Ed Burgess in the Type 51 Bugatti. He's on the council here at Prescott. He's a big noise in the Bugatti. He holds the record for a Bugatti at Prescott up the hill. So have a look at this. This is an old school motor car, but
51.85, I think.
Good, fabulous sounding car. It goes like an absolute big bag. Amazing car and driver. He's also got a Gould GR55 as well, but he's not racing that this weekend because that's got some engine issues. So have a look at Ed Burgess as he approaches.
What a beautiful thing.
The Tories here.
So much to do as well. Changing gear on the outside of the car. Straight eight.
Charged. I mean,
what
what's
a thing.
not to like? It's
What
beautiful,
a thing.
isn't it?
What a thing.
Look at the little skinny tyres on there.
Wider track on the front than the back. Certainly want to fall out of it, that's for sure. They were so brave in the day, weren't they?
Seatbelts, are they?
So brave.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, when they crashed them, it was better to fall out than stay in, wasn't it? No roll cage.
I bet that handles really not. I bet that's actually loads of fun to drive. Not that I've ever going to get the chance to drive a Bugatti Type 51.
Now, from the old to something much more modern, you've got John Dunn in the Mitsubishi Evo 7 RS. This is the one. You'll see it very shortly, folks. He's come from the Channel Islands. He's got a turbocharger, a supercharger. Was it a 2.3 or 2.3?
Yeah, and we said it was 2.3, and we said to him, have you got the boost up or not? He said, well, it's about 500 horsepower on low boost, 600 on medium boost. He said, well, what have you got it on today? He said, well, obviously high boost, 712 horsepower.
Oh, of course. And he drives his car on the road.
This is his shopping car, so he'll in Guernsey, where he's from, he'll take this to go and get his shopping.
Probably an Asda man, or he's a Waitrose man.
Yeah, we'll be the fastest Asda delivery driver, that's for sure.
It's very rapid.
It is a really, really quick car. But again, just having a little look around semicircle just to make sure it doesn't fall off the edge. Look at the fuel going through that as it pumps out a load of soot out the back. Fantastic. But
now I wanted to ask you a question about David Garnett. I was driving here this morning, and I know that you're all over this, right?
Yeah.
Now, excuse my absolute ignorance, because the original Fiat 500, the engine was in the back.
Yes.
Is the engine back or front?
The engine is in the front of these.
Right.
The engine is in the front. It wouldn't be particularly. It would not be particularly convenient to do rear.
Okay.
Rear. David Garnett crosses the line 57.13 in that 595. Yeah, front engine, 5-speed gearbox. Paul Aymer on the hill currently in this Healy Sprite going well. This is that's a lovely car to hill climb on a day like today. That is. Don't need a lot of power. It's very small, very darty. That's a lovely thing. He's going to round semicircle. He's going to thread that. He's not even going to trouble the spillage because it'll fit through the gap. He will across the beam at a 58.29. John Barber on the hill now in the older style theatre bar.
Right, so this is the engine in the back.
This is the engine in the back, original.
Yeah, so this is the old style theatre bar, and we noticed there the engine cover is used as a spoiler effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. That was for cooling, was it?
Cooling, well, a bit of cooling issues because I mean these would have still weren't an air-cooled engine, were they? They were water-cooled. These.
Yes.
Yeah. So okay. So but this is the old style Fiat, tiny little thing. But on the hill, Matt Clark, Austin Mini. Matt, listen to him squealing those tyres around Victoria's there. He pedals this Mini like he stole it. He's outrageously quick in this little car.
He is rapid in that car. I mean, if you're talking about people that get the most out of their cars, you're going to talk about people like Tom Weaver in his Empire. You're going to talk about certainly Matt Clark in this Mini. I mean, he's absolutely flat chat in this thing. He really is so quick.
Super skillful driver. This is the class we love. We've got Martin Saunders about to follow in his Pinto engine Mark 1 Escort.
If ever you want anybody to steal a bit of gold, go and talk to Matt Clark.
Italian job, yeah, 52.72 in iffy conditions. So Martin Saunders, we're just chatting to Martin, he's a local man. This is a replica Mark 1 RS 2000, and he's got the 2-litre Pinto engine in it, which was the right engine of period.
Absolutely. And if you're watching this and you're enjoying what you're seeing, please take a moment to give the stream a like. Message just flashed up there. Please do. We're looking for 16,000 subscribers if we can. And Chris, do I see spits of rain on the? I see spots of rain there? In fact, I do. Yeah, we've got a few spots of rain.
So pigeons.
Fortunately, I'm glad it's happened now rather than a couple of minutes ago. While we've got some more road cars going up the hill.
I think the drivers would either prefer full wet or full dry.
100%. Yeah, be really consistent. Be wet or dry.
Now I'm going to tell you a bit about this. This is Simon Braithwaite, right? Ex-Aston Martin engineer, and he built this car. It's a replica of the Russell Brooks RAC rally car. It's in the period colours that Russell Brooks had when he competed in the RAC in this exact model, and he crashed it on that RAC rally, so I don't think those colours were ever seen again.
That's still the car I'd take home this week. I thought I might wake up in a different mood today and think, oh, actually, I fancy taking that, but I still want that. That's still the car I'd take home, I think.
Runs a BDG engine in that, which he was telling me is about 30 grand's worth.
I just want to have a go in it.
Yeah,
I just want, do you know what I mean? I just want to go and send it sideways.
Hillman Imp there, Mark Maynard.
Talking of sideways, Mark Maynard in this mental Hillman Imp. I mean, I think if there's, am I right in thinking what he doesn't know about Hillman Imps isn't worth knowing?
Yeah, Maynard engines. Yeah.
He's rapid in this Hillman Imp. 10 out of 10 for commitment. He's another one that gets the absolute most out of this Imp. Driving the wheels off it, that's for sure. It's got massive camber on the front end, really darting.
Slightly different to the Minis because your engine's in the back. A 1-litre Coventry Climax engine came out of a fire pump, and this particular
came out of a fire
pump.
A fire pump. Wow.
Yeah, that's mad.
Didn't know that.
I know. And so he's off to the finish, but rear engine, rear wheel drive, and you can drop the engine out in that car in seconds. Well,
now,
about half an hour.
Now, this will be interesting coming up. So we've got Alistair Clark on the hill at the moment in his Triumph Vitesse. Now, just to the right of our commentary box, we've got Ian Moss's RS 1600 Escort. Now, as the course gets wetter, he was about 2 seconds quicker, which is what they all thought. It'll be about 2 seconds quicker. Be interesting to see, will that cost him his 2 seconds?
Well, I don't know, but what I can tell you is when you get to see that car, folks, which is a Mark 1 Escort RS 1600, original car.
So what did Matt Clark? So Matt Clark did 44.81, and the other Escort boys did 46.92.47. So let's see, that car was going in about a 42 up there yesterday, wasn't it? This Escort?
It was.
Let's see what it does now that it's starting to rain a bit.
Well, before we see him, we've got Alistair Clark on the hill in his Triumph Vitesse. He actually won the FASI Championship last year. It's a handicap class. Smashing old car, 2-litre 6-cylinder engine. But Nigel Moss in another Hillman Imp. What he doesn't know about Imps, well, you could,
Yeah, and we've got a relation there between Nigel and Ian. I assume, Chris.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I can't remember if it's father and son. But either way, the Mosses are in town. So I think Ian's dad, he's super quick in this car. He's already on the hill, so we're looking at the Nigel and the M, and we're going to be very shortly looking at that glorious original Mark 1 RS 1600, which the originality, of course, makes it worth blooming loads.
Indeed. Now let's see what happens here. So
Ian's getting wet.
That's starting to get wet now. That's gone from dry to damp now, hasn't it? So
yeah, I'd say so.
So unfortunate timing for Ian, but let's see if he can drive through it. I think he's on slicks, you know, Chris. I think so. He's a brave boy, but he knows how to drive it.
Yeah. There will be a tin top runoff later on.
Yeah.
And normally you'd fancy his chances of getting into that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I suppose so.
He'd have a good chance. But these conditions now, as long as it stays the same for everyone else, then it's all the same, isn't it?
See, look, all that. It's 10 seconds off the pace now.
Yeah,
10 seconds off. So it is wet out there. And also, the other fact is, you don't really want to be throwing it off at semicircle, do you? So
no.
Now, Lee Carter, did we see this car yesterday? I don't.
Do you know what? I don't think we did.
I think it was here. I don't recall seeing it.
No, I don't recall. So this is again the up-to-date Fiat Abarth, but this one has actually. No, tell me.
Oh, this is original. No, this is an original.
Yeah. So it's got such a good paint job and bodywork.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, you think it was a late one. And look how tiny it is. It's tiny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. There's a massive difference between this and the new ones, obviously.
Yeah, obviously, with the new stuff, there's so many safety and emissions regulations. It's not practical to have engines in the back and so on and so forth. So they can only do what they can do, can't they?
Well, I think that one's only running about 50 brake horsepower.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. But one of my little favourites is on the hill at the moment. Or well, we got two favourites. We've got Peter Baker and that glorious old Dane rolling around up the hill. And Peter and then Baker, his wife, they compete in this on the historic Monte Carlo rally.
Such a nice thing to go.
Isn't that great?
How nice would that go and be to do? And as well, Peter really does lean on this car as well. He drives it hard, and it just takes it. It doesn't. It's just happy, just taking the abuse.
We got big rain here, blob coming down here now.
We have
big blobs of rain.
It's gone back to being damp, but it's still not wet enough to clear water from tread blocks. It's just gone back to just being damp and greasy and horrible. So
these
it's that
cars
inconsistent.
They won't be running. They've got treaded tyres.
Oh, these cars won't mind. No, but if we were back in the world of slick shod cars, that's a problem. I suppose you just have to kind of just go, well, it is what it is.
So at the moment we've got the cars competing in the Bugatti Owners Club Fassi Championship, which is Fassi being an Italian manufacturer of is it
quite possibly. I'm ashamed. I don't know, but I will find out.
Here's one of my favourites, Oliver Slater and the Ginetta G15. So this is like one of those Hillman, but this has got a fiberglass body. It's got the 1 litre imp engine in the back. It's rear-wheel drive. He spent a couple of years rebuilding this car. He's quite a tall lad, but he manages to fit in it. And I say this is one of the cars I'd love to take home.
So
they're lovely.
What did you think? So Fassi.
Yeah.
Crane manufacturer. So high ab cranes. Yeah, high ab cranes and sort of control units. So
they're on the back of the programme.
They are, and we thank them for the sponsorship of the series.
Fantastic. Yes, and this is such a lovely class of cars. We've seen all sorts in here. We've got Tim Cross in the midget, the MG midget, and very nice little bit of kit there. And then we're going to be seeing Stephen Norris, who had a bit of a problem yesterday.
Yeah, he conked out at the end of the day yesterday, unfortunately. But it's a completely standard MGB.
Can't be much wrong with it. Perhaps just a minor thing.
Just been something silly, maybe.
He was sat here, wasn't he?
Yeah, maybe a small electrical issue, something like that.
Yes. So Tim Cross finishes in a 62.34 as the wipers are on. At least he's not sat in an open-top car, which is going to be an issue for these poor single-seater drivers shortly.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've had a bulk of the single-seaters go through, but because of the nature of Prescott, we can get through these batches quite quickly. We don't have to wait for any cars to come back down. We've got a return road, so you do get through it quite quickly in a day at Prescott, don't you?
True, yeah, but I noticed going off the line there, it's quite difficult to get off the line. So Stephen Norris, he's got a car restoration business near Tewkesbury, which is very local to here.
Yep.
So he knows his way around motor cars. This is his first season competing, actually, and he's loving it. And I think he mentioned to us yesterday a few tweaks might be in order for next year. Yeah,
I think when he says I've got the bug, I want to go faster. So maybe next year we'll see it with a big V8 in it, maybe. Who knows?
He's dipping his toes in the water this year, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he's definitely thought, I like this. This is fun.
And it's it's common, isn't it? That we see people go from Saxo, like the Weaver family. You go from you got your Saxos, then you go to your single seaters. So you do the rounds in your tin top.
Well, don't forget, for many years, Richard was at Shelsley Walsh driving the pickup truck.
Yes, he was, wasn't he?
Yes,
he was. Weavers.
He's still in that business. He
was.
He's got the garage business.
He was.
And that lovely old. And then suddenly he must have got that. I think I'll drive a single seat.
I fancy a go.
And that's quite a step up, isn't it?
And I can see how the Bug can take you. I mean, I took my car up Shelsley not so long ago. I've taken a Peugeot up Prescott before, and you can just see, you time yourself, and you think, oh, well, I wonder if I could go a bit quicker.
I suspect you, being the age you are, quite fancy your chances, Lloyd, of having a go.
I would like to have a go, but it's I enjoy the commentary. I like to watch other people do it, but I think I would quite like to have a crack at it one day, to be fair. But
it's
time, money.
It's nice to see a young voice on the hill, and with such great knowledge. You really do have knowledge, don't you? And you've recently set up your own business, haven't you? You're selling cars now. You've got some classic cars and sports cars. What's the name of the business?
It's called Driving Heroes. So the shameless plug, Driving Heroes.
Well, no, absolutely. Lloyd he knows his stuff.
I've been in the motor trade for 15 years. Sub £10,000, interesting cars, Clio 172s, MX-5s, but nicely presented, high standards.
You've got a lovely 172 Cup car at the moment, haven't you?
Yes, I do.
So have a word with Lloyd if you want to buy those.
The tagline is for petrol heads by petrol heads. So that kind of tells you all you need to know.
He's an enthusiast, folks, and
absolutely.
But listen, we're still in the vein. So we've got Clive Berry on the hill at the moment in the Chrysler Sunbeam 1600 Ti. We don't see many of these anymore.
Oh, lovely.
Most of them, a lot of them were Lotus Sunbeams, weren't they?
Yes.
So they're worth an absolute pile of money now.
Yeah.
But this one runs a little 1600cc.
But goes well, doesn't it? It sounds really well. Yeah. Clive drives it really spiritedly. He's done the classic Monte Carlo 3 times. And
I think the TI denoted twin carburetors, I believe.
I think you could be right.
Yeah.
I think you could be right.
A little pushrod engine.
Absolutely.
Too fancy.
No, absolutely. But these are the conditions in which it really likes, isn't it? Because it's got the skinny tyres, you can have a load of fun. It's not got all the power in the world, probably the best part of 100, 120 horsepower. But you can have a load of fun, get it sideways, and Clive's driving it. He's obviously on the clock, isn't he? So he's trying to be as tidy as possible. But
now he goes through the line in 73.91. Now look at this. This is Michael Thompson in the S2000 Honda. Michael from Worksop. His wife is Zoe Shearman. They drive a Lotus XE.
He's having a good go.
He's a flying machine, this young man.
240 brake horsepower, 6-speed, 9,000 RPMs. The K24 variant of the VTEC engine, so it's 2.4 litres to give it a bit of extra power, a bit of extra torque. But the best way to drive a Honda S2000 is absolutely thrash the life out of it. They can be spiky in the wet, so Michael's obviously made some adjustments to be a bit careful with it. But doesn't it look great? It is very wet. I'm afraid it's very wet at semi-circle now, isn't it?
Absolutely thrown us back in the works.
That's very wet now, isn't it? But still going well, is Michael. Can he just dip below a minute? Oh, yes, he can. Good time.
Now, here's one of young Chris Druitt's favourite cars. Richard George in the Chevron B19. This is a real history car, folks. It was at one time owned by Joe Siffert.
Yeah.
They had Eiger Racing, so like Swiss Racing.
Yeah.
And the works driver of this car was Gérard Larousse, a Frenchman. And this car, we see it on a regular basis in this racing cars manufactured up to 1971. He drives this with Amanda, his daughter. I mean, this is a priceless car.
Oh, it's
a serious bit.
And the thing is, it's got that Targa Florio-esque look about it. It's just a very desirable car, eligible for all sorts of bits and pieces. I think it only goes hill climbing. I'm not sure. It might do other stuff, but
mostly other.
But I see it mostly do hill climbing. But understandably, Richard just wants to get it over the line in these conditions.
Yes, he absolutely will. For all our photographers out on the hill, the conditions are getting sprayy.
Yes.
Get those rooster tail shots, particularly with the single-seaters.
Yeah, it'd be great photography. Now, Ryan Amos having a real go in this Austin Healey Spray. He's having a proper go. Now, this would be what a bag of fun this would be. Small, petite, it's got a good bit of horsepower. They were warming it up yesterday.
Under 60 seconds.
Under 6 seconds. So that's as quick as a Honda S2000.
Was it as quick as Michael Thompson?
Where's Michael? Let's have a look. Michael Thompson. Michael Thompson, in fact, quicker. A little quicker than Honda S2000.
Now we have the course car going up for a little looky-wooky.
I would imagine just check on things.
Checking it out.
Checking
it out. Well, yeah. So we knew we were going to get some rain today. It'd be really, we had a lot of rain last night. I slept through it. All my missus said it was pouring rain. You said to me it was raining.
I woke up about 5 o'clock this morning, and it was you could hear it on the window. It was really, really hammering down. And then I woke up. Well, got up not long after that, and it was just beautiful morning sort of sunrise where it was sort of, you could see over the left hand side you've got these like purple clouds going away, and you've got the sun coming up. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh. I love the countryside, mate. I love the countryside.
Well, you live in the countryside. You live in Inkbarrow, don't you?
Yeah, a little village called Flyford Flavel.
I went to the Old Bull in Inkbarrow recently with my missus for a bit of grub.
Yeah,
that was the Archers pub.
You'd have had to mind your head in there, wouldn't you, Chris? With your 6'2", 3,
whatever. But it was lovely actually, and the grub was really good. And do you know what's lovely? The landlady, who was charming, she was peeling potatoes on a table in the pub as you come in by the door there, because they do triple cut chips there, triple cooked chips, and they were blooming excellent.
What time's lunch, mate? What time's lunch?
Can we go? Because I remember yesterday you're young and fit, and you play football 3 times a week, all this stuff. You were starving yesterday lunchtime, weren't you? You had a beefy thing, but then you went up to the clubhouse.
I had a beefy thing, a potatoey thing, and then a sandwichy thing. So when you get hungry, mate, you get hungry. Sometimes you have hungry days.
They're having a look. The course car is going up to have a look at semicircle, because that's the area that we had the problem with earlier. Hang on, Ellie. Yeah, morning, you guys. Top job again. Say hi to my good friend and your fellow commentator, The Ponds. Well, that's me, yeah. Elev8, good to speak to you again. Yes, hope you're enjoying the stream.
That looks very much like a drone in his picture. Is he a dronist?
He could be a bit of a dronist, yeah, yes. Well, drones are big popular
Big thing now. Licenses and all sorts involved together, isn't it?
So the Clarks are having a look at semicircle, because now the rain has come. That has gone on top to make.
Well, I think the thing is in the dry you can only clean what's there, whereas when it rains it bleeds through the surface, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the cement dust will have potentially got wet.
So if it is wet and it's bleeding across the circuit, and then there's an area of
I think we had a similar situation.
Watching from Santa Pod. Gotta love these classic cars from Cheetown Hustler. Now, Santa Pod. I'm a bit addicted at the moment to going on YouTube and watching Top Fuel dragsters ticking over, and then watching
the engines going budum.
That is something I still have to do in person. It's much like hill climbing. You got to see it to believe how quick they are. I still can't comprehend the fact that these dragsters go from 0 to 320 miles an hour in 3.5-4 seconds. I can't get my head around it.
And the G-force sat in one of those cars while it's performing that.
Yeah,
it must be like going in a missile.
Yeah. So so that's something I need to tick a box of one day. But I'd like to go to. I think I would love to go to America and do it.
Robert Clark, who's here today in his Empire.
Yes.
Right? Robert was here yesterday practicing, but he's got his Empire, and that's a little bike engine car. But what he was telling me that he had a bit of time out the car recently, got married and stuff like that. But when he had his first go back in the car, he said it was like jumping back into a missile. No racing, it's raining. Yes, it's raining, but it's not the rain that's stopping us at the moment.
No. This is where he is. This will be in response to what I was talking about with his drag racing, because it's obviously you can't drag race in the rain. So he'll be talking about
don't drag race in the rain.
No, he'll be talking about rain there. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, so we're currently stopped because the Clarks are inspecting the course up at Semicircle, where one of the cars dropped oil and.
That's why we've stopped. So we've stopped based on just a bit of a check and just to see what's happening. So we're just going to step off for a second. We've had a visitor into the box, so bear with us one moment.
Mighty Colin Bullock and Gemma Price.
Welcome back to the first of our timed runs of the day now. Practice is over. We've got the first time runs now. David Wilson on the hill currently in this Lotus Elise. This is Dad. He'll be followed shortly by Rob. They've gone really well in this Elise this year, really made the switch beautifully. Andrew Feekins is on the hill at the moment too in this Clio 172 Cup. A great entry point into hill climbing. 2-litre 16 valve, 172 brake horsepower. Clue is in the name. You can pick these things up for a couple of grand for a scratty one that'll get you up a hill with no problems. But don't wait long. They are going up in value. Imminently tunable. This one's running throttle body's probably more like 200 brake horsepower. This one, Andrew Feekins, but he breaks the beam at 55.81. Richard Pates in this MGZR 160. Rare car now, Chris. Rare car, MGZR 160.
Yeah, amazing, actually. I had a Rover 200 at one time with a 1400 engine years ago, and actually it was a great little car.
Yeah.
And these are now becoming quite desirable, and they were popular, or still are, amongst the rally boys, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got a bit of a cult following, the fancy MG stuff. I mean, 10 years ago it was 500 quid, 1,000 quid now, but you can probably pay 5 or 6 grand for a good ZR 160.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael Thompson's back on the hill in this S2000, driving it beautifully.
So is he getting a rerun or something?
Well,
I thought we saw him just now.
We did. I don't know the reason we're seeing him again so quickly. Maybe he's in a different class, 2 classes. I don't know. But either way, he's gone purple. So purple is fastest overall of their class, as Jonathan Langmead has a little spin.
Jonathan Langmead is in that little Elise. He's a Gould pro from North Devon. He's a class record holder.
A fantastic driver. He's a fantastic driver.
Brilliant.
He's had a fail, unfortunately, though. That's very unlike him.
47.22 actually is his class record, which he set last time we were here.
He's obviously been pushing on. But that car is set up beautifully, very well developed. It's a class record holder at Shelsley and other places. He's doing really well in that car, and here as well. He's done a great job in this car. He's up on his way again. He's no damage. It didn't even go on the grass. He just had I think came in a little bit too hot into a Tories and locked the rear end up and went round by the looks of it. No ABS traction on these cars.
These are actually a car I've learned a little bit more about lately. They're very nice little bits of kit. Yeah. Most of them running the Rover K series engines in the back. Yeah. And they go extremely well. They're small, light, and when they've got the top off them, like the soft top ones, they're a proper little racing car, aren't they? They just look the part, don't they? And they got the aluminium body top, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, good afternoon. Ed Burgess is here. Hello, Ed. How are you, sir? Have you got a new hat on you today, then? This is the Prescott Speed Hillclimb hat. Well, indeed. Well, the sun hat we had on last time was lovely, but not today.
Absolutely.
Not today. And Ed, of course, has just been up the hill in his Bugatti. Did you like it out there, Ed? Quite frightening, very, very slippery, he was saying, which in a Bugatti Type 51 is definitely a scary prospect, isn't it?
57 seconds,
Yeah. At the end of the day, you want to get it up the hill and not bend anything, don't you?
Quite right. Lizzie Weaver, she's away from the line in that Saxo VTS. Great way to... this car has been beautifully campaigned by the Weavers over the years. Lizzie drives it really well. It's now her turn to take on the Saxo VTS. 16 valve, 120 or 30 brake horsepower. Fantastic cars. These were the cars of my childhood, Chris. This is what we used to go...
these, don't you?
This is what we used to go squealing around Redditch roundabouts in. So
now, is this the same version as the Peugeot?
It is. It's a 106 GTI Saxo VTS.
Yeah.
Same car underneath.
Same engine.
106 GTI worth a bit more for some reason, but they're the same car underneath. Same car underneath.
Oh, that's interesting, because I would associate these as being proper boy racers.
Oh yeah, they were back in the day. I'd have done anything for a 106 GTI or a VTS when I was 17.
What would the insurance have cost you on one of these when you were 17?
A lot more than they were worth. But hey, Lizzie Weaver's doing an admirable job now. She heads up to semicircle. You can just see the front end just compressing there as we take. That's quick round semicircle. To be fair, that's really brave from Lizzie. But to be fair, you can't actually see the where the cement dust is anymore because of the moisture. So
true. 63.95 for Lizzie. Daniel Friel on the hill in the Type R Honda. Now here he comes, the silver one. These are actually, they're better looking than the later type bars, aren't they? I think. And
It's
tell
all
us
a matter
about the engine. It's the variable valve timing, isn't it?
It's all a matter of opinion, isn't it? I mean, they were very, very popular, the EP3 variant of Type R.
Watch your elbows.
Because it's because obviously they're six-speed gearbox, but the gear lever was really high up on the dashboard, so it felt very touring car-like. They had great success in the BTCC with Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden, Dan Eves back in the day. Fantastic car. What does he do? What's he done? He's gone across the line in a 57.05, so that's really quick from Daniel Friel. So Samantha Lester on the hill now in this 106 GTI, really well developed car, not a lot of weight in this car, it's highly modified, this 106, so it's a bit quicker than the Saxo VTS than you saw of Lizzie Weaver's, just breaks the beam a shade over a minute, 60.07.
Sam Lester's normally out in the Formula Ford last season, but anyway, she works at Moran Motorhomes, and they got that one this year. Simon Tarling on the hill at the moment in the 996 GT3. Now, the 996 was one of the first of the water-cooled Porsches. It's still got the big six-cylinder engine in the back of this one, but it's water-cooled. Well-sorted car, actually. And I noticed on his it's had quite a bit of work lighting. Tell us about this one. This looks very rapid to me.
So, Richard Snow. So this is the 981 variant of the Cayman GT4. This era only came in a manual, so 3.8. The engine was always designed to be naturally aspirated. You can hear it there, manual. But Richard Snow's got some Manthey Racing bits on his, so it's quite breathed on GT4. Him and Robert Lancaster Gay have a great battle between them. They're really separated by half a second. Robert Lancaster Gay, you'll see in a moment, is coming up in the later variant, but Richard Snow's just going to complete now. He's just going to go around semicircle. He's going to break the beam shortly, and what's he going to do? He's really nice round semicircle. He crosses the line in 54.97. Now Robert Lancaster Gay is in the later cars. This is a 718 GT4. This has got the 7-speed PDK gearbox in it.
So this is an auto.
This is an auto box, but the engine was designed to be turbocharged, but they removed the turbochargers from the 911 and put what they had left in the back of the GT4 so that they could keep the GT4 naturally aspirated to beat emissions regulations.
See, this is why we love Lloyd in the box. He's all over this stuff, and there's so many variations of Porsches. All I know is they cost a lot and they go very fast.
Yes.
Right? And they're lovely things, aren't they?
They certainly do, but what's he going to do across the line? Robert Lancaster Gay does a 56.77, so not quite a couple of seconds off the pace of Richard Snow. So Richard Snow, that round goes to you, sir. Stephen Atkins, now that's a fun car.
Now, this I do like. This is the V8 BMW, isn't it?
You get more points for telling me the model code. We're getting proper nerdy. Is an E.
M13 or M3. I don't know.
I don't want to throw you under the bus, Chris, because it's not your era. I get that.
Go for it, boy.
E92 M3. Because the BMW fans will be watching this. Go, it's an E92, it's an E92. 4-litre V8, revs to the moon, 8,500 RPM, DCT gearbox.
Oh my goodness.
One of the highlights of the M3s. Breaks the beam 59.65.
You never forget your first DCT gearbox, do you?
Fantastic.
But it does sound nice. It goes extremely well. Very nice car indeed. Now we're amongst some interesting stuff. We've got Robert Wilson's on the hill at the moment in the Lotus Elise, and he'll be followed by Rodney Isles, who's waiting on the line in the Toyota Yaris. Now, Robert Wilson, he's got no hood on his, so he's getting wet there at the moment, isn't he?
He won't mind.
But I'm told that when you're in the car in the wet, you don't get wet.
Depends how fast you're going, I suppose,
well,
doesn't it?
They're going quite fast.
They're going quite fast, but yeah, Robert's son of David. They drive really well. I think Robert might be a shade quicker in this Elise, but they used to sport a shopping car 1.1205 GTI, which they basically turned into a very spicy GTI underneath, which went so well. But they've not long got into this Elise, and they're driving it beautifully. 51.67 for Robert. There he goes fastest so far.
Rodney Isles, he's driving his Toyota Yaris.
This is the car you want to be in today.
But he was, last time I saw him, in a Alpha 4C, wasn't he? Very well worked Alpha 4C, and he's an ex-single-seater driver as well as some repute.
Yes.
So it's great to see. But these little cars, tell us about these.
Fantastic. 1.6-litre 3-cylinder engine, the most powerful production 3-cylinder in the world, developed by Toyota GR Racing. Jari-Matti Latvala, Tommy Mäkinen, they all had primarily developing this car. 3 electronic differentials, 4-wheel drive, 6-speed gearbox. They are a proper rally car. These
4 differentials. Explain that to me.
3 electronic differentials. Well, it means it can deal with its power in a multitude of different ways.
You mean it can change the diff by setting on a button?
It can change its diff rate. It can go front to back, side to side, front rear. And it does it all for you. I won't go into the details because I can't explain it quite enough quickly. enough.
that goes wrong?
Well, 7-year warranty on those.
Are they?
Which includes track days.
Does it?
Yes, it does.
Does it? So,
yes, it
so
does.
if your differentials play up, you can just take it back to Mr. Toyota. And
they are a properly over-engineered car, those GR Yaris's. They really are. They are quicker than you think. They are rapid things.
So we've got several here today. This is James Stocks in his. They always have a good little battle in this little class. And the car you'll be seeing next, by the way, is Pete Richards in the Golf Type R. I was going to ask you, I described it earlier as having four-wheel drive. Am I right?
It does. It has a Haldex system.
I thought
it's a Haldex. So it's front-wheel drive until it needs the rears to kick in, which on a day like today it will need.
Yeah.
So I think it's never more than 60% front, 40% rear.
Well, on my Volvo, I've got Haldex, and I was told that when the front wheels spin at more than 25%, it kicks the Haldex in.
Yeah.
And so you then get to flip four-wheel drive.
Absolutely right.
And it is actually a great system. It works very well.
It does, absolutely, yeah. And we're seeing that now. James Stocks, by the way, he completes in a 55.90. Peter Richings then now, this is the latest variant. This is the Mark 8 Golf R. Very quick car, 300 odd brake horsepower, DSG gearbox. And they're a little on the heavy side, but they are so quick. They mask their weight so well.
He was telling me that one of the reasons when he got the car, it was immediately a second and a half quicker than his previous Yaris, which he'd campaigned for 3 years. Now, something really crazy is going to be on the hill shortly. You're going to be seeing John Dunn in a Mitsubishi Evo 7, which's got a supercharger and a turbocharger. Yep. Just carry us with Pete. With Alan Mansfield in the Yaris. You're seeing him now in another Yaris.
I'm going to say something. These Yarises, you might not know, they are such a rally car that when you dip the clutch and you pull the handbrake, it automatically disengages drive to the rear wheels and locks the rear brake, just like a proper hydraulic rally handbrake, which would be great fun around Pardon on a day like today, but not very quick. Very quick.
Well, tell us about John Dunn.
John Dunn. He's come from Guernsey. He's got a Norris Designs engine. If you know your Evos, you'll know that's a hell of an engine builder. These guys are responsible for in excess of 1,200 horsepower engines, but this is a twin charged engine, so it's turbocharged and supercharged, this engine, with some sort of air flow system and valves. Very complicated. John was showing me it yesterday, and I think I'd need a good few goes before I really understood how it works, but they switch over, but he's only running the 712 horsepower today, Chris.
Well, I thought he'd have turned it down a little bit. This, amazingly, is a car he drives on the road back home to go shopping.
It is. He goes shopping in it, in Guernsey. But, he's going all right in it this weekend. It's you can hear that supercharger there. You can hear the whine just there.
He's getting it up the hill, which is fantastic. Ray Lower now. I'm going to tell you about Ray Lower. Professor Ray Lower. He's a visiting professor of mechanical engineering at Oxford and Cambridge. So he travels around. He goes where they want him. But nevertheless, he's a great genius behind the wheel. Brilliant builder of this little car, and he certainly knows how to be. But I tell you what, he's of retired age, but he drives it like he stole it, and he's often winning the class.
Beautifully engineered. It's got one of the best intake noises of any car here, in my opinion. I've said this before, I'll say it again. The intake bark from those carburetors is fantastic, but he crosses in a time of 57.01. Malcolm Hickey in this Caterham 7, it's got a lot of. I think it's got more power than it knows what to do with. Has this car, so but great fun Caterhams are. I don't know if you've ever driven one, Chris, but they are so much fun.
Well, I'll just also tell you probably know that the Caterham and the Westfield, there's essentially probably one main difference is the Caterhams are usually alloy bodies on them, and the Westfields are mostly fiberglass.
Yes.
But nevertheless, some of the very early Westfields were alloy.
Yeah.
But this one, as you say, is very quick. This class, we've got Steve Garner coming shortly, very rapid. Who's going to win that class? Who knows?
Hard to say. I think you're going to need a bit of traction control on your side to deal with some of the power. I mean, these cars are tremendously powerful, but I'm just looking at the tyre warm-up area. There's very little effort required to spin your wheels, and getting off the line, we've been used to the dry. You just sat there spinning your wheels up, but hey. But Rob Lloyd is around semicircle now. In his Westfield, as we sit now looking at Stephen Garner. Now Stephen Garner's got traction control, he's got sequential shift, I think. Let's just have a look at his I think he's got sequential shift on his car as well, so very well developed Westfield, that is.
Highly he's got two of these. His original one of these got stolen, right? It then sat in a garage for 6 years, and it didn't get molested. He didn't even know it was there till he had a tip-off.
Yeah.
In the meantime, he'd built a a replica of the car.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 of these the same now. He comes from Essex, and I tell you what, that is a beautifully sorted car.
Good grief, isn't it just? It always goes well, but you can hear he's very, very careful on those throttle applications. I think if you're getting up this hill in sub 60 seconds at the moment, I think you're going quite well.
Well, Ray Lower did that 57.01. He's comfortably leading that class. So either it's getting wetter out there, because Steve is normally very close to
the rain is easing up. I think it's still spitting, but it is easing up slightly. But I think they've all had a fair crack at the wet running, to be fair, this weekend so far.
Yeah, so Tim Higgins has just left the line in another Westfield. We've got quite a good class of them here today. Some of them are shared drives. Joy Hoyle will be driving Ray Lower's car later on. So Tim Higgins, most of these are running Rover K-Series engines. I think some of them might have a Vauxhall engine, but I think mostly K-Series.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is with Caterhams as well is they are so adjustable. I've never gotten into a car and driven anything that I felt so at home with so quickly. I imagine the Westfields are the same. They are just fantastically adjustable things. So these guys will no doubt have driven them in the wet before, but you just got to be a little bit careful with them because they can be a little tail happy. As Timothy Higgins makes his way through the S's, just rolls it through the exit of the S's as Richard Price really flashing into our screen, really having a go.
It's proper wet out there, but
it's proper wet, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of spray there. These cars probably don't have the luxury. They're driven here or put off the trailer on the same tyres pretty much. So
but this is what you prefer, Chris, as a driver. Be wet or be dry, just so I know what to do throughout the whole. As long as there's no, I mean, that's what we saw catch Jonathan Langmead out, I think. It just kind of got a bit slippier.
Richard Price is on the hill at the moment. I tell you what, he's showing purple sectors at the moment. He's got to beat Ray Lower's 57.01 at the moment.
Well, he's comfortably the quickest through the first corner so far that I've seen at 66 miles an hour. That's the quickest I've seen anyone roll through
he's going to walk through that 57.
Yeah, you'd say so. 54.72.
Brilliant.
That is a walk through, isn't it, to be fair to him?
Now tell us about this one.
So this is the AMS Mutara. So this is a Subaru Impreza underneath. So I think you supply the well, if you want to, you can supply your own Subaru and they'll supply the kit to turn it into an AMS Mutara, or I think they'll build it all for you. John Pick drives the only one that I know of, but he drives it well. He's going quick and he's purple as well, Chris. He's really gone pink overall. So
for once, the conditions are bang on for him.
Yeah, this is exactly
four-wheel drive. You know, it's a lightweight car. He was, I think, second quickest in practice yesterday. He's just done a 51.68
and 3 seconds out of Richard Price.
That's
3 seconds.
incredible.
But that's what the four-wheel drive does for you. He'll be rubbing his hands together when those rain came down.
If he keep raining.
Exactly. Christopher Bentley Jones now on the hill in this beautiful Austin Cooper S. Now this is a car that I'd love to own one day. I've got to tick the classic mini box at some point, Chris. I've not done it.
Well, you need to get in quick because they're fetching a lot of money.
Aren't they just?
Owen mentioned earlier that the modification on this was that all the seats are stripped out. It's obviously running a cage and stuff like that. The actual body shell isn't that original. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's really, really lovely, isn't it? And he's really pushing on round semicircle. Going to get that power down as quickly as he can. He's going to go across the line there. 62.85. Ian Sargent on the line on the hill now in this interesting looking Opel Tigra. It's almost kind of like when you see the oval racing Tigras and things like that. I don't think there's much Tigra left in it, to be honest. I think it's running a 1400 Nova engine.
Yes, it's got a twin cam engine in it, but where would that be mounted? Is that
at the front? I would say that's at the front because you can see wider front track.
I'll tell you something. Eric Murray's on the hill in this super rapid Hillman him. This is a 1 litre, but it's got a turbocharger in it. It's got about 170 brake horsepower. He is one good driver.
It wheelied off the line yesterday when it was a bit dry, but just you watch him out of pardon. Look at the way this thing just cocks its inside wheel up. Oh, not quite today. Not got quite. He's oversteering instead. But in the dry, that thing's lifting its front wheel up in the air on the exit of pardon.
I think he's in purple sectors at the moment. It means that he's got to beat a 62.85. I think he's going to comfortably do that. He's in the S's at the moment, he's come out of the S's into semicircle, going to be in the 50s. What's he going to do? 55 maybe?
Really pushing through.
54.92.
Really nicely done. Mark Maynard, I don't recognise it. Has he painted it yellow?
No,
I don't recognise his car. He's changed his car. Why has he done that?
He had a bluey grey one here yesterday. And he thought, well, do you know what? I've got a few of these. Maybe there was a problem with that. So he's gone home. He's only local.
That's a nice thing to be able to do, isn't it? Well, he's the Hillman Imp Master, isn't he?
He is the man.
But yeah, flying along now through midways. Just going to watch this flash into sight now through the S's. Takes a little bit of curve. Just going to roll it through the exit. Is he going to oversteer on the exit? No, he keeps it nice and steady. So he's going to apply that power. He's going to get on the brakes and just feel the car through semicircle, and he's going to cross the line shortly. As we now look at Andrew Russell, this is one of our colleague Billy Grace's favourite cars, this beautiful Ginetta G15. Rear engine, so hopefully he'll have a bit of traction in these conditions, Chris.
A lot of he's won the class countless times, Andrew Russell. He's had this car way over 20 years. As you say, Hillman Imp engine in the back, little light fiberglass body in it, pretty little thing, drives it extreme. In fact, in dry conditions, it looks like it's on rails. We've got some really fancy stuff coming up shortly that Lloyd will be loving. But we're going to be welcoming Owen back to the commentary box very shortly.
Indeed.
So Andrew Russell does has he finished yet? No, not quite.
So we're just going to talk to you about Andrew Russell. He's going to cross the line at 58.53. Simon O'Sullivan in this Lotus Elise. This is a road registered but looks very, very serious. It's almost like a Lotus Elise Cup car, this thing. So he's out of pardon. Tony Feekins leaves the line in his 205 GTI, but we're just going to watch Simon through the S's. This is for modified cars, so we're in the Class C now, modified cars, series production cars, over 1400cc and up to 2 litre. Now this beautiful car, Tony Feekins, 205 GTI, really, really beautifully driven. It's got probably 200 brake horsepower. It's just a fantastic car to take. Just understeers slightly up into pardon, but he's going to get out of it nicely. Probably weighs the best part of 800 kilos.
Tony is actually new to Prescott. He's a regular, isn't he, at Loughton and Shelsley?
Yep.
So he's having to learn. And the lad that's on the hill about to go is Stuart Reid.
He is.
Now he is super quick.
Now I'm going to talk you through Stuart Reid before I hand over to Owen, our colleague. Stuart Reid leaves the line. This is a superb car. He drives it beautifully. Tony did a 54.94. Now watch what Stuart Reid does. In mixed conditions earlier, he did a 52-second run, which is absolutely rapid for a front-wheel drive car. He's in with a real shout later of tin top runoff. Hopefully he'll go well up there. Now let's see what Stuart Reid does on this run. It's a bit more serious than Feekins' car.
He's
got a bit less.
And as long as he does a good time, I guarantee you're getting the tin top.
Absolutely, yeah. So we're running about 230 brake horsepower in this thing, driven beautifully. Stuart is actually only partially sighted as well. You know, he's only got sight in one eye.
Wow.
So he really goes well in this car. He really does. So he's gone purple so far. So he's done his own personal best. Let's just see what he does. He goes across the line now. He's going to go around semicircle, going to contain that 230 brake horsepower. He's now going to floor it. He's going to get to the line at 54.01, which is not as quick as he went earlier, but in these conditions, it is wetter. That is very rapid indeed.
54.94 for Tony Feekins. That's a bit of a statement by Tony.
That's really quick.
That's for his first go here. I reckon that's incredible stuff in the wet, because I know how good Stuart is. Stuart holds the class record at
really quick.
He's from Blair Gowrie in Scotland, so he knows his way.
Right,
some meaty stuff.
I'm gonna. There's some very exciting cars on the hill, and I'm going to pass you over to a very exciting man. Owen Call is going to be handing over to. I'm going to hand over to Owen Call now, and he's going to talk you through these cars.
Well, Owen will be coming back to us now, yes. He's just had himself a little break, something to eat. We're into some lovely machinery in the wet, Owen. It's welcome back, old friend.
Greetings, Earthlings.
Greetings, Earthlings. I'm loving that. I'm loving that. He's got a lovely bright shirt on. It's the bright shirt award. He's winning that today.
I couldn't have you. I saw you wear the shirt at the last event, and I'm thinking I'm not having it, so I have to. Yeah. I have my Sunday shirt on.
It's very fine, I have to say.
Thank you. By the way, Stephen Darley here. He's just run across the line with a 5.080. Now, we need to watch this because these times are what they qualify him for the top 10 runoff.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the tin top runoff, and there's a lot of ego. So he's sort of set the benchmark of 50 seconds flat. We know we had the Peugeots are in the 54s.
Yep.
So that's a 4-second thing. So that's the range we're looking at to qualify. Be interested to see what the Morans do and Ein and Price in
if it stays wet. If it stays wet, essentially then we're probably talking that 48s and 9s could win the tin top.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm looking at the qualifying. It is sort of steady streaming out there. It's not raining heavy, but if you stand out in it, you'll get
still
wet.
raining.
Yeah. So we've got Nigel Elliott has just gone out the top or he's just gone through midway. He's still trying to get to the S's in that big old V8. We're going. We've got Paul Howells on the camera right now. Very quick driver in this car. Has raced this a lot of years in the Porsche 911 RSR. Nigel Elliott, a 65.28. Rear-wheel drive, V8 in the front. Not the best car for these conditions. On the other hand, this Porsche, lots of weight over the back wheels, lots of traction.
But already we can see there he's going to be in the 50s, isn't he? So we've got Hayden Spedding in the Jaguar E-Type.
Yeah,
so these big rear-wheel drive cars, big power. But four-wheel drive, look, we've got Stephen Moorbach ready to go four-wheel drive.
Absolutely. Paul Howells has just done a 54.65. So that's about 4th, 5th in the old. I'm just sort of going by memory of. We're looking for the top 10 fastest tin tops here.
Yeah.
Or roof cars.
Well, given that Paul Howells did the 54, the two Peugeot Joe 5s were 54. So
we've only got
65 is probably not going to get there.
No, 65 isn't going to do it. But now we've got Stephen Moore. Funny enough, Mitsubishi's in the rallying side of things. Mitsubishi has always been the better handling car than the Subaru, but the Subaru always had that little more grunt. Obviously, we're dealing with modified cars here now, so let's see what happens. But Stephen's purple sectoring this. He needs to get the tin top runoff sub 50.
He's in 3rd place in the Tin Top Challenge at the moment.
He is.
He's got a car that's got 600 horsepower. Very experienced, smooth driver, isn't he, Stephen?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He will use the car. The car's been developed this season to do more and more, make it more drive-friendly. This is going to be a bit of a ripper of a time here. Let's see what he does. 50.11.
Takes him top of the class.
That puts him top of the modified class. We still got those pesky Libre tin tops coming up, but we'll get back to that in a minute.
And we've still got Damien Bradley.
Damien. We'll have to see what he does.
Oh, and here comes the Moran.
Mr. Moran.
Is it Roger or is this?
This is Roger Moran.
Roger.
Now, the points leader in the Tin Top Challenge. So you got to remember, if he has a bad run or goes off, he doesn't qualify for the runoff.
Sure.
Which means he loses points.
Yeah, which is not good.
No, it's not good. So he has to balance things between getting a time into the runoff and not risking the car, because he's still got a championship on.
And he's sharing the car with son Scott,
who's annoyingly quick in anything.
Annoyingly quick, isn't he? Yeah.
Scott, I said yesterday, he can probably get a wheelbarrow up this hill faster than most.
Yeah, Scotty, of course, is our 6-time champion of Hillclimb. But so Roger's away.
Just looking at John Bradshaw, I have to keep an eye on him there in the modified Westfield SCIW. He's just done a 56.10. Here goes Roger Moran in the Skoda R5, unrestricted in this case. It's got it set up more for a hill climb thing. This, I think, was an ice race originally, so it's not been an actual rally car. But we're looking now. This is in the Libre, Sport Libre saloon cars with minimum 4 seats. So it's something that keeps it away from Sport Libre stuff. So we're looking at what Roger can do. He's going to be in need to be a low 50. A low 50 will get him into the runoff, and that's his goal.
He's going to fly that.
Think he's going to do it?
Yeah.
Ooh, 47.52.
Thank you very much.
That puts us as the quickest tin top so far.
Now, but here's somebody on the line, Inan Price. He is our Welsh ex-rally driver, ex-single-seated driver, and he also has got 2 diggers, because he's a digger driver as well. But this car is ex-Cali Rosenpera car.
Yeah.
Right, so it's a works car. He competed amongst other things. So check into the back. His slide was out of Itores. My goodness me, he is the rainmaster too. He loves these conditions. So at the moment, he's pretty much neck and neck with Roger, I think, very close to him. Well, next point, take it on from here.
Yeah, it's actually TalkSport runs the factory Skoda team, and this is one of the ex-TalkSport cars. So they run them for a bit and then they sell them on. So the fresh cars are there. Now we got Damien Bradley. Now we got to watch Damien Bradley because he's just launched off the line. But let's see what Inan does. To qualify for the runoff, he needs a 48.22. Now that puts him second quickest there behind Roger Moran. Damien in his class. Now we've got to remember, Damien's car is a modified production over 2-liter class car, whereas the Moran and the Price car are out of that. They're in the Libre class. They can do whatever they want. They've got more modifications allowed, so it's a bit there. But
it's showing purple sectors, I tell you what. So this big 4-wheel drive car with huge horsepower, heading off up towards the finish now. He's going to do 49.53, which takes him, well, third potentially in the Tin Top Challenge.
Yeah, and first in the modified class. Put Stephen Moore into second place, Stephen Darley into third. So we'll keep an eye on that. We've got more fun to have more games there. John McQuillan in the Radical SR1. He's already making his way up to the S's there. Radicals, lots of downforce on these little cars. So
perfect little racing cars, motorbike engine in the back. He's sharing this one with Mike West. They're part of the Team Valley Racing setup. They actually extensively do other people's cars as well as their own. Very clever people. Through in the Gold colours, there's a 5637. Sam Nicholson's on the hill in the Mallock. Beautifully turned out Mallock, isn't it, this one? Real history car. Do you like that one?
Yeah, the Mallock's an unusual car. Lots of history of the Mallock's. I think they did from Mark 1 to Mark 28 in the end. It's been the sport racer of choice for many a year. So, and the Nicholsons know how to drive the car. And then we have a complete opposite end of the spectrum here. We have a short oval legend car, originally designed in the States as an entertainment thing on the NASCAR track, but a little short demonstration thing, and then turned into a worldwide phenomenon. Motorcycle power in the front, running on treaded tires, and not exactly a left-right handling car, but he's holding his own in the Sport Libre class up to 2-liter. Currently led by Sam Nicholson, has just taken lead with a 50.33. That's an excellent time in these conditions. And then we have, just coming off the line, so Jan Yo across the line of the 55.71, slides him into second place. Alan McDonald, our Scottish visitor.
I tell you what, Alan, lovely fella actually. This is the ex-Rob Stevens car that held class records all over the place. Ridiculously quick car. It went, I think Shelsley, it did 25s at Shelsley, so that's super rapid. But Alan, ex-TT racer, he's got a motorbike engine in the back of it. I think it runs a supercharger or a turbo as well. And it runs on methanol, so it's got it all going on, hasn't it?
It's a full pit of kit. I said to Alan, I said, do you prefer this over his Mini?
Yeah.
I had a roof on. He said, no, the Mini fogged up. He'd rather drive in the open than the wet. 53.03 slides him into second place in the class at the moment. He's never happy unless he's winning, and even then he's not happy, but we'll see what happens. David Bickley in that Radical SR1.
Yeah, David Bickley. Now, there's several Radicals here today. This is the least developed of the Radicals. It runs a standard 1300 Hayabusa motorbike engine. But as you can see, they're purpose-built little racing cars. They're light, they're small, they handle fantastic. David is, of course, the father of Stuart Bickley.
He is, yes.
Who's very rapid in the Force, which we'll see later.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll definitely see him later. Doesn't matter if the lights are turned out. Stephen King and the Radical Pro Sport. So this is another version of Radical. Radical's a company where you could actually go to them and I'll have one of those off the shelf. And they're ready to race, ready to go. They were a track day car originally, but they found their way to the hills. Very competitive in the Sport Libre class.
Yes, indeed. Stephen's a regular contender. He'll be followed. The next one you'll see with Matthew Price. But Stephen is in probably always you call it a standard Radical, really. But again, effective. Now we're getting to look at Matthew Price here. This one is very modified. It's got about 270 brake horsepower engine in the back of it, another motorbike engine. He's in his first season. He's been an absolute revelation.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, the lad can drive.
Stephen, a 56.72, just a little bit behind John McQuillan, holds on to 6. But Matthew Price has been absolutely monstrous in this SR3. It's kind of like a miniature Le Mans car, this thing. I think there was a race series for these.
Still is, yeah.
Still is. But it's found its way on the hill, and Matthew is absolutely using it to its full ability. Let's see what he does here. A 54.45 slides him into third place at the moment. Off the line, Scott Moran. What is there to say about Scott, son of Roger, 6 times British Hillclimb champion? He retired this year from the single seaters, not an age thing, but he's got a young family. So, but he couldn't resist having a play with Dad's R5. And of course, saying to Dad, actually, I'm quite good at this game. And he's going to be a serious contender to get in the runoff, or to win the Tin Top runoff and beat Dad. I'd say that. The thing is, in these conditions, this car is maybe the only one that could get into the overall top 12. How's that for a bit of a whoa, what happened there? So let's see what happens. So Scott's coming around the top here. He's purple sectored all over the place. Let's see what he can do here. He's done a 47.25, and he beat Dad by 0.2 of a second.
Oh, well.
So not as much.
Close,
that's very close. Now, Duncan Barnes in the Norma M20 FC. I've been developing this car. This is a car you normally see on the European hills. Duncan's had it here for the last couple of years, been working hard. It's got a 2-liter Honda K-Series engine with a turbocharger strapped on the back. It's got a ridiculous amount of horsepower in the back of this thing. Not really designed for the tight and twisty, but Duncan knows how to drive it, knows how to prep it, and knows how to use it.
He certainly does. And have a look at this, folks. Simon Bainbridge in the SBR Chrono. This is 51.07 for Duncan. The Chrono. Simon is a pig farmer from Middlesbrough way. He also got a bit of arable. He's a serious farmer, but I tell you what, he's a serious driver, and he's a triathlete as well. And he drives just like he's stolen. I've never seen another one of these about, have you?
It's a one-off thing. Simon's been around the sport for a while, doing different things and stuff, and it's a hobby, but he also very quick hobby. 48.02.
That's good.
So we're looking at tin tops. We've got about 6 now, sub 50 seconds. So question is, who's going to be in the low 50s maybe to get in there? We're going to have to keep an eye on this. What do we got here? This is Graham Lokes in that Lola T492 with the Porsche air-cooled engine in the back. I think a 3.2 liter.
Beautiful.
And a beautifully prepared car is Graham. It's a shame he's getting wet out here. But absolutely goes a good one.
Yes, Graham, he built that car. He rebuilt it. Now, I'll tell you about Nigel Hinton. This is based on an MGB, believe it or not. But the only part of the MGB that's left is the uprights on the front.
Hang on a second. Graham Lokes has come to a stop in semicircle.
Yeah, red flag.
He's red flag. He's okay. It's just the car's come to a stop in the semicircle. So we just wanted to address that quickly. He is coasting towards the finish line, but they've had to red flag Nigel Hinton for safety reasons. So Graham, it shut up, but he had enough. He did a 74.79 coasting. So,
well, yeah, something happened to Graham there. It was at semicircle. Hopefully, there's no real problem with the oil and the coolant that was left on there, because the Clarks did go up and re-inspect.
Yeah, that was fine. That car just shut off on him.
But I'll just tell you about Nigel's car.
Go on.
It's very unusual. It was based loosely on an MGB, right? And it's a kit car, effectively. There's very, very little MGB bits left on it. Okay, I think steering rack and uprights on the front suspension. They put a mad Rover engine in it, the V8 Rover engine, which is now bored out to about 4.4 or something. It's got lots of horsepower. Crazy, crazy thing. And he had a big accident at Shelsley earlier in the season, but he's managed to rebuild it, and he was showing me all the chassis rails that a hot rodder had to put in for him.
Oh, really?
So, and I said, yeah, it was probably quite the wheels were trashed as well.
So it was basically build a new car.
It was build a lot of money time. So, but nevertheless, it's very unusual. He's going to get a rerun. We saw the marshals on semicircle inspecting things. Yep. If you fancy becoming a marshal, we got to big them up. They do an amazing job.
Well, yeah, look at the conditions. Our Orange Army. Now, in this country, you use orange. Some other countries, you use white. The marshal's white. Our Orange Army, who are, whatever the conditions are, and right now we've got steady rain, still out there doing it. So hats off. And if you want to get closer to the action, you want to get involved in the sport, well, just ask. We'll get you a place. You come and look at our paddock. We've got 12, 14-year-olds helping out in the paddock, because you can start that young. You have to wait till you're about 16 to go on the side of the track, but it's a great way to get involved. We thank our Orange Army, group of volunteers, always enthusiastic. They love the sport. They love getting involved. Also, our rescue crews. Yeah. We want to thank the rescue crews. Yeah. All the other officials, volunteers, the timekeepers.
Rich Danby for bringing us the live stream.
Yeah, Rich, the producer of, we got to call him the producer now.
Oh, yeah.
The producer of HillClimb.TV.
Yeah.
And I will give a shout out to Graham and Dave, our HillClimb control guys in there.
Yeah,
who are happy we're down here today.
yes, indeed. But, well, they got quiet times in there today.
Yeah, I went up to see them earlier and said hi and mime, and they were just confusing the heck out of them. But no, those two gentlemen are actually running the hill. They say when, where, they've got a control and everything. And they do an absolutely outstanding job keeping us going. So
how did they manage to do it when we were in there giving it the best? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Didn't they? But now that they're going to be so quiet, they're going to miss us, really.
Right.
They'll probably miss us.
Dave Thompson's messaged in. You know my wheelbarrow with Scott Moran. Well, he thinks we need to step it up a bit. So we need to get Scott a motorized lawnmower.
Yeah.
And he says he could still win the class with a motorized lawnmower. So that's saying something large for Scott.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And he had the honor and the privilege of being invited to be a member, and I know he's accepted it, to the BRDC Club, the British Racing Drivers Club.
Wow.
And he is actually a member, and it was I talked about it, he was actually very honored to have
Well, I think he deserves that honor. He's a fantastic driver and a lovely, lovely guy.
He's a good guy, and he's great ambassador of the sport as well.
Yeah.
So, right, okay.
We're back again.
Yeah, we're going again. We've got Mike West and another Radical SR1 on the line. We are in Class F. That's sports Libre cars up to 2 liter and sports racing cars. So
John McQuillan, who shares this, went up in a 5637. Mike West used to be one of our esteemed marshals, but now he's turned to the side of this. He's racing the cars now.
He's gone to the dark side.
And he is the big part of Team Valley Motorsport with Ollie Wright.
Yes. He actually, they run that business. They ran a Janetta a while ago, didn't they? Or at that?
No, they had a Fisher Fury.
The Fisher Fury, that's what it was.
Yeah, which the Toons have got now down at Stroud.
Yes, they do. And he's very quick in that car.
Yeah, well, it is, yeah.
Right.
Well, you can't mistake the sound of that big V8.
If you felt our commentary shaking for a second, that was the
MGTD thing.
Yeah, the V8 spinning its tires. We are now located right next to the tire warming lane.
We are.
So, our technology, thanks to Rich, is so good that it doesn't come through the microphones. We could actually have the door open. It would go deaf and stink as fumes, but it wouldn't affect the commentary. So,
well, the joy of these we've got Rich's setup here, haven't we, and the headphones. We've just had a visit from Colin Bullock. Mike West did a 57.45, so slightly slower than John. The track looks pretty wet out there, I've got to say.
It is soggy. Yes, you're saying the chairman of the Bugatti Owners Club.
Colin Bullock.
He came in to see it.
Chairman of the club, he came in to inspect the new facilities, asked what we thought of the new commentary booth, whereas it's a huge improvement on the old, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. If you've ever sat in a shower stall on a wooden stool, holding a switch for hours on end.
Commentator's thumb.
Yeah, I've actually used my elbow at some point to hold on. I was going to tape the thing down, but no. Thanks to HillClimb.TV, he set us up temporary in here to try and see how this works. And I get the feeling that Gemma, the manager of Prescott Hillclimb, and the chairman are looking at this going, yeah, this works. So hopefully this will be our permanent base.
No, I think you're definitely right there. Well, we're into some interesting stuff. So Nigel Hinton's nearly at the line now in the NGTD Roadster, 60.54. Robin Nicholson's on the hill at the moment. You're looking at this lovely Mallet Mark 20. Real history car. 1700 Ford Crossflow pushrod engine in the front. Crossflow. There's a Crossflow in these, isn't there? And anyway, a classic little car, isn't it?
Yeah. Sam's actually leading the class with this car at the moment. Young Sam. It's a father and son team. Robin being the dad-elect in this situation. So what are we talking about? The son's always quicker than the dad?
Generally, that's an age thing, isn't it?
No, I think they're good parents, and they're letting their sons have the limelight and the spotlight, and I think that's what a good parent's about. So every dad that's letting a son win today, or daughter, well done to you.
Well, listen, I love this little car. This is Ben Hamer in the OMS Hornet. Now, this is a lovely little single-seater. So that was a 55.45 for Robin Nicholson. So Ben Hamer here in the OMS Hornet. This has got the 750cc turbocharged Kawasaki engine. He's in the 1100 class. He's the only one that runs this engine and setup. But isn't it a lovely little thing?
It's a brilliant, and this is a very, very competitive class. And we're watching closely because there could be a runoff qualifier come out of this group. It could be.
What out of the 1100s?
Out of this class,
I suspect Stuart Bickley, Dave Tatum, definitely contenders. And look at the rooster tails coming off the single sails.
We are full wet conditions. We haven't got running, streaming water, but look at the rooster tail coming off of this. So Ben Hamers opened the scoring for this class with a 5:0.71. So we're looking for anything under that to get ahead. Now Jonathan Fletcher is running ahead at the moment on time. He's ahead coming into semicircle. He's coming out across the end here. Now OMS 28, 47.26. New target for the fastest out here.
Yeah, they're on full wets now, actually. There's Richard Weaver coming to the line shortly. Stevie Morgan's on the line in his little Empire Ego 3. The photographers out there, they must be loving these conditions to get these rooster tails on their camera. I was a photographer myself, and I would be out there now loving this. But this little car, Stevie Morgan, he's father and son. This is son. No, this is...
That's his dad.
Dad, let's get this right.
Tom is son.
Tom is son.
Yes.
So Dad has just gone through in a 48.86.
Yeah, that moves him into second place in class. Now, Richard Weaver, first weekend back, he's had a dodgy ankle or foot, and he had suffered an injury. It has recovered, but it was giving him some discomfort yesterday.
For many months, it's been giving him discomfort.
Yeah, and this is in the car, and in the single-seater car, not the best for his foot. It is making his foot sore, but he can't help himself. He's a racer.
He's a racer. And if you look in front of us here, they're all the single-seater young drivers. They're all watching. They're all going to get their chance to jump into the car.
Yeah, Tom Weaver, who double drives the car, he's just watching. So we're seeing what Dad's going to do here. So
he's got purple sectors at the moment.
Well, that's 64 foot. He got it off there. Then he was he was on a PB at a Torres. He's now class leading at...
What do we got here?
I've just been handed the qualifiers for the Tin Top Runoff.
Lovely.
We'll get to that in a minute. We've got some exciting things happening on track here. So Richard Weaver.
Rooster tailing his way into semicircle.
Yeah, I don't think the grip in semicircle is no longer an issue. He goes across the line with a 49.18, slides him into third place at the moment. Next up, we have Jonathan Gething, OMS 2000M, slightly older design chassis.
Yeah.
However, he knows how to use it. Let's see what he can do.
Yes, he does know how to use it. He's come back to the hills, had a bit of a break, actually. As you quite rightly say, it's an early... he just about gets round in Torres there. He's on the grass on the inside. He's trying really hard. The conditions look absolutely treacherous, but they are on full wets, which give good grip, surprisingly. You know, if they were on slicks, it'd be a different ball game. So can he do something about it? At the moment, his times are suggesting he isn't going to be the quickest, but nevertheless, he's already in the S's, approaching semicircle. It slides it out of the top. Oh, amazing stuff. Into semicircle. Goodness me, they're having a go, aren't they, folks? Through the finish in a 50.10.
Yep, good time. Slides him up into fourth place in class. We've got Emma Rayson on the course now, hailing all the way from the Guernsey, one of the Guernsey Massive here with us this weekend in their Empire 00. And she's, how are we doing on the speed?
It's not actually, when it says 00, I did ask her about this. I thought this was going to be like a very early car. Of course it's not, because you look at the shape of it. This is quite a late car.
Yeah. But so, it's an Empire 00 as opposed to an Evo.
Right, okay. Yes. So only Bill Chaplin would know the denomination.
Yeah, he is actually standing here watching.
Is he really? Well, he'd like to tell us then. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the Tin Top Runoff, and there's a bit of a shocker in there.
It's there. Have we got some shockers, have we?
I've got one.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I will get to that in a minute.
Is that Dave Tatum? I think that's Dave Tatum.
That may be Dave Tatum. It is Dave Tatum. Now,
watch out, fireworks about nearly.
The farmer from Yorkshire.
The farmer from Yorkshire, but very serious racing driver. And I tell you what, he will love these conditions. Watch out for a chance of something spectacular.
The Tatums were doing rain dances. I do know this.
Yes,
I know this.
They love the rain. He's away already. Look, David Tatum.
Well, James Moore hasn't even got to the top yet. Let's get James Moore through to the finish. Eventually. Yeah, 51-55, slight change more. Dave Tatum.
Wow, let's watch
these conditions in the DJ Firehawk of all things.
Yes, now the DJ Firehawk's quite unusual. There's not many of these around. This is the all-carbon tub on this one. So at the moment he's showing purple sectors already. His lines look immaculate. Coming into the S's now. Can he go and take this, get this class. I mean, he's trying to
These
win the
purple
class,
sectors, he's looking for a class
Whoa.
win. Currently 47.26 is the class lead, but I think Dave is
He's going to fly it.
He's going to obliterate it.
Obliteration situation.
Absolutely obliterates the thing.
44.89. Well done.
Right, that's set the target, and there's still some heavy hitters to come in this class, so this is going to be fun to watch. Nigel Pitt, who absolutely hates the rain, let's make it clear. He hates it. I am supporting it. He will race in it. Nigel will race anytime, anywhere. But, you know, the normally grumpy Nigel is going to have extra...
Grumpy Nigel? Wow, well, I'm not going to say that to him.
Well, you can't hear me.
Well, where's Claire? Claire's normally locked.
No, she's run off. She'll come.
She's run off.
Anyway, here goes Nigel. Shoestring racing. Loves the racing. Loves the social aspect, the camaraderie of the hill climbing community. Hates the rain. But there we go. Let's see where he goes. And then on the line, we will have Richard Matassian. We will get back to Richard in a minute. Let's see what Nigel can do here.
Yeah, Nigel, well, he's a lovely chap, to be fair. He's always a try. This is quite a late little car. I think it's only a few years old. It's a semi-carbon top, I believe. Anyway, shoestring racing off to the finish. Going to go under 50 seconds. 46.86. Good time. That takes it second so far.
Second in class for the I Hate the Rain.
You said he didn't like the rain.
No, he told me he didn't like the rain. We used to say he liked the rain, and then he got mad because we said he liked the rain.
I think he likes the rain.
I don't. If you ask him, he said no, he doesn't.
Richard Matosian. This is in the ex-Robert Kenrick car with the BMW motorcycle engine. Class record holder. If you look, Robert Kenrick has done a 36.97 in this car.
I don't think he's going to do that today.
No, but what a history car this is.
It is. It's a great car. It's a proven package. Richard is still developing with the car, so he's got to adjust, develop the car for his liking and his taste. And but he's not doing too bad here. I think he's going to be in top 5. Not quite. Got it to 8th. Lost a little bit on the end there to 51.41. Right. Stuart Bickley, one to watch here.
Goodness me, Stuart in the fluorescent force. My goodness, may the force go with you. Stuart Bickley Motorsport, son. And he is super quick in this car. Little motorbike engine in the back. I love the little forces. Ian Dayson builds these cars up in Lichfield. He is absolutely screaming going, isn't he? I don't think he's going to be as quick as David, is he?
I'm just looking at the split times here. He's about a half a second down on Dave at the moment. But that would still put him in the top 3. Matter of fact, second by 9/100ths of a second.
Goodness me, there's going to be some
9/100ths of a second between Dave Tatum and Stuart Bickley. So, and we're in the 44s, folks. So if you want to get in the top 12 runoff right now, you got to go quicker than 44.
Wow.
That's going to be interesting.
And one of those guys, or maybe both, have a chance, maybe. It depends what the weather does, really, how it dries out.
Yeah, but we are getting to that point where the big heavy hitters are coming out, and the conditions are, well, they are what they are. We are wet. We're not monsoon, but we are wet.
We are wet.
Kevin McLaren on the hill in his OMS 2000M, another one of the older cars. And Will Kerr, who shares this car with Dave Hammer, he's gone off. Right, Kevin McLaren has stopped at the marshalling post at the exit of the S's, so we are going to have a red flag. It just stopped mechanically. No problem, no incident or anything. It just died. And Gavin's actually just already out of the car. He's actually pulled it over by the marshalling post at the exit of the S's. So we're going to have a slight delay while we get this recovered.
Mechanical, I think.
It's a mechanical. I'm wondering if they'll just put that off into that area there.
Pull-off area.
Tuck the car into the pull-off area so they get on, because he's got no, unfortunately, so he won't qualify for anything on the first run, no time. He's still got for his class a second time run to go. Hopefully they can find out what the problem is with the car. So
Will Kerr is currently stopped. He was down at Ettores just now, and we're going to have a little delay, but what we're going to do, Owen is going to tell you the tin top runoff.
The British Hillclimb Championship tin top 10 runoff. I wish they'd come up with something better. But there is in my mind, there is a surprise in here. Now let me follow you along here. Our 12th, so our qualifiers are some of the big guns: Stephen Darley, Roger Moran, Scott Moran, Simon Bainbridge, Einan Price, Damian Bradley, Stephen Moore. Now, All modified cars, all high-power cars, all very strong, fast cars. Now, we have Paul Howells has qualified in his Porsche. Is it Porsche? In the 911 Porsche modified. Stuart Reed has qualified in the front-wheel drive 205.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, Rodney Isles in the road-going Yaris has qualified for the top 10 runoff.
Quality driver, Rodney.
Rodney knows how to drive. He's gone from the Alfa Romeo to this, but it's still a road car.
Yeah, but it's a pretty well-modified road car.
It's a well-prepared and well-driven road car. But the fact is, that little Yaris is qualified in the mix with these big horsepower, big fancy cars. So my hat's off to Rodney on that one.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Rodney, of course, was a very successful single-seater driver back in his day as well. So he's got a history.
Yeah.
He was a serious driver. Now we're going to be back in the umbrella that was over. We've got on the line at the moment.
It's actually stopped. Nope, it's still raining. I can still see rain on the tarmac there. You can still see the rain coming.
Yes.
We've got a steady drizzle, I would say.
Well, yes, it's pretty blooming wet.
You can see it. Well, actually, you can see it on the camera.
You can indeed. No, I think it's a wet situation. Now, so is Jonathan Flesher on the line? He'll be next. So Will Kerr, who was red flagged, he'll get another go. He's probably come back to the paddock.
I'm just seeing here, if our viewers look to the left of the marshals, and you can just see into the shed, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm actually waving back there. We are in this booth here.
Who are you waving at then?
I'm waving at the camera right here. Watch, look. You can just see it there.
Yeah, I can go.
There's my arm. See?
All right, yeah.
I know you don't get excited about these things, but I made it on the television.
Oh, my goodness me. Well, Jonathan Flesher has just left the line. Jonathan actually is a dental technician from Harrogate. He's sharing the car with Tim Thompson, who was a very successful single-seater driver, and Tim's dad was as well. So they're sharing this little OMS. Last year, Dylan Flesher was his son. He's now emigrated to Australia. So you're probably watching in Australia, Dylan. Good, best wishes to you. So Jonathan, he's been very quick in this car this year, hasn't he?
Yeah. I'm going to actually, we've got a lot of Australian viewers. And there is a little bit of a special thing coming up regarding Australian hill climbing lunchtime.
I didn't know that.
No, nobody knows that.
Oh, well, you know that.
I know that.
Oh, well, you know that.
Well, I kind of organized it. Yeah. So for Australian viewers, after the first runoffs and everything, we're going to a lunch break. Hang with us for a little bit.
Wow.
Maybe a bit of a surprise.
Well, I'll tell you who's probably watching. Our old friend Wayne Penrose will be watching for sure. WP Racing Australia.
Oh, is that the Beetle?
The Beetle. Wayne.
Because he came over. Now, I didn't get a chance to see that.
Did you not see that?
But I know you were there for
I was there at Harewood. I was there at Shelsley. He went to Gurston as well. He wowed the crowds. Everyone loved him. Right, great to see that Beetle. 500 horsepower Beetle, totally mad thing.
Right, Tom Morgan's on the line and actually stalled, but he didn't roll. We have the rule is front wheels are okay. You can restart. Rear wheels you're not. So he's had a bit of a foul up. Sorry, you were going to say something.
Well, I'm only going to say Jonathan Flesher completed his run. He did a 50.60, which puts him in 7th place in the class. So, yeah, this is the son, this young son, Tom.
Yeah, he's having trouble getting the car off the line. He actually rolled it and stalled it several times. So I'm not quite sure if they got a technical problem with it. But he's off the line. Now, Tom is another one of those young up-and-comers. Very quick driver again. Shares the car with Dad Steve. Well, Steve's actually qualified 4th in class at the moment. So, and the whole theory of father versus son thing. So, can Tom get into the top 3?
Well, he's going to have a go, isn't he? That's right. It's a beautifully prepared car, this little Evo, isn't it? Again, all this class of running bike engines. Great big rooster tails coming off the tyres as they head in towards the S's there. It's exciting racing as this. They're on full wet tyres, which gives surprising amounts of grip, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, at the moment, Dave Tatham setting the way with a 44.89. Young Tom's going to be in about the 47s, 47.74.
Slides him up to 4th, just a second ahead of Dad, 5th. So, Morgan's. Nice to Nice to meet you, sir.
Yes.
We haven't met, but Chris.
Yeah,
is
Wayne
obviously
Penrose, the legend in Australia. Yeah, yes, I'm watching, Chris. Lovely to see you again, Wayne. And we hope you come over to see us again next year. That'd be epic, wouldn't it?
Got a little bit of surprise for you. It's lunchtime, Wayne, so hang in there. Currently on the bank at Santa Pod, waiting for the track to be dried. Good luck with that. That's drag racing is a tough thing with the weather. So hopefully it dries out. I live near Santa Pod, actually, and it was stinky rainy when I left this morning.
Now, listen, we have young Tom Weaver.
I'm very interested in young
We're
Tom
interested
here.
in young Tom. We like Tom.
He's an up-and-comer. He gets
Super
frustrated.
quick.
Oh, yeah, he's very, very talented young driver.
He is, isn't he? He's part of the Weaver Massive. The Weaver Massive. Yeah,
well, actually,
taking over, aren't they?
They're quite a tiny family, so I wouldn't call them that.
No, they're. We're talking about, this is the Ludlow Massive. The
Ludlow Massive, yes.
Yeah. Tom Weaver off the line. Take it away.
Right, here we go. He's already the quickest off the 64 foot. As long as it stays on there, Tom. Hoping for dry. He was actually targeting a pretty much a class record dry time. Here we go. He's heading up there.
Yes, he certainly is heading up there. He's going into Pardon now, but at the moment his time's just slightly down at the moment. But Tom Weaver, he can pull this back, I'm sure. The rooster tails coming off this are very impressive. I love seeing this. Already heading in towards, coming out in towards. Oh, he slides it out.
Slides it out of these.
Oh, yes, Thomas. Yeah, he's heading up to semicircle, going up towards the line now. What can he do? 42, 43, 44, 58.
Takes the class lead by 3/10 of a second. He's got the class lead by 3/10, but that was a drive. He had a drift coming out of the S's that was impressive control. Right to the edge of the track, kept going. Slides Dave Tatum back to second. Right, what can Will Kerr do about this in the OMS Hornet?
Well, I tell you what, he was trying hard. He's sliding it all over the place. Can that Kawasaki engine produce enough power to get him up in it? Well, they're certainly going to go well in the class. At the moment, he's going to be in about a 48-49-1-2, which actually puts him slowest in the class so far, which is a bit of a mistake.
No, up to seventh.
Oh, okay, okay.
We have to wait for the technology.
Right, okay, seventh.
Apparently, we are quicker than technology.
We're too quick.
Which is unheard of.
All over it, aren't we?
We're I don't know how that happened.
I know. Listen, it's one of your favourites, Kirsten Dodd.
Kirsten Dodd, in Matt Ryder's fiance, driving Carolyn Ryder's car. So there's a family. The family's expanding there.
Yep.
So we're into the Formula Fords. Pre-1994, they have to run in specification. So nothing fancy. They are on the standard Formula Ford racing tire, which is kind of like, well, it has grooves in it. That's what they race on, dry, wet, and everything else. She followed up the hill by Rebecca Crocombe. Kirsten is probably going to set the standard, the target time. There it is, a 57.72. And that's the target for everybody else. But our quickest person in the Formula Fords all weekend has been Jimmy Harris.
Yeah.
Interesting to see what he's like in the wet.
I think he'd be good. I've seen him at Harewood in the wet. He's rapid. There's no question. All these Formula Fords are very evenly matched. They don't run any aero. They've got no slicks on. You know, they're great little things. And you can see, look at the walls of water coming off those tyres, those little skinny tyres. Yeah, actually, they're probably pretty good in the wet.
They are pretty good in the wet. That was Paul Harris, just sort of had to back off a little bit. Rebecca Crocombe, a 62.51, slides her into second place for the moment. Yeah, Paul Harris just at Torres, it just understeered out a little wide on the exit, so they had to bring it back in. But Sarah Bosworth's one to watch here. Sarah Bosworth, very experienced racer, very quick racer. But she's in a class that's very, very evenly matched, so it's just going to take a little bit here, a little bit there. Let's see what she does.
I fancy Sarah Bosworth do really well. Yeah, she is a quality racer. She calls herself the Demon Barber of Sheffield. She also holds a class record in a Lotus Elise as well. So, but she always has a really good battle with Caroline Ryder, and it's only since Jimmy Harris has appeared on the scene he's been a bit of a troublemaker, hasn't he? Really?
He's upset the apple cart in the pecking order of things. Young Jimmy there. So we're going to have to see what to do. Now, the thing is about the Formula Fords, pretty much every car is double driven, so you're going to see half of them, then we're going to have a bit of a gap, and then we'll see the other half, so we will get back to it. Anyway, let's see what Sarah's doing. We're looking for, there it is, a 57 flat. Puts her into the class lead. However, we know that Carolyn Ryder, Jimmy Harris, very quick drivers. Let's wait and see what happens. But Les Buck in his Pringet Mestral. Yes, that is a Formula Ford. It is slightly older than the 70s, but there it is.
Old school Formula Ford. And
Old
actually,
school.
Les is not a young man either, but he wheels this out week after week, entertains us week. It's immaculate, this car.
It is, and excuse me, it is actually quite competitive.
Yeah.
He's still very competitive. I've been to a couple of sprints where he's been at, and he's actually won the class on the day. So it's not, it just go, he's old, just don't worry about it. No, he knows how to drive the thing. Just to prove it, he's up to 4th in class.
Yeah.
So
good
there we go. Now we're going to switch class for a minute. We've got a Paul Jones car 818. This is a double-driven car with...
It is actually Paul Jones. He's from Worcester. He's with Darren Gumbley. He's sharing this car this season. This is one of these methanol-fueled Hayabusa engines, 1600 jobs. Very rapid indeed. I fancy Darren will have the legs of him this weekend because Darren is very experienced in this car. But Paul's thoroughly enjoying this car. And he's actually showing purple sectors, but he is the first car to run in this class.
He's the first car in the class.
He's showing us the way,
He is the target for everyone else to follow. But Adam Greenan's gone off the line.
Oh.
And he'll have something to say about whatever Paul Jones does. He will have something to say about it. Greenan's very quick in his car, top 3, top 4 all the time. Sometimes first, sometimes second. It's just all over the place. So 48-45 is the opening salvo in Class J2. Racing cars, 1100.
Greenan could make a runoff this weekend. I fancy they got a good chance.
Well, let's see what's going on here, because I think you're going to need to be, what do we need? We need to be in the 43s, 42s for runoff material, because we've got a couple of 44s already.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, if you think about earlier in the previous class. So let's see what he does. A 46.28 takes him into the class lead by a couple of seconds. Right, here we go. On the line, we have
Alan Warburton.
Alan Warburton.
Yeah. Father of David. This is in the Gould GR59. Olivia Cooper on the hill. Let's not forget Olivia, super rapid driver from Exeter, here with her husband Liam in the little Force. Again, similar spec to the Greenan car.
And Olivia is generally the quicker of the two drivers.
She's rapid. She's rapid.
Here we go. Olivia goes across line with a 49.17. That's a nice tidy time. Slides her into 3rd in class. Right, Alan Warburton, dad of David, who is stupidly quick in this car in general.
Been driving this car for many years, Alan. He's a great big tall chap, actually. He's a wonder he gets in the car, but he's slim, unlike me. And but he drives the car very well. This is a very early Gould GR59. It was developed, actually, because Sean Gould was making an electric car at the time.
Yes.
This was like a test bed car.
Yeah.
So very interesting bit of time. That motorbike engine in this is an absolute horrendous thing to get out of the tub. Really?
Yeah. It's not the easiest thing to mechanically work on, but as a package, it works. 46.91. Alan slides into 2nd place, just behind Adam Greenan. Mark Schlanker in the ex-Einen Price car. Very quick car, very successful. Mark's first year in the car, just getting settled into getting to the car.
He does, actually, yeah, and he's another tall lad. He's slim though. Einen drove this car very well. Qualified this car for runoffs actually in the past, and particularly when it was wet. And Mark is no slouch in this car. He's at the moment Andy Greenan. Adam Greenan, sorry, did the 46.28. That's his target time. What can he do here? As Gary Hill is also on the hill.
Gary Hill on the hill.
Gary Hill on the hill, yeah.
Well, Mark Schlanker's done a 50.45, and that slides him into 5th place at the moment. Not far off of Olivia, actually, so a bit of a second, but these conditions really change up things. So Gary Hill in the OMS M.
Early car, actually, and he was very quick yesterday.
Yes, he was. Just because the age of the car doesn't mean it's not competitive. All of these hill climb cars are still competitive age. So 48.98 slides into a tidy 4th place at the moment, but not far off between up to 3rd. So he might be getting now. Richard Spedding.
Here comes a flying driver and car.
Now,
Richard Spedding, serious.
I say he needs to sub 44 this to get any chance of the runoff.
I suspect Richard's going to be somewhere there, because I'm telling you now, he's a brilliant driver. He doesn't mind the wet at all. You can see he's absolutely flying. He's in purple sectors already.
Absolutely. He's on it. He's hunting not only for a class lead, but he's hunting for a place in the runoff. So let's have a look, see where we go here. So far, the current runoff qualifiers, 44.58 is first. A 45.36.
Obliterates it.
Puts him obliterated the class, but it also slides him into fourth in the current runoff qualifiers.
And I'll tell you what now, I'll put a little, I won't put a bet on, but I think he'll be in the runoff.
Well, if he is, that puts Tom Weaver, Dave Tatum, and Stuart Bickley in the runoff as well.
Potentially, yeah. We've got big hitters to come.
We got some big hitters, but the conditions are there. Right, our weather radar. We have a weather radar station now.
Do we?
Apparently, the rain is actually going to stop around shortly, and we're gonna start drying out as the day progresses.
Wow.
That's going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons.
Now, Jason Tunnicliffe, this is in this little 1 litre Empire. This is a little turbocharged thing, isn't it? He's a garage owner from Wells. He was driving the Works Empire race last year that Zach Zammit and William Lothridge drive. But he's bought his own one now. Oh, and was he still okay?
Yeah, it just it didn't pull out of part, and I think we might have a mechanical problem again here.
He had it yesterday, didn't he?
He's been having gremlins. That's why there's no engine cover on the back, I think. They were trying to do it. But no, he's coasting, trying to get a gear. Looks like he can't find a gear at the moment. So he's just coming through the S's very, very slowly. And I'm not sure, he's going to keep going. I think he's stuck in a gear. I think he's got a gearbox problem and stuck in one gear, so he's just going to try and get it. It looks like first gear. I think he went to do the downshift and it didn't like it.
That's a shame.
So he is coasting across the top here. He's just going into semicircles. I think he will clear the circuit. Oh, got a little bit of an uphill to go here. Yeah, he's still in one gear. Yeah, he's in first gear or second gear. He's stuck in gear.
Was that probably coming round Pardon hairpin?
I think downshifting into Pardon. Yeah. I think what's happened is it's jammed itself in and he can't get out of it, and it's thrown things off.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
we just got a Marshall chasing down a component. We got Carolyn Ryder on the line. It won't be long on the line, but she's just going to get red flag temporarily while the Marshall picks up a part of car. So
a bit of car.
Yeah, so Jason,
we don't know what it was.
If he's missing a part, Jason, marshalling's got it up top of the S's.
So yeah, Carolyn Ryder's waiting on the line at the moment. So we're starting to see some interesting stuff. So if it does start to dry up, that can only favour the big bangers.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. The guys that have already qualified or have done a run, they are rain dancing for all it's worth.
Yeah.
The big cars are going, let's have a delay, let the track dry out a bit.
Yeah.
You know, so it's all this type of thing. We're just greeted by Stephen Moore in person. We are honored with your presence, sir. And he doesn't even like us talking about him, so he gets the squirrely. But he's holding up the Mitsubishi rallying side of things, so thank you very much for that.
Yes, indeed. Yes, in front of the box here, we get all sorts of royalty. We've got Tim Thompson there from... oh, look, what's he bringing around? Cakes or something?
Food? No, he's got one of those fancy clipboards with a cover on it.
Is that what it is it?
Yeah, so you can write on a clipboard in the rain.
I say, that's all.
It's all posh. It's all posh.
Wow.
It's something we're not familiar with.
Well, no, indeed. So we are just mere mortals, aren't we?
Really?
There's young Matthew. Matthew Ryder. Look,
Matthew Ryder is
putting that brolly over.
He's putting an umbrella. Whether we can get a shot of it. Actually, Matthew Ryder, British contender, is putting an umbrella over his mum, who's sitting in her car waiting to go.
Oh well, and why wouldn't you? And that's quite right.
Yeah.
Yeah, having a nice
there we go. There, look at that. We got the remote camera going.
Brilliant.
So that's what Matthew Ryder looks like when he's not going stupidly quick up a hill.
Do you think Matthew's saying what we got for tea tonight, Mum?
Yeah, Mum, what are you serving up here?
Or they may be. I think Cirencester the car goes to.
I think the problem is here. You see, Matthew, his mother is currently in the car. His fiance shares the car. Kirsten's already gone up the hill. Now, is he asking Caroline to say, can you let Kirsten win today?
I think he's not saying anything of the sort.
No, I know, but it sounded good.
He's got to look. The chock's got to be removed. They've left the chock there.
They'll get it. Don't worry.
Here he goes.
There he goes. Right, here goes Carolyn Ryder. We're reset. We're back into the Formula Fords again. We've had half the field going so far. So we've got times there, but we still got Carolyn Ryder.
And we still got Jimmy Harris.
We got Jimmy Harris. We got Lawrence Marks still. So we don't know where this class is going to end up. We know Sarah Bosworth is currently sitting on the top of the pile with a 57 flat.
Sarah went up when it was really wet, didn't she?
Yeah, it hasn't dried out that much. Even
No.
though it stopped raining,
No.
it's still... Matter of fact, if it's fully raining, and the racers want that, when it starts doing that mixed sort of half dry, half wet thing, is when it gets really slippery. So here's Caroline, regular competitor. I'm not sure how many years she's been racing this, but she's been racing it as long as I've been commentating.
Yeah, well, they've got a little collection of cars, but this is the one that they often... In fact, John sometimes drives this car as well.
Yeah.
They've all driven it, haven't they?
He doesn't, he spends most of his time now getting all the family into cars and just sort of doing the behind the scenes.
Yeah, he does a lot of stuff. He's effectively the Toto Ryder of the team, isn't he?
That should be in reference to Toto Wolff of Mercedes.
Correct. You see, we've got Toto New in the paddock running Wallace.
That's Tom, yes.
Yeah, Tom. So, yeah, Toto Ryder.
Well, at least you didn't call him Christian.
Well, he's not flavour of the month.
Nah, he's not flavour of the year, I don't think. Anyway, moving on. But there are, everybody, we're gonna offend all the Red Bull fans here. Right, here we go. Lawrence, who's that? That's Lawrence Marks on the hill.
It is,
coming up there.
Yeah.
Jimmy Harris has just launched off the line.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Carolyn Ryder has done a 55.18. 55.18. Now, I don't have the graphics on that screen. I'm just going to quickly try to get to this screen and switch up here. Let's have a look. So there we go.
While you're doing that, Lawrence Marks heads up towards the finish, and he finishes in a time of 62.29. Now, the man that we were talking about from earlier, Jimmy Harris, super quick. He is currently on the hill at the moment. He's already showing purple sectors. Well, if he gets to the top of the hill, he's a safe bet.
Look at the speed carrying through those S's. Yeah, Caroline did a 55.18, jumped into first place, but Jimmy's purple sector's all the way up. I think if he keeps it going, he's going to take the class lead. We'll get back to Darren Gumley in a second. I just want to see what Jimmy Harris does on that Formula 4. Time-wise, we're going to get it at 53.76. Absolutely put the rest of the field on notice there. Still second time runs the gun though. Darren Gumley,
yeah, well, sharing with Paul Jones. He's got a joinery business in the Team Valley. So he's in the program. He's one of our sponsors too, Darren Gumley. And this little force is a quick little thing, actually, very rapid. Andy Greenan is just taken onto the hill too. Darren Gumley's well up the hill, but watch Andy Greenan coming into Torres now. Darren Gumley finished third so far with a 46.87. Andy Greenan on the hill for you, Lloyd. Let's get it right. Second time today. That's two.
One more, and you get locked in the other commentary spot. That's our new penalty box.
It is, yeah.
Right, and Andrew Greenan. Adam Greenan's already been up the hill, currently second in class. Andrew is setting personal best. Whoa, nice drift going through semicircle. We don't want to scare anybody. Andrew Greenan just picked Adam for second. Andrew is now second place, but you got to watch the replay of him drifting that car all the way around semicircle. That was an impressive drift.
Oh, and it takes him second to Richard Spenning with that 45.96. As we pick up on Liam Cooper, obviously, he's in another little Force TA. Again, a 1600 car. I think he's running methanol probably on this one. Normally aspirated car, isn't it? No turbo on this one. But yeah, we've got David Warburton just leaving the line. He'll be a hot shot. Liam off towards the S's up towards semicircle. Take it up for David Warburton.
All right, Liam Cooper's just come around semicircle. David Warburton's already on the track. We'll get to in a minute. Liam heads across the line with a 51.29. Now, David Warburton, he's looking for sub 44. That 44 is the fastest time we've had so far up the hill. We're looking at runoff qualification. We're also looking at a class lead here. Richard Spenning currently is leading this class with a 45.3. Fastest qualifier so far we've had is a 44. He is up on everything. What's he going to do? Is this going to be like a 42? Hold on a second. Here we go. Not quite a 43.02. Absolutely parked in on top of the pile there.
Whoa,
that's 2.3 seconds leading
and I'm
the class.
telling you now, whatever happens, that's going to get in the runoff.
That's a runoff time. Now the question is, where the runoff cutoff's going to be, because we've got a whole bunch of cars in the 44s. We got 3 cars in the 44s up to Stuart Beckley. So
we're now going to be in the 2 litre.
I know. We've got young Tom Weaver actually sitting in front of us going, can he or can he not get into the top 12 here?
And Dave Tatum.
And Dave Tatum. They're both They're both sitting there going, uh-oh, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? They're all looking
They
at
want
us.
rain. They want more rain.
Rain, darn it.
Come on, rain.
Right. Andrew Colburn's done a 47.84.
Wow.
We're moving up to the 1600 to 2
Getting
liter
exciting now, no?
We're not even paying attention anymore. Let's calm down. We need to calm
we
down
need
a
to
bit,
chill,
don't we?
man. We need to chill.
Right. Nicola Dearden in that Gould Dallara, no side pods, already up the hill.
Yes, Andrew Henson will be driving this car later on, so he's usually quite a bit quicker than Nicola. And then Nicky Cottrell's on the hill at the moment in the lovely Pilbeam MP82. Beautiful car, runs a 2-litre Millington engine in that one. Isn't that beautifully turned out? Old school style car, really. Nicola does a 59.54. Nicky Cottrell's on her way round Pardon Hairpin now, and it will be followed by Michael Tregonning in another glorious little Pilbeam MP88.
Yeah, it's great to see all these Pilbeams up. Normally we only see Sandra Tomlin's Pilbeam, the MP97, but we've got an 88 and an 82 as well, so a bit of a Pilbeam family. I keep calling this car the flamethrower car because as you can see it looks like flames down the side. Nicola Cottrell shares the car with John Cottrell, so she's going to set a time in the car, and then John's going to jump in this car. So Nikki, a 58.01, slides her into second place. Michael Tregonning,
yes,
from the south, Cornwall, I believe.
Yeah, he's from near Padstow, actually.
Near Padstow.
Yeah, you know.
I don't do geography south of Birmingham.
Okay, well, suffice it to say, you've got to go down that glorious M5 corridor.
Oh, right, yeah.
Michael Tregonning got actually a pretty special engine in this. He's had quite a few health issues to deal with of late, and he still keeps coming up from Cornwall, that long journey. Fabulous to see him out again. Andy Bugatti is on the hill. He's another one of our Channel Islanders as well. He's got a very quick stretch higher booster in the back of this one, so it's a 1600, but really stretched out.
Yeah, it's about as big as you can bore those things out without running out of material, making the engine casing see-through. But the bigger the engine, the more grunt you can put in, more torque as the larger it goes there, so you don't have to wind it up as much. So we're looking at Andy Bogart. He's actually setting a really good time here. A 46.88 takes the class lead with a 46.88. Good for Andy. Now, what do we got here? We got Tim Elmer in the Dallara F3999.
Isn't that a pretty car?
It is a pretty car. More of a circuit-based car, but it's on the hills and it does the job. Tim's quite quick in this thing.
He's certainly rapid. He's a local man from Stratford-on-Avon Way, and I don't think he'll threaten this class lead here today. But nevertheless, it's lovely to see that car. Let's see what he can do.
It's still wet. We're still getting good rooster tails, as Chris says, the photographer's dream shot there.
They love it.
But basically, it makes it look like the car's actually doing something.
Oh, yeah.
But here we go. Around semicircle he goes.
Whoa! He spins it at semicircle.
He's on the tarmac, but he has spun it backwards. So he hasn't fallen off. He's still rolling, but he's gone backwards. So that takes him out of contention for the first time runs. He is kind of stuck there. He has shut the car off now because we can actually hear the car. And
I think we have young Lloyd coming back to play.
Young Lloyd, it's shift change again. I think Mr. Pons is going to take a breather. He's got to go find some oxygen, I think.
Yeah.
And.
2 hours is long. Is long enough, isn't it, Chris? Yeah. Between cups of tea.
We love it.
Now the question is it too long for us talking, or for too long for everybody listening to the same commentator for 2 hours straight?
Could be. Depends on the commentator.
Yeah. Well, this is true. So as you've just joined us, you can see on screen that Tim Elmer is pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, it's not supposed to look like that, is it, Tim?
No, but it's a nice view of the back of the car.
It's lovely.
We don't normally get those views.
It's a good-looking car, and I'll tell you what, he was lucky not to just drop a wheel over the edge there and just be caught on the crown.
He actually just did, but he got it stopped. So he comes through the S's here, heads out across the top, gets a sort of a wide edge so you get more of a straight line on it. Absolutely giving it some wedgie there. Comes through there, gets back on the gas.
Right where
that's it.
Right where the oil got dropped as well.
Yeah, but it hasn't been causing a problem. All the competitors have just been going through there like normal. So
did he pop the throttle on a bit earlier than anybody else?
I think it just picked up. I think he was off throttle, came back on it, and it just broke loose.
Fair enough.
He's actually rolling back down the hill. Are they just going to roll him all the way back down there? I guess that's the easiest thing to do.
Might as well. Well, the other thing as well, we'll have Jonathan Varley on the way back. In fact, here he is. Jonathan Varley's now made his way back to the paddock, so he's going to get another go.
Now, he has a mindset. Now, Jonathan Varley is one. We're going to see him shortly again. But he is currently leading the Midland Hillclimb Championship, which is part of the British Championship, but that championship runs on the 3 hills, Lowton Park, Shelsey Walsh, and here at Prescott. He is currently leading that championship. Steve Garner in that Westfield is actually second in the championship right now. Now, I overheard you guys telling me that Steve was actually running some good times this morning. Is he leading the class at the moment? He's not leading the class at the moment. Right, so we'll check on that. But Steve Garner is the only one that can catch Jonathan Varley. And Jonathan Varley has 2 drop scores to do, and he's got 2 low scores from a bad weekend. So anything above sort of like 8th in class will give him more points. But Jonathan, he's not content with that. He'll want the class win, and he'll be looking for a place in the top 12.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's perfectly reasonable to expect that. I mean, one thing I will say, David Warburton, 43.02.
Fastest qualifier at the moment.
That's a time, isn't it? And that's the kind of performance that will the big guns always look at and go, oh, Warbo, what are you doing to us? Come on, you're taking points off us.
He is the thorn in the top runners' side.
Really
and
is,
we only
he?
say top runners. David is a top runner.
Yes,
absolutely.
he is.
But you got to remember, he's in a 1600cc engine car.
Yeah.
And and Wallace Menzies and Will Hall and all, they're in 4-liter V8 cars.
Yeah.
And so they've got a horsepower advantage, but they also are in a slightly heavier car. So you put David in one of those cars, and they would have fits of trouble trying to catch him.
Well, Alan Warburton is the man to get to see about traction control and all those bits and pieces. He's got ever such a clever system off the line. He visibly looks. Both between David and Alan, they look very, very quick off the line in these conditions. So, and you can see it's telling as well. I mean, David got to 64 feet in 2.7 seconds.
Yeah.
Andrew Colborne did it in a 2.84. That's very impressive. But everybody's kind of hanging around.
Andy Bogart was able to keep up. That was
quick off the line.
That was quick off the line. But it's coming out of the corners. He lost 2. If you look at the 2 Ettores between Andy Bogart was quicker off the line with David Warburton.
Look at David, 94 through bridge.
That's
94.
where it is. Andy Bogart was only 75. So that car has not only got grip out of the corners and off the line, it's got grip on the fast stuff as well. That is a weapon. He knows how to drive it.
Oh, he does.
And
he does.
He can prove it.
Well, I said earlier, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I think I've got Wallace and David for notable. Well, David certainly for a very notable runoff performance, and I think Wallace has got something about him this weekend. But we'll see.
It depends, because we've still got a gap. We haven't had the big boys yet,
so
we don't know what's going on. We call big boys the large engine race cars.
The big engine cars.
And then we have our Bugatti Owners Club vet runners, and then we have the runoffs. So if it stopped raining now, which it has, if it doesn't start again, we're going to get that mixed condition craziness again.
The thing is, it'll get to that point where the gentlemen at the end of the batch are going to want, or the class are going to want it to stay like this, so it gets drier. But then there's a question about, well, I don't want it too dry because then I might not be on the right tyre. So it's a tricky one. It's a tricky. Either dry quick or don't dry at all. I think
it's setting up to be something interesting.
It's going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting. So Kelvin Broad off the line in this Force TA, shared with Alex Coles. Alex Coles has been one of the superstars of the year in this car. Absolutely fantastic. And Kelvin's been driving it beautifully as well. What a package this is. It's punching above its weight again. This is another one of those cars, Owen, that we were talking about that is a thorn in the side for the bigger stuff. So this is a perfect case example. Yeah,
I look forward to seeing what Alex can do in this thing. And I think he can get it down into the times based on what we've seen. Calvin is he's the first runner in this class, I believe. We haven't got the graphics on the screen yet, but I do have a laptop that might be able to do it.
We've got. Sorry, I have no mouse, so we're just having a quick look over there. 1 second.
So we're just checking. There we go.
Andy Bogard at the moment at 46.88. So Kelvin Broad 47.16. So
47.16 for Kelvin. Okay. I know the class leaders are in the 44s, I think. Hold on a second. Yeah, we're just changing seats because I can get to the laptop.
Owen likes to play with the laptop.
I like to play.
I like to look out the window. I like to look out the window.
Yeah,
James so we've got James Chalmers on the line at the moment.
Bridge speeds. Here's the bridge speed. Now look at David Warburton's speed.
It's incredible.
94 mile an hour. Tom Weaver was holding on to it at 86.
He is, but Tom Weaver's probably 150 horsepower down on David, probably.
Yeah, Tom set an absolute ripper of a time.
Yeah,
currently leading the class, but he may be enough to get into the
I
runoff.
think Tom Weaver, I think there's a little feeling that Tom might well get into the runoff.
Tom and Dave are both here. 44. It all comes down to who does what here.
Absolutely. James Chalmers on the hill at the moment in the lovely Rolt with his anti-lag popping and banging away, keeping that boost pressure high. The exit part very tidy, and he's just about to thread this through. For the S's now, he's just going to roll it into the exit. Any oversteers, he's going to keep it tidy, beautifully tidy through the exit. There is James. He's just going to find what it's like through semicircle, keeps it all together, beautiful. He's going to cross the line now. 48 dead.
Heads across the line. Excellent run for James. Now,
Jonathan Varley.
Jonathan Varley, got to keep an eye on him. James Chalmers actually has a family link to legendary people, legendary gentlemen in hill climbing.
Wow.
Roy Lane.
Oh yeah. Well, okay.
James Chalmers, grandson.
Well,
of Roy Lane.
So it's in the blood. It's in the blood.
It's in the blood.
But I noticed Jonathan Varley's gone purple. What's he going to set through midway?
He's lost
a little bit through midway.
He's looking to beat a 46.88. He needs a 44.
Be brave, Jonathan. He
needs a 44 to get into the runoff.
Be brave, Jonathan. Round semi. What's he going to do? He's not quite going to get it.
46.60 gives him the class lead, but that won't get him anywhere near the runoff.
I think he would be happy with that, nevertheless.
It still takes a class lead, and that puts him in good position in the Midland Hillclimb Championship.
Without doubt. He's just about collecting the points now for Jonathan. Paul Alexander on the line, on the hill, I should say. 32.03 at the minute at midway. Threads it through S. And he is on the exit of the S. Here's a little wiggle as he exits in this rain. The rooster tail shooting off the tyres. He's just finding semicircle now. Sticks to the inside, away from where it's a bit slippy. And wow, William Lockridge looks like he's really, really on it as we switch to that camera angle. Go on, William. That car is a monster as well. Massively powerful. Shared with Zach Zammit.
When Zach is here, Zach is enjoying the nice weather in Malta back at home. Oh! He's actually hit one of the flip-flops coming in.
No, he's not lost any time. It's all okay.
I don't know if they're a penalty, though. Some of those flip-flop things are penalties. Anyway, William Lockridge.
Wow, he's really having a good go.
He goes really across the line with a 45.89. Paul Alexander did a 51.13. So that takes the class lead at the moment. But I'm not. Yeah, they're going to have to go put that flip-flop back up. It was on the left through the S's, the left-hander. Marshall's just running down there to put that back up. But the problem is that's Pete Tatum sitting on the line and his tires are getting cold.
Yeah.
Now Pete Tatum is in a shout with actually getting into the 44,
going very
43.
Well this weekend.
So, and he wanted wet. Well, he's got it. What can he do with it? Another Yorkshire farmer.
He's going very, very well. There's a lot of people that I think are kind of thinking, I quite fancy it staying wet at the moment, actually.
Yeah. Pete Tatum, 10-time world downhill longboard champion.
He's not scared, is he? He's not scared.
He actually raced last year with a broken wrist. He had a damaged wrist or something for a while, and he had his hand in this thing all season. Still raced.
Yeah. Good for him. He's a tough cookie, is Pete.
Yeah. So we'll just get that flip-flop. I call them flip-flops.
I was going to say, is that the technical term, flip-flop?
That I started doing that. People are copying me. I haven't copyrighted or patent pending the thing. So, but yeah. Depending on where you are, some of them are actually penalties. Others are just there to show you that don't drive there.
Of course.
The corner of the car. Right, Pete's ready to go. Well, he's not ready to go, but they pulled the flag in. So this is one to watch, and then we're going to have, I think we're going to have Alex, we got Paul Hames coming up next. We've got some heavy hitters for, again, hunting for top 12 runoff. That's methanol, folks. He's on methanol. That's why the steam coming out the tailpipe. So that's nothing to worry about. Wipes his visor, head down. Did you see the head tilt go down? He's absolutely now zoned on that track. Here he goes. Gets it off the line. A nice tidy 301, a little bit off, but no problem. And he's got the power down. What's the speed under the bridge? 85 miles an hour under the bridge, so he's got the speed.
He's having a good go. He's been trying for rain. This is your moment, Pete. What can you do in these conditions? Show us in this OMS 28. Flex it through the gears, downs, third, second, first. He turns in a little bit of, in fact, no oversteer at all on the exit of Pardon. Really, really tidy. He's purple so far through midway. Power's going to be just nicely through the S's, rolls it through the exit of S. He's just got a little bit of oversteer, but not lost any time. How brave can you be around semicircle, Pete? What can you do? Nice tight line.
This is going to be a close run thing. What's he going to do? A 45.25. Takes the class lead. Not sure if it's enough to get in. I think you need a 44.43 to get in. Right, let's watch Paul Hames.
Paul Hames is going to be the guy to have a look at in comparison to David Warburton.
One to watch. David Warburton has laid out a 43.7. Paul Hames, number 9 for the British.
Oh, he's lost some time. He just got a little bit oversteer there. Pardon had to get out the throttle to keep it all together.
Back end came out on him as the Tories. It's going out. He had to gather back up again.
It's going to be some job to get into to claim that time back, Paul. What can he do?
That might be just too much to overcome to get into the runoff, which is going, and he's not going to take the class lead. Pete Tatum's going to hold on to it by this point. Through semicircle already. I think he lost probably a second or so. Let's see what he does.
More, if not more. Yeah. 46.08. I would have thought Paul was probably going to be in the low 44s, if not late 43s.
I would have said that would have been a 44, but just on that loss there. So only third in class. So he's going to be looking for more for that second runoff. Right, next up, we've got Aaron Colburn on the line, the Van Diemen RF02FX.
And this car's been going really well in the rain, actually. It launches really well. Just look at the launch time now, you'll see from Aaron Colburn if he can match it. So 2.79, it's actually quicker than Paul Hames off the line. That's a really, really quick car off the line, so he's made some good time there. 81 mile an hour, plenty of commitment there as we go under bridge. Yeah, a little bit of oversteer there, but Aaron knows what he's doing. It's absolutely fine now. What are you going to do, Aaron? It's always beautiful around there. This car and driver pairing has just been getting better and better. He's actually gone purple.
These purple sectors going up through Pardon. Lost a little coming out. It's sort of dragged a bit. What's he on midway? He is still up. Andrew's already done a run, currently in third place. The leader is Jonathan Varley with a 46.6. He is that beautiful drift coming through the S's. Coming into semicircle, he's actually going to take the class lead. I think he's going to beat Jonathan Varley. Goes across the line. Here he goes.
Aaron Colburn, take a bow, son.
Take a bow, 45.75. That's 9 plus tenths of a second quicker than Jonathan Varley.
That was class.
Wow. Okay, Andrew Henson in the Delara Gould F394.
Yeah, just such. I think he's just kicked up a little bit of dirt on the inside there from Pardon. The car's low and wide. And sorry for Matoris, he's in Pardon now, just slides it round. I will get my hairpins right at some point, Owen.
You're learning.
It's my first day. So Andrew Henson now just threads the car, just takes a little bit of curve, just turns left now, out of the exit of S's, and he's going to head himself into semicircle, takes a real tight line through semicircle. And he's going to cross the line with a time of 51.23.
Slides him into 5th place in class. John Cottrell, last car in the this is K1 racing car, 1600 to 2 liter. John Cottrell in the MP82, the flamethrower car. Shares this with obviously his wife, Nikki Cottrell. So John's looking to put a time in to get him somewhere on the board. Currently he's in 10th, but he has no time.
No, absolutely. Well, John Cottrell's going to get himself through the S's, but in the meantime, we're going to have a quick look. Alex Coles on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at Alex Coles, 19 years old. He's been driving the wheels off this Force TA. He's going to leave the line now. I think he's in a real chance now. Well, certainly bothering David Warburton, if not beating it. Let's see what Alex can do. He's so committed. 89 miles an hour at the bridge. He really is just squirming. He's on the limit of grip now. He's late on the brakes into a Tories, and he's just going to hit that little bit of mud. Doesn't bother him at all on the inside. He's absolutely flat out into Pardon.
Absolutely on rails. These purple sectors all the way up in this class. Now
he's just finding the grip, isn't he?
The target is sub 44. The target is a 44 or better.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of people in the 44 staring here. They're watching to see can they get into the runoff.
I think he's quick.
Alex Coles is flying. He's 37.3 going into semicircle. He's coming out the other side.
Going to be a 43.
44 flat, a 44.04. That slides him into 2nd place in the qualifiers. Slides Tom Weaver and Dave Tatum down to 3rd and 4th respectively.
Very quick.
But they're not out of it yet. We still got, we've still got more. John Chalmers in that Rolt F302-001. You like this car? You got to.
Yeah, I do. I like the anti-lag. I like the way it's presented. I think it's just a really nice package. It's just a lovely, lovely car, and John and James drive it really, really nicely. But wow, I mean, 44.04 from Alex Coles. But when you look at David Warburton a second quicker, what's everybody else going to have to do to go quicker than that? John Chalmers off the line.
Yeah, everybody's a bit of a head scratcher. That 43 can't be. People got to be quicker than that 43.
Well, you'd say so, but if it's that slippy, which it looks like it is, then surely that neuters some of the really, really high power stuff. I'm not saying Dave's going to be quicker, but you know, he's certainly going to be the gap is certainly going to be a lot closer to the big stuff. That's for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But John's made his way nicely through the S's. He's just going to thread that through the left, through the right, and then just roll it out of the S's. Keeps it nice and straight off towards that right-hand side near the grass, and then on the brakes, turns it tightly through semicircle, hugging that inside apex, and he's going to cross the line in a time of 49.1. Very good, very good.
Yeah, 49.10 slides him into 7th place. We've got Richard Alexander in that 4th PC, and you can clearly see the engine all nice, shiny, clean.
Yeah, quite like that. I'm not sure whether that's a cooling thing or just sheer space.
I think it's that's the way it is.
Just the way it is.
So, Richard's coming up through the. I've lost myself there. Yeah, sorry, I've lost where I was going here. Shares the car with Paul Alexander, funny enough.
Yes.
So he's looking to beat the co-driver. Don't think going to do it here. But coming around here, going to set a time. Going to put a time on the board. That's the important thing. With hill climbing, you need it doesn't matter if it's the first run or second run, for points and championships and things like that, you need a timed run. Because you need a time on the clock. This is Lynn Owen in the OMS. That is the Owen Motorsport. Yep, it is related. She is one half of the powerhouse team that makes up OMS cars. In the 28 RPE, the RPE being essentially 2 Hayabusa engines joined together with 1 crankshaft, making 2.7 liters, I believe, in this car.
Indeed.
And we are now in the racing cars over 2 liters. Yep. Here we go.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting now. Let's see, because I have to say, looking out there, we are in for a wet runoff. There's wet track, certainly final times, no doubt about it. I don't think it's going to work. Well, I am looking out there, and it is looking a little
Lynn
bit
is set at 56.6. Sean Gould is on the line. He's going to be our telltale. He's going to be the rabbit, if you will, the hare, and all of this. Sandra Tomlin in her MP97 will be making nice run up the hill. Quick there.
2.5 seconds to 64 in the wet. That's going well.
Yeah, so here goes Sean Gould in the shares his car with Matt Ryder. So this is the marker to see whether our little cars have held up enough against the big cars. What are the conditions going to do? Sandra Tomlin currently takes the class lead with a 53.47. Sean in the GR59 JB. This has got the latest developments on that they're working on. Constantly tweaking this thing. This car is rapid.
He's beautiful out of the exit of S. He's going to go through semicircle. He's been purple all the way, as you would probably expect of that car and driver combination. He's going to just tip the clock at a 43.69.
43.69. David Warburton still the fastest.
Rubbing his hands together. But let's see, Harry Pick in this OMS 28 just has a bit of an understeer, then oversteer moment on the exit of Vittori's. He's now into Pardon. Just beautiful controlled drift on the exit of Pardon. He's really leaning on that car, as Harry's doing ever so well. He's just flicked it through the S. Beautiful car control. And we're on the exit of S. A little bit, tiny oversteer, but really nice and straight, nice and neutral, getting that power down. And he turns tightly through semicircle, and he's going to stop the clock with the field 45.77.
That's actually a good run. Now, I want to thank our producer. He's given us a live current runoff qualifiers list on the right side of the screen. So we know exactly what's going on. So any of our participants here, get on to HillClimb UK TV and you can see who's currently qualified. Jack Cottrell in that beautiful Dallara XD. So we've got several different Dallaras running here.
A bit of quite understeery, however, so he would have been a bit frustrated with that, whether he set it up that way, or maybe that's how he drives it. But it does look very neutral, that car. But sometimes when they look slower, they're going quicker.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. If it looks horrible, sometimes it's like the fastest run. I've had a few of those in my life.
Yeah.
But it's just a feeling for it.
It's very neutral, but he's purple.
Oh, he's purple. It's
Come on, Jack. What can you do?
You're going to take
Come on, Jack. 43, 44.
Yes, he is.
We're up there.
43,
That's a great
44.
time. Jack Cottrell, take a bow yourself.
Sorry, we've got to stop talking over each other, so apologize if we blur out there. We've got to control our excitement. But Jack Cottrell is now taking the class lead with a 43-44, and he's in the 43s. We're talking runoff territory here. Right, next up, Simon Jenks in that Force TA. This has got that Opel V6 in the back of it.
Certainly has. This is the latest of the Forces. The latest. It's got a 2.5 Opel DTM V6 engine in it. Simon Jenks was in Caterham's before, so this car's new to him, and he's settling in quite nicely, I think.
He has been doing quite well this weekend in the practice times and things.
They'll be keen to get on with this as the sun's come out, so they will be keen.
Someone just turned one of the light bulbs. They turned the lights on in the hut. That's what it is, yeah.
I think they'll be keen to get going, just so that, because I was talking to Matt Ryder and he said, I don't mind, it's just as long as it's the same for everyone, which is obviously
a drying track is not the same for everyone.
No, it's not.
So Simon Jenks, part 2. Again, he just sort of creeped ahead of it. There he goes off the line. A 301 on the 64-foot. Gets it launched into there. Let's see what kind of speed he can carry under Orchard. We've got him in it's only 63 miles an hour, so not as quick as some of the others. We're looking in the 80s for some of the other cars. So he's nice and tidy.
He's still betting this car, and he just get. Do you know, it's interesting. There's a bit of an inside line there for Ettores that if you get too tight, you will get on the mud. It's starting to be pulled out into the inside edge of Ettores.
Yeah.
And he just got caught up on that slightly. Just dragged that front wheel in, rotated the car, but he scooped it all up fine. But it will lose a bit of time there.
Yeah, trying to use the short way around Ettores because of the wetness. It's starting to get a little bit of grubby on the inside of that corner. So I think the other competitors need to be careful. This is definitely a wet tire situation all the way around. There's no time now. But Simon's coming through with a time of 5:1.04. Slides him in the 4th place. Simon Andrews in his OMS 28 is already heading up towards Pardon. And it's a very tight and uphill. If you stand there, it's almost like it's a crazy angle, that part of there. Gets it around through Midway, down into the S as he goes. We've got Graham Wynn lining up for the start next. The car that Scott Moran finished 2nd in the championship last year with, and took some wins. So here comes Simon through the top here, around the semicircle. It looks like he's slowed right down a little bit, but he's just taking it easy, making sure he gets a good time of 49.60, moves him up to 4th place. Right, Graham Wynn's on the line, visor down.
The GR59, it looks so purposeful there. He's struggling to put the power down and get it off the line. It's got so much power. 3.5 following. He's lost a second there in comparison to Sean Gould in the other car. But it's easy to lose time off the start with so much power. But he's rounded Torres. He just clips that mud slightly, but no issue in his Gould. Hard on the brakes for Pardon.
Yeah. Carrying around the top, Lindsay Summers on the line in the AFS P4T. Lloyd is not allowed to say anything about that car. He's banned at the moment. Graham Wynn is already through heading towards semicircle. Sorry. Now, where is he going to end up here? Is he going to have enough on it? No, I don't think that's going to be enough to qualify. 46.00. Not enough. Puts him outside the top 12. Lindsay Summers in the AFS P4T. Just had a little bit of a throttle cable issue earlier. Got tangled up in that full throttle, so she stopped the car for safety. Gets it around up through Pardon. Slipping all over the place, he says. Comes through the S's now. So I had a couple of weird things this weekend, but never let me down. So here we go, Lindsay. Nice time, gets out the top of semicircle, gets it rotated around. This is the car that Alex Summers designed essentially in the backyard.
Okay,
and built it.
Now she's across the line. Like I said, what a lovely run, Lindsay. That was great. Yeah, she's as I tell you what, she cuts to a shot. Stephen Owen hard on the brakes there into Ettores. Front end shuddering, really coming down the gears hard, and he's doing the same thing. He's really leaning on that gearbox, on that engine braking, locking the rear diff up, and he's been really braking late in the rain. But he's flicked it through S's. He's just about a little wiggle there between the two. He's just going to leave. This is now a little slight power slide. Hard on the brakes round for semicircle.
Instead of using the foot brake, he's trying to use the gearbox to slow the thing down. A 47.70 slides him into 5th place. Now Oliver Tomlin, son of Sandra Tomlin, he's double driving this car this weekend in the Pilbeam MP97. Quite quick driver in this car, actually, Oliver is. We'll be interested to see where he can go with this. Can he get into the 40s with it? Sandra did a 53. I think he should be in the 40s. The question is where.
Great looking car, 58 miles an hour under bridge, but just got to be really careful, these Pilbeams. With a beautiful 4-litre Judd on the back, one of the better looking cars here today. It really is so beautifully prepared. Just getting on the power there, just being so careful not to spin the rear tyres up and lose traction. Carefully round Pardon, and he's going to thread it through the S's.
Hitsu comes out just through the S's now, left, right, and then left, hard around, and heads out of that complex towards semicircle. And he's going to be around the 50-second mark here. Let's see what he can do. Cross the line. A 49.76. So good. I thought he could hit sub 50. Right. David Uren normally ends up in the top 10 somewhere. What's he going to do? This is our second big marker for the rest of the guys. Drifting around, bit of a wiggle coming through Torres. He did. He caught that right rear just on the dirt.
It's the insides getting pulled in.
He was purple going into a Torres, but he's lost time in Pardon. So coming back through midway, nope, he's still down on a little bit on the 43.4 of
the right-hand side of the car. If you try and take a tight line through a Torres, that rear right is losing traction. That front right is pulling you in, isn't it?
That right rear, if it touches the grass, you're losing. He's only done a 45.38. He's only put him 10th in the qualifying at the moment. I don't think that is going to be enough.
I think the track's getting dirty. I think it's in quite poor. It's getting in worse shape.
Well, let's check out Trevor Willis. Top 3. He's been hovering around all year, causing trouble.
A bit of a wide berth. That's slippy on the Torres. Really slippy. Trevor gets a little burst of power oversteered, hard on the brakes through Pardon. He's going to just slide the car just close to the barrier, and he's going to head towards S's.
I'm checking the splits. He's actually just up on David Uren, about half a second up at midway. So if he does this, he's actually going to push William Luffbridge out and David Uren down to 11th qualifier. Drifts it across the line. Here goes Trevor Willis, 44.43.
Now what can Will Hall do when one of the standout drivers of the year, super consistent, that car is working beautifully. I think we could be on for a bit of a Dave Warburton troubling time here. He's gone he's gone pink, so he's fastest overall of anybody so far this afternoon.
Well, he's in the class, not the overall. We got to watch out.
Yeah, absolutely. But
we need a dark purple here.
He's quick.
So Will Hall in the over 2-liter class is absolutely ripping the track up here. The question is he going to get into the 43s? He's purple every which way but loose.
He's on it.
Here we go.
41.83. He's the fastest overall.
41.83. That's your target, gentlemen. Here we go. Alex Summers. We know he can drive. We know he's got a good car under him.
He's made some changes for this weekend. He just wants to keep collecting those points. He's got to try and outscore Matt Ryder if he can. Hard on the brakes, turns it early into Pardon, gets a beautiful line, beautiful exit. No real fuss, he's really quick.
He's matching Will Hall for split time at midway by 4/100ths of a second. That's it. Alex is still going, no problem. Alex still going.
Yeah, absolutely beautifully. Just hugs that inside line out of semicircle. That's probably the neatest I've seen anybody do it all weekend. 41.86 doesn't quite beat Will Hall, but almost identical.
41.86 to Will Hall's 41.83. Will Hall is still leading the class. Obviously, I think that's enough for both of them to get into the top 12 runoff.
Yep, absolutely.
But we've still got now. Looking in the paddock, and what you're looking at, that group of people there, are Pete Tatum, Tom Weaver, Dave Tatum, Stuart Bickley, Richard Spedding. They're all sitting there going, do we qualify or not? Richard Spedding is on the bubble at the moment, if Will. So Wallace, who we got left here? We've got Wallace.
We got it'll be Wallace and Matt.
Wallace and Matt Ryder.
Yeah, Wallace and Matt left.
So what's happening here is Pete Tatum and Richard Spedding are sort of going, if one of them has a problem, they're in. Stuart Bickley's sitting there on the fence. He could be in.
I think he is. There's only 2 to go, so Stuart's in.
If it's only those 2, but they've got to get times. So we're watching this. Everybody's staring. There's the guys. Yeah, you're on camera now, boys.
I think Stuart's in.
So we're pretty sure. I mean, Wallace and Matt haven't run yet.
Yeah.
So it's Wallace and Matt. Everybody's staring at these times. Yes, we can see you on live HillClimb.TV. Guys, give us a well. Okay, we'll switch back to the cars. Right, here we go. Matt Ryder on a hot streak.
Indeed, driving beautifully
in the factory Gould.
He wanted everybody to be on in the same conditions. I think he's got his wish, but what I would say is I do think that track's in pretty poor condition compared to
I think that there's some kick up around the Torrey, especially that, and it's not going to be difficult. So here goes Matt.
2.52 off the start, 96 through bridge. That's quick, little bit of understeer, but that's super brave from Matt. This is where Runoff gives it a wide berth. Matt, you've been listening to us. He's in at a wide berth.
Matt stayed away from the inside of a Torres, and it's working. He's purple sectors all the way up, but how much? I'm checking the splits. He's
pink. He's quickest.
He is a half a second up on the other guys at midway. He is flying.
He's quickest so far out of everybody. This is where it's going to get tricky. Squirrels under braking. He left it really late for the second. He's gathered it up. He's quick. What's he going to do? 40.77. Matt Ryder. Come on.
He just beat the hill. Guys, he's a second quicker than everybody else at the moment.
That's quick. But Wallace likes it round here. Do not count Wallace out.
Now watch
Wallace. It's going to take some beating.
Visor will go down in the last second. Here he goes. Wallace is hungry. He's had an up and down year. He was quickest in practice yesterday. Was feeling good. He loves this track, loves this circuit.
Come on,
what can he do? 92 miles an hour through there, slightly down on Matt.
He likes it round here. I think he'll be happy to stay in touch. That's a great time from Matt. He's giving it a big wide berth out through the middle of the Tories. He's
right in the middle.
Did he touch the exit? Did he touch that barrier there? Really?
I'm not sure.
He didn't lose any time.
Didn't lose any time, but I did hear a little bit of a bounce.
He's quick. He rolls it out of it.
He's down on time, so he's not. Matt Ryder is still ahead of him. I'm looking at the splits. He's a half a second down on Matt Ryder.
It's quick.
41.60 puts him into second place. That means, unfortunately, we lost Pete Tatum and Richard Spedding. But Stuart Brickley, Dave Tatum, Tom Weaver, Trevor Willis, we believe you're all in.
Some time from Matt, that was. I mean, I was thinking my prediction of Wallace going quickest was going quite well until Matt just pulled that out of his closet.
Matt just said, boys, this is how it's done. Welcome to the next generation.
Yeah, watch this. So fair play, Matt Ryder, take about that is what you call a champion's.
That's a champion's run. That's a champion's run. However, that's just qualifying.
It is just qualifying.
That's just first time run of the class, and it's the runoff qualifying. The business end of it comes up after we look at our sports racing cars and racing cars.
Yeah.
Beautiful selection of historic and classic cars coming up here. And then we get to the runoffs, and that's where put up or shut up comes into play.
You're absolutely right, Owen. Yeah, it's now this is going to be great, and especially now it does look like it's getting a bit bright out there. It looks like we're going to get a little bit dry. It's going to stay wet, but is it going to go from wet to then greasy, where you don't know what the right tire is?
Looking at what's going on here, we're in greasy. This is still wet tire category. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
This is wet tire category. Yeah. No one's going to go on the slicks. It's just not going to happen. There's too much water in the track right now.
Yep.
The thing is, it's going to take a precision drive and find the grip. We know that the inside of a Tory's corner is a bit gubby at the moment. I have a feeling the marshals might clean it before we get to the runoff. Yeah. Don't know. Want to shout out to our great bunch of marshals who are out here just doing a fantastic job this weekend, keeping the course safe for the competitors, along with our rescue crews, our volunteers, and everybody else that made this run. Dave Parr, his Ford Anglia, is making good time coming up the hill. He's been running that car for eons. And now we've got the Bugatti Owners Club, the Bugatti Type 51. This car holds the track class record for Bugattis in this Type 51.
He does indeed, yeah. I think it's somewhere in the 51 seconds, but I think he did a 57-second run earlier in the wet, and he was very happy with that. Let's see if he can improve on it. This is superior braveness, I think, to everybody else in this Bugatti. This is very, very brave stuff.
Absolutely. No seat belts or anything. This is about 100 years ago. Plus, I think these are in the 1930s. So 30s. About 90 years ago. Sorry.
Yeah.
I did say to the chairman this morning, I am trying to learn, but I keep forgetting everything that everybody tells me.
Yeah. beautiful, beautiful car. Edmund's going really well in it. Can he beat a 57-second run? He's won his purple so far, so it looks like he probably will. Oh no, just misses out, unfortunately. He's a few seconds out. But hey-ho, 61.89 for Edmund Burgess. Dave...
Here's your shoe back.
Yeah, thank you. Dave Garnett in the Abarth 595. This is a slightly higher powered variant of the Abarth 500, so you're running about 160 brake horsepower in this, but I believe it's been breathed on.
This one is the Yamaha Special.
Yamaha Special?
A Yamaha Special. Yeah, it's
Okay.
a special edition, and yes, it has got a little bit more grunt in it.
Does it come with a free Yamaha?
No, it's something to do with. David told me about it. It's been tuned from the factory type situation. And then we go from, you see David Garnett coming out. Now, Paul Emer, we'll see him in the Haas and Sprite. So that's the modern Fiat Abarth 595. Then we've got the original Abarth coming up in a second. But this beautiful, this is Paul Emer and the Austin Healey Sprite.
That's great fun, isn't it?
And
that's a load of fun.
Yeah, beautiful little car, classic British sports car, that. And the car just works well.
It did. He took a load of speed into Pardon there, and it just went round, didn't it?
Yeah. Some of the people call these the Frog Eye Sprite. We call them the Bug Eye Sprite in the North America because it's just got the weird headlights on it.
Yeah.
But you got to remember that Mazda, the MX-5, Miata, that whole legendary car that everybody said that's a great handling car, was based on that stuff.
I wonder where they got
British sports car.
And I wonder where they got the looks from.
I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got John Barber on the hill at the moment in this fantastic Fiat Abarth 850TC Nürburgring. Absolutely brilliant. The rear lid open to aid with cooling. But off the line, we also have Matt Clark. Now, keep an eye on Matt Clark with this Mini. This thing is absolutely flying.
I heard he was doing his imitation of a Japanese drift driver this morning with this thing.
It's incredible. Just you watch this. He's even cocking a wheel in the wet.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Really well sorted car.
I've watched Matt drive this car many a time. It's well prepared, well driven, and he can do things with this Mini that's like, how is that even physically possible?
Yeah, he is absolutely rapid. You won't see a more committed driver in their car.
It actually confuses engineers going, well, I'm an engineer, and there's no way that car can do that. That's how goofy it gets.
Quite right, yeah. But just watching through this section, he's super tight in the super tidy in the tight bits. But then just you look at that commitment there. He knows exactly where the edge of the track is. If he'd have gone a couple of mil further over, he'd have been in the grass and lost a load of time.
Yeah, there's actually a barrier right there as well. So. But yeah, now if you're watching, the Bugatti Owners Club Fastly Classic Speed Championship is actually a handicap championship.
Yeah.
So yes, we're looking at overall times, and Matt is just absolutely blowing everybody away with that 55.6. That's going to be tough to beat because a lot of the cars are rear-wheel drive, and he was in a front-wheel drive.
Yeah.
But they all have target times within a handicap system, and that's how the championship's ultimately divided. We will just look at who's fastest.
Wouldn't want to work that out. Yeah.
But there are some beautifully prepared cars. There's our Mark 1 Escort rally car.
Yeah, 2 litre Pinto in that, about 180 brake horsepower. And this is one of my favourites. I think it's probably my favourite of the weekend. Simon Braithwaite in this stunning BDG engine Ford Escort RS 1600. It's been going well all weekend, and that's what we want to see, isn't it? Nice bit of power oversteer in Mark 1 Escort.
I've always said if you see a Mark 1 or Mark 2 Escort going straight, it's broken because they built these things crooked from the factory, I swear.
Fantastic.
A fast car goes sideways, that's all there is to it.
And now Mark Maydon in his other Hillman Imp. So this is, you'll see him lean on this one. It really does drive the nuts off this car.
Now, you'll see on the screen, boy, our producer's really getting fancy with the graphics. I told you this was a handicap class. Well, if you look down here, John Barber, even though he was the slowest car up the hill, is actually, with his handicap, is actually lead. Oh, I see. No, the handicaps are over there. So there's the handicaps, how it works. And so we like Simon Braithwaite on handicap is actually leading Matt Clark.
Okay.
That's what's going on here. So there's the time plus the handicap, and that's the time you see at the top.
Nice. Well, what can Ian Moss say about this? You've got Alistair Clark, who won the championship last year. He's just rounding the final corners in his Vitesse. But look at this, Ian Moss in this really potent Mark 1 Escort. He's been driving really well. The group of Escort drivers, they all say he's probably a couple of seconds quicker than everyone else. He couldn't quite pull out that same advantage earlier because he was on slicks and we had a downpour of rain, so he was caught out on the wrong tyre. I'm not sure if he's still on slicks now, but I think he's probably switched to wet.
I think he's on wet tyres based on the purple sectors here. So Alistair Clark is heading
But that
across.
was practice, wasn't it? I suppose.
That
earlier.
was practice. Practice makes perfect, which means he could be perfect here. So Alistair Clark with handicap slides into 7th place. But Ian Moss is absolutely doing the business with this Mark I Escort. Coming around the corner, I mean, it's going to be a mid-50s time. I don't know what his handicap is, but it's a 53.42. He did a 48.85 plus his handicap gives him a 53.42. He absolutely stomped it up that hill.
Absolutely. Yeah, he did. That was absolutely rapid, wasn't it? They've got Nigel Moss now in the beautiful Hillman Imp. Beautiful prepared car. 37.16 through midway. He's just going to roll it through the S's now. Really nice to see these imps being used in competition and not all thrown on the scrap heap. So I think it's great to see. Just round semicircle now. A little bit of wiggle, just fights the traction. He's going to be absolutely flat out to cross the line in a shade under a minute. 58.48 for Nigel Moss.
Yeah. Remember, these times they're putting up are including the handicap. So you see leading results based on handicap, and that's how it's being rubbed. So we are doing the handicap thing. So Ian Moss is now leading the handicap. And here's Lee Carter in a Fiat 695 SS. And this is an original.
Yes, it is, absolutely. This is an original car. It's just so small, isn't it? It looks lost almost in the width of Prescott, where not many cars look that small. But it's great fun. It's about 50 horsepower, but it weighs about half a ton. So you've probably got about 100 horsepower per ton, which is that's quick enough. 100 brake per ton's like 205 GTI. Quick, really?
Yeah.
So you're going all right, to be fair. And Peter Baker and this Daimler Conquest, absolutely fantastic. He throws and he's oversteering around it always. Doing it for the cameras, Peter. That's fantastic. He absolutely threw it in there. I've never seen a car like that being like that.
Peter, this car has done the world famous historic Monte Carlo Rally in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
He's not doing it next year. He's decided he's done it 3 times. That's enough. In this car. And just chucks his car around. His personal best, about a 71, I think it is, in this car. But a Daimler Conquest, look at that body roll. Just absolutely.
It's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just the way it was and the way it should be.
Fantastic.
And funny enough, with that body roll, you're getting a lot of weight onto the tire, so got a lot of grip.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there.
He just needs about 1,000 more horsepower.
Stick a 4-litre Judd in it.
So we have to be nice to Peter because Lynn, his wife, who works for the Bugatti Owners Club, or Prescott Hillclimb behind the scenes, essentially is the one that books us in.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So, Peter, well done. Excellent job.
Best car here.
Yeah, and you've got the best wife in the world, by the way, just letting you know. Just in case you forgot. Been together 44 years, something like that.
Wow,
yeah,
amazing.
Yeah.
Tim Cross, we're looking at
and
now.
They're only 39 years old.
Work that out.
It was arranged by the parents before they met.
Tim Cross in this MG Midget. He exits Pardon, and he's just going to roll through the S's. It's slippy, but these are such great cars for these conditions. An MG Midget, I think that'll be such good fun. Not loads of power, really immediate go-kart-like handling. Fantastic. It's going to be really good fun.
Yeah, Tim and Ben Cross in this car. They normally share the car. I don't know if Ben's running. I think Steve might be running by himself. Or Tim, sorry. He very quick in this car wherever they go. So if they're doing just a classic with non-handicap stuff like that, they are top of the heap a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're doing all right there.
We certainly are.
You know there's a runoff warming up when Mr. Ponsford enters the room. You know it's like he has to be, if there's a runoff, he needs to be in the zone.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Best place to look at it.
Absolutely, mate. Stephen Norris just rolls through the exit of the S's. He's going to complete, and Ted Elwey's going to be not far behind him in his MGA. We're looking at now, and just turns into Pardon. And lovely looking car, the MGA. Going to be followed by Clive Berry that we have on the line in this very good looking Chrysler Sunbeam. Delightful, absolutely delightful.
Good looking Chrysler Sunbeam. In North America, that's something you wouldn't hear. But that's where we go here. Right. Sorry, the elbow's out next door here. Don't worry about that. Right, so Ted L's in the MGA with handicap, 65.55. And there we go. Chrysler Sunbeam 1600 Ti. And in North America, they got sort of it looked something like this, but it was a front-wheel drive, kind of weird-looking thing. But neat little car, rear-wheel drive, front engine. They come in different flavor engine sizes. Really nice drift out of there. Got it caught up a bit. That's a great thing about rear-wheel drive. You can just steer with the back end. And my friendly neighborhood Spider-Man's just returned. Engine specification in this
1600 Lotus Twin Cam, as I understand it. I could be wrong, but I believe. Well,
you could be wrong.
I could be wrong because it's not a Lotus Sunbeam. So actually, is that? I think that's a single cam. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That'll be an 8. Sorry, but that'll be an 8 valve. I would have thought 1600. So don't know. The answer's I don't know, but I'll go and find out. Richard George on the line, and he's just left the line, in fact, in his Chevron B19. Good-looking cars. Clive Berry completes in a 62.09.
Yeah, in the Chevron. And then we got Ryan Aymer. Now, this might be... No, not. Ryan Aymer. The Aymers are sharing this car this weekend in the Austin Healy Sprite. The... what did I say? Frog Eye? Bug Eye?
You call it Bug Eye.
Bug Eye. Apparently that's the incorrect language in this country. It's a Frog Eye. I guess it does if you look at it. Look at Frog. I just think it's the happiest car on the track.
It is.
My wife would say that's a happy car.
It is a happy car. Well,
yes.
I'll tell you what, Ryan knows how to make it angry, that's for sure, because he's really piloting.
Well, that's
very
why it's
quickly.
happy. It's fast.
It is fast. Well, Ryan's really been leaning on this car. You can just see he's totally on top of it, chucks it in. It just goes where he points it. And in these conditions especially, it's just a lot of grip. Just you watch. This car with Ryan driving was as quick as a very well-driven Honda S2000 earlier. So just you keep an eye on the clock. I think he's going to be probably 55, 56 seconds once he gets across the line. I think he's going really, really well, is Ryan. Round semicircle, 51, 52. He's going to prove me wrong. 54.79 for Ryan Aymer. That's quick. That's second in class behind
on
Ian
handicap, slides him into second place. But I think outright speed-wise, that might have been like the quickest thing up the hill.
Quick, yeah.
Yeah, with a 50 flat now.
Amazing.
Let's grab our breath. Let's grab our breathing for the second. Grab our breathing? Let's grab.
Take a breath. Let's take a breath.
Take a breath.
Take a breath.
Sorry, I got distracted. Mr. Ponsford is with us in the booth, but he's eating cake.
Yeah, he is. He's watching.
He's eating cake, sitting back and watching what's about to be a very interesting tin top 10 runoff.
Yes, it sure is. It sure is.
So let's just confirm. Would you like to? Yep. I tell you what.
Yeah.
You confirm.
Right. Let's run through some tin top times.
Oh, you want to do the tin tops? Okay.
I don't mind. What do you want?
No. Okay. This is the confirmed running order for the British Hillclimb Championship runoff.
Indeed it is.
You do that. Run that through. We have been to the tin top, but we'll go through the tin top again.
Well, based on the fact we're about to start, I'd say we probably don't have time. But sponsored by AET Turbos, they do a lot of work with the two cars that Damien Bradley and Stephen Darley. So we're about to see, I think, Stephen Darley come to the line in Impreza.
Well, we're going to have Stephen Darley go up first. Then we're going to have Roger Moran, because those two cars are shared drives. So they're going first. They'll come back down. And Damien Bradley will get into the Steve Darley car, and Scott Moran will get into the Roger Moran car. So here we go. So here's how this is going to work. Fastest car wins the runoff. Now, there is a championship at stake here as well. This is second to last round on the tin top.
That's a good question.
Because I think it's the second last. I think this is the final two rounds of this today. Sponsored by AE Turbos. So Stephen Darley is on the line, ready to go.
And he's off. He's going to leave the line. He's going to do 2.47. That's quicker than some of our big Gould GR59s off the line. This is going really well. Stephen Darley is through the first corner, 69 miles an hour. That's committed in a tin top. And we haven't quite got the picture. We've quite lost the picture, so we haven't quite seen what's where he should reappear any second now, just across as he's gone through a Tories, hopefully. So, yeah, there he goes. So he goes, flashes back across. So we've lost our camera to a Tories, unfortunately. But he chucks it through Pardon, and he's out of there really quickly.
Yeah, coming through the S's, he's going to be the marker. So heading through the S's, the left, right, then the hard left. It is almost a blind left coming up around, heading towards semicircle. Now he qualified with a 50.80. Fastest qualifier was a 47. He's going to cross the line with a 49.78, so slight improvement.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going well, he's going well. Right, Roger Moran. Roger is not scared to chuck this car about. He did a 47.52. He's father of Scott Moran, a 6-time British champion. Now, this Skoda R5 is not your normal Skoda R5. It's got a 2-litre engine. It starts as a ice racing car. It's got about 500 brake horsepower as opposed to the 280 brake they normally have. So what's Scott going to do? I'm going to talk you through these first. What's Roger going to do? We're going to talk you through these first corners. Yeah, and Scott's going to share this car, and we're going to see Scott go up in it a bit later on in the runoff. So, Roger, wipers moving. There's not a lot of rain in the air actually, but wipers are on just in case. Very purposeful colour scheme. Wipers now go off. We've got, what are we waiting for? We're just going to hopefully hear this car clunk into first in a second and disappear off the line like a scolded cat. There we go. Right, launch control is on. Engines fired. We're in first. There we go. Launch control's away. We're going to be away now. We're away. So what's he going to do to the 64? 2.17. That's so quick in the rain. That's so quick in the rain. He's going to be quick through 76 miles an hour through bridge. We're going to be hard on the brakes into Ettores. Gives that muddy section a wide berth, although it's not much of an issue in the rally car like this. It's quick, hard on the brakes into Pardon, down into first. You're not going to touch the handbrakes. That's going to be slower.
Yeah, you don't want to do handbrake turns at this track. It'll just drag you down a bit. So here we go. He's already he's 3 seconds up on Stephen Darley at midway. Comes through the S's. Coming around. Now he's laying a time down. He's the current championship leader. He's looking for a point. He's looking for a strong finish. He knows Scott might beat him, but that's okay. So he's done a 45.75. That is over 2 seconds quicker than he qualified at.
That's really quick.
Next up, we have Paul Howells in the Porsche 911 RSR.
Indeed, one of my favourites. Got a really, really short ratio gearbox. Multiplies the torque of the engine really well. Obviously, he's going to have hopefully very good traction off the line without all the weight being towards the rear. It's very well developed. Paul knows his way around here as well. He's off the line really quickly, 2.64. That's really good because it's 2-wheel drive compared to the 4-wheel drive in the Skoda. I don't think he's gone quicker than either of the Morans this weekend, but Paul will certainly hold his own in this category. Rounds Ettores, beautiful car. That big wide track, big wide tyres. Hopefully he can find a bit of grip there. Hard on the brakes into Pardon. Flicks it in early apex. Any oversteer? Nice exit out of Pardon.
Yeah, qualified with a 54.65. Roger Moran has just set an absolute ripper in these conditions, so I don't think Paul can get it. He's already coming through the S's, hard left around, up towards semicircle. He's already 6 seconds down. There's the difference between the 4-wheel drive and the 2-wheel drive in these conditions. You can only do what you can do. Across the line he goes with a 53.40, which is actually 1.2 seconds quicker. Now, can you get into a championship, British Championship, top 10 runoff with a road car?
Well, you can if you're Rod Niles and you've got a GR Yaris. Now, the GR Yaris, what a fantastic car. Fairly standard road-going thing. I think it's been fettled slightly, has Rodney's car, but 3 differentials developed by Tommy Mäkinen, Jari-Matti Latvala. It's been an absolute sales success for Toyota. And he leaves the line, he gets off on box down ever so slightly, but 2.72 off the line for a road car is absolutely fantastic. He's going to be going through first, second gear. It's a 6-speed manual box, turbocharged 1.63 cylinder. He could probably be quite committed round the first corner. Hard on the brakes, so the hazard lights flash, so Rodney's really leaning on it. Takes a wide berth around the Ettores to avoid that mud. He's going to be hard on the accelerator again. Back down the gearbox. It's got an auto blip function in these Yarises, so you don't need to throttle match the gearbox. So really, really quick round Pardon. What's he going to do through the S's?
Well, he qualified with a 54.27, and he's actually quicker on pace at the moment at the splits. Can he beat the 500 horsepower cars? I don't think so, but I think he can cause a top 6, top 7 time in there. So he's only 6 seconds down on Roger Moran, so the splits are looking a little bit weird. But here we go, across the line. This is going to be a good time. 52.91.
That's really interesting.
He actually beat Paul Howells in the Porsche, and that's a solid time.
Now, Stuart Reed, Peugeot 205. He's really, really gone well in this car. He's been setting some fantastic times, punching well above its weight. Regular qualifier for the tin tops. Best part of 230 brake horsepower in this thing. And Stuart, the best part is he's partially sighted, so it's even more of an achievement that he's here. Fantastic through first corner. He's just pushing on. Obviously, it's very easy to understeer in a car like this with so much power front-wheel drive, but he's got big, wide front track to keep some of that in tow. Takes a wide line around the Tories. They're all avoiding that muddy inside. He's going to be hard on the brakes now. He's going to be third, second, first now, quickly down the box. Turns in, cocks that inside rear wheel. He's really leaning on it. That's quick.
Yeah, it is quick. I'm just checking the splits here. He's just down on Paul House just a little bit, but we're dealing with a small front-wheel drive car here, and opposed to a big engine rear-wheel drive or the four-wheel drive car. So he's going to put a respectable time here. He qualified with a 54.01 in the damp. He's going to beat that time by a mile and a half, a 53.42. Slides him into fifth.
Very
Next
impressive.
up, we have the master of the Mitsubishi.
We do indeed. As he was just as you said that, he was sideways crabbing up the with all four wheels spinning in the tyre warming area. It's got a lot of power. This car. It's best part of about 700 brake horsepower, I think. Paddle shift. It's a really clever bit of kit. This car of Stephen Moore. He builds the revs. He launches off the line. The thing grabs its way off the line. All four wheels spinning. Really quick, 2.34 up to the first 64 feet. That's almost the force of gravity. He's very brave, 71 miles an hour through a bridge. Bit of camber set up on the front of this car, I can see, just to try and get it turned in and undo some of that understeer, which you've just seen there through the Tories. But look at it, fighting him as he gets on the power between Tories and Pardon. He's a little bit of understeer, cocks an inside rear wheel as well, so he's really pushing on. The sun is now beaming down on the track. What's it going to look like through the S's?
Well, he's only 1.4 seconds down on Roger Moran, so he's actually, now remember, Roger Moran's is an unlimited tin top. Stephen's car is a 2-liter modified production car, so it's still got restrictions on it. So he's pulling that through there, and he is giving it some welly. I think he might be Steve Darley his target. Stephen Moore, 48.09, and actually beat Stephen Darley. So that moves him to second, and there is a points implication to that. Damien Bradley.
Interesting. Damien Bradley's just disengaged the front wheels and span up the rear wheels only. Stephen Darley span up all four wheels on the in the tyre warming area. So they've obviously got a disengageable. It's fantastically clever. And so so he's just going to re-engage four-wheel drive. You can see, look how aggressive the front and rear camber is. That's going to be ever so pointy. That's a really clever thing. Let's see. He's going to be spinning all four wheels up off the line. Going to be re-engaging four-wheel drive. He's quick. He's going to be quick flying. 2.56. Damien's going to be really going for it. He obviously is in contention to win the Tin Top Championship, so Damien really wants a good result here. He's not in his legacy, unfortunately. Had an issue yesterday which counted it out for the rest of the weekend. He takes a load of inside curb. He's not scared. He's drifting. I've never seen anybody drift between the Tories and Pardon before. He's hard on the brakes. Gets a little bit wide as he got in a bit too excited there, Damien. Come on, keep it tidy. What can you do?
His target is Stephen Moore for second and third place in the championship. They need to beat each other. So he is looking for beating Stephen. He's only a second down on Roger Moran at the moment. This is an absolute flyer, and if you watch the rerun of this, you will see this car doing some really crazy things. Damien is absolutely chucking his scenery. A 47.71 drops Stephen Moore to third place. Roger Moran still holding first.
I've never seen a car drift sideways between Pardon and Tories there.
It was literally
Absolutely
not
fantastic.
pointing straight going through the dip. That's something different.
That's very impressive. Now, Einan Price. This is standard power Skoda R5. He's probably 150 brake down on the Moran car. He's a Welsh rally driver, so he revels in these conditions. So this is a good representation of what you can get the most out of an Skoda R5 car in these conditions. So Einan's away. Wow, the car really pitches to the left as he sets off. That's interesting. So all sorts of grip levels off the line. It's 2.33 up to the first 64. He's brave, 73 miles an hour through bridge. That's really going some. Einan Price is an absolute rainmaster. Flicks the handbrake. Is that the right? Has he gone quick? Has he lost time there or not? He flicked the handbrake around the Tories. Is that going to be quick or not? I don't know. Let's see. He's quick. He's going to flick the handbrake again. No, he doesn't flick the handbrake through Pardon. Let's see.
That is, you guys got to watch the rerun on this thing. He literally, I think he went in a little too hot to the Tories and pulled the handbrake and got it around. Brilliant piece of driving. He's 1.12 down on Roger Moran at midway, but he's only 0.95 at semi. He's actually gaining back time here. This is going to be close. It's going to be second, but I don't know by how much. 46.94. Wow. An absolute amazing drive from Einan Price. Next up, we've got the Chronos of Simon Bainbridge.
The SBR Chrono. Now, this isn't the most ideal circumstances for this car. It's wet, it's twisty. This car likes a dry, open course to perform its best on, but Simon Bainbridge really getting the best out of it this weekend. Fantastic driving. He's away from the line, scrabbling for traction. Traction control working really, really hard. 2.46 off the line is super quick for that car. Fantastic. Twin turbocharged 4.2-litre Audi-based engine. He's 64 miles an hour through bridge, so he's down, but that's going to be the rear-wheel drive complaining. You can see that, you can hear that gearbox whining as he goes through first gear around there, so he's going to go first, second. He's down the box now, hard on the brakes through Pardon. He's turning left out of Pardon, and we're going to head towards the S's now.
Yeah, big old Audi V8 in the back of this thing, giving him all the grunt he needs. It's all down to whether he can, how much of it he can get to the ground and keep going here. But he's only 1.3 down. Again, he's currently top 3 in the Tin Top Championship, so this is all points here. This is for the money. 1 second down, 0.84. Second place with a 46.59. Right. Drops Ein into third, Damien to fourth, and Stephen to fifth. Roger Moran still holding up. But here we go.
Scotty Moran, what can you do? And it's an absolute pleasure to say Scott Moran is in this runoff. Not in the Gould GR59, but in this fantastic Skoda R5. He's been quickest so far, knows his way around a runoff, does Scott. Let's see what he can do. So, sets the launch control. First gear, we're away. All four wheels spin off the line. Second gear, third gear, fourth gear. That short ratio gearbox. Beautiful. 2.21 in the wet. That's outrageous, Scott. 79 miles an hour. Ooh, he had to get out of it slightly there as he just found the edge of the course, but I don't think he lost any time. He's also just flicked the handbrake just round Tories. Fantastic, Scott, and he's quick. He's hard on the brakes now. He's going to flick it left into Tories. He's up on the splits, the cock of the wheel on the exit of Pardon. What's he going to do?
Yeah, he's up on that by 0.09 of a second. There is nothing in this. If he sneezes, Roger's going to take the win. This is between dad and son on this, and there's nothing in it at the moment. Semicircle, Scott's found 0.4 of a second, but that's not a lot of nothing. Here he goes. He's going across. I think he's got it. 45-42.
Scott Moran wins a runoff.
By 0.33 of a second, he took the Tin Top runoff. Well done.
I'm so pleased to say that. I'm so pleased.
Right, Chris Ponzi is dancing of joy in here because he predicted that result, and we're going to have to listen to him brag for the rest of the afternoon on that one.
Absolutely fantastic.
Right, now.
Right, we're going to catch our breath for a second because next we've got British Championship runoff. Well, I don't mind not doing the afternoon one. I'm happy doing this one now because I've not long got back. So I'm happy. I could do this one, and then you boys are doing. You boys do the second one. If you're happy with that. Thank you. Yeah, I think. Well, I think one of us up to Pardon, and then they'd put somebody. So, if you're. Yeah, which I. Yeah, yeah, I think so. It's excitable. We get excitable, don't we?
Okay, you guys get on there. I'm going to
Yeah, Simon.
Okay, so now this is the big one. We've had the fantastic Tin Top runner, brilliantly commentated there. I thought that was fantastic. Scotty Moran, well, he's not a 6-time champion, HillClimb champion for nothing, is he?
He can drive, can't he?
Okay, who we got on the line? We have young Sean Gould here. Sean Gould, builder of the magnificent Gould cars. He's got his family watching on as well. And now he will be sharing this car with young Matt Ryder. Already Matt has laid down that marker earlier. It was brilliant, wasn't it, the qualification? Anyway, he's off the line now. So Sean is our first runner in the runoff. So say he's not hanging about either. So we haven't got a clue. We're not going to get any green sectors. He's going to be the quickest so far. So he's heading out now. He's making a good run. He's heading up towards Pardon Hairpin. Lloyd, this is over to you, old chap.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're wondering why we're running out of sync, that's because Sean is sharing the car with Matt Ryder. So we're going to get a couple of cars go through out of sync, but he's through the S's smoothly, and he's hopefully going to round semicircle smoothly as well. This is a really, really nice, tidy run from Sean actually, and he's just rounded semicircle. He's going to cross the line now in a 42.2, so he's improved on his time that he qualified with. I do think the course is getting a little bit better. So let's see what times can be pulled out. But yeah, he's going to get back and hand over to young Matt Ryder.
Well, he is indeed. So, yeah, Sean Gould, he sets the pace. Okay, and in this runoff, we've got some 1100 classes. We've got young Stuart Bickley here. Stuart Bickley qualified in a time of 44.98. So Sean Gould just did a 42.20. We've got a quietly drying track at the moment. We've got sunshine. We've got a lovely crowd watching now. This is going to be exciting. One of the young chargers in this little force. This is a little 1100cc motorbike car with a real talented driver behind it. So can he beat Sean Gould's time? That would be exceptional. I'm just looking at what his qualification time was. So Stuart Bickley did a 44.98. He's got to beat a 42.20. That's a pretty big ask in the little flesh. He's given it his best shot. He's headed through bridge there. At the moment, he's just slightly down on Sean Gould. And truthfully, I would expect that. It's a big ask against a 4-litre Judd V8. Anyway, he heads down towards a little straight down into Pardon there. Going up into Pardon hairpin now. At the moment, he's about a second down.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Rain, the almighty leveller. This is why we've got the Stuart Bickleys, the Dave Tathams, the Tom Weavers, Alex Coles, the cars that shouldn't normally make, based purely on performance of the car, not the driver, into a runoff. But they're here now, and Stuart's driving beautifully. He's through the S's nicely. Late on the brakes into semicircle. Haven't quite got the picture, but the clock's still running. So hopefully, yeah, he just pops a time in there of 43.71.
Wow, that's a terrific time. That's quicker than his qualification run of 44.98, so he's well over a second quicker. As we have Dave Tatham come to the line. Dave is definitely a bit of a rain master. His brother Pete's with him this weekend as well, also racing, but Dave loves the wet. He's in the DJ Firehawk. This is the only Firehawk we've got here today. Another 1100cc car. David, he's amongst his other interests, he's a farmer from Malton in North Yorkshire. He leaves the line, so at the moment he's 0.23 down at his first 64 feet. Anyway, but the spray's coming off that car. My goodness me. It's a neat run though. I tell you what, get it round there because he's had spins there before. No, all good so far. My goodness me. So we'll get the next time at Pardon. He's about half a second down on shore.
Yeah, I notice 89 miles an hour into the bridge. So Dave's the bravest so far. Brave Dave, we should call him. He's through the S's. He's hard on the brakes now. He just threads it through the exit of S's. He's hard on the throttle again. He's going to bang it down through those gears on that steering wheel. He just tips the car through semicircle. He's through semicircle. He's across the line of 43.09. He goes second. He'll be happy with that, I would have thought.
Yes, he would be happy with that. He did a 44.89 in his qualifying time, so he's well up on that time as well. Now, we have got young Tom Weaver from Ludlow. Now, Tom will be thrilled to get into the runoff, so will the family. I think that's a fantastic achievement.
Absolutely.
Again, he's in an 1100cc car. These little bike engine cars, they are quite phenomenal, actually. Yeah. The sun's out at the moment. There's the start men are just getting ready to let him go. And so what can he do? Now, I think realistically, his time that he did 44.58. Anyway, he revs up. He's away. That bike engine's screaming. Okay, he's heading up into bridge now, into Orchard. Oh my goodness me, spray's coming off it. We've still got this line of sight on him. The cameras are all working well. He's going round it. Tory slides, a bit of understeer, a bit of oversteer, but nevertheless, it's looking good for young Tom. Come on, young Tom, see what you can do for us.
Absolutely, yeah. Tom, don't overdrive it. He entered into a Tories really quickly there, got all four wheels locked up, but he managed to recover it. He's through the S's. He's gone really, really well through S's, nice and tidy. He's kind of tidied it up a little bit now, which is great. Big load of oversteer on the exit of S. I don't think he lost any time, but he's 1.39 down on the splits. He's really tight to the inside line of semicircle. He's going to cross the line at a 43.59. That's a fantastic time from Tom Weaver. Beautifully driven. Well done. Give him a round of applause.
Fabulous. Third place so far. Now they're coming thick and fast. We have got Trevor Willis coming to the line. Trevor Willis, 3 times British Hillclimb champion. He has been our most successful OMS driver. He qualified in a time of 44.43. We have got a drying track. Sean, everyone seems to be quicker than their qualification time. At the moment, I'm just looking at the tyres. We've got are they still on full wets, Lloyd, here?
Yeah, we've got full wets. I think it's still a full wet course without a shadow of a doubt. I don't think you'll be gaining anything by going onto slicks at this point, so
no intermediates either. Anyway, Trevor's away from the line now, so looking at his first 64 feet, he's just a fraction down on Sean Gould, but Trevor's so experienced. He'll be a little bit down on his engine power to Sean, but nevertheless he's got that experience. He can pedal this car. Oh, a little bit sideways to Trev, but that's fine. We call him Scary Trev, don't we? Into Pardon hairpin now. Over to you, Lloyd.
Yeah, absolutely. I just noticed he just got a bit of understeer and just had to flick it into oversteer with a boot full of power out of a Tories, but beautiful through Pardon. He's gone through midway, no problem at all. He's into S's. Nice little wiggle there. That's beautiful. Trevor knows what he's doing in these conditions. Big lock, opposite lock on the exit of S. Just dropped a wheel on the grass, but he hasn't lost any time. He's going to be tight to the inside of semicircle, and he just lets it wash out wide. 42.6 from Trevor Willis. He goes second.
Second place to Sean Gould, so Sean still has it with that 42.20. Alex Coles, sensational Alex Coles, not the sensational Alex Harvey band, sensational Alex Coles from Plymouth. Wasn't he brilliant earlier? He did that 44.04. He's really putting it to the big boys today, and this season he has been phenomenal. Anyway, this is the car he shares with Kelvin Tatham, and last year he's really got a car that's showing his talent. Somebody said future British champion, who knows, but my goodness me, he's away. First 64 feet, he's just only a fraction down on Sean Gould. That's some achievement. He's absolutely nailing it through there at the moment through Orchard. My goodness me, rowdy Tories, come on young Alex, lovely line through there. This is going to be good, isn't it? Coming into Pardon now, I think he's doing rather well. 0.39 down to short, that's brilliant.
Just you watch this boy, he can drive, he's using the brakes to get himself around the corner, he's leaning on the traction of this car as well. It's a really, really well set up package, him and Kelvin Broad share. He's through the S's nicely, he's already in and out. That's a really quick sector through the S's. Little bit of wiggle on the power, he's back on the brakes, he's tight to the inside of the S's. Tight to the inside of semicircle, I should say. He's across the line already at 42.89. Fantastic. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That is punching well above its weight.
Takes him into third place in the runoff. Sean Gould, the wily old fox, is still leading. But we've got a few big guns to come yet, haven't we? Who are we going to be seeing next? I think we could be having young Jack Cottrell next. Jack Cottrell in the hybrid Dallara, really, with the big IndyCar V8 engine.
Been driving great. That was a great qualification run from Jack. That was.
He's been terrific, hasn't he? Yeah.
Come on, Jack.
Yeah, come on, young Jack. Parents will be watching on. We're all watching on. He is a real talented driver.
He is, and just such a nice guy as well. Always got a smile on his face. Always the thumbs up. All right, Jack.
Modest.
Yeah,
what a great guy. What a great guy. But put him behind now. The visor is down. You can hear that engine just quietly revving there. He's getting ready to go. Come on, young Jack. Can you do a Sean Gould and beat a 42.20? Well, he did a 44.34 earlier. Anyway, he's away. He's 0.25 down on the first 64 feet. But as he heads into the Tories now, he's got Brad Orchard in that long sweeping bend. At the moment, he's looking good, isn't he? He's heading up towards Pardon. I think he's do you think he's up on Sean? Well,
he's suffering from understeer in that car. Whether he's dialed it in to be like that or not, I don't know, but it does seem to push on a little bit. Either way, he's through, no problem at all. He's just entering into the S's now. Little wiggle of oversteer in the power, but he just threads it through the exit of the S. Totally neutral, lots of power. As we said earlier, if it looks a bit slower, it could be faster. He's about a second down at the minute. What can you do, Jack? 43.24. 43.24.
Takes him fifth. Takes him fifth. We've got 5 runners to come.
Now watch this next one.
Oh my goodness me! Have we got young Matthew Ryder?
No,
we've got David Warburton. Yeah, David Warburton.
The mighty disruptor.
Oh yes, he is a bit of that, isn't he? He loves a bit of disruption, does he? Anyway, his dad will be watching, Alan. Well, David, he's been top 4 or 5 in the runoffs this year.
I fancied Dave for a third place, didn't I? I fancied Dave for a third place.
For a third place. Okay, is Lloyd going to be right? He leaves the line. He's only a fraction down on Sean, who's the quickest so far. My goodness, he's going round Orchard. The line looks fantastic. He's not all over the place. It's wet, it's damp, a little bit of slide. But I tell you what, this is neat. So this tells me he's going to be quick. He's only 0.32 down to Sean Gould. Over to you.
Come on, David. Prove me right. It's an outside chance, but everyone likes a risk. Come on, David. He's been really quick. He qualified with a 43.02, which was rapid. He's through the S's already. Dave is an absolute paddock legend. Nobody can argue. He's so quick in these conditions. He's tight round semicircle. He's over the line. It's a 43.03. Exactly the thousandth slower than the time that he qualified with. So
unfortunately, you're way out. You're a place out.
Bookies win. The bookies win, I'm afraid. The bookies
Alex Coles has got that third at the moment.
Fair play.
Well, they're getting quicker, folks. They're getting quicker. We have got Alex Summers My goodness me, in the magnificent DJ Firestorm. This is the only one we've got here today as well. Big V8 engine in the back of it.
Yeah.
A supreme talent in Alex Summers at Goodwood recently, driving them at Mercury.
Just look at that rear wing, the amount of runoff wins he's had so far.
Stickers are us.
Yeah, the more stickers, the better.
We like stickers. Anyway, Alex is away. My goodness me, he sounded fantastic. He's just a fraction down. That engine is starting to really scream through Orchard there now as he heads up towards the Tories. Now gets it round the Tories. Tell you what, it's tricky round there. Anyways, he's looking good so far. Alex, come on, prove me right. He's half a second up.
He's up. He's really getting the power down quite well now. Is the course improving? Is it just Alex Summers' fantastic driving? It could be both. He's absolutely rapid through the S's, cocks an inside wheel on the entrance of the exit of the S's, and he's really neutral, puts the power down. It's 1.2 seconds up. This is really quick. Alex, what a run this could be. He's going to do a 40.88, absolutely smashes it.
Wow.
Unbelievable, well, Alex Summers.
I told you, this gets good, doesn't it, towards the end of these runners. We got a marvellous view here, Lloyd.
He can drive, that boy, can't he?
The boy can drive.
The boy
but
can
listen,
drive.
This lad's not bad. This is Will Hall. Will Hall in this lovely Gould GL59.
Yes.
4 litres of Judd V8. I was told, by the way, these engines cost about 120 grand each. Did you know that?
I'll have two. I'll have two, please, mate.
Yeah.
Will that fit my Peugeot 205?
Will Hall, I think he was 5th in the championship last year. He's 3rd at the moment.
Yeah.
So he's having a terrific year.
He's so consistent this year, is Will Hall.
Oh,
fantastic.
He has a car that is worthy of his talents, hasn't he?
Yes.
He really has. You described this one earlier as Williams-esque.
Yes.
Right? So Will Hall leaves the line in a scorching pace, quickest in the first 64 feet. He's already going absolutely hell for leather, isn't he? I tell you what, Will's on a mission here. So far, so good. Okay, heading on down towards Pardon now. Going up the slope into that sharp hairpin. What's he going to do? He's up by quarter of a second, half a second.
He is. He's half a second up. He gets very close to the banking on the edge on the exit of Pardon. He's just lost a couple of tenths to Alex. Is Alex's bravery through the S's going to pay off? I'd say Alex looks notably faster than William. I think he has lost a little bit of time, Will Hall, through the S's, but still, can he pull it back with that power over the finish line? He's a 40.98, so close. He really pulled it back towards the end there, but I think he just lost a bit of time in the S's.
Wow, goes second. Alex Summers still has it with a 40.88. Will Hall did a 40.98. Now we have the 4 times champion, British Hillclimb champion, Wallace Menzies. This is the car. This is a serious bit of kit, isn't it? Big Cosworth power, lots and lots of talent. He's good in the wet too. He was your fancy, wasn't he?
This is my other bet.
This is your other bet. Okay, so this is Lloyd's other bet. So Wallace, okay, everyone.
I felt better about that before Matt Ryder put that practice time in, though.
Matt might be a bit of a spoiler.
Qualification time,
he could be a spoiler, but Wallace, anyway, he's got that fabulous big Cosworth V8 at the back. He leaves the line. He's a fraction down on Alex Summers at the moment. He's very quick there, heading in towards the Tories now. You've got to be brave out there. This is in between conditions at the moment. Wallace comes from Scotland. He's a wily fox too. Go for it, Wallace.
Indeed, he's just slightly down on the splits. He has a little bit of oversteer out of Pardon. He's battling 1,600 brake horsepower per tonne. The car weighs about 400 kilos, 700 brake horsepower. It's super powerful. He gets the car through the S's beautifully. Wallace is he's dead level on the splits round semicircle. Who's going to be the bravest, Alex or Wallace Menzies? He's going to cross the line now. 40.74. Come on, the bet's on. The bet's on. What's Matt going to do? What's Matt going to do?
Oh my God! Wallace Menzies goes into the lead with a 40.74. There's only one man that can spoil this party. He's been spoiling this party too much this year. He's neck and neck with Alex, but he's been breaking hill records recently. This is the Gould. This is the young man that is Matthew Ryder, the quiet fellow around the paddock. Nice to everyone.
Yeah.
Put him in front of a racing car steering wheel.
He
changes into a Hillclimb monster, doesn't he?
Absolute animal.
Amazing stuff. So Matthew Ryder, you've got to beat a 40.74. He did a 40.77 in qualifications. I think we've got a drying track. Everyone's getting very excited. At the moment, just a fraction slower off the start. But I tell you what, he's at 96 miles an hour through the speed trap. Wow, he's going round the Tories. He gets it all gathered up. He's heading down towards Pardon. We'll see in a minute where he is. He's just a fraction down at the moment.
He's a fraction down. He slides the back end to get the car rotated through Pardon, but he's quick on the exit. He's racing towards the S's. He's just taken a little bit of curve, just flicks it through. It looks quick. I'm not sure he's made much time on Wallace though. What's he going to do? Oh, he's up slightly. He's up slightly. Oh, my bet's off. My bet's off. He's going around the semicircle. He's just going to do a 40.65. He's won it. He's won it. Oh, fantastic.
40.65. Another win.
The bookies win. The bookies win. I'm not making any
You
more.
were very close there with Wallace. Fabulous run by Alex Summers, Will Hall. What a great run off that was. And Sean Gould, he went off first, but he still finished fifth. That was a fabulous run off, wasn't
Never
it?
bet against Matthew Ryder, as it turns out then.
Well, he's definitely...
It's amazing. He's only 4 seconds slower in the wet. It's really, really impressive time. Really impressive time.
Very tricky conditions too. Right, now we have just completed the 2 runoffs. I suspect we'll be stopping for lunch now. We'll find out how long we've got.
Can I just say though, great to see Wallace back amongst it.
Right,
I mean, he's always been thereabouts, but I feel like we've got a good, strong Wallace for the end
Wallace
of the season.
old is returning, and he's. I mean, that was such a close thing. I mean, Matthew really had to pull that one out. Didn't
he did. I mean, Matthew, what did he do? A 40.77. He really had. I mean, there wasn't really much to improve either. It's not like you can put your best tyres. Your wet tyres are your wet tyres, and it's still wet. So there wasn't really much that you could do. This was just purely driving.
Let's just mention Alex Cole's a fantastic 7th place with that 42.89. Amazing. David Warburton 8th. So I'll just run through quickly. First, Matthew Ryder. Second, Wallace Mingers. Third, Alex Summers. 4th, Will Hall. 5th, Sean Gould. 6th, Trevor Willis. 7th, Alex Coles. 8th, David Warburton. 9th, Dave Tatham. And 10th, Jack Cottrell. And just out the points, Tom Weaver and Stuart Bickley. But what a great runner. The course car's going up there now. We are now stopping for lunch. We'll try and find out how long we've got. But either way, we'll be back with competitive runs this afternoon and 2 more runoffs.
Without doubt.
Lloyd, did you enjoy that?
My heart was racing, as it always does at the end of a runoff. I mean, it was absolutely fantastic. I mean, I really thought Wallace put in and I'm sure he did too, a runoff winning time. But Matt Ryder, as you say, spoiling the party, but he's not going to care because he's taken maximum points.
He gets the garland.
He does. And again, Will Hall always strong in 4th, but I really think a special shout has to go to Alex Coles for that 42.89.
I absolutely agree. Well, we're good.
14:40, we restart. So we've got a 50-minute lunch break.
50-minute lunch break, folks.
So we shall be back.
We'll see you later.
Well, I hope you're still with us, all you happy and friendly viewers. A heck of a runoff, wasn't it? So we're going to try and catch up with a couple of the top three there in a minute. But here at Prescott, we've got a couple of special guests. So for our Australian viewers, you may know these two gentlemen. We have here Ron and Alan Foley. How are you, gentlemen?
We're great. We're great. Happy to be here.
Good. Well, what brings you to Prescott in the middle of this beautiful autumn day that we have? Good British weather for you.
Well, we obviously came to watch the British Hillclimb Championship. The main reason we're over here.
So literally just a kind of a busman's holiday, because you two gentlemen do a little bit of hill climbing yourselves back home in Australia?
Yeah, maybe about 30 years or so. Yeah, we're a little bit obsessed.
Okay, so Ron, you are, it says here, 8 times with a question mark, Hillclimb Australian champion. Is that correct?
Would have been something like that. Yeah. I don't know how you
Well, here's the story, folks. A gentleman named Nick Collins emailed us, HillClimb UK.TV, because you guys do follow us down there. There's a great interest in it, and he kind of snitched on you two. That's telling us behind your scenes that you two are actually here. So I thought it'd be a treat for the guys back in Australia, just for you to shout out and say hi. But on your visit here, and I understand you're going to be sticking around for Doon for the British Hillclimb Championship next weekend. Is that right?
We're definitely going up to Doon. Everybody tells me it's going to be a really good hill climb to go to. So looking forward.
Okay, and this is first time at Prescott. You've never been here before, is that correct?
We were over here a couple of years ago, and we drove around and had a look at the hill climb. There was nobody here, and we just viewed it. We said, we've got to come back. So we're back.
So for the first runoff, which got really exciting in the end, I think we're talking about 8 1/100ths of a difference between Matt and Wallace. Do you get them that close back home in Australia?
Oh, we do, yeah. It always comes down to hundredths or sometimes a tenth, but that's about it. Yeah, but they're all pretty close.
So what's it like? I know you watch it on television, on the YouTube, and follow us, and we muchly appreciate all our Australian followers. What's it like to actually see it in person?
Oh, amazing! You just can't understand how quick they are, the speed and the skill. Yeah, this really is worth coming over.
Okay, and the Australian Hillclimb Championship. What's the schedule like? Are you competing this year?
Yeah, I am. We're in about 5 or 6 weeks, so I've got to get organised when I get home. We're running in my home state. It's probably my home home track. So I don't know that gives me much of an advantage because there's a few other really quick guys. It's their home track as well.
Okay, so are you're running for the championship, or do you run class, or how's it work over there?
Basically the same. We're all running class, and at the same time we're all running for outright. Yep. So my car's 1600 to 2 litre Formula Libre, so we run for outright as well.
Okay, and last year, what was your results last year? I'm testing him now. He's been on holiday twice since he finished.
Last year wasn't great. I think I ended up fifth or sixth, or somewhere there. Had a bit of damage along the way, and broken axle late in the day Saturday, and then got a couple of runs in on the Sunday. It's good racing, and that's what we want.
Good close racing doesn't matter what the outright speed is always the best thing in motorsports. Are you now just a technical advisor, or do you still get behind the wheel and show the young lads how to do it?
I haven't been driving much at all now. I do a lot of the work, but driving I haven't been doing.
Okay, but so you're the sort of the engineer behind the scenes, because you guys designed your own car, is that correct?
I designed the car, and built it, and made everything for the car virtually.
Okay, and overall it's been very successful, so I understand. On that note, I think I'll put the suffering. I'll stop the suffering now. Listen, enjoy the rest of the weekend. I think all the watchers in Australia are probably getting a kick out of the fact that you two gentlemen are actually here, so we thought we'd have to have just a quick word, and we do appreciate all of Australia supporting HillClimb.TV here in the UK. So it's great to see you guys, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the trip. And do next weekend. It's Fast and Furious.
Good, thanks very much.
You're welcome. Thank you guys. Right. My cameraman just got a foot shorter. Okay. Right. Now here comes the fun part. I am going to try and hunt down the winner. So let us go for a walk. Ellie is on camera at the moment, so she's going to point that thing at places and have a look. And as you can see, everybody's just kind of like trying to unwind after that incredible runoff. And they're also hiding from the microphone. It seems to be some sort of weird phobia thing. So give me a minute and see if we can find someone, and just enjoy the pictures of the pit lane. You're looking at most of the top 10 cars here.
Scott, can I bug you for a minute? Ellie?
Okay, guess who I found? Scott Moran, 6-time champion, taking the year off, possibly more, but Dad was playing around on the hills in the tin top, and Scott's going, you know what, that looks like a bit of fun. So, yeah, Scott, you're driving, you've borrowed Dad's car again for a couple of runs. How's it going? I didn't see you put your visor down when you drove this. Is this, you know, you don't use a visor thing?
No, hopefully not. No, if I'm in trouble if I need that.
I thought it would just be a racing thing. Now, you had a battle this morning with your dad, funny enough. You only got him by a couple of tenths. And in the past, you know, you've usually been the quicker of the two, obviously, but it wasn't obvious this morning.
No, he's driving really well. So I've got to make sure I pull my finger out this afternoon again.
So he's making you work for it?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good. He's enjoying it. So, yeah, I don't think he's enjoying the being second bit, but yeah, it's good. He's leading the championship, so I was quite good that he ran first then, so I knew what time he'd done. So I thought, well, at least I know if he's in the lead, it doesn't really matter what I do, because ultimately I'm not going to beat him in the championship. So as long as he can beat everybody else.
Now the championship is that. I take it the last round is this afternoon. Is it for the tin tops?
No, it goes up to Doom next week.
Tin tops are due next week. Okay, so, but the way the championship is and with some of the other guys, I think there's going to be a change in points based on the results from that runoff this morning, with the third place in the championship actually finishing 5th in class. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens with that bunch. Are you going to Dune?
No, sadly not. But no, it would be good fun, isn't it, though? I'd love it.
Yeah, up the tunnel of Dune in this thing would be with something else. Listen, Scott, I'll let you get back to work because I know you're actually helping out Graham still with the former number 2 car from last year. So have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Cheers. Thank you.
Right. Let's find... I'm wearing the wrong flipping glasses. Feedback? Let's go. I know you can just see on camera while we're doing some paddock walking around and how big of a family atmosphere this is here. Well, if you saw on camera, we've got, families, everything from the little ones having fun up to the big ones, so and everything in between. This is generally a family sport. We've got a lot of second generation racers, father and son, mother and son, father and daughter teams and everything else. And this is where the next generation of racers coming from. So we need more young people involved. I did a thing previously about the fact that it's, most of these competitors actually started in a road car, and you don't need to have a lot of modifications to get into the sport. As long as the car's safe and a couple of small rules in regards to preparation, like marking the key and putting a timing strut. In the UK, we use these timing struts for the beams, and that's all you really need to get started. And then from there, you can work your way up to faster cars and all the rest of it. Now, I might harass Alex here because, I just like to. And I haven't actually talked to Alex all year. I've been busy doing my own racing. So,
last time I met you, I threw a bucket of water at you. Have you forgiven me yet?
No, and I did wonder if I needed a spare set of clothes. But no, we're good. Yes, and there is video of the second bucket of water hitting me in the back after the fact. And, yes, I've stayed away from you as much as I could this year.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
It was all in fun. Scott checked on me at the next event going, have you recovered yet? I want to talk about your mom's in the AFS 4PT. And did I get it? No. All right. I'm working on it. And a couple of niggly problems with the car this weekend. She's had the brakes lock on. I think that was the second time, according to my sources. I know it's not a major thing, but is it some sort of just it's a weird glitch. Lloyd, who's co-hosting this weekend, he's mentioning good things about it, and then every time he mentioned it, something went wrong. So I did tell your mom that I would bring him over for a presentation for you to give him what for. Was it just this morning she stopped in practice? Was that just a throttle cable issue?
No. She might have accidentally touched the engine off button.
So it was a throttle cable problem then, yes, you know.
The brake problem, as soon as I took some personal responsibility for the problem, we kind of worked out what it was. But it was to do with the way the pedal was designed, which is a me problem. I'd blame the calipers. So yeah, we think we've fixed it. The problem is it never happened to me when I was running the car. So I was always like, oh, you know, it's someone else's fault. And clearly it was mine. So yeah, I think we fixed it. The thing is, niggly little problems are fine. I don't mind that. It's when, you know, wheels fall off and big problems. They're the kind of problems we don't want. Little things, it's all part of the development curve. And if you think the car's in the same class as, I mean, these have been around for 10 years, and it kind of it was reliable. It is reliable, but the things are just, you know, idiosyncratic, I think.
It's been very reliable, and I actually remember at the end of last season, I had the honor of actually talking about the fact that you actually made both top 10 runoffs in your own car, because due to the DJ always had a technical problem and there was just no way of fixing it. So you ran the car and you got it in the top 10s, and it was not at the bottom either. You'd made solid points finishes in that, which for your own car, you know, that's got to be the highlight so far of in some ways of your racing career, but from your engineering side of things.
Yeah, it was. Thank you. Yeah, Lowton, when we got, I think we were 4th or 5th. Yeah. That was amazing, and I cried like a baby, and I think the rest of the family did as well, because, yeah, I mean, it was the 6th month it had been running, and yeah, you put so much of your heart and soul into these things. It's hard to explain. I don't know what the analogy would be, but it is it's a pet or a child, or it's an intrinsic part of yourself. And it's 8 years old in my head. Everyone else thinks it's new. But I've been waiting so long to see it. So when it got points, and then it went on to do the show in London and stuff, it was a really cool year. It was a difficult year from a championship point of view. So to end it on a high, to get points in that car, it was medicine I needed at that point. But yeah.
Yeah, the championship run didn't go quite right. There was a technical problem on the car, and the only way to get to it, if I remember correctly, was to take the car apart. And the timing between the last few events just wasn't happening. But to end up, that being on display in London, you wearing a suit and tie, which I've never seen, and the fact that you built that essentially in your backyard, and you open up a can. It's just one for your engineering skills, and 2 for your driving skills, obviously, to do what you did with that car. Moving on to here, that runoff today, that was a heck of a thing. You threw down a time that it was like other people get to, and of course Wallace and Matt come there, and they decided by 9/100ths of a second, and you're like going, "Oh, I've done it. What else am I going to do here?"
It should be like that, shouldn't it? Wallace is back in form, which is great, and I mean that. I really admire Wallace's abilities. So he's found his feet again. He's got the car where he wants it. Yeah. So that's superb. And Matt, as I've said all season, is superb. He's great. You can't wallow in self-pity for too long, because we've all got broadly the same tyres, wings, engines. And he's every runoff at the moment got a couple of tenths, and it's not just me; it's everyone else. And superb. Fair play to him. I can't speak highly enough of his talent. So yes, I would have loved to have won. And realistically now, I can't take 8 points out of him in 5 runoffs. So he will be champion. You've heard it here first. But that's great, because he's driven extremely well all year, and save some 0 scores, which broadly aren't his fault. He will be champion, and he will be a very deserved champion, and I'll be very happy to be second, because I think we've had a great year. I think the car's been reliable, the team have been really good. Mum, Simon, Andy, Dell, everyone back at DJ, constantly coming up with new things to make it faster, better, more reliable. And what you see now, it's a 10th off a 4-litre GR59. I mean, that's a hell of an achievement, and that's where we need to be.
So there is a lot of development on the car, and you can see like the side pods look a bit different stuff. I haven't seen the car here, in fairness, because of my own racing. This is the first time I've been to a British event all year, but I do follow the results and follow everything else. So the DJ is come on. I mean, you look at it, Matt qualified a second quicker than all the rest of you, but in the runoffs, you guys absolutely put the screws to Matt. He had to pull one out to do it. So, and that says the caliber about all of you guys driving. Because even though he got, oh yeah, you didn't run, you're sitting there going, bleh. You like, no, we're not having that, dude. You want it, you're going to have to earn it.
I think to the first point, most of the development on the Firestorm is under the skin. We came here 3 weeks ago and we were half a second away from the pace. Now I'm losing all the time to Matt and Wallace off the start at the moment. So we've made a huge amount of progress. On the second point, everyone's got a different technique. Everyone practices, qualifies and runoffs differently. And I choose to leave quite a lot on the table in qualifying. And I've been driving this car now for 7 or 8 years, so I know what a 90% run feels like and what a 100% run feels like. But some people prefer to qualify fastest and establish dominance, and there's a psychological advantage potentially to qualifying fastest. I hate qualifying fastest. I can't stand it. I don't like being the last to go up, and I think we're all different. Wallace used to be a fast qualifier, but he, like me, on that run found the best part of a second, and that's the way. But yeah, most of us said the conditions were actually worse in the runoff because it went from being a nice amount of water that you could kind of displace to being horrible kind of toothpaste on the track kind of sheen, and it's weird. You wouldn't have thought it, but actually a bit of water helps. It's weird. I don't know. This is awful. Like what you see here, it's really horrible to drive. It's really hard to predict what the car's going to do. Whereas when it's wet, you know what you're going to get, right? You save a puddle or something. So yeah, we want to make him sweat, of course, but I think the great champions cope with that. We put them under a lot of pressure and they shine. And like I say, I'm confident that he will win this championship, and he's won it. It's not been, I've had all of the luck, or someone's, and when people said, oh, you could still do this, the last thing I want is for some rogue result that invalidates, something bad to happen to me or something bad to happen to him. We won broadly, and that's why it was such a shame in Val d'Isère where he couldn't compete, because, you don't want to win a championship because no one else was able to play, and he's not going to get through there. I'll tell him that for cash. But
there's two of them going to try it, but we'll see.
Well, maybe they will. Maybe they will. But yeah, no, he's survived that pressure, and he's survived that pressure all year, and that's what you need. He's probably better under pressure than I am, if I'm completely honest. But there we go.
So you guys, I mean, you're basically making it. You're sort of stating champion-elect, but you're not. You're going to make him earn it all the way to the end. Yes.
Yeah. Well, my aim at the beginning of the year was to fight for individual runoff wins.
Okay.
Because I think if you worry about the championship, you spend 6 months just being stressed, if that makes sense.
Yes, no, absolutely.
And it's a good way to ruin a summer, to constantly be thinking, if someone does this, I've got to do that. Certainly in the early part of a championship, you just got to bang, bang, podium. Yeah. And we had a bit of a purple patch where we were able to win a lot. I think we went to hills that I like, places like Doon, Gersten, Shelsley, and that gave us a bit of a leg. But then, it's always been the case, and when I was racing close against Wallace, the latter half of the year, some of these tracks, Wiscombe, Prescott, to a certain extent Lowton, just I'm not as competitive at. But yeah, I want to keep winning. I like being on the podium. It's great, and we were within the 10th. It's great, and people like it. Yep. I'm going to go to Doon, and I'm going to try and win because I really like Doon. Same at Lowton. But if I can't win, I can't win. So be it.
But you're not. You are going to put your foot down, and essentially you're still looking for runoff wins, and that's the bottom line. Every runoff you qualify, and you're going for the win. It doesn't matter about points or anything else.
To simplify the championship situation, he's now 8 points ahead of me, if you correct for drop scores, which would imply that in the next 5 runoffs I've got to beat him by at least 1 point, but 2 in some of them. Now, if you can imagine that happening. You can't, can you? You don't have to be polite.
What I'm hoping, is there any way you can get the finale to Lowton Park? Because I will be back for Lowton Park, and I'd love to see the championship decided there. I'd love to give you guys just absolutely open up a can of, no, boy, you're going to have to earn it type thing to get the thing to Lowton Park.
Well, now you've said that, yeah. Absolutely.
I appreciate your time. Alex, good luck with everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
on there.
I've already started.
Yeah, I already did Scott.
No, sorry.
You didn't make the runoff, but your brother did.
I was 13.
13. But your brother got a point in this one.
Yes.
Top 10. Very
Got better than that. Yeah, that just rubs. Thanks for making me feel much better about things.
I wanted you guys were on the 44, and it was like, it's just,
Oh, I know.
you're talking like not even half a second. I wanted, like Dave and I making this type of thing. I wanted to see you get this thing into the front foot.
Yeah, well,
I
we
really,
did 30. No. I've never been international. I've been 30 times now.
I thought the conditions were yours, everything was yours, and I'm thinking this.
It was
That's what
only
we're trying to
two
get.
It was only 2 hours spinning in the semicircle, and I thought, just don't go in as quick. And I lost it.
No, a few guys were going into, well, into Torres, and if you cut the inside, there's a lot of crap on the inside, mud, and we were announcing it, trying to hit guys and the whole crap in there. But several people just, it wasn't on the braking going in Torres wasn't quite enough, so it was almost like a flip, hit it around the corner.
Pound of prices. This was a lovely one.
Well, I was saying that, but at least we get a bit of a sit down.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and we will be resuming very, very shortly. We had a thrilling finale to the morning's entertainment. Incredible run-off there with young Matthew Ryder just pipping Wallace Menzies. Will Hall was third and Alex Summers fourth. Dave Warburton fifth. And we also had a terrific tin-top run-off as well, as I'm joined by fellow commentator Lloyd Hackett. And we're going to be looking forward to a fabulous afternoon's entertainment.
Thank you, Chris. Did you have a nice lunch?
Well, I had these sort of noodly things.
Oh, you had the noodly things?
Yeah, but they were a bit weird, I've got to be honest.
Were they?
Well, there was no
instructions
instructions with them, and I think I should have microwaved them, so I poured sort of hot boiling water on them. Then I thought, this isn't good. And then I put the other stuff in with them, and then I put them in the microwave then, and I had sort of a soupy sort of weird thing. Mixture.
Yes, got you.
But it's sustenance.
Yeah, it did. It did the job, and you've got to take what you can get, can't you?
Yeah, when you're in the desert.
Yeah. I tell you what, I sat up on
what did you have?
I sat up by the clubhouse and had my ham sandwiches and.
Did you bring them with you today then?
I brought them with me today.
You were on it today, weren't you?
Yeah, I think I was probably nursing a hangover yesterday, to be honest. So I think I was just had a hungry day. Okay. But no, it's all good. I feel a bit more.
Did you enjoy it this morning?
Oh, fantastic! That runoff was phenomenal. That's one of the best runoffs I've seen for a while, because I just didn't know what was going to. I mean, for Matt to pop that time in. Normally in a runoff, you put your best tyres on and you save a little bit, and you've got a bit of opportunity to improve. But for everybody to go on those wet tyres were the same in practice and the same in qualifying and the same in the runoffs. Because I suppose they've only got one set of wet tyres, haven't they? They've got got numerous sets of wets.
Probably right.
So it all came down to who could drive the fastest. And it turns out Matt Ryder just pulled an extra tenth.
He did, because at one stage he was just slightly down, wasn't he? Until
he was slightly down.
Sector,
I thought my bet was on with Wallace taking a run off, but
no. The old Wallace is back, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm so pleased to see it as well. He's been he's had an up and down year. He's fine. He's had a couple of knocks, but yeah, he's.
You won't keep a good man down,
yeah, you won't keep a good man down. I'm so pleased to see that he's back at the real sharp end, looking like the old Wallace from last year.
Well, what about we've got a dry track at the moment, I reckon, all but dry.
Would you go wets on the front, slicks on the back if you were a single seater? What would you do?
I think I'd go full slicks now.
What's it like under the trees? Can we see or not?
Not yet.
Have you been up there?
Can't see yet. No, not had
Do you tiptoe through that bit then?
You might have to have a look at it first.
Take the traction off the line.
Well, we are into second competitive
Oh, there we go.
runs.
Yeah, it is still wet under there, but
is that wet?
Yeah, it is.
Is that just shadow off the trees?
Well, say wet. It's either way.
I reckon
it's going to be equally
shadow
slippy.
Off the trees.
No. That's moisture on the ground there.
You're going moisture.
That's damp still. That's still grease under the trees. But what you could do, you could go get your tyres nice and hot and fire the tyres up before you get to Pardon. Then when you're under the trees, hopefully you've got enough heat in the tyres. But anyway, we've got David Wilson off the line, and he's cracking on. He is going to be in the Lotus Elise. Sharing the car with son Robert, going very, very nicely in this Elise. That must be said. They've been absolutely flying so far.
They are. They're great little cars too, aren't they?
Still a bit wet in the braking there to Pardon. You just see that there, still a little bit wet.
I think it's going to dry up a bit. It's quite warm out there, isn't it? There's a bit of breeze.
It is warm. There is a nice bit of sunlight. To be fair, it is a nice bit of sunlight.
Where are you going with those, young man? We thought we might use those for reference this afternoon. You've just torn them up.
Well, either way, David Wilson has just gone through this. He's just round semicircle. He's accelerating off towards the finish, and he records a 50.56.
He does indeed. So here's one of your lovely little cars. This is young Feekins, I reckon, in the Clio 172 Cup. Indeed. One of those you've got for sale at the moment, Lloyd.
Yeah.
A lovely example.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got an 84,000 miler. It's absolutely lovely. Really, really enjoy it. So, but it's gone up for sale. Prepped it. And, Andrew's just... this one's quite proper, actually. It's got a bit of throttle bodies. You can hear barking away under that bonnet. So, and then we're across the line at 53.39. Richard Pates, MGZR 160. He's flat hard on the brakes now, so he turns in early to Pardon. And he's going to be reaching for second, third, and he's going to be through the S's. Lovely car, these ZR160s. They're quite rare things. And he gets a bit of a lift-off oversteer moment there under the trees. Perhaps the mixed conditions caught him out slightly. But he's going to be accelerating hard towards semicircle. We had a bit of a spillage there earlier, but it looks like it's quite dry now around semicircle, which is great. That's what the competitors are going to want to see. Still a little flashes of moisture just towards the finish line, but just 1,000th second off a minute. And Jonathan Langmead, he had a spin earlier. He's on the hill. He's made it past. He kind of locked the back axle up earlier and had a spin and ruined his run, unfortunately. So that was a fail earlier. So what can he do this time? Let's get a fair chance at what it's like in these mixed conditions. So short ratio got gearbox in this guy's class record holder at Shelsley Walsh, and here Jonathan's stopped the clock in a 51.9. Lizzie Weaver now on the hill, understeers slightly round pardon. You've got that rear inside wheel just cocking up and in the air. She's been driving this VTS absolutely fantastically well. And Tom Weaver, Richard Weaver all use this car for various events throughout the year. And Lizzie's driving really, really well. She's really leaning on this Saxo 1.6, 16 valve, 120 brake horsepower. She rounds semicircle, using all that power to get across the line in a 58.96. Great time there from Lizzie. Daniel Friel in this Civic Type R. He's using their 200 brake horsepower Civic K20 engine, Honda VTEC. Universally reliable, great engine. You can turbocharge them. They'll take so much power on standard internals.
I was going to ask you a question. K-series Honda engine opposed to one of these, what's the difference?
That's their model code. So obviously you've got Rover engines. So we obviously got K-series Rover engines, but Honda just their own model. So you got K20, K24. Those are the later VTEC engine cars. And then you've got things like B16s.
So still a VTEC.
Still a VTEC, yeah. And then the non-VTEC cars in the 90s were kind of, I think they were called D16s and stuff.
So the only reason I mentioned it was that obviously Duncan Barnes in the Norma.
He's got a turbocharged version of what's in that Civic. And it's a very popular conversion because they can take an awful lot of power on standard internal, so you don't need to go messing with the crank and the and pistons and stuff. You can quite literally slap a turbo or a supercharger on them and wind them up to probably about 400 brake before you really start getting into melting territory. But Duncan, I'm sure, has had that's a fully built engine running methanol and everything in that Norma. I assume you're referring to. That's in excess of 500 brake horsepower. That's a real animal, that is.
And the Italian driver, I think he's called Fagioli, isn't he?
Yes.
What's his first name?
Obviously you've got Christian Merli and someone's going to be shouting at the TV.
Well, while you're sort of,
I've got to find out because that will annoy me too much.
But Fagioli, I've been watching him on the European Hill Climbs on YouTube and stuff, and so he's in a Norma as well, isn't he? But is he running the Honda engine in his one?
I think he's got a Judd engine in the back of that.
Wow.
Is it a Judd engine in the back of his?
4-litre Judd?
They have like Formula Renault engines in those. I don't think I don't think he's his turbocharged. I know that Merli's got a Judd in his.
Right.
Oh God, that's going to annoy me now, Chris. I'm going to have to go to.
I'm going to have.
No.
I usually do.
No,
with Steve
I'm going to have to go
Wilkinson.
because I should know that. I should know.
Well, my mate Steve Wilkinson up at Harewood, he's a font of knowledge like your good self. But I often ask him throw a few questions at him.
No, do, because it's good to test us.
Yeah, we like testers, don't we?
We do. Right, Simone Fagioli, of course. Simone Fagioli, and he's got an M20. So is his turbocharged? Let's have a little look. So Fagioli Norma. This is the beauty of Google. It sounds like I know. I shouldn't have told people on Google. I could have just suddenly remembered his birthday and all these bits and pieces.
You didn't have to tell him because I was keeping it going while you were looking it up. You see, you said, "Oh yeah, I've just remembered."
It's always between Fagioli and Merli, but I think Merli just gets the. He's got a 3-litre V8 in his, so I think that is a Judd V8 in the back of that.
So a 3-litre Judd as opposed to a 4-litre Judd.
And then obviously the other beauty of the hill climb scene was. Rito Meisel's SLK Judd. You ever seen the SLK 340?
Yeah.
Google that. That's a proper hill climb monster. That makes an unbelievable noise. When me and Billy went to Billy Grace, our colleague, if you're watching Billy.
Yeah, good afternoon, Billy.
The 3.4 litre Judd, I think, in that one. It's a hell of a thing. Makes an amazing noise. We were at Braga 2021 for the FIA Masters. Such a shame.
We've got some quick old things here now. We've got a few Porsches here. We've got the 996 GT3 as Simon Tarling has just left the line. Again, well, we've got a very noisy one approaching the line at the moment. That's Richard Snow. But anyway, Simon Tarling on the hill at the moment. First of our Porsche runners this afternoon. Sometimes we have quite big class of Porsches, not so much today. But the ones we've got here today are pretty quick, aren't they?
They are, Chris. Yeah, I mean, a 996 GT3. Lovely car. I think they were a 3.6 Metzger engine. But about 380 brake horsepower, 6-speed gearbox, real modern classic, really real modern classic. Lovely, lovely car. Obviously, you've got that fantastic 6-cylinder engine. I never really got the Porsche thing until I drove a Boxster S on a 2005 6-speed manual. And that was the car for me that just kicked off the Porsche thing. Yeah. Just a little Boxster S.
What did they fit in the Boxster S?
It was a 3.2 flat 6.
Flat 6.
3.2 flat 6. Yeah, 280 brake, nothing special, and I'd driven a couple of other bits and pieces before that, but that for me was the car that just made the Porsche thing start for me, and then I then got the Porsche thing from then on in. But anyway, Richard Snow on the hill at the moment in this 981 GT4. This is the first generation of the GT4s. He's got a 6-speed manual in his, 3.8. And about 400 brake horsepower, although he's got some Manti Racing bits on that. And Manti Racing,
you mentioned Manti Racing.
Yeah, Manti Racing make the really, really fast Porsches go even quicker. So they've held Nürburgring records.
Look at the times; they're tumbled. The track is 100% drier, isn't it?
It's getting drier.
50.14. He's nearly 5 seconds quicker than this morning.
Now in the wet, Robert Lancaster Gave's got a slightly newer 718 GT4. He's got a 7-speed dual clutch box in his car. Now the Porsche nerds among us will know that his is slightly newer, but he lost out to Richard this morning by a couple of seconds in the wet. What's he going to do now? He's very, very close. 50
he actually pips him. He's a 50.6 to take the lead in the class.
But those two are never far away from each other time-wise, are they? What a battle
close.
They have.
Well, we've got Sam Lester's left the line but stopped. She's had a problem up by Bridge. She's ground to a halt.
So it started again.
Has she started again? She's got the door open. She's chatting to the marshal there who's holding the red flag.
Is that a gear selection issue possibly? Because that's kind of maybe... Would that be at the top of second, or would that be where you go for second from that?
I would have thought she's pushing into third nearly there.
I don't know. No, you'd be second. I think you'd be second. Yeah. I can still... Yeah, she'd be going for second. Maybe a gear selection issue or an issue with a clutch or something like that. But
that's a shame.
Shame, because she's been going really well this weekend. Obviously,
shutting the door though. She's shutting the door. Is she going to let it roll back? No, she's away. Struggling a bit, I'd say.
They can have airflow meter issues, these things as well, but whether it's even got one...
I'd think it'd get all the way up the top of the hill.
She can have a go.
She can have a go.
It's going to be like it's grumpy. There's some sort of fuel or airflow issue there. It's not a massive failure, but it's just a niggling fuel air issue, I would say, because it looks a bit hesitant. But hey ho, what a shame.
That's sensible. Going on the crossover, going to roll it back down to the paddock now. Still going. 4 wheels on her wagon, but nevertheless, we're back into the paddock. And
lovely car.
Unfortunately, that's going to be a failed run for her.
The Moran Motorhome sponsored 106. She works for Moran Motorhomes, did you say?
She does. She's got a very good job
Roger
there.
And Scott, Moran Motorhomes.
She's a key employee.
Of course.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, if you need a motorhome, you know to go and see, don't you?
They're pretty good, aren't they?
They're pretty good, the Morans.
Roger was telling me they generally like to keep at least 50 in stock.
Wow, that's a few motorhomes, isn't it? But then, when you get into this kind of thing, the motorhome thing, it can unlock staycations. You can do all sorts of bits and pieces. Motorsport events, you stay for a weekend. The amount of money that'll save you in hotels over a number of years. The theory is it could pay for itself, could it not?
As long as you use it regularly.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of them sit on drives too often.
Yes.
To be fair.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we've got a lovely BMW M3 V8 car. This is rather special, Lloyd.
We do. This is an E90 M3. This is one of the best era M3s. It's the S65 engine version. It's very kind of reminiscent of 90s DTM because you've got that high revving V8, about 8,500 RPM. I think it's a flat or a cross-plane crank. I can never remember the difference, but it doesn't sound like a normal V8. It's a really, really nice.
I'm not going to argue whether it's got a cross or a flat plane crank.
I can't remember the difference. But
it's got a crank the whizzes round fast.
DCT gearbox in this 7-speed DCT gearbox. Such a nice high watermark point for BMW M cars, that E92. But he threads it through the S's beautifully. Good looking car as well, don't you think?
I absolutely love it. Oh my word, he was on the grass there coming out of the S's. He made it round though. I know Duncan Andrews is on the hill too, snaking around in his Porsche.
They're all having a go.
53.48 for Stephen Atkins in the BMW. So Duncan in the Porsche Cayman. Is this a 4-cylinder Cayman?
This is a 3.8. This is the 981. This is the 3.8. This is the one that was always designed to be naturally aspirated. With the 718 that you saw in Rob Lancaster Gay's car, that had to be adapted from a 911 turbo derived engine. That's take the turbos off it and then make it clean, make the engine clean, like burn clean enough to remain naturally aspirated and pass emissions regulations.
You must spend a fair bit of time looking at stuff. This information is phenomenal.
I've been in the motor trade a long time.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, you just know this kind of stuff.
You worked in Porsche dealerships?
I haven't, no, but I've sold a few of them. I've worked in places that have sold Porsches.
Have you? Wow.
Yeah. Friends that work for Porsche as well. So.
Well, Robert Wilson in the Elise, this just came up just now. This is the shared car, isn't it?
Yeah, they've been going so well. And they're just such a nice father-son pairing. They're always super quick, super reliable.
Yeah, and these cars are great. Well, this is the first of the Yaris's. This is driven by ex-single-seater driver Rodney Isles, who's still got the Alpha 4C, I believe, which I really like. But this is his choice for this weekend.
Yeah, the modern road-going rally car. I think it's kind of taken over the Impreza and Evo mantle for the what is it? Race on race on Sunday, work on Monday. What was the old saying? But they're fantastic out the box. These GR Yaris, 7-year warranty, 3 electronic differentials. Oh wow, real oversteer moment there.
A bit of grassy this afternoon.
Having a good go. It looks like they're putting the power down out of Pardon.
Yeah.
Out of Vittori's towards Pardon, and looks like the back end. Do you remember Damien Bradley when did you see him when he was sideways between the two?
He was
corners?
very rapid, wasn't he?
Very quick, 4-wheel drifting between the two corners. So it's obviously still a bit lively out there, Chris.
It's very lively indeed, and as you say, these little Yaris's, they look like little shopping cars, don't they? But my goodness me, they pack a punch, don't they?
They're quick.
They are quick, but here's one that's interesting. Pete Richins in his Golf Type R, latest spec Golf. Pete did drive the Yaris for the last 2 or 3 years, but he decided he fancied a change, and he's found this to be quicker.
Well, the thing is as well, it will be quicker. It's got the DSG gearbox in this, so whereas the GR Yaris is a manual, so he can just quickly blip it down through the box and apply all that power.
Is this a flappy paddle job?
This is a flappy paddle, but having said that, if he uses it as a road car as well, I can see it would probably might be a nicer day-to-day car. Not taking anything away from the GR Yaris, but the Golf R's, they can just turn into just a normal, comfortable Golf.
He's in the purple sectors. He's going
and the thing is, you can remap these really easily to 360, 370 brake.
Second to Rodney Isles. So, Rodney's a crafty campaigner, isn't he? He's been doing it a long time.
Not a lot in it, though, is there?
No, Alan Mansfield on the hill in the GR Yaris again. This is just like the one that Pete had last year. And we've just had a line. John Dunn left a line.
Look at that. Quickest time of the day so far. 2.08 seconds off the line. Obviously, we are drying up, but this car, ladies and gentlemen, is supercharged and turbocharged. It is 712 brake horsepower. John's come from Guernsey. He's part of the Channel Islands Brigade. And this thing, look at it, popping and banging, spitting flames at us. And Chris, he uses it as his shopping car.
Do you know what? Fair play to him, and that's great. Yeah, I don't know if my fishing rods are fit in the back of that one.
Strap it to the roof, mate.
Is it a hatchback? No, not quite.
No, she's a
saloon, isn't it? Yeah.
What a thing.
Yeah, perhaps it's not the car for me.
Maybe not. Do you know what, though? He's going really well. Could he be on course for a possible runoff place, maybe?
No.
Deserves to be.
No.
Not quite there, unfortunately. Not quite there.
And don't forget, the times we saw this morning on a dry track, they're going to go quicker again if it stays dry, aren't they?
Yeah, I just wondered if the Evo was neutered slightly by the rain, but obviously not. As Ray Law takes a bit of banking on Pardon. Ray Law, lovely car. One of my favourite cars here at the weekend.
I said incorrectly this morning that Ray was quickest. Well, actually, he wasn't. He was nowhere near the quickest. John Pick was way quicker in the AMS Mattia, but that was in the wet. It's dry, and I don't think he'll be so quick this afternoon.
No, John Pick was rapid this morning, wasn't he? He really was. But that four-wheel drive Super Impreza combination really, really did help. And we'll explain that in a second if you're going super impressed.
So actually, even though it's dry now, John Pick did a 51.68 this morning, and Ray Lowe has just done a 51.63. Very little in that, and yet it's a dry track.
Yes.
So well, actually, I may be wrong. Perhaps John Pick can.
Well, let's see. We can't take nothing away. I would say on paper the Caterham should be the quicker on a dry course, but we're still a bit greasy though, Chris, between those trees and out of Vittori's. And if you even think about going near the grass,
a little bit of a bit of dampness situation, isn't there?
I would say on paper, then the Westfield should be quicker, but. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
There's a factor here called braveness.
Yes.
And certain people go ridiculously quick, whatever the conditions, don't they? So Rob Lloyd's well on the way up the top of the hill. He does a 50.7, and that takes him into the lead in the class so far. Rob Lloyd has been getting quicker. He's only doing this a couple of years.
Right, okay.
Right. He's a big fella.
Did he start in Caterham?
No, he started just in this car.
Really?
Yeah, and he's got a Z-Tech
nice
variant in his.
Yeah, nice. Lovely car. So you can just see just a bit squirrely out of the exit of S there. Still not putting
and
the power down.
Steve is right on it normally.
A lot of power in that
moment. He's 52.29, so he's not on having his best weekend.
No, but then, like you say, braveness comes into it. And but the thing is, though, Chris, a good run is one that you cross the line on all four wheels.
Yeah.
So nobody wants to see anything.
But just looking at these prices, these times here, Rob Lloyd will be absolutely thrilled to be leading the pack.
Yeah,
that is a fantastic effort.
It really is.
And he's starting to show, obviously, the ability he's got and the knowledge he's been gaining on the hills.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, Richard Price hard on the brakes then into Pardon really was. He's in purple at the minute, so he's leading the class currently. Let's see what he can do. He's in the wet stuff now, so this is where bravery really comes into it. So will the front end go? So you see just a little wiggle there, but he's controlled it. He just knows what he's doing. He's going to pop it just through, nice tightly through the exit of the S's. He's going to be hard on the brakes again, but it's squealing, you can hear, because it's a little bit wet, out of shot, and then the other side's
going to do this, surely.
Yeah.
Just 49.
Did you hear him have to get out the throttle then?
Well,
do you hear it?
Yeah,
he had to get on the throttle then slightly.
He did, but he's just gone into the lead, and here comes the Mattia, and he's well up at the moment. Well, he's up anyway.
He is, and this is exactly where that four-wheel drive system is going to come into it. It's based on an Impreza. Just got a little bit close to the bank there, had to get out of it slightly, but he's back on it. But he can kind of take a few liberties on the
I think
stuff, can't he?
Pretty close. He's going to be very close.
He takes it.
Yes.
Well done, John.
So he was the quickest this morning in the wet. He's the quickest on that drying track, and actually that's the best I've seen John Pick go in that car.
I completely agree. Normally the Caterhams do pip him, but I think today it will come together, which is great. We all like a day like that, don't we?
Yeah, we're having a lovely afternoon's hill climbing already. We've got Christopher Bentley Jones in the Austin Coupe. This beautiful looking, slightly modified Austin Coupe. Old school car though, drives it very well indeed. Just lovely to see something like that. He does a 59.09.
Yeah.
And who have we got there?
We've got Ian Sargent here in this Opel Tigra. Fascinating thing, 1400cc Vauxhall engine. I think he started life in a Nova, but there's not much Tigra left in it, I don't think, Chris. It's a real light, special thing. And we're just going to fire it now through these S's. Just feel for that grip. Just washes a little bit wide, heads towards that curbing. But just got a little bit wide. We're all right though. We're all right. We've just knocked the indicator out of it.
He's got a bit of looseness on his right hand side there.
Yeah, just got a little bit of just touch the bank slightly. Just brush the bank slightly. He picked up a puncture as well on the
cruising to the finish. He had a moment coming out of the S's. And a little bit of bodywork damage.
Just pushed a little bit wide on the exit of S's.
Now that meant that Eric Murray and the Imp had already started, so he'll get a rerun. And whether he gets turned round or what, I'm not sure. But either way, he'll get a rerun. They just turn a replay as he comes towards the S's now. So as he comes into the S's, it's the exit from the S's. Yeah, he's trying hard. He looked good there, and then just ran wide over. Well, I didn't know if he understeered, but
I feel like Ian's running slicks. I haven't seen him on wet tyres this weekend, so I think he's only got slicks to play with.
Okay.
I could be wrong, or maybe he's taken a gamble. but I've only seen that car on slicks this weekend.
Well, interesting, in this class, the class record is 47.17 to Eric Murray in that lovely little turbocharged imp.
It's fantastic.
It's a quick thing, isn't it, really?
Isn't it? It's so quick. I seen Mark Maynard swapped to his other imp.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. That's a nice thing to be able to do. One day I'll be like that with Clios. I'll have a Clio for best. In fact, my mum and dad are like that. My dad's got a nice Clio.
Has he?
He's got a 182 Cup that he keeps for best, which is absolutely immaculate.
Oh, my goodness.
And the other day, they decided to go out. They saw on Facebook Marketplace, 1,300 quid. Someone was selling a leggy Clio 1824, and they thought, well, we'll use that one to just take down the shops.
A Clio 182.
So they've got two 182s, one for best, one for shopping.
182
Yeah.
for 1,300 quid. That's a cheap Clio.
Somebody sold, yeah, exactly. It had a problem with the exhaust, so it just needed the exhaust replacing. So couldn't drive it away.
That was a cheap Clio.
Yeah, went and got it on the trainer. So yeah,
Good bodywork.
Yeah, all
Wow,
good. Yeah,
they've done well
now my mum drives it around to the shops.
Where did that one come from?
That one came from Libre way.
Oh, well, that's quite local then.
Not too bad.
Didn't have to get the trailer out and go too far, did you, really?
No, absolutely, mate, absolutely. But
well,
yeah.
I did want to correct one thing. You know the lovely BDG RS 1600?
Simon Braithwaite.
No, the Ian Moss car.
Yeah.
The other Moss, they're brothers.
Right.
Yeah.
Nick Moss?
Yeah, but they're brothers anyway, not father and son.
Cool.
Somebody might have said that earlier, me.
It's not often you're wrong about it.
Well, I've only got that miserably wrong, but I was corrected
with
in the paddock. Somebody stalked me down. Big Tim, actually. Big Tim stalked me down outside the office, said, "You've got that wrong, son." So here's Eric cruising up the hill. He'll get a rerun, of course. He is the class record holder in this little imp. And actually, it's a mean little car, that, isn't it?
It is. I mean,
Kawasaki green.
It was popping wheelies off the start line.
I know, it's outrageous, isn't it?
It really was. And out of party, you should see it. It is literally almost like
got green lights on the back.
Almost both front wheels off the ground. It's quite something, isn't it, Chris?
Well, we got another imp on the line, a yellow one. This is, I think, is this the Maynard or the Moss imp?
This is Maynard. This is Mark Maynard's other imp.
The other imp.
This is the other imp.
They've got a few imps, these boys, haven't they? They've cornered the market, but this is what they do. This is their living, isn't it?
Yeah, but great. You know, I think the imps. I think they're so cool and they're very practical to work on as well. I believe you were saying that you could change an engine in really easy.
It's a bit like it's like an original Beetle. You know, you just drop it out through the back, a few bolts.
Yeah.
And actually, that's a great installation.
Sound like you speak from experience.
No, but when these first came out, they had quite a lot of issues with head gasket failure, and it put people off them a bit, really. But they are brilliant little cars.
Right. Okay.
And so they got that sorted in time.
Yeah.
You know, but of course the Mini was pretty much all conquering round about that time, wasn't it? You know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But the imps were always fabulous fun to drive. Anyway, so Mark Maynard leaves the line in the little Hillman imp. This little, well, I'm not sure if he's got a 1 litre in his. Sometimes they're bigger than that. They're sort of 1200s.
Yeah.
Either way. Rapid little thing. He's been driving it well. Don't know what happened to the other one, but
it's great in yellow. I love that colour.
It does look good.
It looks great, doesn't it? Looks like it's come fresh from a good revival, doesn't it?
It does.
Speaking of which, it's a bit wet there, isn't it? Have you seen?
Whoa! Has it been wet all weekend?
They've red flagged a couple of races. Yeah, it's all
really.
But Mark is absolutely pushing on, isn't he? He's really going well. This one looks a little bit less leery of the two that I've seen him drive.
Yeah. I saw moths flying around by the gravel there. So it's warming up there. It must be a little sun
is that a nature? Is that an insider nature tip? Is it?
Well, I'm here on a Thursday volunteering, and we often get up the hill there. And
nice.
Prescott is such a fabulous place. Well, look at this, by the way, Andrew Russell in that genetic
pushing on, isn't he? What's his entry speed there? 66. That's quick. That's quick. He's having a good push on, isn't he, Andrew? But he drives that car so well.
I'm just trying to work out where you saw that 66. Where did you see
just
that?
There, did you see that on the...
you were looking at it there.
So I was looking at the...
So you've got young eyes. You were able to spot that all the way over
I was looking at the laptop.
Where is he seeing that information?
Well, just look at this, Chris. Just look at this. Look at this. I'm sure it won't affect Simon, but you just notice that little bit. It's just slippy there on the exit of Essex. That's what caught the Tiger at. It just washed a bit wide, just pushed the brake. And I noticed that Mark Maynard got a little bit squirrely on the exit of there as well. Something to keep an eye on, I think, as it dries out.
Well, he goes quickest in the class so far. Goes a 54.08, which is a bit quicker than. He did a 58.53 this morning, so he's 4 seconds quicker.
We've got Simon O'Sullivan, again a local man. He's got a lovely collection of Elans as well, Simon.
Nice. Well, that's clearly a very serious Elise because although it's donning rear number plates, he's obviously removes the headlights for competition to save weight, even more weight perhaps, because you'll see they're blanked out. So it's a very serious Elise.
And driven that one here then, has he?
Well, he might have done, but he just might have had the front headlights out. I don't know. Who knows?
He changes them. Hey, this young Tony V kids, he's been quick this weekend, hasn't he?
Hasn't he just? He's got a couple of 205 GTIs. I think one's in better nick than the other currently, so he's using this grey one.
He's reshelling it.
Is he reshelling it? Good to hear. Good to hear. Well, you can't, like you say, can't keep a good man down, but he's been absolutely rapid all weekend, and just gets a little bit wide, but no issue at all. He hasn't lost any time. You can just see the trails there of the tyres. Now, Stuart Reid, this is the second, but very, very rapid 205. He's partially sighted. He got into the 52s earlier, so he's got a 50.98 to beat. There's certainly 40s in this car without any shadow of doubt. Look at how on its axis it was there. Did you see it kind of whip itself round?
Yeah. He's
really agile.
Yeah, he's come all the way from Scotland, from Blair Gowrie actually. He's the hill record holder in this class at Doom up in Scotland. And as you say, he's partially sighted, but that doesn't seem to stop him. He's in the purple sectors.
He's going to smash it into the 40. He's going to go well into the 40, surely.
Oh my
Come on,
Stuart.
Stuart.
48.20. He's
fantastic.
2 seconds, 48, 5, 48. Yeah, nearly 2 seconds quicker, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic to see.
I know, but here comes Eric Murray. Tell us about him.
Well, this is a turbocharged imp. I don't think there's much imp left in it. It's super, super quick. It's turbocharged. You can see that green Kawasaki kind of paint job. But Eric is a brave man because this thing likes to do wheelies. I'd imagine it's very, very light on the front. It's a bit of a handful by the looks, but piloted beautifully by Eric. He's purple at the minute, so he's going quick. He's going to tip the times at a 51.73.
Oh, get in there, Eric. 51.73. Smashed that class, didn't he? So that little class, Eric Murray is going to win that class with that 51.73. Joy Hoyle on the hill in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint that she shares with Professor Ray Lower, and very well sorted car, and my goodness me, she could drive it,
can't she just? Super, super quick. Now, Stephen Darley sideways. This thing's starting to look a bit like a rally car with all of that mud up the side of it, and exuberant driving. 800 brake horsepower. Look at it go. It's so quick. Go on, Stephen. He's really hard on the brakes now. Turns it early into Pardon. Gets on the power beautifully. This is the best I've seen this car look all year. Flash of flame as he comes down the gears between the S's. Just going to roll it through the exit of S now. Now, is he going to get any oversteer on the exit? Bit of a four-wheel drift. He's going to be hard on the brakes, back down into semicircle. He tight towards the inside line. That's beautiful through there, Stephen. Now, power. Cross the line.
46.25, that's a jolly good marker, isn't it, really? We've got Nigel Elliott on the hill in the TR7 V8, the twin turbocharged TR7 V8 with the enlarged Rover V8 engine in it.
Any traction control to speak of here, Chris?
I'm not sure. I think he'll have an LSD, but I don't think he'll have traction control, and he certainly won't have any sequential boxes and stuff like that.
That's old school driving.
I think this is old school bravery driving.
Oh gosh, look at it there. Yeah. Little twig out of
it's a fearsome thing, isn't it, really? And but already he's heading up towards the finish. Yes, he's going to be in the low 50s. 53.27 for Nigel, which actually is a 65, 12-second improvement on this morning.
We'll take that. Now, Paul Howell's beautiful car, this 911 RSR, short ratio gearbox. Paul knows his way around Prescott. He was a previous class record holder, but I think Damien took the record off him. He's always driving this car beautifully, this RSR. It's very kind of 70s esque, like 70s Le Mans car. It's beautiful.
This is classic 911 air-cooled Porsche. He's got a wrap on it. That green bit is a wrap. It's always been yellow. But anyway, he's got the wrap. He's going through the finish under 50 seconds, a 48.74, which takes him second in the class. He did a 54 this morning, so 6 seconds quicker, as Hayden Spedding takes to the hill in the E-Type.
Indeed he is, and I was just looking under the front there. I thought I may have sort of seen something dripping from underneath it, but my eyes deceived me. Nice tight line through Pardon, and we're through the S's just into the... I wonder if it's getting a bit tricky with that sunlight now starting to glisten off the tarmac. You'd be interested to see that long bonnet. You might not be able to see over it, but...
dappled light, old
dappled
chap.
Light.
Dappled light.
I knew I could
count on you. I like photographers dappled light.
Bit of dappled
Our
light.
marshal's up the hill. they always take the mick out of me, but it's lovely dappled light.
Lovely dappled light.
Here's Stephen Moore, our farmer from near Salisbury. He was quick this morning, wasn't he?
He was, and he's still quick now. About 700 brake horsepower this thing. It's just trying to fight the power of this car the whole time. The electronics, a constant battle between power and electronics with this car. Absolutely rapid. Stephen Moore, regular competitor, he's got a few of these Evos. This is one of them. And how's he looking out of the exit at S? What's he got to look at? He's got to look at Stephen Darley's 46.25. He's looking kind of good for it, you'd say, for now. He's going to be nip and tuck. What's he going to do? 46.47. Just misses out on Stephen Darley's time, unfortunately. But still.
Well, yes, I mean, I'm saying he'd be pleased with that, but it's still a jolly good time. We've got Phil Fisher on the hill in the Westfield. They often, well, they've got various cars, but this is the one they're currently campaigning. They've got a Mallock as well, actually, an old Mallock. John Bradshaw is also on the hill in that wide-bodied Westfield. That is a highly developed Westfield, that one. But there we are, getting a look at John now.
John Bradshaw, front wheels locked up and turning the wheels into pardon. He's trying to scrub as much speed off as possible.
And doesn't that look good?
Oh, doesn't it look good? It sounds great. Obviously, a load of power. Super quick. I think it might be turbocharged, that one.
Oh, wow.
Or is it turbocharged? Am I right? In fact, it's that big set of throttle body sticking out the side of me. I could be
well, I'll tell you what is
turbocharged.
Roger Moran's on the hill in his turbocharged four-wheel drive Skoda R5. Did fantastically well this morning, and young Scott Moran, his son, won the tip-top runoff in this very same car. We've got a drying track. How close is he going to get to Stephen Darley? I know they put him in a different class, don't they? So yeah, so in the class, there's only 3 of them in the Sports Libre class here. Scotty Moran was the quickest this morning, but Roger is in purple sectors at the moment, so I suspect he's going to stay purple up the hill now. He needs to beat a 47.25, which I think he'll do comfortably. Yes, he does. 45.71
there, that is absolutely beautiful. Well, what can Einan Price do in response to this? He was absolutely masterful in the wet earlier, was Einan Price. He's down on power compared to Roger Moran, but to the tune of about 200 horsepower, because this is a standard R5 car. Roger Moran's is not, but Einan is an absolute master of these conditions. Let's see if he can push on and be a little bit brave. He was tugging the handbrake and really throwing it in just like that earlier, as it turns out. So what can he do, Chris? Can he go quicker?
Well, at the moment he is suggesting he's doing to do that. Purple sector again. I reckon it's
pretty much neck and neck. Look at the splits on the laptop there, Chris. They are neck and neck. He's just slightly up.
Coming up around the semicircle. Here he comes up to the finish. Run. What's he going to do? 45.
Good effort.
1-2 takes him.
Good effort.
The lead in the class.
Very good effort.
Very good indeed. John McQuillan from Team Valley Motorsport in this nice little Radical.
It is, yeah, kind of the starter point of the Radicals, the SR1, and it's tiny Radical. It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Radical, but still no less potent. Really, really quick. It just bogs down a little bit on him as he gets sideways out of pardon. It doesn't look particularly happy. He's recovered now, but I think it just kind of upset the electronics on the car when he slid it round pardon.
I think he's cruising now.
Yeah, I think he knows that the run's gone.
But the run hasn't gone for Sam Nicholson in the Mallock Mark 20. This history car, lots of people have owned this car, and I tell you what, it's a fabulous looking thing. It's a front engine 1700cc Ford engine, and it actually, the balance on the car is set up really well. So Sam Nicholson, he's still on the hill. We've got Jan Yoder showing us now in the Legend 34 Ford Coupe. This is a Yamaha 1200cc Yamaha bike engine in this little tiny car. He drives it like he stole it. It's a tiny thing. Now I'm going to see in the dry how quick this is. I think he's only got one set of tyres basically for this car. So what's he going to do? At the moment he's suggesting... he's just entertaining us, isn't he?
The crowd love it. The crowd love it.
Yeah, entertaining us. Heading up through semi now. Up towards the finish, going to finish in a time of just over 49.91.
Fantastic. Alan McDonald off the line now in this Force SR4. Runs on methanol, this car, turbocharged, really, really quick car, and no doubt a handful in these conditions, but we are starting to dry up a little bit now, so it's starting to get to that point where will I get a bit of confidence, am I going to push on? But then you get a bit of that, and you can just see where it just started to spin the rear wheels up there on that moist section there, Chris.
That won't bother Alan, I tell you now. He's an ex-TT racer. He's a brave man from Scotland. He travels all his way to come to these events. Amazing. Yeah. And he's here with his wife, Grace. Alan, this car is the ex-Rob Stevens car that has done 25s at Shelsley.
Yes, absolutely. Well, he's going to trip the beam. He's gone well at 45.26 for Alan. Well, a couple of seconds up on Sam Nicholson. So
He'll be pleased with that.
He'll be pleased with that, you would have thought.
Who's going to beat him in this class now? I don't think many. I don't reckon any.
I'll tell you
Matthew
what. Matthew Price.
He's on the line. I think that's Matthew. Is that Matthew or
Bickley.
not?
Got David Bickley.
David Bickley.
David Bickley on the line. Marshall just attending to some debris on the track, just picking that up. Or he's noticed a bit of fluid on the track.
Interesting, you see, in the class record, Graham Wynne holds the record in the Force LM01. Is that the same car? I wonder if that's the same car.
Don't know. A bit before my time, Chris, I'm afraid.
It wasn't that long ago, but Graham Wynne, of course, is driving the big Gould. Graham has been class record holder in previous cars, and I've got a nasty feeling that could be Stephen's old car, and Alan McDonald might have brought it off Graham. And that time, 39.34, it just goes to show that was some time.
You'll have to do a bit of investigative journalism there, Chris.
I reckon I'll ask Graham.
Yeah, David Bickley off the line in this Radical SR1. Lovely car, and just has a little bit of hesitation around the first corner. But good looking car. Such a great feeder series. The Radicals, I was talking to some friends earlier about my experience of Radicals. When you get in a Radical and then you get in something else afterwards at a track day or whatever it may be, prepare to be disappointed in whatever you go in after a Radical. They are super, super quick, especially around a tight track like Anglesey. Not the first car you think of with hill climbing, are they, Chris? But
well, I'll tell you what, these are running a little higher booster engines, and they are purpose-built little racing cars. So look where the driver's sat in, he's sat in the right place almost. I think they must be built as two-seaters because it's not totally in the middle.
Some of them are, some of them aren't. So, for example, I think this Radical Pro Sport of Stephen King's, I think that's a single-seater, but he just sits kind of inboard.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of slightly offset from the centre. Again, it's 1,000cc bike engine. Excuse me. Matthew Price is going to be the one to watch.
He is, yeah. And I just see out the corner of my eye, I see Damien Bradley approaching the line in that fearsome Impreza. But nevertheless, he's not with us yet. Stephen King is going to be finishing shortly. Matthew Price is on the hill in our sights now. Matthew Price in his first season. And, I think he's an impressive young driver.
I've not seen anybody drive a Radical like this on a hill climb for quite some time. He really is leaning on it. He's come down the box quickly, locked the rear axle slightly. He's drifting out of the hairpin. He really is making the most of this Radical. I don't think he could drive it any quicker if he tried. So what's he going to do? Damien Bradley leaves the line.
Yes, he does.
1.98 off the start. That's quick, isn't it?
So Matthew Price, come on, Matthew. Has he finished in the 39.92? No, he hasn't finished yet. 46.67, just second in the class.
Now, Damien Bradley, sideways again between Itauris and Pardon. He's really, really leaning on this car. Damien is just such a quick driver. That's perfect. That's the quickest I've seen anybody exit out of Pardon this weekend. He's below the force of gravity. Off the line, he was super, super quick. He's really feeding through. He's really feeling it, isn't he? This run, Damien. It's so wild, but not in his usual legacy. That had a problem, so they've him and Stephen are sharing this impression. He goes across the line at 46.08.
He takes the lead in the class.
Close between the two.
Well,
and Damien.
Hang on, there's nobody left in that class, is there?
What about Scotty?
Scotty, he's not in that.
He's not in the class. Is he not?
No, because this is the modified
series production. Yeah, beg your pardon. That's a rally car. It's not series production
car. Scotty. So Ben Fisher. Oh, and talk of the devil, here is Scott Moran. Scott Moran in the Skoda R5 Days car. In fact, Scotty, as we all know, is 6 times British Hillclimb champion. You can put him in a toy car and he's going to set fastest time of the day. That is so special.
He's got his anti-lag on as well, I can hear it. He's got the anti-lag running.
Purple sectors already.
You can hear the anti-lag on the overrun. He's got that set up.
Yeah,
Scott takes a really wide line through the exit of S because he's going to know all the right lines. Scott Moran, he's a 6-time British champion in GR59. He used to share with Graham Wynne. Not competing this season, but he's in this Skoda and he's absolutely rapid at 44.56.
Smashes it.
Really quick.
Smashes it.
Really quick. Yeah, quite right. Now, talk us through this. What's this, Chris?
This is Duncan Barnes. He's attached to Philip Poultry's Quarries. He's attached to Wallace Mingus' team. But this is his own bit of fun. Drives this fabulous Norma that we know is a terrific car. Hard to get round that hairpin in that
Went in
big
a bit deep
car,
there, didn't he?
Well, he did, but nevertheless, this is his...
Give it a bootful, get the back round, away you go.
Oh, get for it. 2 litre Honda turbocharged, bunches of power. He's heading up towards the finish as Simon Bainbridge is growling up the hill in the Kronos. Wow, and then there's the MG thing as well. What do you think of this?
Yeah, I think
45-46 for Duncan Barnes.
Great time for Duncan. I think Simon Bainbridge has done really, really well today. I don't think this is a course that particularly suits the Chrono because this is a high downforce, high power car. I think this likes the Shelsley Walshes and the Lowtons and the big power kind of circuits. I see this doing quick 60 around Mallory Park.
Yeah.
Absolutely untouchable around places like Mallory Park, time and tack circuits and stuff. But he rounds semicircle. He's got a purple sector. What's he going to do? Is he going to stop the clock in time?
Oh, wow. Duncan Barnes just holds him off by a couple of tenths. But that was a sense, because don't forget, this is the first time he's been to Prescott. So he's learning every run. I think that's a sensational time.
I think you're absolutely right. I think he's made the best of what he can today. I think he's done a
Now this looks a big
job.
handful to drive, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what's... it says TDV8R. I don't know an awful lot
It's
about
based on an
it.
MGB.
Okay.
It's got a Rover V8, stretch Rover V8 in it. It's the only bit of MGB left in it is the uprights on the front
say there's
suspension.
not much MGB left, is there?
But it is actually a kit car, and he had a big accident at Chelsea, if you remember, and now he's got it all rebuilt. Cost him a few quid.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I'm afraid it happened down by Keepers there, just above Keepers. Before
at Shelsley.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, Kennel.
Beg your pardon. Sorry, I was getting confused.
Yeah.
Oh, shame. Well, it's good to see it back. As,
it is.
Mike West in his Golf liveried Radical. Anything in a Golf livery goes quicker, surely, doesn't it?
Yeah, got to be good.
It's got to be worth an extra 10 horsepower.
Yeah.
And Mike's just threading it through the S's. Nice car to thread that through, actually. Look how small it looks as well. Look, it's just tiny.
Radical.
But Robin Nicholson in this Mallet. I think you probably should take us through this one. Chris, you know more about this car than I do.
I love this car, actually. Yes, I can't get enough Mallets on the hill, actually. This one's a fantastic example. It's a Mark 20, so it's sort of midway in the sort of the series, as it were. And this was in the era when they were all running 1700 cross-flow Ford engines. Later ones did run different engines, but this particular one is old school, and although they look like they shouldn't handle, the weight balance on them is absolutely tremendous. And
the thing about the Nicholson car that I always find so impressive is the amount of entry speed that they manage to find every guy, but they don't enter the corner too quick and then leave slowly. They just manage to just be fast in and fast out in that Mallet. It's really impressive, really impressive.
Well, here's one you might like. This is Ben Hamer and that little Kawasaki turbocharged OMS Hornet.
So what engine's in that then, Chris?
750 Kawasaki bike engine with a turbo.
Wow.
I know, and it's a tiny little thing, isn't it?
It is, absolutely,
but it's quick.
Oh, it looks it.
But he's up against non-turbocharged cars in 1100s, which at the moment he's sort of, this morning wasn't a great time for him, but he's just gone 6th fastest, second to Jonathan Flesher's time from this morning.
Wow, did you see that, Chris? Did you see that? He locked up all 4 wheels, did Jonathan Flesher, into the entrance of Pardon. Good grief. If we can get a replay of that would be incredible.
Sideways through the S's as well.
That was absolutely incredible. Jonathan Flesher on the entrance. Yeah, let's have a replay of this. Thank you. Right, watch this. If you're watching this on the live stream, watch this. 4 wheels locked up. Whoa!
You're right.
Wow, Jonathan, and he saved it as well. That is my
save of the day.
Bit of driving of the weekend.
Save of the day.
Incredible.
Well, what's he going to turn out to be in time? Well, I think he's just set a 40.
He's just gone for it, hasn't he? Absolutely gone for it.
He is quickly. He's very,
that was
very
incredible.
Rapid
absolutely incredible.
Hang on, we have. I think that was Tim Thompson. Who's co-sharing with him.
That was a mega bit of driving. Mega bit of driving. Mega bit of driving.
Yeah.
Steve Morgan just rounding semicircle. He's going to cross the line now. 44.96.
Yes.
Richard Weaver on the line.
Wow, yes. So we're into the single seaters. It's hotting up, isn't it? We're into this extremely electric class of 1100cc cars. Little bike engine cars. Richard Weaver back out to play this weekend. He's had a poorly foot for some while now, but he was determined to race this weekend. His son Tom was sensational this morning, wasn't he?
I always say I'm not sure there's anybody that can get any more out of an Empire Evo than Tom Weaver. He's just an absolutely fantastic talent. Hopefully we can see him in a car with a really big engine in it at some point, and hopefully up front with Matt Ryder. And
mentioning Empires, Zach Zamek's a bit special in those, isn't he?
Zach's a proper.
He's in the Empire race. He's not here this weekend. William Loffridge is representing that car.
Zach's Empire, though, is a whole nother level. That's a whole nother level.
It is a serious level Empire, you're right.
That's a serious thing. Yeah, that's a serious thing.
So you're quite right. So Jonathan Gethin in the OMS 2000 leads the line. So Jonathan Flesher's setting the ball of light, isn't he, with that 41.36. Richard Weaver did the 44.22. Jonathan Gethin is in year 2000 this was built, so it's quite an old spec car.
Yeah.
But that doesn't stop it going quick because it's still got basically the same engines as the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just looks like a nice package. It's buzzing its way through the trees, through the S's, as Jonathan Gethin is not quite up on the splits, but it's not far away at all. He's just crept under, actually, so he's going pretty well, actually. He's just approaching semicircle now. Nice tight line through, just rattles the front wing against the rumble strip slightly, but he tips the beam at a 43.93.
So he goes second in the class, but we've got lots of big hitters to come, haven't we? Emma Rayson's on the hill now in the Empire 00. This is actually quite a late car. She's another one from the Channel Islands, and she'll be here with her husband this weekend. There's about 3 or 4 of them from the Channel Islands. Great to see.
That looks great in that yellow kit scheme as well. That's one of my favourite looking Empires. Wow, big oversteer moment. Great save, Emma. She just lost the back end, just stepped out, but she caught it beautifully between the S's, and it stepped out on the exit as well. So fantastic car control there from Emma Rayson.
Wow. Now, what sort of time's that going to do? A 44.94, which actually takes still 6 in the class.
Yes.
Maybe she was a bit too exuberant.
Possibly, but possibly not even voluntary, though. I would imagine that was more of a reaction than provoking it, to be fair. As we've got James Moore, who's just exited Pardon. What can he do? Can he have a shout with Jonathan Flesher's time?
He's in the same car, isn't he?
Yes, same car as Emma Rayson, I believe, isn't he? And he's having a bit of a push on. He's just round his semicircle now. I don't think he's quite going to match Jonathan Flesher, but can he do anything about Jonathan Gethin? He can. 43.04. Right, Dave Tatham. Chris, he's on wets. He's on wets.
David Tatham on wets. My goodness me, that's a brave man, isn't it? What an interesting man. He was super quick. He qualified for the runoff this morning, didn't he? And he actually got points in the runoff this morning.
Did. So what's Dave going?
What's he up to?
He's
then?
pink, so he's gone. He's going quicker.
He's going quicker. He's clever, isn't he, though?
He's going quicker.
Here he is, our North Yorkshire farmer. He's
Chris, it's on. This class on. You know, this class win's on wets as well. He's going to do it. 40.96. Fantastic time from Dave Tatham.
Well, I didn't see a wet. Somebody going up on wets, but
amazing.
Blitzing that. Well, here's another favourite of ours, Nigel Pitt, local man from Bromyard, shoestring racing. He calls himself. He's always a trier, is Nigel.
He is. He's fantastic. Every single time you see this car, he's really pushing on. He does a lot of hill climbs. All round great bloke, great driver. He's quick through the S's, avoids the curbs.
Yes, his partner Claire's watching just in front of the hut here at the moment. Great supporter. She used to drive as well. Anyway, he's heading up towards the finish.
Come on,
Nigel. Come on. 42.75 goes third quickest.
That's quick. Richard Matosian on 3 wheels through that first corner. Replay up for that. Let's get a slow-mo of that at the end of the match. Fantastic. Came round there on 3 wheels, did Richard Matosian in this GWR Raptor 2.
Well, you know about this car. This is the ex-Robert Kenrick car, which holds the class record in 36.97 when Robert drove this car. It's got a BMW motorcycle engine. It's the only one in the class with that engine. And when Robert drove it, now look, see that spray coming off there?
Yeah, it's quick.
Yeah, he's going, isn't he?
God, he's going well, isn't he?
Goes third,
really well.
Goes third, 41.89. This is hotting up. Oh, tell us about this one. We'll miss it.
Stuart Bickley got into the runoffs earlier. He made it just by the skin of his teeth. But fantastically driven all weekend. He only had one slight moment yesterday, but he's chosen to go for slicks. Stuart's really at the forefront of his class. Little spot of oversteer on the exit of the Tories. He's absolutely flat chap. hard on the brakes as he apexes early and gets out of Pardon nice and quickly, close to that barrier. He's really high up the RPM, just coming down the box. He's going to be quick through there. Takes a load of curb actually, but the car manages it perfectly. Gets out the exit of S's really, really well. And he's going to round semicircle. And he's going to pop in a, what's he going to do? 41.43.
Goes third. So Dave Tatum, apart from being a great driver, clever choice of tyre.
Yeah, as it turns out.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Oh, what have we got here? So, okay, I'll just take you Will Kerr in the little OMS Hornet. So Will sharing this one with Ben Hamer. This is the little 750cc turbocharged Quacker engine in this one. We've just had some news of the tin top Runoff.
Yeah, we'll go through those in a second. We're just going to get Kirsten Dodd off the line in this Van Diemen RF86, partner of Matthew Ryder.
Yes, indeed.
Who put in that fantastic performance earlier. Kirsten's got a fantastic tutor. Doing really, really well.
Yeah.
As they're down in front of us.
We have them all in front of us.
We've got them all in front of us.
They're all running away now.
Absolutely fantastic.
And congratulations, Matt, on that Runoff win. Incredible stuff.
Kirsten turns into Pardon beautifully. She gets on the power on the exit of Pardon. She's threading it through the S's now. She just gets into that slightly treacherous, slippy bit in the S's now. No problem at all there. A little bit of corrective oversteer. Just touches what am I talking about? The curbs. Just touches the curbs slightly, but we're through. We're round semicircle now. And we're going to tip the clock at 51.75. Goes fastest in the class.
And we all know when you do this, after a while you can get word salad, can't you? When it
brain fog, word salad. The bricks on the floor. The bricks on the floor.
Well, all I know is that currently she's leading that class, but there's this rather pesky person in there, wasn't there? Jimmy Harris earlier, that seems to be ridiculously quick.
Yeah.
But we got another one coming to the line now. We've got Paul Harris, which is I think maybe Jimmy's brother. Rebecca Crocombe's already on the hill. She's sharing that car with Lawrence Marks. And she went well earlier today. She did a 62.51, but that was in the wet. She's going through to the finish in a 55.77. Big improvement.
Absolutely. Paul Harris has been driving great as well in this Van Diemen. He exits Pardon. He's gone purple, so at the minute he's slightly up on Kirsten. Let's see what Paul can do. I think he's been going a bit quicker this weekend than Kirsten, but let's just see. Paul slides it out of the exit of the S's. Hard on the brakes, going to round semicircle. I think he's looking pretty good, although it's going to be close. I'll tell you what, it's going to be close. 50.92.
Wow, that was the
answer. You know what? Credit where credit's due. That's a cracking time from Kirsten Dodd at 51.75.
She's really improving every time she goes out. We've had a moment here. Sarah,
she's unfortunately met the barriers, which she's going to be pretty gutted with. She's undoing her belt. She's going to be getting out the cars.
Is
I can imagine
Pardon? Do you think that's Pardon?
I think that is a tour. That's the run to a Tories, I think. But I would say there's going to be some unrepeatable words going on in there. I don't think she's going to be best pleased.
No.
She's normally so reliable, but we're going to get a little replay. Let's see. So she comes round under the bridge. She's going to just get on the brakes a bit too late, and unfortunately, she's found the barriers.
That's quite big.
But nothing she can't sort out. It's just going to be a bit of bent suspension on that front left, and but she's fine. She's undone the belt. She's going to be annoyed. I would have thought.
She won't be happy, Sarah.
She's going to be annoyed. So somebody
best not go near Sarah for a bit.
Someone get her a beer ready for when she comes back. She'll be.
Hopefully by then she's calmed down a bit.
Someone get her a glass of wine or a beer. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. But you can just see her there. She's probably just going to sit in the car for a minute, just get the medics, just give her a quick check over. But
sometimes they do that.
She's there, visors up. She's
just looking at that, Lloyd. Has she got a hands device on there?
Yes, I think she has got a hands device actually. I just want to say she's got a hands device possibly. But I would imagine of a certain speed, they probably say, look, don't get out the car until we've kind of told you that you can get out. So, but I would say, just looking at it, it kind of went in at about 20 miles an hour. So it's probably going to be a front left corner of the suspension and possibly a bit of front nose cone damage.
Any failure. I think she just went in a bit.
She did. But what I'm saying is to probably repair the car. They're probably going to. It's probably going to. I mean, we're not going to see that car again for the rest of the day. No. But
they may have to get the Tonka toy out for that one as well to pull it back.
No doubt. Yeah. No, that's going to have to go on the back of a trailer to be brought back down.
So we will have a slight delay, folks. We're doing quite well this afternoon. The sun is out. Everyone's going back. Gives you a chance to tell us what's going to be.
Well, I was going to say. Well, we've had our British Hillclimb Championship top 10 tin top. Right. Takes a bit of thinking about this. The word salad's coming in.
Slow down.
The tin top 10 runoff, Chris.
Oh, that's tricky stuff, isn't it?
Tin top 10 runoff. There we go.
Tricky stuff.
Right, let's give you some times and we'll give you the rundown of the runners and riders. So, Stephen Darley on a 46.25. That was it was a great time, but I'm just going to run this through slightly out, so I'm just going to have to work this out. So John Dunn, 49.18. He did make it into the tin top. He made it. So John Dunn's made it into the tin top challenge with this fantastic twin charged Evo. Paul Howells, a 48.74. In that fantastic 911. We've got Stuart Reed with that amazing front-wheel drive 205 making it into yet another runoff at a 48.2. Stephen Moore in the Evil Evo, 46.47. Damien Bradley, 46.08 in that Impreza. Simon Bainbridge in the SBR Chrono, really pulling a good time out the bag there in these conditions, a 45.88. And then Einan Price in the R5. No, sorry, I beg your pardon. Stephen Darley was actually between Stephen Moore and Damien Bradley with a 46.25. Then we have Simon Bainbridge. Then we have Roger Moran with a 45.71. Then Einan Price, 45.12 in the standard R5 Skoda. And then Scott Moran, 44.56. The Golden God, Scott Moran. So, yes.
God, that is Scott Moran. Yeah, well, I was just watching the replay.
A bit of broom failure.
The broom failure.
No, absolute failure. Oh, he's joking.
Oh, no, but it's a screwing.
Can we send a recovery truck for the broom, please?
The big fella's got the screwing broom.
Oh,
and it's all gone.
Not what you want to see, is it? It's not what you want to see.
We've got Tonka Toy coming here to play.
Yeah, it's just going to strap that round the roll hoop. That's where all the strength of the car is. They're just going to lift it up and out of the barriers and plonk it on the trailer. Cool. And then I would imagine that's going back in the trailer. But it's a Formula Ford. They were designed to be rebuilt.
Yeah,
easy.
Yeah. No, it'd be all right. But yeah, these things happen. Sarah's always a very quick driver, very much of a.
When she's out of the car, she'll be on the way back to the paddock.
Yeah. She'll have time to calm down a bit.
Yeah,
I'm still
no doubt.
not going near her for a bit.
No, she'll be fine.
You know, the old adrenaline. Trevor Willis was telling me, that when we did the interviews on the last round here, that I said, how long, when you come for a race weekend, how long's the adrenaline last, And he said to me, it actually doesn't really subside till the following morning.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
You never feel particularly hungry over the weekend because you're just so fired up.
I'm not surprised. Oh, Sarah, 3 wheels on your wagon.
Oh, dear.
Unfortunately. So, yeah, just a bit of front corner damage. Actually, that's probably better than I think I would have thought. It's really just done front suspension. So, I think it won't take much to get that back up and running again.
Lloyd says you can fix that.
I'll fix that. I've got a hammer, a blowtorch. I'll straighten that out. Yeah, not a problem, Sarah. Come see me. Sarah, you go and get yourself. Go and put your feet up. I'll get your car fixed. Not a problem.
So
yeah, unfortunately, but there's a bit of sweeping. The car's that's just going to get plonked on a trailer now, brought back to the paddock, and then we'll be up and running again very, very shortly.
Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and the Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menzies driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy race car series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
Right. Well, I am no longer Chris Ponsford. I'm now Owen. I forgot to ask you, Lloyd, how many times Chris has called me Lloyd several times today. Has he called you Owen any number of times?
Do you know what? He hasn't.
I see. I see. That's what it's like then.
He's just obviously obsessed. He's obsessed with me.
He is obsessed with you. You might want to sort of, You may need. Right, here's what we've got Prescott events left for this year. There's the Vintage Sports Car Club. They're coming back at the end of September for the Vintage Prescott. And then October 5th and 6th here at Prescott is the HillClimb season finale. That's 2 days of club competition. Followed at November 2nd is Rally Prescott. Now, I competed in that last year, but this year I'm at the moment going to be here on the old microphone. HillClimb.TV will be covering that. We're just trying to figure out how to cover it in the dark, because previous years, dark hasn't worked so well. So we're trying to come up with a new feature for that. So hopefully you stick with us. So that's for Prescott. From HillClimb.TV, they will be, after today, they'll be at Doon for the next couple of rounds of the British Hillclimb Championship. Up in Perthshire, I'm going to get in trouble for that. And then 2 weeks after that, back at Lowton Park for the season finale. And then I know HillClimb.TV will be back in November. They are going to be covering Rally Prescott again, so something a little bit different.
That's a great event, that is.
A little bit entertaining of the day. I hope to see you there. Are you going to come out?
I'll push out everything I can to be here for that. I watched it last year with the live stream. It's a fantastic live stream. We should take a moment to thank Rich Danby and Elf, his partner, for setting all of this out.
There's one other person. There's actually there's a silent hero in all this. At Ettores is a gentleman called Stephen Drew, and he's actually a cameraman that's been out there all day filming those sweeps coming across. He's an unsung hero. He normally doesn't get any recognition. So if you're down in Orchard towards the Torres and you see the cameraman there, give him a hi and thank him for the camera coverage. He stands out there in all sorts of weather doing it. He gets absolutely no recognition whatsoever. So, Stephen, thank you. It's your contribution supporting Rich and Ellie that gives us the quality of service we get. So,
quite right.
A bit of an unsung hero. At Lowton Park, he just sits in fallow. So, absolute spot on, gentlemen, sir. So, thank you very much.
And it makes the sport so accessible as well. It's not the kind of thing that is world famous, but our history is world famous. It's not the sort of thing that people think of switching on, because where do you watch it? But now that we've actually got access to it and we can just fire it onto YouTube as well, I think it's very helpful for the competitors as well. You saw earlier they were all crowding around the tin top. You had Stuart Bickley, Dave Tate,
they were all looking at
who's going to get in, who's going to get in.
I've just been chatting with a few down in the paddock, and I spoke to Einan Price lunchtime. I said, you've got to check out your runoff run. He said, why is that?
So
and I
good.
said, it looked like you pulled the handbrake. He says, I probably did. Because it went in and it just started losing grip. So he used it just to get it rotated around. I said, it was brilliant. But he's actually considering going back to single-seaters next year, give up the rally car. And I said, no, don't do that. That's a lot of fun. You can do it.
Yeah.
But I said you can get Roger and stuff like that. And he says, well, he's got a 2-liter 600 horsepower. I got 1.6-liter 280 horsepower. And I said, and?
Yeah. I think the deficit has been fantastic. He really has driven the nuts off that car.
Oh yeah, he's you know, for the difference in the car spec, he is more than holding his own. Just seeing Sarah coming back with that's Lindsay Summers walking back into the paddock. So Sarah's okay. I'm sure the car will get fixed in time for the next event. It doesn't look like there's any chassis damage, just the old suspension wishbones, possibly a steering rack and all, you know, whatever else you've got there. So glad you're okay, Sarah, and we'll see you back at the next one. Right, so we've got all that fired up. So here we go. Oh, we have a car on the line. So, so thank you, Rich. Now, so we actually know what it is. It's car 94.
Did you see the Jonathan Flesher send this up the hill just a moment ago?
I did not.
My goodness me. Watch back this live stream, which you can do. You can watch this all back. Watch the live stream of Jonathan Flesher's last run up the hill this afternoon. He had a 4-wheel lock, all 4 wheels locked up into Pardon, took his foot off the brake and then sent it into Pardon. It was just a piece of driving perfection.
Are we talking Scandinavian flick?
No, we're talking 110% worth of commitment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. We're going to show it now. Here. Listen, thank you, Rich, for this. This is for just to show Owen. There you go. Whoa, and then in it goes. That was just fantastic. That's got to be on a highlight reel forever, surely.
That was a crash that never happened.
Yeah. I'm sure he meant every bit of it.
Off the line, Tim Thompson, car 94 in the
OMS 28.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, this is the OMS 28. This is a very, very new spec, and he just flicks it around the Tories beautifully, and he's just flat to the boards. It says it's Tom Morgan the Empire Evo 3, but it definitely isn't. So we'll just get those graphics sorted out. I would say, I'm just trying to think, is it Pete Taven? I'm trying to think. But either way, he's understood. Oh, no, sorry, beg your pardon, that's Tim Thompson. He's sharing the drive with John Flesher. Tim Thompson. Yeah. He rounds semicircle and he heads across the line now, and he's going to record a time. What have we got to Tim Thompson? 43.23.
Yeah, and that puts him where he puts him in class up to. Because we're on a dry time. That's about 7th in class that's moving him up to. Dave Tatum is leading the class by 4:0.96. That was a rocket of a run. Jonathan Flesher just got into 2nd there, just putting Stuart Bickley back to 3rd. So what we got here now? We're moving up to we have Tom Morgan and Tom Weaver. Tom Weaver got into the top 12 runoff last time. It's a drier track now. It's going to be a tougher challenge.
Now watch this. Tom Weaver in the Empire Evo. There aren't many people that can make an Empire Evo go quicker than he can. He turns it into a Tories beautifully. Little bit of understeer, just washing out wide. Has to get out the front slightly. I don't think he's lost much time. Goes through the gears hard. He's got wets on the front, slicks on the rear by the looks of things. And he's just exited Pardon. And he's heading towards the S's. He's absolutely flying.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Morgan put in a 42.58, just slid him into 5th. Tom, his car control going out of the exit of S's, it was a 4-wheel drift. Perfectly timed, perfectly in. Here he goes across the line. A 41.69. 41.69 puts him into 4th, but only 3/10 out of 2nd. Great run for Tom. All right, we're going back to Formula Fords, 1600. Left Buck in the Pringgit Mistral is on the course. Let's just have a quick look at the Formula Ford situation. Currently, Paul Harris is leading the class with a 5:0.92 on his 2nd timed run, which is in the dry, 7 seconds quicker than the first run. So let's see how he does.
Indeed, yeah. Les Buck just threads it through the exit of S. Even he gets a little bit of oversteer on the power there. Loads of fun. He's going to be on the brakes and he's just going to head round semicircles. Now we've got Caroline Ryder. She's gone purple on acceleration. She struggles with a bit of understeer through Tories as well. Slippy around there, so she's going to be hard on the brakes. She's now turning nicely through Pardon. We've got Les Buck with the 51.58. That's a quick time. So back to Caroline Ryder. We are going to head to the S's now. What's she going to do?
I say she's going to go quicker, but Les Buck's time actually put him in the second place in the class. That was a rocket of a time on the hill, but Caroline Ryder, purple all the way around. Are we going to see a 4 in the front of this time?
Come on, Caroline. Come on. Yes, we are.
49.78. 49.78. That puts her in the class lead. We got Lawrence Marks up next in the Van Diemen RF94. Currently in 8th in class at the moment, looking to move up on that one. And then we've got Jimmy Harris on the line. Now Jimmy's been sort of leading the class sort of on and off all weekend through practice and through the
qualification.
Yeah, sorry.
Bit of brain fog. It comes at this time of the weekend.
No, it's the way the timing screen's gone. It was like it threw me off. He was quickest in the wet, but can he quicken the dry? Because Caroline just slapped down the time. Lawrence Marks back in. Nice trip coming out of the S's. Fully controlled. Around semicircle he goes. Out the other side. What's he going to do? He is going to do a 55.36. Jumps up to 6.
Wow, good grief. Jimmy Harris, brave as you like, around under the bridge. So quick. What speed time we got there? 70, so he's going really quick, but Caroline Ryder was just as quick. Yeah. This is going to be good. Caroline Ryder was clearly on a very, very quick run, but we're purple here. We're purple. We are just about half a second, maybe more in front at the moment. Jimmy Harris, as he heads towards the S's, he's absolutely flying, is Jimmy. He just gets a little bit of oversteer on the entrance to the S's.
Yep, that's absolute. Oh, he's using the curbing, he's using the grass, he's using the track, he's using everything in the kitchen. He doesn't have a kitchen sink, but if he had one, he'd probably use it. Here he goes across the line with a 48.77. Takes the class win by a second, unofficially, of course, because they have to be ratified by timing. But he just set a time a second quicker than Caroline Ryder, and that is one major result.
Yeah.
Now we've got a bit of a problem on the start line here.
Looks like Paul Jones and Darren Gumley looking confused around their car. Not sure what's happened. Paul Jones did a couple of burnouts. He sat on the start line, but Paul's been wheeled back. Please repeat. So false start, unfortunately. Paul's had a false start, unfortunately, so he
can't run.
So the rules are, if you stall and the rear wheel does not cross the line, you get another go. However, Paul's rear wheels did, so that counts as a failed run, unfortunately. But they're just going to figure out the best way to kind of extract that from the tyre warming zone, because Darren's got to have a go in that car next. So we'll figure that out whilst Andy Greenan's on the line.
Yeah, I believe they're talking to the clerk of the course right now to work out how to do this.
Yeah.
So they've pushed him back for the moment. So I think what they may do is actually change drivers here and then push Darren back to before the and get the car re-prepared.
Yeah, they're going to want that because it's got cold, grassy tyres now, which is less than perfect. So let's just see what works out here.
So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But anyway, moving on. We got Adam Greenan on the line in the Empire Evo 3, and we are back into the racing cars, 1100cc up to 1600cc. Now, their first times were all in the wet, and we had David Warburton. David Warburton qualified for the top 10 runoff. Richard Spedding just missed out. But Andrew Greenan was right there with Richard Spedding, so we're going to have to see what happens here. So Adam Greenan's on the run, ready to go.
The other fact of the matter is, as well, is that Darren doesn't have his things with him.
I think they will sort that out.
Go back and get them. So
I think Darren's just checking to see if there's enough fuel in the car.
Let him have another go. Let him have another go.
Yeah. No, rules is rules.
Rules is rules, but I think Adam might be having a problem as well, potentially. So it's all going on the start line.
It's Adam's shaking his head. There seems to be a bit of a
fires the car up again.
He's been acting up. It's probably the weekend. It's really, really strange on the start line this weekend with cars just sort of bumping forward and setting off the timer. I'm not quite sure what's going on. But anyway, here goes Adam Green and off the line. Purple sectored it. Well, he's the first one to actually get off the line in the class. So,
wow. Big moment there. He's really thrown it around. He always goes off there. He's overdriving it, I think, slightly perhaps.
He actually came.
He really got close to the gravel trap there. He was hard on the brakes, locked up. Almost found his way into the Kittle, didn't he?
Yeah, he actually almost came to a stop to get it turned around. So he's still going to get a time run, but it's going to drop him right down the order, this one. But he's got to do what he can do. It's just one of those things.
No doubt we'll get a replay, I'm sure. Olivia Cooper leaves the line. Now, can she capitalise on the Green mistake? Now, 43.83 for Adam Green. Can Olivia capitalise?
Well, this is the thing. Adam's done a quicker time, and that still was his quick time, but he's in the dry this time. So he actually still in second place at the moment, but all the other ones are behind him, and they are sniffing a scalp, if you will, because of that mistake. Olivia's purple sector.
Oh, Olivia.
Oh,
she's annoyed.
Olivia has just exiting the S's, just turned the car sideways and nerfed the Armco, so knocked the wing off the front of the car. She is not happy. The arms in the air, what happened? Just under acceleration coming out of the S's, heading towards semicircle. The car just, I think it bit the curb a bit. We'll get a replay in a minute. I think Rich has got to do numerous replays.
Yeah, there's a bit. I think there's a bit for Richard to do. So so we've got a wild Adam Green and run.
We got a crazy Adam Green and run. Olivia's done that. We can get Paul Jones off the start line.
And the problem is with Olivia, it's been treacherous out of the exit of the S's. Is she on slicks as well? She's on slicks as well.
Slicks, and it's a damp area. It's under the trees. So it's the last area.
She'll be even more annoyed when she finds out she was purple.
She's purple sector. So, here we go. Yeah, this is Olivia. So she comes off, gets out of the S's, puts her foot down. Yeah, just the back end just skidded out on her. It spun her up and turned her sideways, and she just nosed into the Armco. The wheels are still on and everything. It just knocked the nose cone off, and she is, politely put, slightly annoyed.
Probably a good thing that her helmet isn't connected to our PA system.
Our microphones that are and you should be able to hear the cars a little bit.
Oh, bother! I think we've probably in there. So,
oh dear, I've hit the Armco. Might be the thing.
Well. Never mind. And again, a rare mistake. The rare mistake for Olivia.
Absolutely. Olivia, very, very tidy runner, but the track is still tricky. I noticed that some of the cars that came up just before I came back in, they were still running wets. They weren't on slicks, and this may be the reason why. There's been there's a lot of competitors letting other competitors go. Did you go on wets? Did you go on slicks? So it looks like it's slicks in the bottom half of the course. But the top half of the course, there's a lot of damp patches, and I mean, we're staring at it, and there's a major damp patch there.
But fortune favours the brave, however, because Olivia was purple throughout the entire. If she could have just got out of this is okay. She'd have been on the right tire. She would have gone quickest.
Absolutely, she would have set a good time. But we're just looking at the S's and the exit, and it's under the trees, and it is, I would said. That strategy.
Greasy.
Did we not have a competitor? Yeah, it is slipperier than goose grease.
We had Dave Tatham. He went up on wets when everyone was on slicks. He went up on wets and he went quickest.
He did.
1100s.
He wasn't much faster than the normal on the wets and slid type of thing, but just enough to hold the position.
Yeah.
So
Shame, because Olivia was going really well, but hey, it's not the first time that she's lost a nose cone, I'm sure.
It looks like Olivia's going to get back in the car and they're going to roll her down the hill.
Yeah.
I think, the nose is looking a bit sorry for itself.
Because if that front wing is completely detached, then I assume they'll just push the car off the wing and then bring the wing down after the car.
Yeah, because they don't want to damage anymore. Those aren't cheap, and they don't normally have spares.
No, quite right.
It depends on the car here.
So there you go. Look, so Dave Tatham, he went quicker than Jonathan Flesher, who put in the drive of an absolute warrior, but a 40.96, and I think Dave Tatham did that on wets.
He did. I was actually when he came back in because they were sitting there going, you did a 40-second run. Like they were actually shocked at the time he put in on that. Now what you're seeing on the screen, that's our runoff qualifiers so far. Obviously we've got a whole bunch to go through, but question is, can Dave Tatum get into the runoffs for the second time? That is the question. But we still have, we still have a lot of runners and riders to go here. So we'll have to, we're going to have to wait and see. So Olivia's back in the car. Going to strap her in, and I think she's
just going to fire it up and take
I
it
think
to the
she's
end.
just going to start the car up, or they'll push start it, and she's just going to drive it off. And the marshals and the clerk of the course will bring the extra bits back down the hill for.
Yeah, because the impact was complete. It was on the grass, so there's no debris on the.
No, the
course
track's clean.
All.
It just turned on her, and she couldn't get it stopped in time, and the nose just went poof. Yeah, here she comes. The car's perfectly fine, except it's got no nose on it. Now the question is, what does Liam Cooper do?
I would imagine give Olivia a hug and say, "Don't worry about it," and we'll see you next time.
That's racing.
That's racing.
Yeah. So Olivia's coming off the course. She's driving the car back down. The front wing will be coming down in a separate vehicle, and yeah, she's not going to be happy. So Liam, you probably have to go into the. Some of the other duties that are part of the contract you signed years ago.
Yes, indeed, indeed. But no, never mind. Well, look, as you say, it's racing, and we shall get cracking again soon because there's not really a clean-up operation to happen. So we're just going to
get the cars off, get the Clark back down here, and let's go racing.
Red flags in, and away we'll go.
I almost did the old Daryl. Was it Daryl Waltrip? Well, flipping hell, Owen. Daryl Waltrip and. And the other commentator on NASCAR used to go, let's go boogity, boogity, boogity.
Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Let's go racing, boys. Daryl Waltrip start when he was commentating on NASCAR racing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going a bit hillbilly here, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, marshals will be back to their posts in a moment.
Yeah, drag the fire bottle back up. You know, the marshals never go anywhere. Another shout out for the marshals, all our volunteers, marshals, the rescue crews, and everything else. As you can see, we can't do anything. We can't race without them. If we didn't have marshals, we'd have the racers have nowhere to race. The commentators have nothing to talk about, and you'd have nothing to look at. So, you know, we're forever grateful. And if you want to get involved in marshaling, it's a great group to hang out with, and you get to go to access racing and all sorts of things. Just ask anybody, any official, anything like that. Well, I saw about the marshalling, and I'd like to try it out. So, we're just Lloyd's just getting a bit of behind the scenes here. Shout out to all of the marshals, volunteers. We've got paddock marshals that's starting out young, so we start them in there. And it is when you've got 100+ competitors in a paddock, it is like herding cats sometimes. Yes. So we've got a troop of young marshals out there, following instructions and getting all of the competitors where they're supposed to be with little fuss. Because being a competitor myself, we can get completely self-absorbed in whatever the car is doing. So, so Clark of the course just getting the old course car whipped around there. I should show him how to handbrake turn a Mini, but that will save that for another day.
Good car, those Cooper S's. I've had a couple of those. I had a John Cooper Works one in stock until recently. Just sold that. Great
are you a car salesman by any chance?
Might be. Who's asking? Who wants a car?
Actually, I do need a car, but not a sporty car. No, my son actually needs a car, but I'll talk to you later about that. I've got to replace it.
I'll do a special price.
Yeah, special price. Add 10%. Yes, okay, right. It's special. I made it just for you.
No, absolutely. Yeah. You can have the discount that I'm going to increase the price on.
Yeah. This is like typical retail. Up at 30%, and then said I'll knock 10% off of that for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and still make 20%. Right. So
I think we'll be getting going soon. How are we getting on with subscribers? I wonder. Do you think we've got any subscribers today?
Well, I think the coverage has been so good today. I think we should have gained a few subscribers over the 15,143 that we had yesterday.
Yes.
And if you haven't subscribed yet, sort yourself out. Give yourself.
You can't just watch this for free. 15. Do you know what? We're not doing too bad. I think we've got next.
We gained another 300, 400. So
yeah, I will take that.
I like his target when we were back when I was with him in June was 12,000.
Yeah.
So kind of obliterated the 15,000.
There we go. We've got another one. Hey! Live subscribing.
Thank you. Whoever subscribed that, thank you very much. It'll make Rich's day. So, before the end of the season, so I have a feeling at Lowton Park I'm going to be doing my wholesale. Come on, cough it up.
Yeah.
We want to get to 16,000, but I'd say we'd be close by then.
Oh, it's all rolling in. Oh, this is just rolling in now. We're going to be at 1 million by the end of the day, I think. We're going to be 1 million subscribers by the end of the day.
If we got 1 million by the end of the day, our producer would probably need hospitalization.
Another one. Yeah, that's it. Keep subscribing. Keep
scrolling.
Keep subscribing. We've done 10 in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think.
Another one.
We only need 420 more. Okay, our cameras are on some of our spectators right now.
That's it.
I'm sure there's got to be a smile out there somewhere. Come on, folks. I hope you're enjoying the live racing today here. Our viewers want to see some smiles because they say how good it is to come in person.
Mexican wave at Park.
Mexican wave. There's a young lady waving on camera. Thank you very much. There you go.
There we go. You're live on YouTube. Live on YouTube. There you go. Having a great day.
Yeah,
thanks for bearing with us.
Enjoying the afternoon. Well,
thanks for bearing with us.
I guess we better send them a car up the hill because they're sitting there patiently waiting.
Absolutely. How about the Dr. Alan Warburton, the doctor of electronic traction control systems.
The doctor of grip.
The grip doctor, yes.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yes.
That could mean all sorts of things. Motorsport grip doctor. Right, Alan Warburton in a stupidly quick 1600cc Gould GR59.
It is stupidly quick, isn't it?
It is stupidly quick.
Yeah, flat 93
miles an hour. Olivia was actually 92 miles an hour, and she was on one. So let's see where we're going here. I'm just checking the splits here. So who's holding the lead at the moment? Adam Greenan, and he's actually dead even with Adam Greenan times at the moment.
Just have a little hesitation. Then he just have a little bit of a gear issue there. I don't think he's all right. No, I think he's all right. He's just rolling it through. The S is okay. Is he going a little bit slow? No, he's okay. He's okay. It's just me.
Well, he's got a snoot full of methanol there.
Oh, we love that though. Darren fires his Force T8. Down Gumley off the line and shares the car with Paul Jones. He's quick through his 74, so he's just going to head around.
Alan Warburton was only half a second quicker than his first time run.
Nice. Well, Darren at the minute's gone purple. Where are we on the splits, Owen? How are we looking?
Darren on the splits, he's a tenth of a second up on Alan Warburton at the moment. So he's slowed right down to midway.
Is that a problem? That's a problem.
He's got a problem.
He's stuck in gear. He's stuck in gear.
Stuck in gear. It didn't want to go. I wonder if that's what caused the jump on Paul.
Possibly.
The gearbox is acting up. So Darren Gumley has got a time, but it's horrible. 51.43. But I think the car's stuck in gear, and I'm wondering that's what caused the jump on Paul.
What a shame. Not their day. Not their day today.
Mark Slanker's going, an opportunity. I'll have some of that. He's purple sectors all the way up to semicircle.
Absolutely, yeah. Nice little power drift, but he just loses a bit of time on the exit of the S's. What can he do? Can he pull that time back? As I tell you what, this class is wide open. He's going to finish in a 3.91. Yeah.
Wow.
Class no one wants to win.
Mark Slanker just set third quickest time in the class, so he's going there. But Gary Hill, he's looking for some more dry running. Purple sectors again. So can he hold that and jump up? David Warburton is still holding the lead in this class. But that was set in the wet.
Yeah, absolutely. Gary's purple all the way so far. So big dab of opposite lock as he exits S. It is slippy on the exit.
The exit is really greasy. Cars are sliding all over the place.
If you're on slick,
42 gives Gary Hill the lead in the class at the moment. But we've still got some big name hitters coming up. Let's see what they can do. Andrew Colburn's on the line in the Van Diemen RF02 FX.
Indeed he is. It's a really quick car off the line. 2.25 off the line. As we're saying, they've been driving this car quicker and quicker all year. So last run of the day, what can they do? Andrew and Aaron, they share the car. Andrew just braking into Ettores, leans his head in. You need all that steering lock to get you around Ettores. He's back on the power. He's hard on the brakes now. He's going to turn in early. He's purple on the splits. Doesn't look the most dramatic of runs, but it's neat and tidy, so it's going to be quick.
I think this is the K1 over Tudors, and funny enough, Aaron Aaron Colburn, the other driver in this car, is actually leading the class after the first time runs.
And we've got threats of a possible short rain shower coming, which could spice things up.
We've got a report.
Right, how many umbrellas have we got here? Let's get them over the track. Everybody line up in a big line over the track.
Although right now, if we say something and they've got umbrellas, we're going to end up skewered, I think, a little bit. So.
Yeah. Do you know what? I might do some reverse psychology. I really want rain. Rain would be great. Let's do some reverse psychology. Rain would be
you
great.
will find Lloyd in leaving the box shortly.
Locked in a broom cupboard somewhere.
We have some team members, a bunch of young lady team members standing in front of us, giving us the stare of death for mentioning the R word. Right, Nicola Dearden lays in a 56.96, so that was 3 seconds quicker than her earlier run. Nikki Cottrell in the Pilbeam MP82, the flamethrower car as I call it, is already up the S's, and now we're getting into the tricky area here, these S's. Gets it out of there, takes it easy, gets back on the gas again, gets a rotate around semicircle, coming out the other side. So this should be a good, better, much improved time over the first time. Yeah, it's actually, believe it or not, 9 seconds quicker. Chucks her up into 5th place at the moment with a 49.16. Michael Tregoning in the Pilbeam MP88, all the way from Cornwall, is already up into this greasy, slippery bit of the track, heading into the S's here. Tippy towing through a little bit, gets it around. Heads off the other side, sees, hang on, the track's a little bit grabby here. I'll get back on the gas again. Nice tight run around semicircle, out the other side he goes, and a 47.88 jumps him into 5th. Andy Bogard is now on the hill, and he's purple sector so far.
Yeah, indeed, he's going really well. Here's Andy Bogard, he's come from the Channel Islands. Really quick, he's purple all the way. He's really pushing on. Is he on slicks? Or is he, I think he may be wet shod front. No, he slicks front and rear. So this is brave. There was commentator's curse.
Yeah.
I could just hear the screech of tyres.
We heard the screech of tyres. The exit of the S's coming around that left-hander. Back end kicked out. He dropped 2 wheels on the grass. Had to stop. Got it going again. So Andy, believe it or not, still set the quickest time in the class of the 44.1.
He lost a couple of seconds on the
So he was looking at a 42 at least. So Andy Bogart's taking the lead, but this track is getting absolutely tricky in the S's and the exit of the S's area.
Absolutely, yeah.
Anybody that's on slicks is getting caught out, but the problem is the rest of the track is a slick tire track. So what do you do?
You've just got to be brave.
You run wets and on the dry stuff and hope they don't overheat before they get to the wet stuff.
It's there.
It's right there. Or you run slicks knowing that you're going to have to tippy toe it through there. That's a tricky one.
We are right in the crossover points at the moment, so who knows? What can Jonathan Varley do? This will be interesting to see what he does.
Tim Elmer's done a 46 flat. He failed the first one, but 46 flat, so he's got
104 miles an hour in the bridge.
Jonathan Varley's on slicks, and he is in a hurry. 104 miles an hour under the bridge. He's going to see, he's purple everywhere, but
he's quickest overall so far.
He's quickest overall, but what's going to happen at the S's, Lloyd?
Yeah, well, let's see. He's going really well. Let's have a look. So is he going to come down the box? He must be knowing. Yeah, so big lock of opposite. See, that could have gone both ways, couldn't it? That was close to firing him the other way, but he held it to Jonathan. He's got away with it. He's going to benefit from his tyre choice. 39.79. He's 5 seconds pretty much quicker than Andy Bogard.
Yeah, but that greasy area, it kicked him out. He caught it, but it was going. So really good piece of driving. So a 39.79 on slick tires, catching the slide in the wet spot. Now that leaves the competitors are paying attention to this. Apparently, some of them do actually listen to us.
Yeah, well,
it's just some weird rumor.
I have to say it is very tricky. And
so now because the competitors looking at what other competitors are doing, they've just seen that. Jonathan Varley is now the top runoff qualifier. Jonathan Gething with a 43.93 is 12th qualifier at the moment. Right, here we go. We have a car. We've got some double driver swap overs, hence the quick delay here. So coming up to the line. So if you're watching live there, you'll see the car coming in.
Andy Greenan.
It's Andy Greenan.
Yeah.
And he's literally, Brother Adam is pushing this car up the flipping. They're pushing it to the start line.
I can only imagine that they've got limited clutch life left, so no...
there is some sort of problem here.
Surely there's a clutch issue there, I
He pushed
think.
that car all the way to the start line. Now, I just need to check something here. Do they need to set a time in there?
Have they got one more launch left in them?
Oh,
Adam, you look shattered. You've had a big day.
Yeah. Is he going to get the car off the line and will it hold up? But he's absolutely knackered. He pushed that all the way from the paddock.
Adam's driving. Andy was pushing.
It was Andy that was pushing.
Yeah. Has it got one more? There's a concerned look on Andy's face.
Well, actually, I'm not sure that. I think they've got that. I think that is actually.
We've got Adam here. But let's see. Either way, it's one of the Greenham brothers. Let's. I think
he's got off the line. I'm pretty sure it's
big step of oversteer corrected there.
Oh, gets it. He is fighting this car for everything it's worth. Let's get up the hill.
Hard on the brakes.
He's
Whoa! No, he didn't get away with that one, unfortunately.
No, he's didn't get it slowed down for pardon, and he's parked it in the gravel trap. No damage other than the fact he's in the gravel trap.
Yeah, he just kind of collided with the. He just kind of rubbed up the banking on the right-hand side of Pardon. He was hard on the brakes.
We've just had word that we may have. Let's look at the replay.
I don't think it was personally. I think they just went in a bit too hot, and I think he just contacted the barrier and he just couldn't stop. Yeah, that for me. So you know what Jonathan Flesher did earlier?
Yes.
That's what was on the cusp of happening, but Jonathan Flesher managed to get away with it.
So he went in hard.
He went into
locked it up. Yeah. And instead of getting it around, it actually went to driver's right, and then he just sort of ran the Armco. Watch again.
Four wheel.
Oh, hang on. Oh!
No, he goes over the bump, which is okay. That's okay. That's all as it should be.
Yeah, it still looks okay.
Interesting to see.
Locks it up.
I think he just has a big
that's a lockup.
That's a big lockup. Rich is always eagle-eyed, so
Rich
I would never normally go against what he sees.
I think what Rich saw is that bump. It looked like he ran something over or
it is Andrew. It is Andy.
It was Andrew, because Adam has already done 2 runs.
I did think so.
So there. So it's sitting in the gravel trap. I don't think no damage to it, although it did ride the Armco a bit.
Unless this issue that they've got with the clutch gearbox, maybe this issue getting off the line, there looked a bit of concern on Adam's face.
Well,
he pushed it to the line for a reason.
He pushed that a long way.
Maybe it wasn't coming down the gears quite as quick as he'd like. No engine braking. You know they like to come down the gears and they like to lock at the rear axle slightly and just rotate the car. That's how they like to drive it, isn't it?
But you watch him going into a Torres, and he was wrestling with that car, trying to get it slowed down and get it around. So he was pushing.
Yeah,
he's also on slicks.
He is on slicks.
He's on slicks.
I think that car's harbouring a slight issue that we're not sure of at this moment. But
so are we deferring to our illustrious producer, saying there may be something contributing to the?
I think he's had a lockup, and I think he's just made touch with the barrier and just got too far off to the right hand side, and he just couldn't bring it back.
Are we talking slick tires, full attack, twitchy track?
Yes, I think so. That's probably the most likely, but also I know that the Greenans like to come down the box as late as possible and sort of lock the rear axle up, which rotates the car in, and then they control the oversteer. If the gearbox is playing up and it's not come down quickly enough, then potentially
there it is. There, he actually hit the grass at origin. Look at the twitching back and forth and the braking coming into there. Here we go again on the replay. That little bump there.
Listen to the gear change. Just play that one more time, Rich, if you don't mind. I just want to listen to the gear change. If it didn't come down any gear change, then that to me is that the gearbox has had an issue, no engine braking, and all he got is just braking, and that just threw the whole thing out. So let's just listen to this one more time. If it doesn't come down any gears on the entrance to Pardon, I think there may have been an issue there, because I know the Greenans love to back down the gears. Came down one gear. Down one.
He just came down one. I think he was just too hot going in, and on the slicks, it's still damp. So didn't have enough grip, and it just slid a little bit right.
The Greenans are human, as it turns out.
That's only a rumor. we don't have definitive evidence of that, because the way that actually Adam pushed that car from a half a mile away downhill and then uphill. But always entertaining, guys.
Fantastic.
Glad you're okay. what do we call it? The old That's Racing thing. So they've chucked Andrew back in the car. They're going to push him out of the gravel trap, and he's going to coast that thing back down the hill again.
Car's completely fine, as you say, Owen. It just there's no doesn't look like there's any damage. Possibly a little rub of a tyre.
I was going to say that tyre might not be round anymore.
No,
but. Guys, spectators, if you can, give him a round of applause for putting on, going, I'm going to go as fast as I can.
Please, round of applause for the Greenans.
Yeah, give him a hand. He absolutely was going for it. That's what you came here to see, so thank you very much for the show. And, we'll see you at the next one. That's got to be a bit of a lumpy ride coming down there.
Yes.
It's like thump, thump, thump. It's like getting one of those trolleys, shopping market trolleys.
Yeah, with the wobbly wheel. Yeah.
Well, no, with the flat spot because somebody jammed it or something like that, and you're pushing, goes clunk, 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 clunk.
Yeah. Well, we'll be back up and running soon. We've got Dave Warburton coming up on the hill next.
Have we now?
GR59, Dave.
But David, believe it or not, currently David is not winning the class, although he set a time in the wet and he's second in class.
Message from Team Legacy UK. Massive thanks to Stephen Darley for the loan of the Baron, whilst the Legacy is feeling a little under the weather.
Yeah, that is Damien and Team Legacy. Shout out to Stephen Darley in the Purple Baron.
And please follow them on Instagram and Facebook. They sponsored by AT Turbos. Do please follow them. Any images or footage you have, do tag them in @Team Legacy. They're ever so grateful, ever so active on social media. They would love to see your photos.
Yeah. In Los Angeles, watching Prescott having breakfast. Still wish I was there though. Grant Sinclair. Grant, thank you for your patronage. I'm not quite sure what breakfast you would have in LA because I can't see a full fry-up going on over there. But
glass of water
and a celery stick. No, but Grant, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Colin Mee. Hi, Colin. He's actually the newsletter editor for Hagley District Car Club.
Nice.
Keeps nagging me for an article every now and then. Looks like I arrived home from Soggy Lowton Park just in time. Yes, you did, Colin. We've got some big action. You're just in time for qualifying. We've got some iffy weather, but at the moment we're dry-ish. The track is being really, really challenging. And, but you're calling just in time to watch David Warburton on the line. Getting some heat in those rear tires. The front tires, his dad Alan brushed him off, so there's nothing on him before he starts. So
very consistent times. He did a 43.02 this morning and a 43.03 in the runoff.
Yep.
So
now,
really quick.
I think we are the driest of the day here.
Certainly are.
And he's gone with slicks. He's going full slicks.
There's a man that can.
Let's see how he handles the S's. Right, off the line he goes.
Oh, David,
no.
Oh.
Something broke
What's
off
going on
the
today?
line.
What's going on today?
This is turning. This is the fourth. This is Class J2. This is the fourth fail on the second run. That something broke. Yeah, so I would say it's a half shaft or something, but that just plain broke, launching off the line. And that puts David Warburton out of the runoff for the afternoon.
Oh, Dave, because he needed to stay ahead of points for in front of.
I don't know the timing at the moment.
He's got to stay in front of Jack Cottrell, which is going to be tricky now.
Well, Jack set a blistering time. No, he hasn't come up for the second run, but he did make the first run.
He'll be disappointed.
The other thing is, David is actually not leading the class either. Because the first time runs are in the damp, I think he's going to get...
He's going to be gutted with that.
He's going to end up with a horrible result in the class.
Another one. Somebody get David Warburton a beer soon. Oh, he'll be gutted. He'll be gutted.
Yeah.
Shame.
So that's... Oh, wow. Okay. Now, the other runners in this class are probably getting a bit jinx, crazy.
So was that the last car that we would have had from that class, or is that Gary Hill's class?
Gary Hill's class. We still have who we got left?
I feel like that's everyone.
No, we got Richard Spedding. Richard Spedding hasn't come up yet. Liam Cooper, I think, is out because Olivia's car thing.
Yep.
Jason Tunnicliffe hasn't come out yet, and we know John Stockley's engine didn't make it to timed runs.
Very much not, yeah.
So there's a bit of a carnage turning on.
What's that? What happened? Richard Spedding and Tunnicliffe have gone home.
Oh. Right, so we've just been informed that Richard Spedding and Jason Tunnicliffe will not be doing a second timed run.
This is the Monaco Grand Prix of whenever it was that nobody wanted to win it. Was it 1996?
Well, if that's
like six riders left.
If that's the case, Gary Hill may have pulled off a class win.
Go Gary! Well done, Gary Hill.
So
himself a class win.
Yeah, that's well done, Gary. So he might put after all of this adventures, shows you just never give up.
No, absolutely not. Well, on a day like today, there's always a surprise somewhere, and Gary's driven really well.
I have to apologize. I don't know how Gary's been doing this year in class in general, so I don't know if that's a first win or multiple wins. But either way, sir, it looks like you have pulled off a class win for the day. Unofficially, of course, we cannot. Anytime we say everything is unofficial because the timekeepers has to be signed off at the end of the day for the official results. Right? Who do we got here?
Ooh, a leaky Colborne car.
Right.
I hate to say it. That's dropping fluid. That is. That's dropping fluid. We need a flag.
Whoa! Somebody's flag. Yeah, there's a massive puddle on the start line. He is leaking everywhere on the track.
I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't slip on that. And that's starting to misfire as well.
Yeah, it's.
He's okay. He'll be okay. He's still going.
Okay.
He's through the S's. He's off through the S's. Yeah.
He's got nothing on the dashboard telling him he's leaking things. So whether it's overflow, but there was fluid coming out of the lower half.
Fluid coming out of that car. Hopefully it's water. Hopefully he manages to turn it off quickly.
Yeah,
gets across
it's
the
going
line.
across the line, but it's starting to smoke something bad. He did a 44-44, and. Aaron Colburn in the car there.
Is that oil? Is that water? I'm just looking. That's oil.
I don't know.
They've
got the broom, but it actually is left a trail up the part in there. It is water. So okay. So they're just checking it to be sure. We just got a report. It is coolant. I guess don't know if the engine was starting to overheat. Head gasket was just starting to blow some water.
Well, I mean, it could be a pipe, can't it? You know, pipes can burst and clips can fail, but it's the better of the two fluids we'd rather on the track.
But
We've already had some oil
obviously,
on there,
there was no sign on the dashboard saying, "Oh, you've got a problem."
Well, I suppose if there's enough water in there to keep the engine cool, it's not going to overheat, is it?
No. It would have to run for about 5 minutes before they found it.
Yeah, hopefully he's got away with that.
So they are double-checking the course, though. All the marshals are out checking. Thank you very much, marshals, for
They've had a bit to do this afternoon, haven't they?
Stellar job. Yeah, this is...
the closer we get to 6 o'clock, the closer it starts to get a bit grey on this weather forecast.
This is turning adventurous. I did hear about a 6 o'clock rainstorm, but I thought we'd have plenty of time. But at the rain... Okay, commentator's curse. Let's just have.
To be honest, I don't think it matters what the track. It's apparently it's a chaos afternoon anyway, Owen. So it doesn't matter what we say.
Well, we need to. We've got visitors from around the world watching and everything. It's like, why make it straightforward?
This is a chaos afternoon, isn't it?
There's is that a Torres? Look at the inside of Torres. We've got Johnny Red is actually just after Pardon Corner up on the stone wall. So I think you might be on camera, Johnny. If you want to wave, we might be able to pick you up quickly. Let's see where he is. I think he's just about there. So, Johnny Red's up there. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you're getting some good, if you're taking pictures, good shots, and not if you're just enjoying the afternoon. But, we're looking at the inside of Venturi's there, and that is starting to look just...
credit's due the marshals, because it got horrible earlier, didn't it, on the inside of Venturi's
They cleaned that all
so they've done
up,
a really nice job
if you notice, a lot of the competitors are taking a wide line around that now, so they're not dropping the wheel in.
Yeah.
So
100%. Yeah. It's looking a lot better than it did.
So So we just got we're apparently this room is also the marshals, the pit paddock marshals.
Yeah, that's okay.
Cleanup
That's okay.
We are generally in the closet.
That's all right.
We're in the cleaning closet. But there we go. Okay, so. We are
soon. I would have thought the water spillage is kind of in the middle of the car, as you can imagine.
They'll line up probably straddling that, so it won't affect the cars on the launch. So they'll either go right of it or go over it. So as long as the tires don't get in it, not fine. So here we go. Car 129 coming on the line. That's Andrew Henson in the podless Dallara/Gould vehicle, the F394.
Very unique looking car.
It is unique, but there's no side pods. There's no radiators on this. It's strictly circulate the coolant around the engine.
I love the double stack air filters, those big carburetors sticking out the side of the back.
Now, Andrew's approach is, watch this. He's lined up, ready to go, but watch the visor. It doesn't go down. It's like he's switch mode. Here he goes. He's got it on, steering wheel on, gear on, and go. So the visor's kind of like switch from setting it up mode to race mode. So it's a psychological thing. You'll notice a lot of drivers actually do that.
Well, 86 miles an hour through bridge. He's not going slow, is he? He's really having to push on. He's taking the good tight inside line through Ettores, and he's back on the power now between Ettores and Pardon. He's hard on the brakes. He's going to turn in there, find the grip, turns it beautifully around there. This is probably the best run I've seen from Andrew this weekend. This is really, really nice. Now we're getting into the treacherous bit now. Through the S's, he turns left, turns right. And he's left through the exit. And again, it's caught another one out.
It's the same
another one
problem.
out. No damage. There's no damage.
No damage. He just nerfed it.
He's done the exact carbon copy of Olivia Cooper, except he's still got his front wing. So exact carbon copy of Olivia Cooper.
Yeah, back in, come onto the throttle, coming out of the S's, and the car just turned left.
Yeah, there's no need for any major Team America-style recovery. Just push him back down the hill, I would have thought, or send him to the end.
Yeah, Marshalls will push that back onto the track, and they'll get going again. I think it got the timing strut. So we'll have a look. No far, but that corner is absolutely causing havoc. Let's have a look at the replay. So here we go. Same thing again. Takes it sort of middle through that corner, comes out the bed on the gas,
Do you know what?
and it just went left.
Do you know what, Owen? It looks dry. I'd imagine from what we can see, it still looks moist. But from a driver's perspective, I think it's starting to look and feel a bit dry.
It looks dry, but
and
it's
it just
not.
Gets you.
Absolutely not.
It just gets you.
Exit of the S's is turning into the biggest driving challenge of the weekend.
Yeah, it's tricky. That is. It is tricky, but these are the joys of.
So here's a replay. It's slowing right down here, coming through the middle here. Takes a nice apex, gets on the gas, and it turns sideways and just nerfs the Armco just a little bit. So it's just nerfed the front of the car just a hair. He scuffed his vehicle.
It looked it looked like it kind of just flexed and went out and back in again.
It's like the old Roscoe P. Coltrane saying, "You just gone and scuffed my vehicle." Yeah, that's if you need to watch the Dukes of Hazzard from 50 years ago.
Oh, I did when I was a kid. Yeah, I used to love the Dukes of Hazzard. Yeah, absolutely.
The problem is I watched it when it was new.
Well, look, here you go. Exactly the same as Olivia Cooper. And Olivia Cooper does not make
same
mistakes.
line and everything.
Exactly the same thing happened.
Just comes out of the corner and the back end just goes.
But I think the thing about the car that we've just seen spin about Andrew's car is it's slightly longer, so the pendulum effect was greater, so it kind of span and kind of slowed itself down, whereas Olivia's was so small. And so here you go. Look at this now. Exactly the same carbon copy effect. Turns around. He was luckier. He was just a bit luckier, wasn't he?
Yeah, the nose just nerfed on the Armco, but I think it just sort of tweaked it a little bit. So a bit of a scuff, but not broken off or anything.
No.
So the Clark of the course there. You see the course car there, and they're just trying to. They're actually checking the track now. Obviously, we had that. The car that was actually dropping a bit of water out there, so I think they may be having to look at that again.
It'll need the Austin Powers million-point turn, I think, to get.
Oh yeah, this is one of those that you can't push it either way because it's close. It's wedged in sideways, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, what do we do here? So we push it backwards, push it forward, push it backwards, push it forward. So I don't know if they're going to call for the Tonka or they're going to try.
No. I would imagine that. I would imagine just marshals are strong beings. I'd have thought they'd just pick the front up. And
Andrew is out of the car, helmet off, talking to the Clark of the course. So they'll decide what do you want to do here. So we'll just have to wait for a second and see what's going on. People are suddenly realizing we're actually the commentary booth today. They're not used to coming over here and going, why are there two guys sitting behind a glass making funny noises? Wait a minute. Speaking of captivity, here he is.
The Pons returns.
Mr. Pons, who's...
What have you been doing since I've been out? It's all happening, isn't it?
Well, I think you went up there and done some magic voodoo just to make our lives miserable down here.
Mate, it's all
You've been busy chatting, haven't you?
You smell of oats. Have you had some cake? You've got a good sense of smell on you, boy.
Oh, mate, if there's food around, I'm like a bloodhound.
So what happened this morning when you had that big wadge of, what was it, a Victoria sponge or something?
Yeah, it was my missus' birthday yesterday, and so she got an M&S cake.
I was trying to pretend it didn't exist.
Yeah,
No,
you do realize we're your co-workers today. So I mean, where was our piece of birthday cake?
Well, there was only that bit there. We'd ate the rest.
Oh.
Okay. Well, if you ate the rest, then you didn't need to have that extra piece today. I think you should have shared it out.
Always need extra cake.
Right. So we're being stared at by one of our fearless photographers, who's
young Wingy.
Yeah. The wingman is out there. Nice to see you too, Stuart.
Well, whilst they get this car straightened out, Andrew's gone back in. Andrew's gone back in. I think they're probably just going to do the 1 million point turn and push him back down. But what I will say, I'm going to swap back over now. I'm probably going to call it a day for the day now. I've been Lloyd Hackett. Thank you very much for listening to me. And, well, you can stick around, but I'm a fan as well, so I like to try and have a little look if I can.
He wants to go watch the thing on the hill.
I might go and watch the thing on the hill.
And listen to expert commentary.
Absolutely, yeah. Is Martin Brundle coming, is he?
Apparently so, yes.
But he's young enough and fit enough to run up that hill.
Anyway.
Actually, I could see him, in the rally world, what the spectators do is they actually wave the drivers down to a warning up ahead. Yeah. The spectators help out there, that type of thing.
Oh, look, he's got it going.
He's up. The nose is a bit like,
Without further ado, thanks for having me, chaps. Pleasure. As
it
always.
has been, Lloyd. Thank you very much.
Pass you over to Chris Ponsford. If you have any emergencies, do let me know. I will come and rescue you. But I will see you on the next one.
Right, thank you, Lloyd. It's been a pleasure, sir, and I hope you enjoyed your weekend here in the loony bin. How do I know it's a loony bin? Listen for the next word
I'll tell
hear.
you what, as somebody would say in America, incredible job. Thanks, mate. Well done, Lloyd. Fantastic. Yeah, get an ice cream. I've just had one, actually, rum and raisin today.
No, I went with raspberry ripple.
Did you?
Yeah. By the way, we've got Bob and his ice cream truck down near the start line, and we've got his mate up near Orchard, and it's
Kevin,
and it's scooped ice cream, not that soft wishy stuff out of the machine type of thing. Real proper ice cream.
Lovely stuff.
So go grab yourself an ice cream.
Quick cup of tea, perhaps?
I don't have time for tea. Ice cream, yes.
You're not a tea man?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't drink tea or coffee.
Oh, you don't drink it?
I'm one of those weird people.
Well, no, it's not for everyone.
No, I not find anybody else that actually doesn't drink tea.
Well, actually, one of my fishing mates, Paul Broadhurst, I don't know if he's watching today, but he doesn't drink any hot drinks.
Does Paul think there's fish on this channel?
He knows that I'm here, and I did tell him it was on this weekend, so his son sometimes comes with him to watch.
Oh, they actually come out in person?
Yeah, they come out to watch. Well, what's this doing?
That is the Prescott
rubbish van?
That's the Prescott Hillclimb all activity service vehicle.
Is it the all-weather rubbish van?
Well, it's not rubbish. It's a good little vehicle, that. But
No. You missed the point.
I usually do.
Rubbish in the back.
It does an assortment of jobs.
I've not seen this before, you see.
Yeah.
This is a four-wheel drive. Hey, look, here he comes.
Oh, hang on.
It's an Isuzu. It's rubbish. It's full of rubbish. Yes, indeed it is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the paddock, the clerk of the course has just come to see us. Now, we have been highlighting how slippery it is under the S's and the exit there, and the clerk of the course has now asked, on behalf of the officials, could you take into consideration that area is still really tricky and slippery, and they'd like to go home tonight. I'm not quite sure what that means. So we have mentioned how slippy it is. It's a lot of cars are having the same problem. The ones that are making it through, the back end are kicking out a bit. It looks like you've got grip, especially when you hug the inside apex next to the Armco, but as soon as you come out, to accelerate. It's just turning cars sideways. So just before the curbing on driver's right at the exit of that corner is getting there. So the clerk of the course has basically asked all the competitors, can you just take heed and note of the situation, please? Right, on the line, we have John Cottrell. He's got wets on the front, dries on the back. My mate Ponzi's going to take you through on this.
Yeah, I love this little car, this little Pilbeam MP82, old school type car. Not many Pilbeams on the hill, but we've got a few here, and this is one of them. This one runs a 4-cylinder, 2-litre Millington type engine, if not a Millington. Old school car, sharing this with wife Nikki. And of course, John is father of Jack Cottrell, who will be out later on in his Dallara, trying to qualify for the runoff. Anyway, so John now, so he's in the tarmacking business actually. That's one of his major businesses, based quite locally, Worcester way. Anyway, so here he comes. He's just exited the S's without any dramas. It is a drying track, as we see. There's lots of blotchy places on the track, but nevertheless, John goes through to the finish in a 50.94. So, Calvin Broad is about to leave the line. This is this car he shares with Alex Coles from Plymouth, who was sensationally quick in the qualifying and the runoff this morning. This is a little supercharged Hayabusa engine in this little force. It's a very sophisticated little car, really. Lots of horsepower, and well, in fact, I think he's found a new lease of life since young Alex has come on board. Alex obviously is a young charger, and so Calvin was always quick, but now Alex is on board. Yeah, he makes a nice exit out of the SS2. So he's heading up towards the finish. 41.83. Jamie Chalmers, he's the grandson of Roy Lane. Did you know that, folks? Anyway, so Jamie is driving the little romp again with a motorbike engine, but this one's the turbocharged version. Lots of horsepower. My man is coming back into play.
Is that what we're calling this?
Yeah, Owen is joined the fray.
Sorry, we just want to make. Sometimes people don't hear exactly what we're saying on the PA system, stuff like that. And we just, again, we're just talking about this area, the S's, and coming in. That it is absolutely not dry up there. It is slippier than can be. So, and it's throwing the drivers off. So it's just a conversation there, making sure that everybody heard us right. But we are as commentators highlighting the competitors in the paddock can hear us. And
well, that's enough. Oh, wow.
Just actually drove over the grass in midway coming into the S's.
I've not seen that happen much before.
No, that was a bit of a bizarre one, but he's still on track, Paul Alexander, and he's heading for semicircle.
He certainly is. He's heading up towards the finish. Now, William Lockridge has just left the line in the Works Empire race. 47.18 for Paul Alexander. Now, William has been getting quicker and quicker this year. He is actually from Northern Ireland, but he works over here an awful lot. This is the car you will see Zach Zammit driving as well. It's a supercharged or turbocharged engine, little Hayabusa in the back of it. Seriously quick car, isn't it? And actually, William he's certainly trying hard this year, and he's been setting PBs most places he's been to. So he's heading up towards the finish.
Yeah, the guys are a little bit wide on semicircle, no problem. Gathers that back up. It's a 42.64. Puts him into second place in the class currently. So they are heating a little bit, guys. Take it easy coming out of that S's. The back end will kick out a little bit, but expertly managed by the last two cars going up the hill there.
So I've just seen, yes, we were in the racing cars up to 1600cc.
And Jonathan Varley takes 1602 liter. Let's have a look again. Yeah, just a little bit. I'm not sure where the replay went there. But anyway, our producer's back online. We've got car 144 on the line. This is Pete Tatum.
Now this is brother of Dave.
This is brother of Dave. And they've finally found a problem on the car. And the car's running the best it has. However, he is basically his front tire, the tires, he's on slicks, but they are, in his words, knackered.
Well, so David ran up on wet last time, and as you know, has won that class. But
Pete Tatham is extremely rapid driver himself.
Yeah, he didn't want to chew up the wets because they're fairly new, but he will need new slicks for next season. So he's just gone with this route. We get on well with Pete. So
actually, he's in purple sectors at the moment. This little car runs on methanol, which gives him about 8 to 10% gain over conventional fuel. My goodness me, yes, he's through the S's now, coming round out of the S's, which has been the tricky place. Gets it all together. Okay, still in purple sectors, heading up towards the finish. He's the first one in running in this class. 41.38, 41.38. That's a massive improvement from this morning. And young David is really pleased there.
That actually gives Pete the class lead at the moment. And he's done a 41.38 on tires that shouldn't have, according to Pete.
Well, Dave shaking his head there. He's walking away now. So we have Paul Hames. Now, Paul Hames hasn't really had a great run this weekend. Is he going to change things around? At the moment, he's showing a purple sector. He's showing his true form, perhaps. Now, this is a very rapid car and driver combination into those tricky S's. As long as he gets around this, which he's looking like he's going to do successfully, he has indeed. Purple sector's going up semi towards the finish now. He's going through the line in a 38.97.
That is the fastest qualifier so far. We had Jonathan Varley did a 39 and change to take his class. Paul Hames is now in the 38s and taking the lead in this class. But we still have Alex Coles and a couple of others to come in this class.
Yeah, we do. And we're in this forced induction class at the moment. So this is forced induction motorbike engines.
So this is Paul Alexander on a replay, and it just somehow, I've heard of cutting the corner, but that was literally brave. Cutting the corner, and I don't think the car was too happy about that.
I've seen him going over those rumble strips through the S's today, but actually cutting the corner, that is definitely grass cutting.
Grass cutting. Your weekly come and mow the lawn guys here. You may not need to do that bit because he just did it for you.
Wow.
So I'm just watching Gemma come down the start straight with an ice cream.
Oh, lovely ice cream there.
She's just giving me the look of you're going to die later.
Yeah. Well, don't worry, I had a lovely ice cream. I think
we've all had ice cream today. We're all doing good. There we go.
Everyone should enjoy a nice ice cream.
That's Gemma, the general manager of the Prescott Hillclimb, and the reason that me and you are sitting here this afternoon along with Lloyd. Indeed. Now, unfortunately, that might go both ways with that comment, so I'll be careful. She may go, well, that's the end of you two.
Yeah. We could be the shortest commentators in history in the new box.
Well, how long you been working on new box? Oh, just about one day.
we could be the ones that have tried it out, and we get
there'll be a plaque out front saying, "Here lies the remains of
Owen and Chris."
Notice Lloyd made a run for it before all this happened.
Well, he did indeed. He's done a sterling job, hasn't he?
He's smart lad. It was a pleasure to have Lloyd with us today, and unfortunately,
I think we'll be seeing him again.
I think he fits right in with the two of us, and that's going to ruin the rest of his life.
Unfortunately, yes. But he has had a flavour of me.
He's actually eating a double scoop ice cream, Lloyd.
Look at him. Look at it.
He's got the double scoop ice. He probably can't hear us.
He's saying, how do they see me?
He's got a double scoop ice cream going there.
Look at that.
I wonder what flavour he went for. He's not paying attention.
Is he a rum and raisin man, do you think?
Rum in one side and I don't know. What else do you put in?
Well, Bob will do you a combination of flavours, of course.
Bob mixes it up, Bob. He'll just do some. He'll stack one on top of the other.
I see we're up to 15,637.
Yeah,
thank you.
We've only got 363 more to go.
Well, that's not a big ask, is it?
I think. Well, you know what we're like. They're at Dune next weekend, so I don't know if their commentator will promote.
What's that noise coming through our headphones?
It sounds like a squeaky toy.
It sounds like a duck, doesn't it?
It sounds like a dog squeaky toy. It's Senna somewhere in the neighborhood, but we can hear that.
Oh, my goodness.
But what I was saying is...
Oh, yes.
Right, okay. It was... I didn't know.
It's a siren up there.
Oh, there's a siren up at semicircle.
Yeah. When you come out of semicircle, the next box up before the finish, the last one, there's a button they press on there that if there's a problem...
further up that the marshals back need to know. They press the alarm, the button that we replaced recently on a work party. Actually, it got broken.
Yeah, you do loiter around here on Thursdays.
I do loiter on a Thursday.
Now, let me tell you something, because I know you're usually filming something. Do you commentate on the workers, on everybody, the volunteers that come out and help? Are you actually commentating, or are you actually getting your hands dirty?
I'm very much getting my hands dirty, I have to tell you. In fact, I've got my work boots on now as we speak.
But you mucky pup.
I am, but listen, this is the sensational Alex Gould.
This is Alex Coles. Now, believe it or not, he's currently 5th in class. Paul Hames has just set a time of 38.97, which I think is runoff territory times, looking at what's going on. I think that's runoff territory time. So, what can Alex do? I didn't check the time. I think he's on wets. And he's 100 miles an hour. No, he's on slick. Sorry, I got that wrong. He is on slick tires. 100 miles an hour under the bridge, through a Tory. Absolutely flying with this thing. Mo needs another cup of tea. It's just been a really stressful weekend for her in here, having us next to her. We're going to bring in like 3 feet of insulation on that wall for the next time. Right, Alex is going into the slippery area. Can he make it through? Yes, he does.
He does. Alex is going off towards the finish, coming around semi now. Okay, he needs to get a 38.97. He does a 39.91, so he's second to Paul Hames, but there's only a few tenths in that could well qualify.
That's a whole second.
Whole second, what, quicker than Pete Tatum?
Alex Coles is Paul Hames is second quicker. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but all he ideally needs to do is get in the runoff. That will really be brilliant. But anyway, John Chalmers now. Here he is in this fabulous rock. This looks like a mini Formula One Mercedes of old, doesn't it? In the Silver Arrows car, fantastic. This one's got a turbocharge on it. This is Jamie's son that is driving this one as well, who's Roy Lane's grandson.
Yeah.
But anyway, so John is looking good here, isn't he?
He is, nice and tidy. He's looking to move up. He's currently 8th in class, but he hasn't done a dry run yet. So I see there's potential for him to possibly get into the top 5 here. So let's see what he can do. 43.65, just slide into 6th place. So well done there. We got Richard Alexander on the course, heading up to Pardon. And this car and Paul Alexander kind of did a weird line. He's staying away from the grass berm, and he's coming into the S's now.
He certainly is, yeah. Well, okay, we've got some real hot shots at the top with Paul Hames and Alex Coles, Pete Tatum. But anyway, what can he do? At the moment, he's looking like he's going to be just slightly off the pace. He's going to be well into the 40s. 46.53 for Richard Alexander.
Yeah, moves him up to 8th overall. Now, Lynn Owens on the course. And we're getting into the big cars here, the over 2-liter race cars. Lynn is the wife of Steve, and the two of them together are OMS race cars. So Lynn, they got that great little V8 in the back, that 2.7 liter. Essentially, it's an 8-cylinder Hayabusa engine with one crankshaft. So the little V8 thing, great little engineering job. And she's already coming through the S's, no problem.
I think the engine was built by Radical Engineering, wasn't it?
Originally, and then taken over by another company. Powertrain, and then it went to RPE.
Well, Lynn's heading down to 48.17. We've got Sandra Tomlin, who owns this beautiful pill beam. This is the MP97, one of the very last pill beams built for hill climbing. And doesn't it look an absolute picture? And don't forget, that's a serious car. It's got a 4-litre Judd V8 in the back of it, so it's got oodles of horsepower. I remember Sandra all those years ago. She used to have a little Tigger, a little sports car she used to race. But nevertheless, now she's co-driving this with her son Oliver, and she's heading off up towards the finish. And she does a time of 46.28.
Yeah, she's telling me she had horrible clutch problems with that thing last couple of weeks. It took them weeks to sort out, but they've done it. She's happy with the car. Sean Gould. He designed and built this thing. Oh, a little bit of a drift coming out of Torres there, back in, just kicked out a bit, but he's getting it around. So this is our first marker about what the track's doing and where the big cars are going to find the grip in here. We've got several small cars in the 39s. We've got one in the 38 as our qualifiers so far. So Sean's looking for improvement. He's basically going to set the marker for the rest of the cars in the over 2-liter class. A 39.35, so not the quickest overall so far. Harry Pick in the OMS 28, Chris.
Yes, Harry Pick from Leamington Spa. This is the latest spec OMS. Again, this has got an IndyCar engine in the back of it, so it's got big, powerful V8 power. We're getting amongst the big runners and riders now. As I say, a nice slide there out of partner. Sean's put down that marker of 39.35. Finished, I think, 5th in the runoff this morning and was our first runner in the runoff. So Sean's always a good guide. Harry Pick, is he going to beat Sean? I think not, but he's not going to be far away. Just over 40 seconds, 41.09. And now a hot shot, Jack Cottrell.
Jack Cottrell. Now this is the car that I believe that David Warburton is up against, trying to get into the in for permanent numbers for next year. Top 10 finishes in the British Hillclimb Championship. Well, David is out. So Jack Cottrell may gain some points here on him in this situation. But let's see what Jack does. He's got to qualify for the runoff first. Gets that right rear just on the inside in the mess a little bit, but no problem. Up the hill, gets it turned around. No yellow, just yellow sector. So obviously improving on his first time run, which was in the wet, damp. So he's up on his personal time. But he needs a couple seconds to get up the field where he wants to be safely qualified for the runoff. So let's see what he can do here. Gets it around, goes across, and only a 41.27. That's 4th at the moment. I'm not convinced that will be enough. If we look at the top 12 right now, that's only 7th quickest, and we've got some more runners. So
we have.
It's going to be a bump squeaker, that one.
Yeah, well, we've got Simon Jenkins here. This is the brand new Force Ian Dayson car. Unusually, this one is running a 2.5 litre Opel V6 engine, which is the same engine as Alex has got in the P14. And this is a brand new car, all carbon tub. Probably the best car that Ian Dayson's ever built, actually, at Force Cars. Simon is a bit sideways there. Hard to judge where he is. I don't think he'll qualify for the runoff because he's still learning it, but we're interested to see, won't it?
Yeah, we don't know. It's when you get it, you can't just jump in these cars and drive quickly. It does take seat time and development time to do it. So Simon Jeck's getting the grip to this combination, and he's not doing too shabby here. He's going to head across the line with a time of 45.90. Jumps him up into the top 10 at the moment in the class. We've got Simon Andrews, regular competitor, normally shares this car, but he's by himself this weekend in his OMS 28, and he's heading into the S's now. Is he going to get out of the S's, Chris?
Well, yes, he normally with Bernie Kevill. They've got a couple of cars. They've got the Formula Ford they bring out early season, but this is their big car, the OMS with the V8 in the back of it, goes through the finish in 44.76. Now, the next one you'll see on the hill is Graham Wynn, OBE. He's here with his wife this weekend, and Graham is a grandfather. He was sharing the car with Scotty Moran last year. It's a brute of a Gould. It's got all the right bits. Judd V8 in the back of it, and Graham is still a very rapid driver and still going very well indeed. So Graham leads the line in this fabulous Gould. It's all the right bits on this car, and he is not hanging about. He absolutely, you can see he's going quick, can't you? Isn't that a tremendous sight? So the car is beautifully turned out, and he's heading down in towards Pardon. He's still in yellow sectors at the moment. Can he qualify for a runoff? What do you think of?
Well, we've got 6 cars in the low 41s, so anything quicker than a 41 will guarantee a runoff spot, I would think. So we'll have to see what Graham does. He didn't have a great run in the damp in the first time runs. Let's say, oh yes, a 40.58 jumps him to second in the class at the moment, and that should be enough to qualify for the runoff. We do have that running alongside. The what is that dropout time right now? We've got Tom Weaver on the bubble with a 41.69. So Lindsay Summers in the Alex Summers special, which I still got wrong when I interviewed him last time on the name. They've been actually, this car's flying. This is Alex's pride and joy. 8 years culmination building. Got it into the points in the British Championship last year, the last round of Lowton. So Mom Lindsay's just giving it a good run today. Had a couple of niggly weird things, nothing major. It's all a new car development type thing. So the more they use it, the more things will need tweaking and fettling, and Alex is one that always tweakles and fettles.
He's a brilliant engineer. That's what he does for a living, isn't it? And I think he's with Aston Martin, I think, currently. But anyway, Lindsay goes through to the finish in a 45.91. That's a lovely, lovely car. Fair play to the Summers family. And you've got Stephen Owen. Here he is, Mr. OMS himself, leading the line. This is his best OMS, if you like. This is the current model. The OMS 28 has been a successful car. Of course, Trevor Willis has got an OMS 28 as well, and is their champion. But anyway, Stephen now, he's also a massive motorbike fan as well. He's got a great collection of motorbikes, slides it out of pardon there, and he's on his way up towards the S's now.
Yep, he's coming into the S's, still slipperier. The drivers are sort of taking care with it now, thank you very much. Back at just getting out of the corner there, heads down towards semicircle, gets it around the top. Currently sitting after his first time run somewhere in 15th. This will be a much improved 42.00. Takes him into the top 10, 9th in the class. Oliver Tomlin, Sandra Tomlin's son in this case, sometimes the son-in-law jumps in, is another quick driver in this car. Helmet matches the car, well done sir. And in the Pilbeam MP97, 4-liter jug in the back.
Yes, splendid looking car, isn't it? Sandra's probably watching. And Oliver, well, he often drives Dan's old car that he built. But nevertheless, there's Oliver now. And I just think it's a classic looking car. It's beautiful looking thing. It's great to see Pilbeam still. Whether he can qualify for the runoff, perhaps not, maybe just slightly off the pace.
Well, it's not too bad, a 41.62. And that actually temporarily just put him into the top 12 runoff in 12th place. But that's bumped Tom Weaver out. So anyway, here we go. David Uren, one of our regular top 6 runners, and he's out for there. He's purple all the way around the track. He'll be looking for a 39, absolutely 39. That's where he should be. Taking it easy, coming out of the S's, no problem there. Gets it into semicircle, around semicircle, out the other side he goes. Purple all the way along across the line. Takes the class lead with a 39.10. Put Sean Gould into second place.
Well, here's Trevor Willis on the heli, wide out of Orchard there, heading into a Tories there. He is a masterful driver though, and he really is opposite. Locking coming out of the Tories there. He's heading into Pardon now in this gorgeous little OMS. He's had this car for many years. It doesn't have the power. It's got a radical V8 in the back of, say, a Gould, but with his skills, well, anything can happen. Now, can Trevor qualify for yet another runoff? He's done so many runoffs. He's in purple sectors at the moment. Yes, I'm going to say he is, very much so. 38.32, well done, Trevor. Who's on the hill now?
Right, we've got Will Hall. Hasn't seen what Trevor just did. Trevor was literally throwing that car at the scenery and made it stick. Will Hall, can he do the same thing? He was down at the Tories, but he's up in Pardon, so this could be right on there. I'm just checking the splits between Will and Trevor Willis. Will is slightly quicker at Midway. So coming through the S's now. He's up at Midway just a hair, getting into semicircle. Still up just a hair. He's going to come around that side. He's going to go quicker. 37.38, a second quicker than Trevor Willis.
The big boys are coming out to play. We have Alex Summers leading the line now in the Firestorm. What a talent this young man is. He's been neck and neck with Matt Ryder this year for the championship. Well, unfortunately, Matt seems to be sneaking a few on him at the moment. But nevertheless, listen to this engine on this car. 14,000 revs in a V8, which is a seriously wonderful V8. His talent is superb. He screams up the hill. He's on his way into the S's now. He's trying to qualify for that runoff. That is the major purpose of this run. He doesn't have to win the qualification. He just has to qualify. He's heading up towards the line, out of semi now. Over the line in a 37.97. Goes second quickest so far.
Yeah, a good run by Alex. It's all about, he told me, it's like he's not worried about points and everything. It's all about runoff wins. He here you got to qualify and he wants to win the runoff. Everything else, not matter. Now, Matthew Ryder, who is absolutely on a high at the moment. Thought he met his match with Wallace in that first runoff and pulled off a 9/100 second win in the runoff. Matt just wants to qualify. Now, he may show his pace, he may not show his pace. He knows what he's got to do. He's seen the times. So let's see what Matt can do in more drier conditions. Still very tricky conditions. So let's see what the young lad can do. Getting married in December.
Oh, December, is it?
December. Kirsten, they've been together for a while. Met in university a few years ago. We say young Matt. He's actually 28 years old now.
28 looking 18.
Yeah, I did call him babyface in the paddock, so sorry about that. Anyway, he's up and down on the purple versus green sectors, but semicircle, he's up on the purple. Is he going to go quickest in class here? Yes, he is with a 37.26.
Okay, he says, well, I'll still be quickest in qualifying, but we have somebody on the line now. One of my massive favourites, our 4 times champion from Scotland, Wallace Menzies. This car, you won't see a better looking hill climb car in the Ferrari event. The fluorescent yellow wheels absolutely set it off. The Union Jack helmet, I think, is a lovely touch. Tilly Coultry Quarries is his business. If you want tarmac and gravel, this is the man to see. They tell me that north of Leeds, he is your man. He's just about done the lot up there.
Yeah, and he does support Sword. He's got sons involved in other motorsports things, which take up a lot of time now. He's been working slowly to recover this year. He is looking for his first runoff one of the year, which is an amazing thing to actually say. But he was quickest in practice yesterday in the dry. Matthew Ryder, he thought he had it in the first one, and Matthew Ryder just nicked it from him. So he is looking for revenge. So he was up at a Torres. He's down a little bit at Pardon. Let's see where he is a split to Midway. He's actually up on Matt Ryder by 3/100ths of a second at Midway. Coming into the S's. He knows him well. Nice line straight out the top. He's not messing about. He is going to go for the fastest time here, folks. Through the semicircle, across the line with a 36.78. Absolutely put his mark on that class.
Well done, Wallace Menzies. Fantastic stuff. So we've got an idea now about our top 12 runoff. Yeah, we think in 12th place will be Pete Tatham.
No, Dave
Tatham, he just snakes in, sorry.
If Pete can hear us, good news, you're not 13th.
Yeah.
He's been having trouble. He's 5 times he's missed the runoff, but Pete, you're down to 16th, so didn't make it, but you were closer.
But Dave makes it, Graham Wynn makes it, Alex Coles makes it, Jonathan Farley, Sean Gould, Dave Uren, Paul Hames, Trevor Willis, Alex Summers, Will Hall, Matthew Ryder and Wallace. Currently we've got Amanda George just finished in the 51.39. Andy Tippett in the big Brabham V8. He's halfway up the hill at the moment and will be followed by Dave Parr in the Anglia. Now it looks like we've got the Fassy boys coming down to join them shortly.
Yeah, we're just currently in the sports car racing cars up to 1971. And Amanda George set a 51.39. And we're looking to see what Andy Tippett does. Can he beat the 51.39 in his Brabham? Yes, he can, a 49.99. And that, at the moment, puts him in the class lead. But we still have Richard George to come back once Amanda brings the car back and he switches over. Dave Parr in his Ford Anglia. Been running this car since possibly it was new. I know it wasn't, but it is. And it's got, I think it's 1700 crossflow in the engine in the car. But Dave, a regular competitor, just loves the sport. Basically drives the car here, puts his feet up, and enjoys the weekend.
Well, and why not? But look at this, folks. This is Ed Burgess in the Bugatti Type 51. He holds the Bugatti class record in this car. He's obviously he's actually on the Prescott Council. He's a big noise here at Prescott. He can certainly drive a racing car. He's also got a Gould GR55, which is poorly at the moment. So he's driving this one here. So yeah, look at the little skinny tyres. He told me earlier it was scary out there earlier, particularly when it was wet in a little Bugatti.
Yeah, and I just want to shout out to his family because for the first, Edmund is actually a grandfather for the first time.
Oh, fantastic!
Just happened. He's got a first grandchild, and he's real chuffed to bits about that. But he's out here celebrating by driving his car up the hill with a time of 56.90. Next up, we've got David Garnett in the Fiat 500. No, sorry, wrong one. Fiat Abarth 595, and this is a factory tuned-up version.
Yes, well, last year he was driving the Renault Clio, wasn't he? So
yes.
He's having a go in this one this year. He's spoofed it up a little bit, so it's got a bit more power. But David's heading up towards the finish. Paul Emo has been very, very good in this little Austin Healey Sprite all weekend. 56.37 for David Garnett. Yeah, this little Sprite, he was dicing with the Honda S2000 of Michael Thompson earlier. He was setting similar sort of times. So very rapid indeed. Going through the S's. It does look a bit drier up there now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's drying out, but it's not dry. There's still damp patches under there, so I would not consider the track dry. It's got a trick to it, and it's greasy, it's slicky, the sun's not out. There's a bit, is there a breeze? There's a very light breeze, so the track's critical. But now all the competitors have been up there now, they've seen what it is. So I think they all went up on slicks, if I remember correctly, the last group of cars.
Right, yeah.
So they kind of know that's what they're dealing with. It is slicks, but it's not flat out slicks. We are not going to see a course record today. The conditions are not right for it. But
no, we definitely won't see that. But what we're seeing now is the Fassi class, where there's a fabulous mix of cars. We've got, excuse me, we've got Matt Clark freewheeling through Orchard there. My goodness me, that young man is quick in that Mini. We've got a slight problem with the screen at the moment.
Yeah.
Matt Clark, he's all well according to the screen now. He's heading down towards Harden Hairpin. He goes round there, lifts a wheel round there. He's an embarrassment to these big Escort drivers, isn't he?
Well, he drives it like a Mark 1 Escort. The Mark 1 Escort driver's going, hang on a second. So anyway, you watch it, he literally chucks it into the corner, and the back end is just holding, essentially the wheels on the back are holding the bumper up. Wow. So you just watch that go. That car, but Matt's a phenomenal driver in this car, and he can put it places nowhere else can. 51.13 on handicap. That actually gives him the class lead at the moment. Now, we should have Martin Saunders on the course. There he is, coming through the S's now in his Mark 1 Escort. We've got a couple of them coming up. And then he gets around semicircle, suitably indicating coming around semicircle. And then coming down the other side, and then Simon Braithwaite.
Yeah, Simon Braithwaite. He's in the ATV television colours. This car, I think, was 1973 RSC Rally. This is a replica of that car that was driven by Russell Brooks back in the day. It's a fabulous replica because it's the real deal. It's got a BDG engine in the front of it. Simon always drives it very well indeed. We've just lost him. He was heading off up towards finish, but he's in purple sectors. So Mark Maynard is in view at the moment in the Little Hillman Imp. Simon Braithwaite heads towards the top of the pops with a 50.90. He's top of the chart so far.
Yeah, on handicap, he's just gone ahead of Matt Clark. So Mark Maynard and the Hillman Imp. We've had several imps here this weekend. It's been an impy weekend. One person even brought two different cars just to mess us up. We do have another one on the line, which I hope that's tire smoke and nothing else.
Actually, it's not.
Okay, so probably a little bit. Now, you got to remember the imp engine's actually on its side in there.
Yep.
So the oiling is a bit of a funky invention, that type of thing. You kind of wonder your normal engine if you tipped on the side.
That's a bit of a Smoky Joe,
That's a Smoky Joe. Okay. Well, we won't have any bug problems for the rest of the day.
Let's hope it holds together.
If you look, it's cleared up now, so it's one of those at idle, maybe the oil's coming through the valve seals type situation. Anyway, waffling on here, we got Alistair Clark in the Triumph Vitesse Mark II. You like this car, don't you?
I do, actually, yeah. He built this car basically out of two cars. It's quite an unusual car to hill climb. But what he has done, he's won the Fassi Championship last year because it is a handicap class. So it's quite a smart move. He obviously drives it well. He's always picking up pots and trophies at the end of the day. So yeah, Alistair Clark heads towards the finish. Nigel Moss on the hill in the what we thought was a bit smoky imp. 63.55 for Alistair Clark. Nigel halfway up the hill as Ian Moss. This is brothers. They are brothers, by the way. Ian is the brother of Nigel.
But Nigel's not the brother of Ian.
Well, he could be if you want him to be. But basically, I called them father and son earlier, which caused them that's not right, is it? That's not right.
I know. You know, we got the competition. We are allowed a little bit. There's so much going on, and trying to keep track of everybody is difficult. But the competitors are great at telling us off for saying the wrong thing.
This is a very special RS 1600 original Escort. A supremely quick car. This one sounds absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it does.
Simon Braithwaite was saying he's 2 seconds quicker than the rest. Is he going to prove that? He does a 49.09.
It
goes
quick.
to the top.
Yeah, with handicap, he actually did a 48.85 without handicap. So that is 2 seconds. That's a few seconds quicker on scratch time. We got Lee Carter in what the Fiat, we saw the David Garnett's 595. Well, this is what the 595 was based on, loosely. This is an original 695 SS. A-bar. So this was a hot ticket in the day. I'd apologize. I'm not good on my years with these, but Lee's heading up the hill now. Now, of course, this is a handicap class, so it depends what a handicap is, where it goes. And then we've got Peter Baker, husband of Lynn.
Yeah.
Lynn is kind of like our supervisor. She sends us emails and books us and then reminds us we need to show up. And always got a smile on her face, along with doing 4,000 different jobs at this place.
He does 4,000 jobs,
But Peter, regular player, this car's done 3 historic Monte Carlos, but he's decided no more. It's just getting a little bit too much, so he's not doing that anymore.
It's a very expensive business, that.
The entry fees would make you like struggle
make
for
you
breath. They are extremely high for what it is. It's a one-off event. Peter's had the opportunity to do it 3 times and well up. In the Daimler Conquest, so there we go, Oliver Slater.
Yeah, so we got Oliver Slater and the lovely little Ginetta. They spent a couple of years rebuilding this car. They've done a magnificent job on it. And these little Ginettas, basically, they only run little imp engines in the back, so they're rear-wheel drive, only a 1 litre. But they're very light, they've got a fiberglass body on them, and Oliver drives it very well indeed. Now, the next one you'll be seeing is Tim Cross in the MG Midget.
Yeah, Tim Cross usually shares this car with Ben Cross, but I think Tim's by himself today in the car heading up the hill, this little MG Midget, and they know how to push this car. This car is rapidly quick. They're handicapped today, but I've seen this car win just on scratch time. This car win the class on the day. Tim, very quick driver, very handy driver, and this car inside out, it can actually go faster than a Honda S2000.
Wow.
That's how quick that thing can be.
That is quick.
And then we got Stephen Norris in the traditional MGB Roadster. Tim's done a 53.37, which, where's that put him on handicap? It's actually chucked him into 5th place, so that's not bad. Yes.
Stephen Norris, this is a totally standard MGB. He has got a car restoration business near Tewkesbury, so he knows how to put cars together. And he decided to have a play this year and have a component. And now he's got the bug. He said next year he may just sort of do a few tweaks on this car and make it a little bit quicker. So it's great to see him out in his first season and getting the bug, really. The more competitors, the merrier.
Yeah, and one thing about handicap championships, with most venues, if they have their own championship, they do use a handicap thing. You're competing against yourself, how much you can improve on your own driving, and the more you improve, the more points you get, and so it doesn't matter what you're driving straight up against somebody else. You're driving against yourself. So Steven's done a 67.62, and on scratch, that moves him up into 15th place with handicap. And then we've got Ted Elwes in the MGA going through, and then Clyde Berry in this Chrysler Sunbeam 1600 Ti, and that's got the Lotus twin cam engine in it.
No, I don't
believe. Well, I'm only going by Lloyd earlier. He thought that's what it had.
No.
That
one runs the push rod 4-cylinder 1600 twin.
I stand
twin
corrected.
carburetor.
Yeah, we had some dodgy.
That was the TI version of that car.
Right. Okay.
It's very standard in that respect. Yes, it was slightly spoofed up back in the day, so it was a little bit quicker than TI, you know. But this is special. Tell us about this one.
This is Richard George in the Chevron B19. Now he's out of sequence in the championship. He's in the Saloon Sport. I gotta find him. Where is he? Yeah, there he is. He's in Class M. And Andy Tippett is currently leading this class with a 49.99. Shares his car with Amanda, so they had a bit of a getting the driver changeover done and everything like that. So Richard is currently in 3rd in the class, and he's looking to move up, well, to 1st. He wants to win the class. So can he do it? And no, he can't. A 50.45, not quite enough. Andy Tippett in the Brabham takes the class for the day. Now we've got Ryan Eamer. We're going to go back to the Fassi.
Yes, we do. Ryan Eamer, this beautiful little Austin Healey Sprite, little frog eye Sprite. What a pretty little thing that is. And very quick too. He goes extremely well in this car. He's got the soft top. He's slowed up now. Here's me saying he's going quick and he's stopping. What's happened to him?
Okay, he just entered the S's and the car has just gone, nah, I don't want to, and just stopped. Some sort of mechanical. He was looking down at the gauges, trying to see what's going on. It looks like we're going to have to push this one out of the way or back down the hill. So we've got
they might push him into the side there. Because
well, actually, I believe that was the last car.
Yes, well, that's right, because I see the tin top runoff cars lining up out
there. Are they?
Oh, yes.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting.
So, folks, in a few minutes, we'll be having the first of the second runoffs today. These will be the tin top runoffs, and then we'll follow that with the top 12 British Championship runoffs.
Now, I actually don't have, did they give us... No, I don't know who qualifies. Hopefully our producer can put the tin top qualifiers up on the screen.
What about that?
That could be it, yes. I'll just stand here and take my foot out of my mouth. Thank you very much, sir. Right, here we go. Our tin top 10 runoff. Why do they do that to us? Anyway, right, so first off, we're going to have Stephen Darley, followed by Roger Moran. They are the double-driven cars. Then we're going to have John Dunn.
Local residents going up the hill.
Local residents. There are houses at the top of this hill. This is the driveway. So
one very big house.
One very big house. Lots of people. John Dunn qualified. Paul Howells, Stuart Reed in the Peugeot again. Stephen Moore, Damian Bradley, Simon Bainbridge, Einan Price, and Scott Moran. Now, Einan Price actually beat Roger Moran on that run to qualify. Interesting.
Well, you ripped up the pieces of paper from the earlier one.
Yeah.
So that's the one I've received that I believe is giving me the information. So
that's the second one. That's why I did this. I didn't want to get confused.
Confused.com.
So, yeah,
so
I didn't want to
confuse. Do you think that might not be right?
No, that's correct.
Is that you happy with that?
That's correct. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Because in the first one, they qualified in the 47s.
Well, either way, we'll see them anyway. They'll be coming to the line.
Well, they're also on the screen a minute ago.
Look, so the clerk of the course is just going up for a quick look here.
Yeah, he wants to check. He's probably going to go have a look at that corner. So there is, you look at the track and everything, there is not a solid dry line on this track. There's still some patches here and there.
Patches of damp.
So it is driver beware. I mean, look under the S's there. Can you still see? There's actually even moisture right on the right apex there.
Does look that way, yeah.
Yeah. So
I was chatting to Simon Bainbridge in my little break just now, and he was saying they're struggling to get the grip in the front tyres because he's running at the slicks on the front, and because it's so short here, they don't get that heat into them.
Did we confirm? Is he two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive?
I didn't confirm that. I forgot to ask that.
I think if he's having heat trouble, I would have thought maybe it's the rear-wheel drive, because the four-wheel drive would have actually launched the tire.
But an RS6, he's running RS6 mechanicals.
That's a four-wheel drive.
That's a four-wheel drive car, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, well, we'll have to confirm that. But either way, he wasn't confident of a great result. I've seen this before. And he's got a habit of pulling it out the bag. At the moment, it's staying dry, thank goodness. So here comes the little frog eye coming back down the hill. So
Simon qualified fourth, and he was only a tenth behind third.
Wow.
And the track was a bit more damper than this.
Brilliant driver. Yeah. There's no question about it. He's got a supremely quick car, but he is one good driver.
Okay. Now, here we go, Chris. Are we going to behave ourselves on the runoff?
Yeah, we are. We are definitely.
Are we going to behave ourselves?
Without doubt.
Should we just sit there and
we
go,
never get
there's a car up the hill?
We never get excited.
You've
got to keep you cool. You've got to say.
We need to pace ourselves.
You've got to say, it's a blue car. It's got four wheels.
Yes.
And it seems to be going very fast. Do you like that?
No, I didn't like that because we've got more than one blue car, and I don't know which one you're talking about. So,
we got a lovely mixture of cars in the tin top runoff, haven't we? That is proving. I think it's a brilliant new championship, don't you?
I like the tin top thing. I am a tin top man, as you know.
Yeah.
And So, and I am enjoying watching. In the Skodas. I'm a Skoda man. If I had to pick a rally car to buy, if I had, I could buy any rally car.
Money, no object.
I would get a Skoda.
Would you?
I would. I had an original Skoda Felicia rally car from the One Make series they had in the 90s.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. It was in poor shape, and in the end, unfortunately, I couldn't save it. but I did have one, and I wanted to get a replica. I was going to build a replica of the kick car. They did a 1600 kick car that absolutely upset all the 2-liter cars and everything else. So back in the day.
It's telling us Stephen Darley is probably going to be the first one coming to the line.
He will be, because Damian Bradley he borrowed the car.
He did.
Now, unless Steve says, yeah, you qualified, tough diddlies, you're not borrowing the car, which Stephen wouldn't do. Stephen and Damon.
They're big mates.
They are big mates, and they have shared each other's car in the past.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Here we go.
There is the Baron. They call it the Baron.
They do. The Red Baron.
The Red Baron.
But it's not red.
No, it's kind of like maroon.
Maroon.
But
yeah, sort of maroon.
Yeah, no, we're going to have to sort something out here. But the car's name is the Baron. So the marshals are calling him in position. Here we go. Top 10 top runoff. Yes, you try to say that multiple times.
It's looking like it's been through a rally stage, isn't it? It's been. They tell me the muddiest place is down the return road, by the way.
It is a bit mucky down there because obviously it's the return road is actually tree covered and lined, and also there's water running down it.
It is.
So the cars are getting dirty after the run. But it's a rally car. That's the way it should be. I know it's not a rally car, but it is a rally car. It's a Subaru Impreza 2-door.
Yeah, I think it's a 2.3 as well, isn't it?
Engine size? I didn't check, to be honest.
Either way, he's away. Stephen Darley, he's a Yorkshireman, and he built this car. He's trying hard, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's trying hard. Take it away.
Yeah, sorry. He was on the grass coming out of Orchard, but as a rally car does, that's what he does. Right. Oh, popping, backfired, and kept coming through there. You can see the flames coming through it. Launching his way into the S's. Shouldn't have any trouble with this. Just trying to cut the corner there.
Clips it, but he's safely through the S's. He will be our starter for 10. He's already going around semi now, heading up towards the finish. Going to be in the low 40s. Here we go, 44.05. That's the starter for 10.
And that was actually 2 seconds quicker than his qualifying time.
Wow.
So there we go. Right, Roger Moran, our points leader in the top 10 runoff, sponsored by AET Turbos. And we thank them very much for their support. They support Damon's legacy, but they've also decided to come on board and support the championship. In the tin top there, so they're getting him lined up. This thing has got full launch control. This actually, it looks like an R5 on the outside, but it's actually a 2-liter monster engine on the inside. It's not a rally spec, it's more ice racing. But here he goes. Off the line. Finished second to Scott in the first runoff by a couple of tenths of a second. So here we go. Roger's got it going there, dives it in there. A little bit down on 64 foot, gets it around to Torres. Heading up towards Pardon. Flat out on it. Up the hill he goes, into Pardon. Only 0.17 down on Stephen Darley. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, he's going well because he's in the dry now. I fancied he'd have gone better in the wet. So it is the dry. He hasn't got as much power as the Monster Subaru, but with Roger's experience, he's only a 10th down. It's all neck and neck. He's in a green sector, heading around semi. Can he take this win? Can Scotty Morano drive it later? 43.13 goes into the lead.
Yep, just under a second quicker than Stephen Darley. Made it up after the S's. Just actually went from red to green sectors. So, let's see. John Dunn in the turbocharged, supercharged Evo. Didn't qualify for the first. Had a problem, but has qualified for the second. Our visitor from
Guernsey.
Guernsey. One of the Guernsey Massive is here. Made it into the top 10.
And a member of Foster's Farm WhatsApp group. So big them up as well.
Okay.
I'll throw that one in there. But anyway, this is a fabulous bit of kit, isn't it? This one here, he's running a supercharger, a turbocharger. It's a complicated setup, but he's got a massive amount of horsepower. He's got the boost turned fully up. Watch the smoke come out the back of this one on overrun there. My goodness me. Through the speed trap, he's slightly down at the moment, but he's the first time, I think he's not been here before, so he's doing incredibly well. What do you think?
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen the car here, but it's a well-known car on the islands, and he's doing well. And this is actually a road-going car. This is actually legal for the road. You can drive it on the road. I think they turn the boost down when he drives it on the road. But he's coming along. He's 2 seconds down at Pardon, so he's no match with his top two, but I think he's got it in him to do like a top 5, something like it. So we'll have to see what he does here. Hasn't lost too much through midway. Down a little bit on at the semicircle. Comes around the other side. Heads off across the line with a 47.39. So that puts him currently in 3rd.
Yeah, well, okay. We were talking about conventional rear-wheel drive cars. This is the 911 RSR Paul Howes. This car has got a green wrap over the yellow, but more importantly, it's got a big, powerful flat 6 3.3 litre engine in it. It's got plenty of horsepower, all the drive going through the back wheels with the engine over the back wheels. It makes the most fabulous noise as it leaves the line. Have a listen to this one, folks. Wow, doesn't that look good? Now, I don't think he's going to compete with these rather nifty Skodas and Subaru Imprezas. It'd be a big ask looking at his times he was doing earlier, but he won't be for lack of trying. The track is dry, of course, which helps the traction. If it had been wet, I think he'd have struggled. So at the moment, he's a couple of seconds down on Roger Moran. Over to you.
Yeah, but he is a couple of hundreds up on John Dunn in the Mitsubishi. So this is sort of, can he get the Mitsubishi? Seems to be the target area here. Heads out into the semicircle, coming into the top here. Let's see what the splits are. He's 9/10 ahead of John Dunn in the Mitsubishi. So is he going to get, yes he does, a 40, oh no he doesn't. 47.54. Doesn't quite get the Mitsubishi. Lost a little bit at the end. So the Mitsubishi of John Dunn is still ahead of Paul Howes in the Porsche. Right, Stuart Reed.
Well, I've got a big fancy for Stuart Reed. I think he's a tremendous driver. It's come all the way down from Scotland. This is one rapid 205. It's certainly approaching 200 brake horsepower for wheels, all through front wheel drive. So fantastic car. And he has a sight disability, so fair play to him. And you can hear the engine, that MI16 Peugeot engine screaming there. He was having a great battle with Tony Feekins earlier. But Stuart's another one. The more he comes to a circuit, the quicker he gets. And I'll tell you now, he's going to shake him up a bit. Can he get top 5, 6?
It's quite possible top 5. He's got the weight advantage. The power to weight is with him. It's whether or not the track will just take the, he's got enough grip to overcome the 4-wheel drive advantage. He's 391. I'm just having a look at the splits, but he is up on Paul Howes and John Dunn, so he is quicker. So, and he has done it. He's actually he beat the Porsche beat the Mitsubishi by 1/100th of a second.
So, well done to him. So, yeah, lovely to see that. Now he got on the line. We've got our farmer from near Salisbury, Stephen Moore. Well, my goodness me, he is the man for Evos. He's got 3 in his collection in various states of tune, but they've all got over 600 horsepower. And this one is his go-to big banger. This one here has potentially got 700 odd horsepower. As you can see, it's extremely well modified. Flames coming out the back of the thing. At the moment, he's only about a second down on this dry track. He probably might have preferred it wet too.
The car is a great handling car. I think they actually handle better than the Subaru, to be honest. I've driven both in the past. But this car here, Stephen Moore, he's been developing this car this year. He's got all some new upgrades and all the rest of it. Let's see where he goes with it. A 45.62 slots him into 3rd place at the moment, behind Roger Moran and Stephen Darley. But we've got Damien Bradley.
Damien Bradley, yes. Damien Bradley, his legacy is up there in the top of the paddock.
Yeah, on display, sponsored by AE Turbos, who are also sponsoring the Tin Top Challenge.
AET Turbos, let's get it right.
AET Turbos,
yeah. But anyway, he's approaching the line now. Here he comes now. This is built by Stephen Darley. It has a fabulous engine. It's 4-wheel drive permanent. It looks an absolute beast. They call it the Baron. Whether it's called after the Red Baron, it's the Purple Baron, Aubergine Baron, Maroon Baron, whatever you like. It's the Baron. It's the Baron. So Damon, he's a right competitor, you know. He wants to win. Stephen Darley wants to win. Roger Moran wants to win, but he's away. Damien Bradley is away. He's already in green sectors with the traction from that 4-wheel drive. Fantastic. He'll be trying incredibly hard. So at the moment, he's coming into Ettore. It's this long bend. Okay, it's very neat through there. He powers it down. He was jumping around when he approached Pardon last time. He isn't this time. This is a very quality run. He's up at the moment.
Yeah, he's up about a couple of tenths on the fastest runners right now, Roger Moran and Stephen Darley, and he is chasing the championship. He's got to make up some time to Roger here, so he's looking to beat Roger for points. He's actually down at midway. He's losing a bit of time. He's down. He's 0.75 down, so he's not going to. I don't think he's going to do it. 44.25 only gives him third place, so I'm not sure what that's a bit of a shock.
Well, he was up at, he must have lost it in that middle sector actually. He's currently third now, so Roger Moran still leads the way, but approaching the line, that big Audi-based monster SBR Chrono, Simon Bainbridge, our pig farmer from Middlesbrough. He's come a long way. If you look across in the paddock, you can see his Volvo bus that he carries it in. What a character he is, but what a car he's built here. And I tell you what, this is unique. I've not seen anything like this anywhere. This is more of a circuit car. It's got to be a monster to drive on the hill.
I was just going to say, the roof on that looks like it's from a TT.
Well,
an Audi TT.
I love the way they've done the front end. That's really unusual.
Just left the bonnet off.
Left the bonnet off. Yeah, that's right. But Simon Bainbridge, he always goes a lot quicker than he sounds like he's going. Or it looks because that big rumbling V8. Anyway, at the moment, he's just a fraction down off the start. Huge power in this engine. Twin turbos, Audi-based R6 engine. My goodness me. Anyway, he's approaching Pardon now. Okay, he's slightly down, about a second down. It's hard to get round there in a big car.
He's actually up about a tenth over Stephen Moore going into the midway, so he's just a hair ahead of Stephen Moore. The question is, can he hold it there? If he does, it'll shove him into fourth place. He's got enough grunt in there. Let's see what happens. Gets it out of the corner.
Slowly,
it's slowed right down. It's just died on him. A 48.05, that puts him out of the running. So I don't know how that affects the points championship, but that puts him to 8th. The car just died on him in exiting semicircle.
That's
to the end.
That's cruel, isn't it? Well, never mind. These things happen in racing.
Right.
So we have on the line, about to hit the line now, is Einan Price, who is ex-Welsh rally driver, fantastic driver. He has got this R5 Skoda. This is a 1600 genuine ex-factory car. Harry Rovanpera was the owner of this car, so it's a genuine works car. As I say, it's permanent four-wheel drive. His other car he had last year was the car that Mark Schlanker drives as a single-seater, and recently he bought 2 new diggers for his business, because that's what he does for his day job. Digs great big holes, and very well he does with it too. Anyway, Einan Price, he is always spectacular. He loves the wet. He might like these conditions too. He will not be one for hanging around. You watch him go through Orchard there, total commitment, leaves the line. That four-wheel drive system isn't that good. Okay, at the moment he's just a fraction down, but it means nothing at this stage. He's going around Orchard, so far so good. Yeah, nice neat lines. This is a very neat run from Einan so far. Yeah, nicely rounded Tories. At the moment we'll get the pick up on this, how quick he's going. He's just about nearly a second down at the moment. What do you reckon now to the finish?
I'm just checking the splits on this. He's about 4th. He's only about half a second out of first, but he's got 2nd and 3rd. So he's around 4th quick at the moment. So Stephen Moore might get dumped to 5th here. But Einan is not mucking about. He is on slicks. He does rally the car as well, actually, this year. He's done a few rallies in it. But across the line, he goes with a 44.60, and that does give him 4th in class, just behind Damian Bradley. So now,
here's the man that could change all this. He won the first runoff. It was, of course, inevitable. Scott Moran, what a talent he is. He's driving Dad's car, and you could put him in anything, it doesn't matter. He can jump into it and he'll immediately drive it quick. Now it's dry now. It was really wet earlier, which we thought suited him in the car. But I think because it's dry now, Roger Moran is still leading it at the moment with a 43.13. So can Scotty beat that? Well, at the moment, on the start, he was about the same. So he slides it out, a little bit of handbrake cracks there, and he's heading into Pardon now. So he is slightly down on his dad. What do you reckon?
They were close, very close earlier by a couple. We've got Roger right in front of us. We can actually see his reaction here. Scott's gained some time. He's only 0.2 down going up into semi. He's only 0.11 going into semi. This is going to be close, folks. What's he going to do? A 44.51.
Roger has it.
Roger has it.
Well done, Roger.
Got it.
Well done. Lots of cheers, lots of clapping in the paddock area. Fantastic.
Scott could just only fourth.
Only fourth.
Only fourth. So.
Wow. Well done, young Roger. Very good.
That gives Roger the win and possibly extends his points as well.
Big points for Roger. Well done, Roger.
So there we go.
Fantastic
and
stuff.
Look, a bunch. There's 3 cars in the 44. So just to review, Roger Moran first. Stephen Darley second, Damian Bradley third, Scott Moran fourth, Einan Price fifth, Stephen Moore sixth, John Dunn seventh, Stuart Reed eighth, Paul Howells ninth, and Simon Bainbridge, whatever happened, gave him 10th.
A problem, but nevertheless a super runoff there, and well done to Roger Moran and Stephen Darley and Damian Bradley and Scott Moran. Einan Price, well, that's a great runner. But now, we got something special for you folks. The big bangers are coming out to play, aren't they? And some of the smaller hot shot cars. Fantastic stuff. This should be Sean Gould, I fancy. Generally, Sean Gould leads it out because he's sharing, obviously, with Matt Ryder. So Sean will set the marker in the big Gould. The conditions look pretty dry. So what did we do this morning? What was the fastest time? It was Matt was he in the 39?
No, they got into the 30. Well, they qualified. Wallace qualified 36. This morning it dried out a bit, and they were in the 38s. I think it was like that. So anyway, Sean qualified on a 39.3. Wallace qualified. Qualified with a 36.7.
Yeah.
So that's what you're looking at. And I don't know if Sean's run was a bit iffy. He was the first one up with the big cars early on. The track is constantly evolving at this point. So
36.76 Wallace was the quickest qualifier. So in this runoff. So let's see what happens, eh? So over to you just to take us off the start.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, no, okay. Sean Gould. Go, Sean Gould. Okay, we'll find amongst ourselves. Sean Gould. Well, he's setting the marker for us. His magnificent Gould. Isn't this a beautiful car? Look at all the stickers on the back on this thing. Saying how he wins. It's an incredible car, isn't it? Doesn't it look beautiful? But anyway, that aside, at the moment we can't tell you his exact time other than the fact when he gets to the finish, because we're not 22, heading up towards the S's.
Yep, he's coming through the S's now. Just looking at the split time. He was 98 miles an hour under the bridge, so he's carrying the speed. He's looking for a low 30-something or other, and it's a 37.54, which is a good time. Maybe top 5. I think there's a couple of competitors who are going to have a look at that and go, nah, I can do better than that. So let's wait and see. So next up should be Dave Tatum. Has made it into the top 10.
He has. What an achievement. He ran on wets, actually. He was different to the rest of the class. He qualified for yet another runoff in this 1100cc car. Amazing little bike engine car. David is a serious talent behind the wheel, actually, and I was watching him recently drive the big McLaren Can-Am car that his dad used to drive up the hills. He can drive anything too. Anyway, he's come all the way down from North Yorkshire to entertain us today. He's a serious competitor, is David. He'll be pulling that visor down shortly, and he'll be saying, can a little 1100 get in the points? It did this morning. So
Scored 10th place point this morning, got a point this morning in the little 1100 car. It can be done, but what can he do in the drier conditions here? Dave, absolute legend on the car here, pulled off a blinder to win the class earlier. So here's where he goes. Now, obviously, Sean Gould has got more grunt than this car, so he is down a little bit. So what Dave's target is just to finish in the top 10.
Yeah, that'd be an amazing achievement, to be fair, against these big bangers. He's going to be a couple of seconds down. He's giving away huge amounts of power on a drying track, to be fair, but nevertheless, to qualify it, to get into the top 12 runoff, amazing achievement. Does a 40.84, currently second, but that probably will be superseded.
Yeah, but he's looking, is it enough to give him a point? That's what he's looking for there. That's what he wants. But we've got some other runners and riders that all want points. So here we go. Graham wins on the line in the Gould GRW 59. Scott Moran is actually still helping him behind the scenes running this car. I see him playing on the laptop and getting data and having discussions and stuff. So this was Scott drove his car last year to number 2 in the championship position. So they're just getting Graham lined up. Now you watch these competitors. It's a great camera view. You'll notice that they wait to the last minute, put the visor down, and it's almost a psychological attack to the track. Chris, you want to take it?
Yes, okay. Graham Wynn, OBE, fantastic driver, isn't he? This is a top spec Gould car. He bought this himself as a retirement present. Very generously allowed Scotty in behind the wheel as well. And Graham is still enjoying his racing. He's got the win trophy, hasn't he? And he actually won runoffs at Lowton Park this year in the Midland Championship as well. Anyway, great to see it. Over to you.
Yeah, carrying it all the way through the S's. He's down Sean Gould, but only by just a second or so. Let's see what goes into semicircle here. If he can pick any up. Hasn't lost too much, only 155 down at the moment. Gets it around semicircle, out the other side, sets a time of a 39.20. Jumps him up into second place at the moment. Next on the line, we have
young Alex Coles from Plymouth. He has been sensational, as we said earlier. He is a talent, a real talent. He's sharing this car with Kelvin Broad. He's got a half share in the car. And last year he was in an OMS, but that one's been, I think, sold now. So he's now in is it a turbo or a supercharger on this one? But either way, it's a little higher booster. It's got some serious power, and he is a serious talent. He's going to be ruffling feathers in this big class for some while to come, I fancy. He's away from the line at the moment. He is a fraction down. I think he finished way in the points this morning, 5th or 6th, didn't he? Which is
no, it was about 7/8 in there somewhere.
Was it? Yeah. Okay, so he's got around his toys already. He's making a good exit from there, heading towards Pardon now, into Pardon, and exiting Pardon now.
Yeah, comes out Pardon, heading into Midway. Only 0.96 down on Sean Gould in Midway in his little 1-liter Hayabusa engine car with the turbo on it. Gets it around there, only 0.65 down. He's actually gained time with Sean Gould. He's gone into second place with a 38.56.
What a time, 38.56 for Alex Coles, showing the class of the lad. He's brilliant, isn't he? Okay, so we're getting better now. They're getting faster. We have Jonathan Varley. That's Jonathan Varley in the Predator.
Qualified with a 39.79. He was the first car to break the 40-second barrier this afternoon.
And leading the Midland Hillclimb Championship currently on 113 points. Anyway, that doesn't matter now because he is in a top 10 runoff, top 12 runoff. Now, he needs to finish in the top 10 to get points. That's how it works. Jonathan Varley, this is the 2-litre car. This is the ex-Graham White Predator car that at one time had a Formula 1 Arrows V10 in it. Can you imagine how mad that was? Now it's got a 2-litre V8 Terry Davis engine in the back, and he is already screaming at the moment. What can Jonathan do? He's giving away quite a bit of horsepower to these bigger runners and riders. He's got a lightweight, nimble car. He's a great driver, very wide into Pardon there, smoking it into there, slightly down at the moment. Over to you.
Yeah, he's down a little bit there, down the top 3, but still running some really good times. His target realistically should be something like Alex Coles. He's only 1.17 down. I'm just checking. He's actually slower than Alex Coles going through Midway. So this is going to be interesting. But Jonathan Varley at 38.79 only puts him in 3rd place, but it does guarantee him a top 10 point now.
Yes, it does. Now, Sean Gould still leads the way with a 37.54 as David Uren comes to the line in his lovely old Gould GR55. Big Cosworth V8 in the back of it. This is the history car that Martin Groves drove to championships, wins. He drove it to championships, and now he shares this with Nicola Menzies, and she's not here this weekend. But David, I think he's from Redditch. This car is capable of certainly top 5. It's even capable of win. He's had wins in this car.
I'm looking for a 37 right now out of David to either be just behind Sean or just in front of Sean. It's well within David's capability. It's just how's he feeling, how's the car feeling, how the course is. So it up into par and he goes, gets it rotated around.
Very, very close. He's only 0.4 down on Sean Gould at this stage, so it's all to play for. He's now going into a green sector through the middle, into the S's, out of the S's, heading up towards semi now. At the moment, David Ureni's slightly down on Sean Gould, so it's still to play for. Come on, then. What are you going to do? He finishes half a second down to Sean, but stays in second place, 38.08.
Yeah, it was up and then down. So put Alex Coles back to third place. Jonathan Varley's down to fourth. Next up, we've got Paul Hames, regular top 10 qualifier. He's got that number 9 on because he finished in the top 9th in the championship last year. The coveted top 10 numbers are what some of these competitors are hunting for in his Gould GR 59. Again, not a full-size engine. It's got the smaller engine.
Yeah, it's got the higher booster in there, and he's got, I think, a turbocharger on this one, but it's still got over 400 horsepower.
Yeah, that's nothing to sneeze about, but it doesn't have the low-down grunt of the V8.
No.
And that's where the difference is. He can carry the faster speed, but launching out of the corners, got to keep the engine revs up, where the V8s, they can just grunt themselves around.
Very true, and of course you're going around Pardon hairpin as well, so that's a place where you need grunt exiting that. But he is certainly not. He's 110 miles an hour through the speed trap already. He's very clean line through Victoria's there, heading down the dip for a crossover there, up in towards Pardon, and he spins it. Spins it. Pardon hairpin. There's no damage on the car. He just overcooked it going in there. So that's going to be a failed run for him. So Paul Hames, Alex Coles, that's another point for Alex.
Yeah, that's interesting. It also, we're looking at a qualifier, so that we've lost one down. So that means Graham Wynn will score at least 1 point.
Well done, Graham. Yeah,
1 point.
So he was absolutely on it there, but nevertheless, he just overcooked it slightly. The marshals have just had a word with him. He's going to freewheel back down the hill. The marshals will get the brushes out, give it a quick sweep. So that will go as a fail for Paul Hames. And we're just looking now. So is there a problem with the car? So what caused that to spin? Did he lock up?
Yeah, he looks like he's checking to see if a brake caliper locked up by the looks of it.
Something's flashing on the car there.
That's the... good question on that. I'm not.
I don't know.
Sure
I've never seen that before. Have you?
It's the reflection off of the red flag. Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
It's a reflection bouncing off it. It's actually bright enough to get reflections. So that's what that is. Let's have another look on the replay here. So he gets it going, goes up the hill, and it just, I wonder if the left front locked up on him. But there you go, and it just literally went into the corner and just turned itself around. And he's looking closely. He's rolling down a bit, but he's having a close look at, he's actually gotten out of the car to check the right front. I think there may have been something mechanical that actually caused that problem, whether the brake caliper locked up or what. But he's actually talking to the marshals, and I think he's asking to the car to be lifted. I'm not sure yet, but he's taking his helmet and equipment off. And it looks like we may have to get the old Tonka toy out here.
Well, when he came in to Pardon there, it suddenly sort of turned in a bit smart there.
There it goes. Yeah, it actually suddenly pulled left, threw him off center, and it's thrown the balance off. And I wonder if there's something possibly has failed or happened that's caused that. And when he started to roll down, he's like, hang on a second.
Driver error. Do you?
No, I think the car. I think something in the car has gone a little bit skew whiff.
Yeah.
And he's actually taking the camera off because I think he's asked to be lifted. Whatever is wrong with the car, if he tries to roll it, it'll just damage it some more. So he has taking the stuff off. So
and if he was going to drive it back down the hill, obviously he'd have to keep his helmet on. But the Tonka toy's coming out.
Yeah,
they'll soon lift it up on the strap. They'll soon get that car moved. Unfortunate, I think there was a mechanical
failure there. Paul Hames, very experienced driver. The car looked to be going great, and just suddenly it turned in where it shouldn't have turned in, basically, didn't it?
Yeah, and really a strange one. But Paul, checking, going, hacking, that makes more sense. And he's found something, going, something's failed, and I don't want, it may not actually be able to roll back down. So they'll pick it up by the Tonka toy, and they'll probably take it right down. There's an access to where all the motorhomes and trailers are, just off the bottom of Orchard there, and they'll probably take it out the back door there, back to the actual trailer.
That would make a bit of sense.
Oh, wait, no, sorry, I'm incorrect. His trailer is actually in the paddock.
Oh, is
so
it?
they will go back to the paddock.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, that's right. So, well, these things happen, don't they?
Yeah.
And these little bike engine cars, they've got to try particularly hard, haven't they, to keep up with these big, powerful
They
V8s.
have to run them on the limit. So, but obviously Paul's looking at something, going, there's something wrong with that right front. And that's what kind of threw him off. But you could see on the replay, the car, just as he goes into the braking, it suddenly twitched to the left a bit, and then he tried to get it stopped, and it just locked up and spun him around. Is what it looked like.
It did indeed.
So, hang with us.
Where are we? So we got Sean Gould leading the way first with a 37.54. Ahead of David Duren in a 38.08. Alex Coles in third, 38.56. Jonathan Varley, 38.79. Graham Wynn, 39.20. And Dave Tatham, 40.84. Paul Hames has failed. We have 5 runners and riders to go.
Yeah.
We've got some big guns, haven't we?
We've got the top 5 qualifiers, the big kahunas. In regards to, generally they finish, these guys have regularly been finishing the top 5 this year. What order? Well, they've got their elbows out for this one. Regardless of who's leading points, they all want, Wallace is desperate. He's having his best weekend of the year, I think.
He's having a fabulous weekend. He's right on the pace, isn't he?
He's right on the pace. He was fastest qualifier. He hasn't had a very strange situation. He's had a year where no runoff wins so far.
Yeah, that's an unusual one.
That's an unusual one.
Years, isn't it?
We've got Matthew Ryder looking to extend his championship lead. We've got Will Hall looking for a runoff win because, well, he can. You got Alex Summers looking for runoff wins because that's how he's got to where he is this year. And then we've got Trevor Willis in the OMS going, you know what, I can get these guys. So you were looking at 5 hungry competitors here, all more than capable of taking this runoff.
Yeah, just looking at our Tonka toy with the suspended Gould GR59 on it, that immaculate race parts. I mean, there's no real danger on the car, is it? It's looking great. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
I think it's a minor problem, but nevertheless a problem that's caused Paul to, unfortunately...
If Paul could have rolled that back down safely, he would have. But obviously he's seen something he's not happy about. And he wouldn't request... You don't really want your car come back on the hook, so...
No, I guess not. But actually, that's the Bobcat. I think that's a new Tonka toy this year, isn't it? Do you recognise
I thought the one we had earlier was... I wonder if they have 2 here this weekend.
Well, I don't know. But it's
there's Paul. He's walking back down.
Bit of exercise.
Thumbs up to the marshals. The marshals appreciating the effort. And I wouldn't want to be in the paddock right now saying, oh, yeah, Paul's back with his car, and he brought his big bruiser bodyguard with him. That thing is huge compared to the car. So
what, the bodyguard?
Yeah, the bodyguard, the big old Tonka. It's like I'm coming back into the paddock, and I brought my big friend with me.
My big chum. Well, the marshal is there, ready to usher him in to the side there.
Yeah,
so
I hope our Tonka Troy driver remembers to lower the boom to get under the bridge, which he has. Good.
Oh, he's a seasoned professional. Come on.
Does that mean he's had sprinkling of seasoning on him, or that he's just hung out for the whole year?
This is what he does. This is what his whole life is all about. He's driving that Tonka toy with race cars on the end of it.
I'm not sure that's the actual purpose of the thing during the week. I normally see these things flipping hay bales everywhere.
we don't see this. I'm just wondering actually if this has come from Prescott Farm just over here, just at the bottom of the orchard there, because obviously they have plenty of big machinery, and maybe that's the easiest place to get one from come race weekend. Because these, as you say, hay bales and the like, isn't it?
That's
going through that narrow gate.
That's one of those don't look. That gate is not that wide. Tonka just fits through it, and if you're swinging a race car through it.
Yeah, but he's got through now anyway. He's a very skillful man, isn't he?
Right. We've got him out of the way. We've got 5 cars left to run. I think that's Trevor Willis lined up next. Is that not Trevor Willis in the OMS?
Oh, yes, that's Scary Trev indeed. It is scary.
Why is he
Trev.
scary? He's a nice man.
He's a lovely guy, but he's had that reputation. They called him Scary Trev. He started off in Caterhams many years ago.
Ooh, that's a bit of an elbows out sport.
Yeah, that's definitely. But he showed a huge amount of talent. Then his first single-seater, I believe, was an OMS.
Yeah.
And then this is his later OMS.
Yeah.
This is the car he won the championship in. And he's won the championship 3 times, but also twice more in other OMSs as well. So, here he comes, Trevor Willis. Trevor Willis is a real talent. He's got a Radical RPS V8 in the back. He's possibly 200 horsepower down on some of the later runners, but that doesn't deter Trevor. So anytime the conditions are a little bit awkward, a little bit manky, bit slippy slidey, Trevor's always going to be a massive force. It is still a drying track. It's not perfect yet, is it?
This track is nowhere near perfect, and it's I'd say that the driving skill is almost a little bit higher than it would be for a perfectly dry track, but this thing is still damp and greasy in places. So let's see what Trevor can do with this thing. 106 miles an hour through under the bridge, going into Orchard, heading into a Torrey. Gets it chucked in there, no problem whatsoever. Gets it out the other side already, up into Pardon. The sparks are flying. Gets it rotated around. He's up on Sean Gould by 0.2 of a second. Heading through Midway, he's up 0.34. Chris.
Wow, look at young Trevor. He's really giving it a go, isn't he? Well, he's putting a statement down here. He wants to finish top 5. He should do that, shouldn't he? Look, he's 1.5 seconds up. He's heading through the finish at 36.39, goes into the lead.
Well, that's going to put the cat among the pigeons, because we only qualified at a 36.78, so that's the fastest time we've had all weekend with the very crazy conditions. So who are we going to have up next? This should be Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm. And when he says he's done a couple of tweaks, Alex is an engineer. That means he probably built a whole new car underneath. Well, we know. Anyway, been very consistent all year. Top 3 all year. Been leading the points most of the year. Very consistent driver. He's enjoyed the year. I interviewed him at length at lunchtime. We were just having a chat about everything, catching up. But he is sitting there. It's him and Matt Ryder. He doesn't think he can catch Matt Ryder unless something horrible goes wrong, which he does not wish for, but he's completely content with where he ends up. Here he goes into Torrey's already. He had 104 miles an hour under the bridge. He's heading up into Pardon. Can he get Trevor quick? Yes, he is just slightly quicker than Trevor Willis, heading into out of Pardon and into Midway. Gets into Midway, 0.07 up on Trevor.
Yes, he's looking good at the moment. My goodness me, it's very close though. There's nothing really in it. But Alex is super quick round semi there. He's heading up towards the finish. Yes, he's going to take this. No, it's
a dead heat.
Dead heat with Trevor Willis. 36.39. My goodness me, it's hotting up, folks. Who have we got? We got young Will Hall coming next.
Yeah, Alex and Trevor are tied for first at a 36.39. Well, we don't want to split the trophy, so I think we've still got Will Hall, Matt Ryder, and Wallace Menzies to come. So Will Hall in his Gould GR59J. Got it last year. Can drive it this year. I think he has got a couple. Have you got a couple of runoff wins at all yet?
No,
not yet. So he's hunting.
Yet.
He's got a big car to match the other guys. He's got the driving skill. He's hunting for his first runoff win.
Yeah.
And the is it the Vanity Hall Special? I think?
Well, Vanity Hall is his company.
Vanity Hall Special. Yeah, it's on the side of the car.
But yeah, this is the car that he's really doing the business in, isn't he?
Yeah, it's. I remember talking to him last year. And funny enough, at Curb early on, he was driving someone else's car for some testing. And he said, yeah, I've got the car coming. I got the engine coming. He did get it towards the end of the season, and he ran it in the carbon fiber. He's now got some color on it. Here he goes off the line. He's already up 10th up on the 64-foot. But let's see what the speed. 111 miles an hour. It's going through that orchard there. He absolutely on it. Gets it around the Torrey. Nice and neat and tight. He kept that just perfectly on the inside line. He's heading up into Pardon. Gets it around there. He's 0.4 up on Alex going in out of Pardon. Let's hit the Midway. He's 0.36 up, Chris.
My goodness me, he's absolutely on a mission. He's still ahead. He's still ahead. It's a beautiful exit there out of
out of the S's there, heading in towards semi. He's level pegging at the moment. Oh my God, straight to the finish. He just gets ahead. 36.23. Will Hall goes into the lead with only 2 to go.
Yep. Matt Ryder, but we got Matt Ryder next. The young up-and-comer. He is in the factory Gould, and he means business. Wallace wants that win. Matthew doesn't want Wallace to have it. It is simple as that. Matt wants to win. As you see all the stickers on his rear wing, if you're watching the live camera, he's got a couple of blank spaces at the end of that wing, looking for another runoff win. Here we go. Matt Ryder, helmet visor down, ready to go. He's got the green. He's just waiting at his leisure. Here he goes off the line, launches it off. No wheel spin at all. Pretty much nothing in it on the 64-foot time. Gets it through a Torrey, 106 miles an hour. That's it down a little bit on some of the others, but let's see what happens here. Nice and tight around the Torrey. Beautiful line through there. Gets it going up into Pardon. He's actually 0.02 down at the moment. Exiting Pardon, heading for Midway. Can he make it up? Yes, he can. He's 0.16 up.
This is a typical Matt Ryder run at the moment. He's just nudging ahead. He's got the massive power of this Judd V8 in the back of it. Supreme talent, wonderful car. Heading up towards the finish. He's well up. He's going to get... He's 35.71. He goes into the lead.
Right. He's laid down. That's the first 35 of the weekend. Wallace has one thing on his mind: to win this runoff. He's going to get the tires heated up. He really, really wants this. He was fastest in qualifying today. He was fastest in practice yesterday. Got pipped by Matt Ryder by 9/100ths of a second in the first runoff. He's not happy. He wants this runoff win. He does not want to finish this season. There's still a couple of events, but he doesn't want to finish this season, and this is one of his favorite places. Does not want to finish this season without a runoff win. So he is hungry. I don't know anybody else that's more hungry. Do you, Chris?
No, probably me.
You had there was another biscuit soon.
Anyway, come on, here we go.
Here we go, Wallace. Here we go. Off the line he goes. 64 foot, nothing in it. 0.06. Right, here we go. 109 miles an hour onto the bridge. Absolutely on it. Focused, zoned in. Gets it into a Torres. Comes right out there at the same line. That's the fast line heading through. Up into Pardon. Gets her slowed way down. He's actually 0.15 down at Pardon moment. Drifts it slightly coming out of Pardon. Heading down to Midway. Can he make up something? No, he's 0.16 down.
He's on a heck of a mission, but he's just a fraction down on Matt. Can he do it? He's got the car. He is a very talented driver. He's going into semi. At the moment, Matt still just about has it. How's he going to win? Come on. Okay, no! It's Matthew Ryder.
35.77. 6/100ths slower than Matt Ryder. Matt Ryder has pulled it off for the second time this weekend by less than 1/10 of a second.
Big celebration here in the paddock here. That's a fantastic thing. Brilliant. Well, that was excitement, wasn't it? Well, this young man, Matthew Ryder, he continues to astound us, doesn't he? What a runoff that was, hey?
Right.
35. Poor old Wallace. I mean, come on, what more has he got to do?
He got 2 second places, both by like hundredths of seconds. That is something else.
That's emotional. It's emotional.
For all our viewers and spectators, folks, it doesn't get better than that. Absolute nothing in it. And there goes Matt. He's going to do a celebrity right up the hill. Guys, everybody, give him a hand around, a hand of applause, all our spectators and everything. Young Matt absolutely put it to him.
Well, that is another win. He's getting pretty regular with these wins, but he's not having it all his own way right at the moment. We've got some points.
Looking on the screen, our mathematician has put up the points. Matthew Ryder is leading the championship by, looks like 9 points at the moment, and it's not sorted yet. It will go to Dune, obviously.
And Lowton.
Oh, it's going to be a close thing.
Yes, but still 4 actual rounds, you know, and a lot can happen in 4 rounds.
Yeah, so they've got 2 rounds at Dune next weekend, and then 2 weeks after that, back at Lowton Park for the finale. Will we already have a champion? Will we crown a champion? We don't know. You're going to have to watch HillClimb.TV to find out. Follow HillClimb UK on Facebook. All the information is constantly updated there. I want to slap out a thank to all the marshals, to the volunteers, the rescue guys, the competitors. It's been a brilliant weekend. Lloyd, thank you very much for joining us this weekend.
Yes,
Mr.
well,
Pons?
yeah, I've had a wonderful weekend. It's been incredible. Lloyd Hackett has been amazing too. It's Owen Gould has been entertaining you. Lloyd, don't go yet. Just say goodbye to the folks. You've done a brilliant job.
Thank you very much. I'll just take the opportunity to say a big thank you for having me at Prescott Hillclimb. My first time. I'm a Shelsley Walsh regular, and yeah, really appreciate Owen Gould, Chris Ponce for taking me under their wing for the first time here at Prescott. Fantastic driving today. Brilliant from Matt Ryder. What has Wallace got to do, as you rightly say? What's he got to do? But great to see him at the sharp end again. Really, really firing on all cylinders. And thank you and good night.
Yep, and I'm happy. Yep, thank you very much, guys. It's been a brilliant weekend. Great team. Want to thank Prescott for giving us a larger closet. And yes, everybody head home, stay safe. There is an awards ceremony for the competitors up in the members club. And we will all see you next time. And thank you for all the members on YouTube that have been supporting HillClimb TV. Until next time, take care.